He only wanted to be a hero, but his kindness changed everything.
Hello everyone, welcome to What If Deku Made Harem with Class 1A Girls Movie 1. Before we start, please go support Brian 120,980 for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistake in character's gender, but of course Deku is a male. Despite being born without a quirk, not being particularly special during his time at school, and being an unremarkable young man compared to his classmates, then how did this young UA student manage to attract all the girls in his class? What will she do in this case? Who will she choose as her love interest among her classmates? Will she break the hearts of her other classmates and friends? The beginning of everything. I'm Midoriya Izuku, a student at the prestigious UA High School for Superheroes. I'm in Class 1A in the Hero course. We're in our first year of study and I don't know what I'm going to do. Let me give you some context and go back a few months. After Principal Nezu ordered the construction of dormitories for the students within the school grounds, the young people of Class A sought different ways to make use of the new spaces. The boys engaged in sofa fights, pillow fights, while both sides focused on decorating the rooms. The girls, however, sought a special way to commemorate the use of the rooms. Lita, attention Class A, the teachers gave me the schedule we must follow in the buildings. 7:00 a.m. to 12:00 p.m. is class time, so they don't want any unauthorized students in the dorms. 12:00 p.m. to 2:00 p.m. is lunchtime. From 2:00 p.m. to 5:30 p.m. is free time for everyone. You can do whatever you want outside your dorms. From 6:00 p.m. to 8:00 p.m. is dinner. Please remember this so you don't have to be told off. Most people weren't listening to Lita. The only ones who were the girls Deku and Shoto, who were listening attentively to the class representative. Mina, girls, what will we do to commemorate moving into the building? Momo, a dinner party for the students. Mina, no. Tsuyu, watch movies in the theater. Mina, no, not that either. Jiru, what do you suggest, girl? Mina, I don't know, whatever you guys say. Uraraka, how about a sleepover? Mina, that doesn't sound bad. Momo, that will do. Jiru, what do you do at sleepovers? Mina, HASB, have you never been to a sleepover? Jiru, so what do we do? Mina, well, we play pillow fights, talk about boys, watch movies, and we can eat candy. Jiru, it wasn't exactly what they were suggesting. Mina, yes, but saying it separately sounds boring, like sleepover is exciting. Tsuyu, strangely enough, I agree with Mina, it sounds more fun. Mina, thank you, everyone in Momo's room tonight is doing great. Momo, why in mine? Mina, because she's the greatest and coolest. Uraraka, okay. Tsuyu, I'll get my things ready. Jiru, sure. Toru, great. Mina, see you at 9:00 by Momo, okay, in my room, they just had to ask. Mina, excuse me, but thank you too. Midoriya saw that the girls were chatting happily, so he wanted to go and approach them to find out what they had been doing. Midoriya, hello Uraraka, Tsuyu, Mina, Jiru, Toru, Momo, how are you? Did you manage to agree on something? Mina, hi Midoriya, if we already called each other. Uraraka, Deku, we agreed to do. Toru, sleepover. Midoriya, a sleepover sounds fun. The guys suggested it. Well, Kachin actually suggested we kill each other with all the objects in the living room, but he decided to go to sleep. The guys are the ones killing each other. Mineta, die, Shoto, you haven't landed a single hit on me, Mineta. You won't do anything with paper balls, Mineta, and what do you want me to do? It was the only thing I managed to grab when they said, take what you can and throw it. You have the cutlery, Shoto, so that nobody does anything crazy with them. Zero, I saw you, Mineta. Come here, you little pervert. Mineta, Midoriya, I'm sure that scream was Mineta. Uraraka, and what will you do? Midoriya, well, at first it caught my attention, but since Kachin didn't specify that they're ruining the living room with the pillows and blankets, I don't think it's safe to stay here. Maybe I'll do the same as him and go to sleep. Mina, but it's our first day in the dorms, we have to make it special girls' meeting. All the girls turned around and formed a circle so Midoriya wouldn't hear them, while Momo made sure he didn't get too close. Mina, girls, a question. Should we invite Midoriya to our girls' sleepover? Uraraka, I would say there's no problem with Deku-kun joining us. Mina, you say that because you like it. Uraraka, what? No, that's not it. Jiru, I don't see anything wrong with it either, she can come with us. Tsuyu, I say Midoriya should come with us, it'll be fun. Toru, let him come. Mina, then it's decided, Momo. What's Midoriya doing? Momo raised her head in the direction Midoriya was standing and saw the green-haired boy standing a few meters away from them, right where he had been when they formed the circle, just standing there smiling and looking at where they were. Momo, he's still in the same place. Aw, he looks cute like that, like a little puppy. All the girls nodded with a smile and broke the circle to see Midoriya. Mina, Midoriya, are you coming with us to our sleepover? Midoriya, hee hee, thanks girls, but I'm fine, I'm going to sleep. Mina, you didn't understand, Midoriya, you're coming with us to our sleepover. Toru, come ONGIRLS, take HIMs. The girls went upstairs with Midoriya as their prisoner, held down by Tsuyu with her tongue, preventing him from escaping. The noise woke Kachin up and he opened his door, extremely annoyed, to yell in the face of whoever woke him. Bakugo, hey, let people sleep. Damn it, let other people sleep. Uraraka, sorry Bakugo. Bakugo, apologies. Go to hell, why the hell are you carrying that stupid Deku around like that? The girls didn't know what to say because they saw how things were, and in fact, it was a situation that could be misinterpreted. Mina, you'll see. Momo, we were. Toru, we were going to throw him off the roofs of the buildings. Bakugo, I see, then don't take too long and stop making a scene. He just closed his door and left the girls. Jiru, ha, that was easy. Uraraka, she really hates you, doesn't she, Deku-kun? Midoriya simply nodded his head as he closed his eyes. The girls then continued up the stairs until they reached Momo's room. They all entered with Midoriya, while a cautious Mina looked both ways down the hallway to make sure no one was there. When they released Midoriya, they saw that he had his eyes closed and his head held high, embarrassed to be in a girl's room. Tsuyu, Midoriya, what's wrong? Midoriya, thinking, Takami was right, a girl's sacred place I can't see. Momo, it's okay, Midoriya-kun, you can watch, no problem. Midoriya, I can't. Mina, come on, take your hands away from your face, it's okay. Mina and Toru took Midoriya's hands that were covering his blushing face until they succeeded. Even though he had opened his eyes, Midoriya stared intently at the floor. Uraraka, are you alright, Deku-kun? Midoriya, yes, I just wanted to make sure of something. Jiru, make sure what? Midoriya, thinking, come on, what can you say? They can't know it's the first time I've entered a girl's room, they might make fun of me. What am I saying? I know ACT like a fool. Midoriya, that the floor is made of floor. Midoriya, thinking, but not that stupid. The girls immediately let out a small laugh at the answer the green-haired boy gave. Jiru, well, since we're here, where do we start? Mina, I know, let's play spin the bottle, we'll turn it around and whoever it lands on can ask a question. Tsuyu sounds good. Momo sounds fun if. Jiru, perfect. Uraraka, let's begin. Toru, who starts? Mina, let our host Midoriya start. Midoriya, no need, you guys start. Momo, we insist. Midoriya, okay. Midoriya, with a trembling hand, spun the bottle until it stopped, pointing at Uraraka. Mina, well, what do you want to ask, Midoriya-kun? Something spicy, something dark, something. Midoriya, what's your favorite color? Mina, or it could be that too, sure, use up your chance. The pink-haired girl said as she rested her hand on her chin. Uraraka, pink. Midoriya, hess, I figured, now I know what color gifts to give you. He said with a small smile that seemed to light up his surroundings. Uraraka, well, it's my turn. Uraraka spun the bottle and this time it pointed to the amphibian girl. Uraraka, Tsuyuchin, who do you like about the boys? Mina, oh, we're just getting started with the boys, I already like this. Tsuyu, to start with Midoriya-kun, he saved me during the attack on UA at the beginning of classes. Then there's Takami, I like Dark Shadow, he's adorable. Mina, I thought there would be something more. He said as he returned his hand to his chin. Tsuyu, okay, it's my turn. The little frog spun the bottle until it pointed to the rock star girl. Tsuyu, Jiro, do you like Kaminari? Mina, I need to stop using my prejudices. Jiro, what? NOOO, that idiot is as perverted as Mineta. I'd rather do anything than go out with that stupid cheap Pikachu. Mina, SSSSSS, that hurt more than a punch from All Might. Kaminari, Mineta, come out now, crack AHHHHHMY heart. Mineta, now. The boys bombarded Pikachu boy with chairs and backpacks until he was buried under school supplies. Jiru, and that, meh, it's nothing, well, I'll continue. The young girl spun the bottle quickly and it stopped, pointing towards the pink-haired girl who was excited. Mina, come on, ask me. Jiro, do you like Kirishima? Mina, nah, he's a good friend, but that's all I see him as. He might be a good catch, but we just have a nice friendship. Kirishima, HAHAHAHAHAHAHAHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHSomeone call recovery girl. Mina, well, there are only 3 left. Only 3 left. Mina spun the bottle, but it pointed to Momo. Mina, okay, yeah, Momo, do you like Shoto Todoroki? Momo, why do you say that? Mina, oh well, after the student tournament, the fact that you guys got in through recommendations and that you're the richest in the class, I thought. Momo, that's right, we're both recommended. We come from popular families and I participated with him in the tournament, but that's about it. We haven't interacted much. I can say we've barely exchanged a word. He's almost always with Midoriya and Bakugo. Todoroki was about to throw a wooden spoon at Mineta's head when... Oh, Zero screamed as he was hit on the head with a spoon, thrown by Todoroki who didn't see him. Todoroki, sorry about that. Momo, well, only Toru and Midoriya are missing. Momo spun the bottle and it landed on the invisible girl. Momo, Toru, let's see, are you attracted to Ajiro? Toru, I like chatting with him, I also like teasing him a little but nothing more. Mina, does no one here feel attracted to anyone? All MY partners are just fantasies. Jiro, I think so. Uraraka, you really like pairing people up. Midoriya, I didn't know I had those hobbies. Toru, okay, it's my turn. You're the only one left, Midoriya, so let's forget about the bottle and get to the point. Do you like anyone? Mina, finally a good question. Midoriya, W, what did you say? Toru, yeah, do you like someone? Midoriya, thinking, what do? I don't know if I like anyone. I see them all as good friends and I've even felt things for all of them, but I don't think it's love. I admire them all, but if I say anything, they'll see me as a freak. In OFA. Midoriya, what can I do? Does anyone have any advice? First holder, who do you feel best with when they're by your side? Midoriya, it's just that they all have something that makes them special. Sixth, do what your heart tells you. Fifth, to be honest, I'm not very experienced in these cases, kid. Nana, okay, we need to calm down a bit. Third, but what do you prefer, physical appearance or feelings? Because if it's physical appearance, your friend Momo is a good option. Midoriya, what? Nana, and that's exactly what I want to avoid. Let's see, Midoriya, who do you like more? Midoriya, it's complicated. I've known them for a long time and each one of them is unique and beautiful. I don't know much about love, but when I'm with them, I just want to protect them. I don't want anything to happen to any of them. I don't know what to do. Nana, you love them. Midoriya, I don't know. Nana, no, I'm saying you love them. You can't choose just one, you want to protect them all and you don't have bad thoughts about any of them. We know you well and they know you too. Midoriya, I feel like if I tell them, they'll think I'm crazy and a pervert like Mineta and Kaminari. Nana, they won't, they recognize you, they know you're not like that. Second carrier, also there's something we haven't told you about. First holder, second. Midoriya, what haven't they told me? Nana, first do this and then we'll tell you. Midoriya, wait a minute, what is it? Outside. All the girls were watching the green-haired boy intently, waiting for an answer. Toru, well, Midoriya, okay, I don't like someone. Mina, alright, pay up, I told you. The girls were handing the pink-haired girl banknotes for what appeared to be a bet. Midoriya, what's wrong? Uraraka, we didn't know if you were gay or not. Midoriya, no, I'm not gay. The girls collected their money, and this time it was Mina who was giving money. Midoriya, no, I don't like one person, I like several girls. Mina, oh, are those the girls from class 2A? Momo, yes, they are pretty. Midoriya, no, they're the girls from class 2A. Some of the girls, like Jiro, Toru, and Tsuyu, blushed upon hearing that Midoriya liked the girls in class 2A, but their blushing increased when they learned it wasn't towards that class. At first, they didn't understand what he meant when he reaffirmed that he liked another class. Uraraka, what do you mean, Deku-kun? Midoriya, well, I mean it's there. That was all he could say before his face turned as red as a tomato and he could only lower his head in shame. The girls were sorting through what he said, and they all managed to understand what he meant, having the same reaction as him. Uraraka, Momo, Tsuyu, Mina, Jiro, and Toru were all blushing and embarrassed by his response, and everyone in the room fell silent, a silence broken only by Momo. Momo, and why us? Midoriya, well, it's just that you are all unique. You are funny, intelligent, kind, extroverted, and you have the motivations and abilities to be great heroines. You are an inspiration, and I feel like I want to protect you. I would hate for anything to happen to you, not because I don't think you are capable, but because it would say that I wasn't able to protect those I love. The girls felt like their hearts were about to burst when they heard that. The green-haired boy, realizing what he'd said aloud, simply lowered his head and blushed so deeply he felt his face was on fire. The girls loved seeing the embarrassed young man because he looked cute, but now they were in the same position. Midoriya didn't know what they would say, whether they would distance themselves from him, stop talking to him, or tell the others. What is this feeling? Midoriya and the girls were in their classmate Yaoyorozu's room. They had just overheard their friend's feelings for them and they were all still embarrassed. Before the girls could say anything, the green-haired boy ran out of the room. I'm sorry, girls, I shouldn't have said that. The broccoli boy shouted as he quickly stood up, activating his quirk and dashing off to his room, leaving the girls blushing at the revelation. Deku-kun, wait! Achako shouted, trying to grab his shoulder. The green-haired boy ended up like a bullet, arriving at his room where he just put his hands to his face, staring at the ceiling. But what on earth did I say? The green-haired boy stammered, still covering his face with his hands in embarrassment. He walked to his bed, collapsing onto it, wishing only to die at that moment. The girls just watched as Deku hurried away from them, some still nervous about what had been said until someone spoke, breaking the silence. Which of us will he like the most? Mina asked, still blushing slightly but smiling as she looked up at the ceiling with a finger on her chin. The girls turned to look at the pink-haired girl because of what she had said. When the girls calmed down, they went to his room to talk, but the young man wouldn't open the door no matter how much they knocked. Having received no answer, each girl went to her room to try to sleep, but none of them could fall asleep. They were all thinking about what their friend had said, Uraraka's thoughts. I know I said I'd put my feelings aside if I wanted to be a hero and earn money for my parents, but Deku-kun, he makes it hard to do that. The way he always knows what to do in tough times, how he's always willing to sacrifice himself to help others, how he doesn't care about getting hurt as long as he helps, it's incredible. I thought it was just admiration I felt for him, but I don't really know how to describe it. Momo's thoughts. I didn't think Midoriya-kun had those feelings. I mean, it's amazing how he can find hope in difficult times, how he can think through complicated situations, and how he lifts the spirits of everyone around him. He's completely different from everyone else in the class. I didn't know he cared so much about us. He's carefree and dangerous when it comes to risking his own life for others, but that's partly what makes him cute. Jiru's thoughts. Midoriya-kun, I don't usually spend time with him, but he's very intelligent and dedicated to being a hero, but he's also sweet. It's funny and cute to see how embarrassed he gets when a girl talks to him. I remember the time he asked me about music. He didn't get distracted for a moment during the explanation, and he even asked me more questions about the topics. And he's not at all a pervert like that idiot Mineta or Kaminari, and he can play the guitar to a certain extent. Who am I kidding? I do spend time with him. God, what am I thinking? Mina's thoughts. Midoriya-san, I admit that what impressed me most about him at first was just his body. You can see he's worked really hard to become a hero, but it's not just his physique that's impressive. The way he inspires others to keep going, how he's willing to give his life to save others. Besides, it's cute to see how scared he gets when I flirt with him. It's so cute to see him turn as red as a tomato, hee. Tsuyu's thoughts. It's embarrassing how Midoriya confessed, but the truth is, I started to have feelings for him after the villain incident in the training area when he saved me from Shigaraki. He was willing to fight and probably die to save that pervert Mineta and me. I also felt embarrassed during rescue drills when he held me in his arms. Kiro. Midoriya-kun. Toru's thoughts. I admit that Midoriya-kun is very cute and sweet. He has a pretty and cute face, but his body is the complete opposite of what one might think. He has the body of a well-built man. He is very attractive both physically and emotionally. I wouldn't be surprised if other girls like him. The girls' thoughts caused them all to blush, so several of them put their pillows over their faces and couldn't sleep. The plan. Weeks have passed since what happened in Momo's room, and they had all tried to talk to him on several occasions. But he always avoided them whenever they approached him, either with an excuse or simply by running away. Girls, it's been 3 weeks since it happened and Deku-kun is still avoiding us, the brunette said, clenching her hands and looking at her friends with a worried tone and expression. I admit it was awkward, well, not awkward but more sudden, but I want to talk to Midoriya-kun again, Momo commented, crossing her arms and looking at her friends with a sad face. Me too, I want to ask for Professor Aizawa's homework, said the pink-haired girl, lying down on the sofa. That's very self-serving, Ashido, but it's true, I miss being able to live peacefully with him again, the rocker replied, looking at her friend. But what can we do? He's avoiding all of us, Kiro, said the little frog, looking at the rest of her friends. We all have to surprise him, said the invisible girl, tightening her gloves. We could start by finding him in the courtyard while he goes for his morning run at 7:00. He arrives at the dorm doors at 8:30, Uraraka said, looking up in thought. Achikachin, how do you know that? The dark-haired girl asked, looking at the brown-haired girl with a questioning expression. Well, you know, it's something Deku-kun told me, only he doesn't remember, she said, looking away and scratching the back of her neck in embarrassment. This time, the girls weren't just happy about their friend Achako's feelings for Deku. Now they felt something they never imagined they could feel in a situation like this. Jealousy. So this is the plan, the group president said to her friends. Once the plan was organized, they put it into action. They waited until Deku started arriving at the dorms when Achako came out to greet him. Hi Deku-kun, his friend replied. You Uraraka-san, sorry, I can't talk right now, I'm in a hurry, the green-haired boy said as an excuse to avoid the awkwardness, something that hasn't worked for him so far. Don't worry, I can accompany you, she replied with a smile. No need, he said as a blush became more prominent. The plan was starting well, they just had to keep going and they could all sort things out. The young people were waiting for the elevator, and the seconds that were passing were silent until the distinctive sound of the elevator sounded. The young people entered and were about to close the doors when someone shouted. Wait, shouted the pink-haired girl who was running towards the elevator. Achako put her foot in the elevator door to prevent it from closing, which she succeeded in doing, and now all three of them were in the elevator. Hello Midoriya-san, she said in a flirty tone, hoping to make the green-haired boy blush. Hello Mina, he said, looking at the elevator lights out of embarrassment. How are you? he said, turning around and looking directly at the young man. Well, he wanted to get out of the elevator, but someone else stopped it to get in. Hi girls, hi Midoriya-kun, said the blue-haired girl, entering the elevator. Midoriya-kun, I need your help. Could you explain this to me? I didn't understand it in Professor Aizawa's class, she said, showing him a sheet of paper and standing next to him. Sure, he said, still looking at the ceiling, avoiding looking at Jiru. Finally, the elevator reached the selected floor and the girls were still by Midoriya's side. He ran to his room and was about to open his door when someone else stepped in front of it, preventing him from reaching it. Midoriya, hello, what are you doing? Said the class monitor, blocking the green-haired boy's path. Yaoyorosusan. The young man shouted, frightened and wanting to escape. Girls, I want to show you something in my room. Will you come with me? The delegate said with a smile to her friends. Sure, Uraraka said. Come on, come with us, Midoriya, Ashido said, taking Midoriya's arm. Let's go, said a cheerful Toru, jumping up behind Momo. Wait and no, I can't, the young man stammered. It doesn't matter what you think. Ashido shouted and Toru pushed the boy, both of them smiling. Come in, said the little frog to her friends as she opened Momo's door. Girls, I don't think it's appropriate for me to be here, said the green-haired boy whose hair was about to turn the same color as his friend Kirishima's. What are you talking about? That's why we brought you here, said the class president, smiling, at the OFA. Wow, this girl really thought this through, Nana remarked, her hand on her chin. You fell for his plan, kid, replied the fourth carrier. This will be interesting, said the first one, sitting in his chair. Did you know this would happen? The green-haired boy said, looking at them. The bearers looked at each other and then back at the young man. Yes. Now, Midoriya, we want to talk to you, said the class president, sitting down in one of the 6 chairs in front of him. Test. Midoriya had fallen into the girl's trap. They had tricked him into entering Momo's room so they could talk to the young man. Talk about what? The green-haired boy stammered, embarrassed. Midoriya, we know you've been avoiding us for weeks, Yaoyorozu replied seriously. We tried to talk to you and you look for an excuse to run away, Kiro, said the little frog, looking at the young man. We assumed it was because of what happened those days, Uraraka replied with a sad face, looking at Midoriya in the same way. And we were really worried, Jiru said, playing with her hair extensions without looking at anything, too embarrassed by what she was saying. I've been wanting to ask you for Professor Aizawa's assignments, Mina added, waving her arms in the air as she pleaded with the green-haired boy. Midoriya felt very embarrassed. He hoped the girls would forget what he said, as he still felt very ashamed of what he confessed that day and the days that followed. We admit it was a little strange, but to be honest, it moved us, said the invisible girl with a hint of embarrassment. The girls started looking away to avoid showing the blush they were developing as the conversation continued. Really? But why am I here? Said the green-haired boy, losing a little more of his fear. Well, to tell you the truth, we all have a question and we wanted you to help us, the pink-haired girl said to the green-haired boy. The boy was experiencing various emotions, fear, shame, something akin to excitement. We wanted you to help us and come out with us, the dark-haired girl said to him, her face trying to be serious but a slight blush prevented it. Sure, where did you want to go? To the movies, to the mall, somewhere else, of course. I mean, that's what a friend does, right? He said, hoping he had misinterpreted what his friend had said. No, Midoriya, not like that. I know you understood me the first time and we were hoping you'd help us with it, said the woman, taking a sip of tea she had prepared. Siko, what did you say? The green-haired boy was surprised. He hadn't expected that kind of response or a request like that. Well, you see, we hadn't all thought about this at first since we were at odds, but Jiru said, playing with her ear extensions. Wait a minute, but how? You all agree to let me go out with you? The green-haired boy was surprised. He hadn't thought they would ask that or that they would all agree to something like that. It wasn't easy, to be honest, Uraraka said, looking at Deku. And if there were some conflicts, Kiro, added the little frog, a few weeks ago. During one of Professor Aizawa's classes, the students went to training ground beta where the most iconic figures of UA were waiting for them. Alright guys, today you're going to work in pairs to carry out rescue missions in confined spaces. This is so you can learn how to avoid causing serious damage to property or civilian lives and how to act in risky situations. For this, we've brought along some people you already know, said the teacher, his tone sounding sleepy and tired as he gestured to 3 young people. Hey guys, said a blonde boy, waving his hand at the students. What's up? Said a cheerful blue-haired girl as she gave a wave with her iconic innocence. I want to leave, said the last guest as he stared fearfully at a wall. Miriasan Nedgerson Tamakison, said the green-haired boy, happy to see them. Midoriya-san, how's everything, ready for practice? Said the blonde boy, approaching his friend. Yes, the boy replied resolutely. Well, let's go, said the excited third-year student. Well, as you saw, the big 3 will be with you. I'm going to check on someone. I'll be back in a few minutes. Give it your all, kids. Mirio, take care of them. Lita, keep an eye on them, said the master, his back to him as he left. Yes, sensei, answered Class 1A. Don't worry, Izue-sensei, said the class representative, moving his arm like a robot. Don't worry, Professor, there's nothing bad we could do. Wait, did he call us saplings? Kirishima asked, analyzing his professor's words. I think so, but hey, we have to have fun, Kaminari said calmly. All right, everyone, today we're going to test your performance in enclosed spaces. As Mr. Aizawa mentioned, we'll see how you act in various situations and more. Are you ready? Nejer said as she floated to get the class's attention. Do you know how this class's performance will be evaluated? Siro asked, raising his hand. Their result will be based on how little damage they caused in the test zones, the time it took them to restrain the villain, and how well they worked as a team, the blonde hero said optimistically. Weren't the tests individual? Ajiro asked, interrupting the young. Principal Nezu, with the approval of other teachers, agreed that the test could be conducted with any number of participants, as long as they don't exceed 4 members. It can be done individually, in pairs, or in teams, Tamaki explained, staring sadly at the wall he was facing. Class A thought, poor thing. Well, we'll give you 5 minutes to get organized and move to the testing area. Good luck, said Nejer as she flew away. She's an angel, said the pervert Mineta. You said it, Kaminari added. Deku-kun, what do you think about us teaming up? Uraraka said, looking at her friend. Sorry, Uraraka, maybe another time, said young Midoriya without turning to look at her. Oh, okay, another time, Uraraka said sadly, thinking the young man was angry when. Idiot, you should have at least turned around. Now she's going to think you hate her. I should go and explain, but I'm still afraid she'll bring up the other night. What do I do? What do I do? Was what the young man was thinking as sweat ran down his forehead. Midoriya, are you okay? You're sweating a lot, you're suffering from heat stroke, you could get dehydrated, the class representative said, moving his arm like a robot. What? Oh, sorry, Lidessen, I was just thinking, the young man said apologetically. Do you already have a partner or a team? The manager asked kindly. Actually, I was planning to go alone to test myself and see what aspects I need to improve, the protagonist replied. Sounds good, a way to practice privately and improve yourself. Well done, Lida affirmed. And you, did you get a team? Midoriya asked. Actually, yes, I did manage to get Takami and Uraraka on my team. I see it's a good piece of equipment. I trust you and I'm sure you'll be able to handle it well, the young man replied. Thank you, we were still thinking of adding someone else, but I confided that someone else to Uraraka. Ida Achikachin asked me to come with you and asked me to ask you okay. Yeah, Yurazu said, going over to where Ida and Deku were. Sure, your skills will be needed. It would be great if you joined us in the battle against the villains, said the delegate, taking the role of hero very seriously. In the distance. How cute, Kiro. Sought the little frog. Returning. Oh, Midoriya, you're on Lida's team too, the delegate said, looking at the young man, trying to avoid blushing as she kept remembering what had happened that day. We were just talking, I have to go, Lida. Good luck, said the young man as he quickly left. Good luck to you too, Midoriya, shouted the delegate. Good luck, Midoriya. He couldn't finish saying goodbye to his friend because he ran off. You know how Midoriya is, very dedicated, his mind is always elsewhere and yet he still gets distracted, the class representative remarked, praising his friend. In mine too, the delegate whispered before going to join her team. Okay, is everyone ready? Good, we'll test you as you form your teams, so oh Midoriya, you didn't choose a team. I was hoping you would, but oh well, versatility is good, so you'll go first, okay, said Mirio, giving a thumbs up. I am, said the green-haired boy. You're going to lose, idiot. Deku, break a leg, Bakugo commented, being as kind as ever. Oh, thank you, Kakin, said the green-haired boy in a trembling voice. That's not a stupid compliment, I hope you break your legs too. Well, we have to go, Lemillion said, cutting the conversation short. The group only saw the big three and Deku leave the room to go to the test. Girls, wasn't one of you with Midoriya? Momo asked. No, was the response from most of the girls. He said he wanted to go alone this time, Uraraka said. The girls were talking in a circle when someone interrupted them. And why didn't you say goodbye to that idiot? The Muslim boy asked in his typical affectionate manner. You didn't exactly say goodbye to him either, Uraraka said in a doubtful tone. Of course I did, I told him to break his legs. The strange thing is that you didn't say anything to him, especially since you kidnapped him the day before, the Muslim replied with his arms crossed. And now that I think about it, what did you take that idiot to do the other day? It's clear you lied to me and didn't throw him through the roof. The girls looked up and remembered the conversation from that night, and they all blushed and only responded to the Muslim man. Nothing important. The girls said together, their eyes glazed over and steam rising from their heads. I see, I hope your legs break too and you can't walk, said the Muslim, leaving. Hey, I'm on your team too. The pink-haired girl shouted to the boy. Better you than me, replied the master of explosions, Dynamite. Size, I don't even know why I teamed up with him, she said with her head down. Then in the preparation room, the voices of Present Mike and the #1 hero Almight were heard. Alright guys, the trial matches are about to begin. As our first attempt, young Midoriya will fight the big three all by himself, something very risky, very daring, and highly exciting. Are you ready? That's what the excited and passionate hero announcer shouted as they watched the fight. Young people, I remind you that the point of this is to see how little damage you cause in a suburban area, said number 1 over the loudspeakers. Yes, said young Midoriya. The rest of Class 1A was watching as the young man was going to be the first to take the test alone without classmates. Midoriya is going to fight all three of them alone. How manly, Kirishima said, watching his teammate on the screen. I hope he doesn't come out with broken limbs, Seiro said, leaning on his friend. He's crazy, I said, referring to Yuva Mineta's hair. All right, Midoriya-san, I hope you do your best. I know you'll do well, Lemillion said, stretching his arms. That's what I'll do, the green-haired boy said decisively. The girls were watching the green-haired boy on the screen. They hadn't realized how long they'd been staring at him until someone snapped them out of their trance. So what, are you going to tell him or are you going to keep drooling over him? A young man said calmly and seriously. The frightened girls turned to see young Shoto watching them as he drank some juice. Hi Todoroki H, how are you? The raven-haired girl stammered, trying to hide her embarrassment at what she had just said. You're not fooling me, girls, it's obvious what you're doing, said the young man, looking at the girls as he took another sip of his juice. Please, Todoroki, don't tell anyone about this, please, Uraraka said, clasping her hands together in a pleading gesture. Is it really that obvious? Jiru asked, looking at the bicolored boy with some embarrassment. Not really, I just had to observe carefully. That's why I'm a Shoto-tive, he said this while taking a pair of glasses out of his pocket and putting them on. Please don't tell anyone, Mina said. Don't worry, Midoriya-kun helped me a lot personally. I owe him more than once, so I won't tell anyone, but seriously, you should all confess to him, the young man said seriously. What are you saying, Todoroki? That's insane. Uraraka shouted, waving her hand in front of the young man's face. I don't think we can, he avoids us at every turn, said the black-haired woman, lowering her head. What happened? Asked Endeavor's young son. Something awkward happened at the sleepover we organized, and since then she's been avoiding us at all costs, said the young frog girl. Maybe if you keep trying it will work, the young man suggested to the girls. At least we have to try, Jiru said, looking at her group of friends. We mustn't give up on Midoriya-kun, Momo said resolutely. Well, I'm going to go with the team to carry out the plan. The other girls said the same thing, but none of them were willing to leave because they all saw the green-haired boy on the screen again and didn't move. Girls? Asked young Shoto, trying to get the girls' attention but receiving no response. He saw them intently watching the screen displaying their friend Midoriya. I think I'll leave you alone with the screen for a while. Meanwhile, in the training area, the big three hid themselves so the test could begin. Using the power of one for all, Midoriya quickly headed towards where he saw his first villain, who was Tamaki. When he reached a very large area with houses and buildings, he saw that it was very quiet. He kept his guard up when he felt a sharp pain in his head. He had never felt it before, but somehow he felt that it was trying to warn him of something. Then with a leap, he dodged an attack that would have hit him directly had he received it. When he turned around, he saw that it was Neji who attacked him. Hello Midoriya-kun, said the blue-haired girl, smiling and waving happily. The girls didn't know why, but after happily watching Midoriya, they felt something strange when they saw Neji happily greeting him. Who does he think he is? We've known him for a long time, the girls said unconsciously. It's jealousy, said Shoto, who had walked past them unnoticed. The girls just blushed and looked away, trying to avoid the embarrassment. Shetective, whispered Endeavor's son as he left. After Midoriya saw Neji greeting him, he simply smiled back at his third-year classmate. Neji-san, I didn't expect you to attack first, the young man remarked as he leaned against a wall. I thought Mirio would be first, but he told me that if I wanted I could go first, said the blue-haired girl as she floated upside down. Well, let's see what you've got, said the kneeling man as he got into a fighting stance. Yes, Neji quickly got up and attacked the green-haired boy, who dodged the blow. Unfortunately, it hit the side of a house, at which point the peace symbol spoke over the loudspeakers. Midoriya Shonen, you have -5 points. Remember, the goal here is to catch the villain and prevent further damage, he said while wishing his pupil luck. Sorry, the young man said, having been distracted. He needed to finish this quickly and go after the others. I don't like destroying things, but they asked me to do it, so, the girl said as she pointed at a house and fired a wave at it. The young man lunged forward and with a kick got rid of the load, sending it crashing to the ground and raising a cloud of dust and smoke. The blue-haired girl couldn't see anything because the smoke was very thick and she had lost visibility of the young Midoriya. Well done, Midoriya-kun, the girl said cheerfully to her friend, clasping her hands together as she said it loudly. The girl received no response. She looked all around trying to see where her partner could come from an attack. She saw something coming from one direction. He quickly fired a burst, and when the smoke cleared, he saw that it was just his sports jacket in the air being burned by his quirk. She realized it was a trap, and when she turned around she saw herself being held by the young man's whip. and being hung by a railing in the air. "Good job, Deku-kun," said the cheerful Uraraka as she watched the green-haired boy she loved use the technique he used against the Muslim. The others just repeated the movement, closing their hands with excitement. Upon looking at him, they all saw that he was wearing a sleeveless shirt that better defined the muscles of the shonen Midoriya while he used the black whip on the girl. "Excuse me, Negerson, I'm going to have to leave you hanging in the air. Don't take it the wrong way or anything, but I don't like hitting pretty girls," he said, scratching the back of his neck and closing his eyes. The third-year student just stared at the young man and slowly began to feel her face burning as it turned a light pink from the blush that was beginning to appear. The girl just frowned in a pout to hide her embarrassment. Meanwhile, the other girls began to remember that Midoriya, during previous training sessions, had fought against some of his male friends and given and received blows from them. But with the girls, he had only dedicated himself to dodging or catching them and knocking them out of the fight, but he had never hit any of them. The young man left Neger tied up with some handcuffs they gave him and set out to go after the others. "Villain captured, 40 points," Almight said over the loudspeaker. "Well done, shonen." While Midoriya really did finish off Negerson pretty quickly, very manly, Kirishima said again as he strained his arm, toning it. "I wish it were that easy," Mineta said. "Come on, just be brave and push yourself and you'll see that you can become a great hero," Seiya replied to his friend in an inspiring way. "What? No, I'm talking about approaching girls like that," said the perverted boy. "Well, maybe if you stopped being a pervert, some girl would talk to you," Ajiro said, looking at his companion. "Well, it's not like it's impossible for Midoriya to become a saint," Kaminari said, making excuses for himself and his perverted friend. "You're kidding, his damn soul is purer than anything," said Katsuki Bakugo as he put his hands in his pockets. "Bakugo, you complimented Midori Sato didn't finish asking his classmate before he was interrupted. That's what makes that useless nerd even more stupid," he said, gritting his teeth in anger. "And now everything is back to normal," Sato reaffirmed. Back at the arena, Midoriya had climbed to a fairly tall building to get a better view of the area and see where Mirio or Tamaki were. He was alert when, "Child behind you." That's what I heard almost immediately as I jumped instinctively, seeing claws and a pair of wings appear in front of me. "There you are, Tamaki-san. Honestly, I thought you'd be the last to show up," Midoriya said as he stood on the roof floor. "Mirio told me it would be best if Negerson went first, and then me," she said while looking away. "What is Mirio planning?" she said, trying to get information from him. "I don't know, I just did it because," Tamaki said, sounding a little scared. "Why?" I asked, my tone rising. "I want to go home," she said, reaching the rooftop apartment. "I didn't think it was so high," she said, walking away from the edge. Do you want me to handcuff you while we go down from the building?" he said, pointing to the door. "Please," she said as she bent down. The boys watched with doubt, wondering how he could be one of the big three if he was afraid of almost everything, even looking someone in the face, taking almost everything literally, and always wanting to go home. While on the ground floor and leaving the building, Midoriya was about to handcuff Tamaki when a sharp pain shot through his head. As he turned around quickly, he was met by a fist that hit him squarely in the face, sending him crashing into a wall due to the force of the punch. "Good job, Tamaki, you did well, you can leave if you want," said a cheerful blonde boy, giving his friend a thumbs up. "Done," he said without any problem. The boys were surprised by the brutality of the blow, or perhaps that was just what they could imagine, as its intensity was enough to raise smoke and blind most of them for a few seconds. As the air cleared, it was clear that the wall Midoriya had hit was shattered, with only rubble remaining. Midoriya himself had several cuts on his face and his nose was bleeding from the direct impact. When it was removed from the wall, you could see how it looked, and many of his colleagues were in pain because of it. Looking at his friend Mirio, young Midoriya noticed how interesting his villain costume was. Instead of his typical white suit with a red cape and yellow glasses, he wore a black suit with a matching cape, and instead of yellow glasses, he wore a helmet with a red visor. "Do you like my suit, hero?" he said, trying to sound arrogant. "New style, that's good, where did it come from?" Midoriya said, looking the suit up and down. "I had it created for the tests, the teachers agreed," he said. "Let's learn his craft." "Not bad, so do you start or should I?" said young Midoriya as he wiped the blood from his nose. The young Mirio crashed through the ground as Midoriya looked around, trying to see where his attack would come from. When he saw the young man coming from the side, he quickly dodged his blow and propelled himself off a wall to gain height. He figured that if he gained more height it would be harder for him to reach him, so Mirio started hitting houses and buildings, which was his goal as a villain. When Midoriya saw this, he started devising a plan. Once he had it, he activated it, catching Mirio's attention. When Mirio turned around, he saw Midoriya falling and with one movement used one for all, raising dust from the floor to create a large smokescreen, thus obscuring Mirio's vision. "Child, the time has not yet come, but try this," a voice in his head told him. It was the fourth bearer who granted him a spark of light. Upon receiving it, Midoriya felt as if he were carrying something in his body, and at the moment of reaching his limit, he released a cloud of purple smoke that managed to obscure every visible area before his eyes. Class A was watching the cameras and only saw that nothing was visible anymore. Everyone was on edge, wondering what was the problem. "Guys, I don't think the cameras are static," Takayami said, pointing to the test area as a lot of smoke rose up, visible from where they were. Mirio just coughed as he tried to see the young man or any trace of him. "Where are you, hero?" he shouted everywhere. The young man threw a small stone in the opposite direction from where he was to get his friend's attention, which worked, causing him to raise his guard in the wrong direction. The young man took advantage of this and with a kick landed a direct blow to his friend's ribs. He spat out in surprise, but it didn't prevent the need to remove him from the fight, as it was nothing compared to what he faced with Overhaul, and both of them knew it perfectly well. This charge delivered a new blow just as strong as the previous one and struck Midoriya, who this time was able to raise his guard and completely block the blow. As he lowered his arms, he realized that he had torn his shirt, revealing his upper body from the waist up. The girls stared at his body. They had looked at him in the school pool, but now it felt different. They felt different. "Damn, that was my favorite shirt," the frustrated young man said. "I think this is my favorite," Uraraka said. "Mine too," added Mina, Toru, and Tsuyu. "It's not bad at all," Momo and Jiru said. When she looked up, she saw that Mirio had vanished, so she decided to speak to get his attention. "Are you seriously cowardly enough to attack from behind?" he said aloud. "All right, hero, let's do it face to face," she said, appearing above him with her hands ready to grab him. Midoriya, anticipating this, raised his hands and they stood face to face, exerting force against each other. They both increased their strength to the point where Mirio clenched his teeth so tightly they bled, and Midoriya's breathing became rapid, causing his nose to bleed even more. Blood trickled from the effort of pushing forward against each other. The boys watched intently and no one knew how it might end. Incredible, the heroes are trying to knock their opponent out of the fight, but both are giving it their all. Who will be the winner? Present Mike shouted enthusiastically. "Elsewhere. And that's why I'd like to have a kitten," said a little white-haired girl while smiling. "You know, I was going to tell you no, Eri, but with arguments like that, even I want another cat," said Professor Aizawa as he looked at little Eri, who was happy and smiling. The teacher gave a small smile until he felt a chill run down his spine. "Why do I feel like we should go back to school now?" she said, her face pale. The young men were struggling until Midoriya, in a move to end it, headbutted Mirio, who stumbled back in pain. With a blow using 15% of his one-for-all, he struck Mirio in the stomach, causing him to vomit and crouch on the floor. Midoriya immediately grabbed him to prevent him from escaping, but it wasn't necessary since he raised his hand in surrender. "Raise your hand like him," Mirio said, smiling at his friend and telling him to strike All Might's pose from when he won against All for One, as he knew it would be a good, dramatic ending. He laughed and did it to make his friend smile, which he succeeded in doing, and threw himself to the ground in a dramatic fashion, causing his friend to laugh as well and help him up. "Midoriya Shonen, you passed the test. Your score was 45 points minus 10 for damage you couldn't avoid, and you captured 2 out of 3 villains. You passed with an A. You may retire," said Master Toshinori to his beloved successor. "Not bad, lad," he thought. As soon as he finished speaking, Mr. Aizawa was seen kicking down the door and going to join the teachers. "I felt a chill. What happened?" said the master, looking at All Might and Present Mike. "Don't worry, we were just securing the evidence," All Might said, trying to calm him down. The master stared intently at Toshinori, for his paternal instinct had never failed him. And he was right, for he saw Mirio and Midoriya come out with their faces covered in blood, yet still with a smile on both their faces. "What were you saying?" looking at the teacher. "Well, let's just say we let them go a little too far," All Might tried to excuse. The frightened girls went to where he was, having witnessed the massacre that had occurred, and cleaned as much blood as possible from his face while looking at Mirio with a judgmental expression, but he only maintained his happy face. This continued until Eri came in to greet her former saviors and hug them. "Deku," the little white-haired girl shouted as she hugged his foot. "Eri-chan," he said happily as he lifted her up, "how are you?" "All right, Professor Aizawa brought me here. He said he'd give me a kitten," she said, showing a drawing of a kitten. "Oh, very pretty," she said, ruffling the little girl's hair. When she saw that the girls were looking at her friend Dad, she decided to go to Mirio and ask him when he picked her up. "Why do those girls have ketchup?" he whispered as the girls approached him to help him wash up. "Because they were cleaning Midoriya up," she whispered. The little girl looked up to Midoriya-kun as a father because they had played father and daughter together, and many thought it was sweet how the little girl looked up to Midoriya as a father and acted like one, especially since she kept asking him who her mommy was and he would avoid the question with something else. This time she asked him out loud. "Daddy," she shouted, "are they my mommies?" she asked innocently. Only the girls, Midoriya and Mirio, managed to hear what was said, as the rest of the class couldn't hear because Present Mike called the new students for the test. The girls and Midoriya's eyes widened in shock as Midoriya reflected on the way he stood before them, and the girls noticed the same thing. The boy simply took the remains of his shirt and left without another word. The girls meanwhile dispersed with their respective teams, leaving Mirio and Eri alone. "What did I say?" she asked innocently. "I don't know, that was weird," she said, looking at the little girl. "I know, let me explain," said a young Todoroki wearing glasses. After the tests and classes ended, all the students went to their rooms, but they all remained remembering what the little girl had said. "Are they my mommies?" Each girl wondered what it would be like to have a family with the green-haired boy. Uraraka imagined that it would be waking up in the mornings, calmly making breakfast, receiving a kiss from her beloved broccoli-headed husband and a greeting from little Eri recognizing her as her mom, taking the little girl to school and being a hero alongside her husband as partner and companion, picking up the little girl, having a peaceful family dinner, tucking the little girl in and going to sleep with her husband, while they lived a happy life together as a family. Momo and Tsuyu thought he would be a great father. There wouldn't be any problems with having little Eri because she was willing to be a suitable mother for her. She would take care of her and protect her, give her a good life, and love her the same way she loved Izuku. Mina and Toru were determined to be fun mothers and ensure Eri enjoyed her childhood. They would play along with everything she did and be good mothers to her, always showing how much they loved Midoriya. Jiro thought about showing the girl music because on the occasions she visited, she saw that the girl liked the guitar she had and could even compose short musical verses with a toy guitar she got her as a gift. She always got excited when she heard her sing and play, and she saw that she had the same passion as Izuku, which made her love the girl and want to take care of her alongside Midoriya. The girls wanted a life like that with the green-haired boy and the little girl, but they knew their friends wanted it just as much, and that's where the disagreements began. One for alls. The girls started to be cold towards each other, because if they saw one of them getting closer to Midoriya, the rest glared at her angrily, and Professor Aizawa had already attracted more attention from the girls than from the other grades. They knew that if they wanted a future with the young man, they had to make an effort and not falter in this. But he hadn't spoken to any of them. It was already difficult after the sleepover. After Eri's comment, he was even more embarrassed to get together with his friends. They went a week without speaking to each other because something had been born between them that they didn't know how to handle. They didn't get together during recess and didn't want to see each other. Until a pink-haired girl stopped the circus. "Okay, girls, that's enough," she said, drawing the attention of the girls who had stayed in the classroom during recess. "I think it's more than obvious that we all like Izuku, am I wrong?" she said, looking at her friends. "No," the girls said, looking away. "And we all imagine a life with him, don't we?" she said, also looking at her friends. "Yes," they all repeated. After their pouting, the girls looked at each other and realized that they all wanted the same thing with the young man. "What if we let Midoriya decide who he wants to be with?" Tsuyu suggested. "We'd have the same problem as now," Jiro replied. There were a few minutes of silence before someone spoke. "Well, to be honest, I wouldn't mind being in an open relationship with Midoriya-kun," the raven-haired girl said, drawing the attention of her friends. "You mean you wouldn't mind if someone else dated Midoriya?" Uraraka asked her friend. "We all feel the same way about Midoriya-kun. I understand the reasons and I agree. I know what it feels like to have feelings for him, and yes, I'd be willing for you to go out with him as long as I go out with him too," the girl said. The girls were nervous until someone else spoke up too. "Well, I agree too," Jiro said. Then the rest of the girls also agreed, and so they agreed that all the girls could go out with Midoriya as long as the others agreed and didn't monopolize him except on special days like his birthday, and that they all had to respect each other's wishes, and that no one would steal his purity if the others weren't present. After agreeing to that and that, due to Mina's insistence, the last part was agreed to. They decided to try to talk to the young man without success. After the girls explained to the young man how they had reached an agreement, how their feelings reciprocated, and how they all agreed to share him, they looked sadly at the green-haired man. "So there's no problem with all of you being my girlfriends," he said somewhat sheepishly. "We all came to that agreement. We'll all share you with the others, Kiro," said the little green-haired frog. "But we didn't know if you were okay with it," Jiro said, fiddling with her headphones. The girls were eager to hear what Midoriya would say when he spoke aloud to them. "Well, I don't have a problem with it either," he said, trying to hide a look of embarrassment. The girls couldn't believe what they heard. The green-haired boy accepted the proposal to go out with all of them in an open relationship, with the consent of each of his friends. After a few seconds, the girls rushed towards him to hug him and kiss his face. Uraraka was obviously the first to jump, followed by Momo, Tsuyu, Mina, Toru, and Jiro, until they knocked the green-haired boy to the ground. The situation was new to the boy, as he had never in his life thought that something like this would happen to him. The girls didn't think that was going to happen either, but none of that mattered to them now, because they just wanted to be with their now boyfriend during those moments when there was no one else, just them and him, at least until someone knocked on the door. "Girls, have you seen Midoriya? I wanted to ask him a few things," Lita said, shielding his eyes with his hand over his glasses to avoid seeing anything in the hallway where the women's rooms were located. The girls were scared because what would happen if Lita saw them in that situation? All the girls rushed towards the boy who had kiss marks all over his face and neck and was about to faint from lack of air and the heat of the moment. Momo got up and opened the door just a crack to see Lita, who still had her eyes covered. "Iida-san, excuse me, we haven't seen Midoriya. Maybe he's in his room. Have you gone to check on him?" she said, trying to act normal and calm. "I already went to his room and he's not there. Maybe he's gone for a run. I'll wait for him in the main room," he said, while touching a wall to guide himself in the direction to leave. The girl was about to close her door when something made her turn around. "Wait, Yandere, what did you mean by saying they hadn't seen him? There's someone else in your room. You know it's forbidden for boys to be in girls' rooms or they'll be punished." "Well, you see, I said it because," said the raven-haired girl, trying to stay calm and explain with a lie. Then the rest of the girls arrived at the door trying to answer for their friend who was trying to make an excuse. When Lita saw the other girls, she didn't investigate further and continued searching for her friend throughout the building. "That was close. I think I'd better go," said the green-haired boy, getting up from the ground and standing up straight. The girls assumed that would be best to avoid misunderstandings. Before Momo opened the door, Midoriya wanted to do something. "Well, I think it's time for us to go to sleep too. It's getting late," said Ochako, scratching the back of her neck. "Yes, good night, girls. Good night." Mido the little frog couldn't finish when she received a quick kiss on the lips from her now boyfriend. "Good evening, Tsuyu," she said, smiling. "Now you called me Tsuyu," she said, a slight blush creeping across her face. Midoriya was saying his goodbyes in the same way, with Tsuyu going first, followed by Ochako. "Good evening, Uraraka-san," she said, and this time the kiss felt longer, at least that's how the brunette felt, than Momo and Jiru. "Good night, Momo, good night, Jiru," he said, losing his inhibitions as he said goodbye to his girlfriends. "Good evening, Midori," they said, somewhat embarrassed by his actions. Then only Mina and Toru remained, who were anxious and excited for their turns. "Good morning," the green-haired boy couldn't finish when the girls pounced on him and kissed him first, then separated. "Nice night, Midori," Ashido said playfully while touching the tip of his nose with her finger, while Toru cupped his cheeks in his hands and then quickly kissed him. "Rest, Midori," she said cheerfully. After Midoriya said goodbye to his girls, he used all his stealth skills to head to his room. As he arrived and was about to lie down, someone knocked on his door. She quickly ruffled her hair and took off her shirt, pretending that she had just woken up to the knock on the door. Upon opening the door, he realized it was his friend Lita, who was moving his arm in his robotic style and speaking. "Midoriya, good evening. I apologize for interrupting your sleep schedule, but I need your perspective," said while adjusting his glasses with his other hand. "Good evening, Lita, tell me what's going on," he said, feigning sleepiness to avoid arousing his friend's suspicions. "Look, I need to increase my speed range, but the motors in my calves have a limit. Do you have any ideas?" he said while looking at his friend. "Well, your power comes from your legs. Maybe you could use a boost with thrusters on your back or arms." She was lying, she thought. That doesn't sound bad. I'll go see Hatsum tomorrow to see if she has anything that can help," she said while resting her hand on her chin. "I'll come with you. I want to see a few more pieces for my suit," the young man said to his friend. "Okay, get some rest, Midoriya, thank you," he said, waving goodbye. Midoriya closed the door and sighed. "That was close," he said as he went to his bed and threw himself down as if he hadn't slept in days. It was a long day, or a long end to a long day. He never imagined that the girls in his class would want to date him for anything serious. Not even a woman thought she'd want anything serious with him. He was happy that he now had girlfriends, and he was willing to do anything to keep them safe. But now he was going to rest. News. It was a new day at UA. As usual, Midoriya was the first to get up and take a shower. After getting dressed, he prepared breakfast. He expected the others to take a little longer, since no one besides Yaoyorozu, Iida, and himself was usually the first to wake up. He was busy preparing his breakfast when he heard footsteps entering the kitchen. There had been many times before that he was usually the first to get up, followed by Iida and Yaoyorozu, with the rest of the class getting up later. Out of habit, Midoriya didn't turn around and just waved. "Good morning, Lita," she said cheerfully, already familiar with everyone's routine. She received no answer but continued to hear the footsteps. Just as she thought about turning around, she felt and saw arms gently wrap around her neck as she received a loving hug. "Good morning, Midoriya," said the class teacher as she kissed the green-haired boy on the cheek. "Yaoyorozu, hi, you woke up early," she said, placing a hand on the raven-haired girl's hands. I wanted to spend some time with you. What are you cooking? It smells good, she said, looking at what she was cooking on the stove. Oh, I made some katsudon, do you want some? He said while looking at her. Of course, she said, smiling at the boy and giving him another kiss on the cheek. After they had both served themselves and gone to the table to eat, Leader arrived and upon seeing his friends commented. They're both awake now, that's unacceptable, it shows my lack of commitment as manager, he said, lowering his head. Not at all, in fact we just came down and prepared this, they both said, trying not to make their friend feel bad. The young people invited him to eat with them and so he did. Soon after the others began to come down to eat something before classes. Midoriya, Kaminari, Mineta and Iida were the first to leave the dorms for the classroom. Momo was about to leave to catch up with them when the group of girls spoke to her. Yeah, Momo, you woke up early to have time with Deku, right? Uraraka asked her friend. Midoriya had just arrived at the classroom where his classmates Lita, Mineta and Kaminari were. Lita, for his part, seemed to be sitting alone at his desk, while Mineta and Kaminari were usually talking about perverted things. The duo was interrupted when the young man saw them and waved. Hey guys, how are you? The green-haired boy replied in a friendly and happy manner. Hi Midoriya, Kaminari greeted calmly, returning Midoriya's greeting. Midoriya, we need your opinion, said the grape-haired boy. Sure, what's up? We wanted you to help us get this nice man to work up the courage to ask Jiru out on a date, said the mega pervert, pointing at his friend Pikachu. What? The protagonist stammered at the request. You see, I wanted to ask Jiru out on a date, go to the park, the movies, or a concert, she said, pulling a couple of tickets out of her bag. The young man didn't know what to say because he remembered hearing Jiru say she wouldn't go out with Kaminari for anything in the world, and besides, he didn't know how to tell his friend that Jiru was now one of his many girlfriends. He didn't know what to say so as not to break his young heart. Unfortunately, it wasn't him who broke it that day. Hello, Midoriya-senpai, said a voice very familiar to the boys present. Midoriya turned to look at Uraraka, who surprised him by giving him a quick kiss, preventing him from naming her, leaving the perverted duo and Iida stunned. Wow, Midoriya, you finally confessed your feelings. Kaminari said proudly, giving his friend a thumbs up. Thank you very much, I was getting a little tired of your hints, said Lita, adjusting her glasses. Look at that, what a surprise, the dwarf boy didn't finish speaking when another girl entered the classroom. It was the young Jiru, catching the attention of Kaminari, Mineta and Midoriya. The yellow-haired boy smiled as he watched her heading towards the group. He straightened his hair and shirt, and as he was about to stand up. Good morning, Midori, the girl said, approaching the green-haired boy and giving him a kiss in the same way Uraraka had done. Iida's face went from serious to having his mouth open so wide his jaw almost dislocated. Mineta's eyes were so wide they looked like they were going to pop out of their sockets, but Kaminari was the most affected. His eyes were white, his face paled, and he was cold. After parting ways with Midoriya, the girl simply looked at the duo and casually replied, Mineta, Kaminari, before going to take a seat after happily greeting Uraraka. Kaminari, no, I didn't know how to tell you, I didn't want to. It wasn't my intention, the green-haired boy said, trying to find the words to apologize to his friend, but he couldn't get them out. You're a damn traitor, Midori. The mini pervert yelled, preventing him from apologizing. You can lower your voices, some children tried to sleep here, said a voice from the front. It was Professor Aizawa. Midoriya could only crouch down in apology and go back to his seat as the others arrived. Hey guys, Seiro said, addressing his perverted friends. What's wrong? He asked, seeing there was no response from his friends. Nothing, we're just mad at a traitorous broccoli head, said an indignant Kaminari. Midoriya, why? He asked, wanting to know why his friends were angry with him. I stole Kaminari's chance with Jiru, Mineta replied. What? He said, surprised. Jiru arrived and kissed Midoriya as if nothing was wrong right in front of him when he was going to confess his feelings to him today, Mineta explained. The boys were still talking about the matter when other students entered the classroom, including Bakugo, Kirishima, Ajiro, Sato, and Todoroki. Hey extras, I've told you more than once not to walk in front of me, Bakugo said angrily. I was saying I was thinking of going out with Mina this afternoon to buy some ice cream, Kirishima said with a smile. What do I care, crazy hair? Bakugo said. I was just saying I know you don't hear, but it's good to talk to you, said the redhead. Then a happy pink-haired girl entered the classroom, only this one was particularly happier than usual. Kirishima was heading towards her to invite her when he saw her going towards Midoriya and spoke to her. Good morning, my Midoriya, she said as she hugged his face and gave him a strong kiss on the forehead and another on the lips, leaving Mineta and Kaminari even more shocked. Midoriya, what's wrong with you? Kaminari yelled while glaring angrily at his former friend. Hey, you don't have to scream and burst someone's eardrum, Mina complained. What do you mean, why are we complaining? First you're Uraraka, then Jiru, and now you're kissing him, who else? Mineta accompanied his friend. Then the rest of the students entered, and the girls, including Momo, Toru, and Tsuyu, immediately kissed the green-haired boy just like their friends, leaving their classmates even more speechless as they never imagined that all the girls would go for All Might's favorite boy. "Hi Midoriya-senpai," Toru said flirtatiously before kissing him. "Midori," Momo said, followed by a kiss. "Hi Izuku-kun," said Tsuyu, who also kissed him. "Midoriya, this is unacceptable. How can you go out with the girls like this? Do they even agree?" said Ida, who had just finished his duties as caretaker and was therefore largely distracted by the scandal. "Don't worry, Lidessen, we're all okay with going out with Midoriya this way," Momo said calmly to the attendant, who looked like he was about to lose his arms from moving them so fast in the air. "I see, then there are no problems," he said, giving a thumbs up to his friend who, moreover, was secretly proud of him. "But what about Kirishima? Weren't you supposed to confess to Mina?" Kaminari said angrily, seeking support from his friend. "Confess my feelings. Honestly, I just wanted to ask Mina if she wanted to go for ice cream later. I have a 2-for-1 coupon," said the redhead, showing the coupon. "Of course, Midori, can I come please?" she said, making puppy dog eyes. "Sure, you go," he said, giving his girlfriend a smile. "Well, what about Todoroki? Momo and he looked really good together as a couple," she said, pointing at the two-toned emo. "In fact, I already knew they were all in love with him," the bicolored young man said calmly. "What, and that doesn't bother you, and how did you already know?" he said, still annoyed. "Not at all, we're just friends, and I already knew that because I'm a shot octave," he said stylishly, placing his hand on his chin. "So if there are no problems, everything is fine," Lita said, calming the atmosphere. "Well, if everyone has calmed down after hearing about Midoriya and his harem, we can start class," said Professor Aizawa, drawing everyone's attention as he emerged from his sleeping bag with his classic passion for teaching. "I didn't expect everyone to find out like this," the young man said, embarrassed. "In fact, I didn't want them to find out." After the day had passed and everyone had started to pack up their things, the teacher spoke with the young man. "Midoriya, when you've cleaned everything up, go to the living room of Yaonohu. He wants to talk to you," he said, pointing to the room where he and his idol met to talk. "Yes, sir," he replied and went to his teacher. After finishing, he went to the room Aizawa had indicated, and upon entering he saw All Might in his normal state, sitting and waiting for him, pouring 2 cups of tea. "Midoriya Shonen, how are you?" he said, offering him a cup of the liquid. "All Might, well, I was told you sent for me. Is something wrong?" he said, taking a sip from his cup. "I heard you're dating your classmates, is that true?" she said, repeating what her student had said. "Wait, how did you know?" she stammered, not expecting him to find out so quickly. "Hahaha, Shonen, you're at UA. Since all the accidents we've had here, we've increased security by putting microphones and cameras in the classrooms. We can see everyone and hear everything now," said the symbol of peace. "Isn't that an invasion of privacy?" the young man asked. "Yes, but you and your parents agreed to it on the registration form. Clarified, so is that true? I'd like to hear it from you." "Well, actually yes, but to be honest, I don't know how it happened," he said, scratching the back of his neck. "Hahaha, I see you took advantage of the gift," he said, closing his eyes and laughing. "Amdan," said the green-haired boy who didn't understand what his master was saying. Was he referring to some special gift of One for All? "Ah, I see the successors didn't explain it to you. They say that when One for All was transferred from All for One to his brother, an extra gift came with it. My master said it made people admire him and have feelings for him. She called it attraction. I think it's just a rumor, but with all the gifts All for One stole, I doubt he had one like that. I think yours was more of a natural attraction," the master explained to his successor. "I don't think so," he said, taking a sip from his cup. "Seriously, kid, haven't you looked in a mirror?" he said, pulling him closer to One. "Wow, I'm more handsome than Luis Miguel," he said, touching his face. "See, besides, it's just your face, your values, and your physique. You're like a magnet for girls. But the reason I called you here was partly for that," he said, returning to the sofa. "What's wrong?" he said, looking at his teacher. "Don't waste that opportunity." I raise my head. "What are you talking about?" he said, raising an eyebrow. "Have a family or many if that's what you want, but don't get caught up in the hero's life all the time. I couldn't kill All for One, and now I have no power, no family, no home, and all I have left is to be a teacher. Don't think I didn't like anyone when I was young, but I focused so much on becoming stronger to defeat All for One that I didn't see that side of myself, and now I'm alone because of it. You have the opportunity to be with girls who love you, don't waste it," he said, touching his boy's shoulder. "Besides, I'd like to see a little green-haired boy running around, or more than one. I know you'll be a good father, kid," he said, smiling. "Hahaha, I'll think about it," she said, smiling too. "I know your mother would like it too. Ah, you should think about how to tell her about your 6 girlfriends," he said, coming to his senses, then took a sip of his tea. "Ah, that's right, and how will I tell the girls' parents?" she said, coming to her senses even more. "Don't look at me, my boy, I never had a girlfriend or wife," he said, sipping his tea. "I'm quite dead," he said, touching his head. Izuku Midoriya, the hero who defeated All for One, the young man who defeated Shigaraki and overhaul defeated by his in-laws. That doesn't sound good, kid, said the teacher jokingly with the young man. The boy wanted to remain serious, but because of how surreal what his predecessor had said sounded, he let out a laugh that took all his worries away. Ha ha ha, okay, I'll see how I can explain it to them, she said in a calmer tone. Classes had ended for the day, and when the young man went down to the common room, he saw that most of his friends were acting normally. Some greeted him, others were doing other activities. Bakugo was yelling all sorts of things at him, and Todoroki just greeted him calmly like a good friend. But there were two boys who still resented him, Mineta and Kaminari, who looked at him with a feeling of dread. Hey guys, is something wrong? The young man said, trying to talk to them. Oh look Kaminari, it's Mr. Trader of Friends. Oh that's right Mineta, I wonder what else he wants to take from me. The boys had made it clear that they still hated him for what he had done or for what he hadn't done. Come on guys, I already told you I didn't have that intention or anything else, the young man said, worried, trying to calm the atmosphere. PFFF, yeah right, Mineta said sarcastically. How did you manage to win over all the girls in the class? Kaminari said, annoyed. I mean, it's not like you're some kind of heartthrobs, but… The young man hadn't finished complaining when he felt Jiru's hair extensions dig into both of their backs and how the girls were looking at them with a smile, but with a feeling that expressed everything but security. Are they bothering you, honey? All the girls asked in unison. The boys couldn't finish saying anything because they didn't have the guts to keep bothering the green-haired boy while they were present. Hi girls, don't worry, it's okay, we were just talking. It didn't seem like the conversation was going in a good direction, Uraraka said, interrupting the young man. Tell us, what were they saying to you? We're curious, Momo said, her face mirroring Uraraka's. Nothing, they didn't say anything. Midoriya knew that if he told them exactly what they said it wouldn't end well. Seriously, I heard them saying you were a traitor and that you stole Kaminari, plus they said you weren't a heartthrob, Kyoka said, waving her earbuds in the air to make it clear that she heard everything. Yes, that's what they said, but she came to the conclusion that it was better to side with them than to cover for the boys. Midoriya, you can go up to your room, we want to talk to those two, Mina said as she asked Tsuyu to take him to the stairs. Come on Midoriya-kun, Kiro, she said as she used her tongue to guide him. We'll go with you when we're done talking to them, Toru said, jumping up and down. Okay. The young man had barely touched the third step when they could hear the girls hitting and insulting the two young men, who could only beg for mercy from the girls who seemed to have lost all reason. A few seconds later, Lita and the other boys tried to separate the girls from the two poor young men, but their efforts were useless. Upon hearing all the commotion, Midoriya quickened his pace, wanting to leave it all behind. As he approached his room, he encountered someone. Hello Kachin, the young man said nervously. Idiot Deku, he said, looking at him with contempt. It's already 9 o'clock and you're still awake. It was strange for his frenemy. He knew very well that Kakin was someone who, although it didn't seem like it, was very punctual in his tasks. He always trained and was always asleep before 9, so it was strange to see him up at that hour. It doesn't matter to you what I do, but I see you already have a flock of girls after you, he said, referring to the news from that morning. Yes, it wasn't a good way to announce it. In fact, I didn't even want to announce it, he said sadly. The explosive Muslim just looked at him and let out a GGMMM sound. He continued to look at him with contempt, closed his eyes, and looked away. The young man saw this, and when he was about to speak to him, he received a blow to the chest from his companion's fist, who only looked at him again, still with his eyes closed. Not bad, idiot. It was the most open compliment he had ever given her. In fact, it was the first compliment he had ever given her in his entire life. Having said this, he went into his room and closed the door. Young Midoriya was about to leave when the door opened again and his classmate spoke to him. Idiot, take this. The young man had thrown something to his childhood friend who caught it immediately. The young man looked at what had been thrown at him. It was a package of galactic condorites which embarrassed the green-haired boy. Kakin, why are you giving me these? Why do you even have them? He said, quickly putting them away. My mom told me to be careful, and if I'm going to confront you and kill you, I don't want to leave a bunch of idiots without their idiot father. Besides, your girls would hate me for it. Oh, thank you, I guess, he said, still embarrassed. Just don't make a scene if you're going to do it, he said, closing the door in frustration as he rubbed his eyes, exhausted from the day. The green-haired boy just blushed with embarrassment and went to his room because he could hear his friend's pleas coming from downstairs, and it was better if the girls didn't see what Kakin had given him. Blue-haired and pink-haired. After the UA students managed to separate the girls from Kaminari and Mineta, and after they were taken to the medical center with Recovery Girl, the girls headed towards Izuku Midoriya's room, as they needed to discuss something with him. Knock knock. There were knocks on the door of this green-haired boy. Instantly the boy opened it, seeing his 6 girlfriends standing before him. Uraraka, Momo, Mina, Tsuyu, Jiru, and Toru. "Hey girls, what's up?" he asked in a friendly manner. They said nothing, but they let slip a little fear on the boy's face because they had an extremely calm look. The same look they gave the duo when they were bothering their boyfriend in the common room. "Deku-kun, we wanted to talk to you about what happened in the common room," Akako said, clasping her fingers together as she did when using her quirk, but this time her seriousness worried the young man. "Sure, what's wrong?" he said, trying to sound normal. "Tell us the truth, why were you covering for them?" Mina asked, making herself known among the other brides. Well, it's just that what could the young man say? What excuse would be good enough not to anger them? The young man had never had a girlfriend, he barely had any female classmates, but from what his other friends were saying, the worst thing a boyfriend could do was make the girl angry. "Well, the truth is, I didn't want anything to happen to the boys," she said, covering herself with a notebook from her desk. The girls closed the door and turned the key. The young man could only desperately think of what to do to avoid upsetting the girls, as the shouts from the young men below did not reflect that they were being kind to them at all. In the common room, there were two young men with several bruises and cerebrospinal fluid coming out of their heads, lying on the living room floor while their friends stood around them. "Does anyone know why the hell the girls were hitting them?" asked young Ajiro, looking at his friends. "I have no idea, but even I couldn't separate them from either of them," Sato said, shrugging his shoulders. "Stop talking and help me take you to recovery, girl," Kirishima said, trying to help his friends up. "Ouch, my head," Kaminari complained, gently touching his head. "Why did the girls hit them?" Iida asked his friends. "No idea." "I don't think it's just for fun," commented Takagami. "Are you sure?" Dark Shadow asked. "Well, I think so," Takagami would say, in Midoriya's room. "Midori," said the pink-haired girl, drawing the boy's attention. "Yes, if they bother you again, whoever it is will be there for you. We know you'll be there for us for anything, and we'll be there for you too," Momo said to the young man who was watching them. "It's just that. We know you didn't mean to bother us. But that doesn't mean you should have to bear the burden of being bothered alone," Uraraka said to the green-haired boy. The young man didn't know what to say. There were no words to excuse himself. He only felt shame and pity for the situation. "I'm sorry," was all he could think to say. "Don't apologize, we should all support each other. No matter if it's something heroic or personal, just don't cover for them again," Tsuyu said as she hugged the green-haired young man. "And especially not with those two. Did Kaminari really think he'd go out with him?" said Jiru while also hugging Izuku. "Haha, it seems so," Midoriya said, chuckling a little. He was coming up with something like an apology for the girls. "Listen, I'm sorry, I'll make up for any problems you have, I'll take you somewhere and I'll give each of you something very special." "Seriously, Midoriya, it's not necessary," Momo said to her boyfriend. No, of course it is," Toru said, interrupting her friend. "Just right and necessary," Mina added. "Yes, Jiru, this was my fault. Let me make it up to you first and then I'll make it up to the others. I won't take no for an answer," she said while standing almost face to face with Jiru, who was turning red with embarrassment. "Okay, fine," she said, looking away. Midoriya took the young woman's head and kissed her. The young woman fainted from embarrassment, and the girls barely managed to catch her as she fell. "Well, I hope you like your surprises," said the green-haired boy, scratching the back of his neck. "We know you're doing this with love, don't worry," the girls said as they carried Jiru with Uraraka's quirk. The green-haired boy blushed and wished them good night. Before leaving, he gave each of them another kiss, including the unconscious Jiru. The following morning, the girls were leaving the classroom. They weren't with Izuku this time because Mr. Aizawa needed him for some things and would be a while. They were heading to the cafeteria, but someone was waiting for them. "Hello, Nejerson," Uraraka said to the blue-haired girl. "Oh, hi girls," she said, coming out of her thoughts. The girls had noticed something about her. She didn't have her usual innocent cheerfulness. There was something about her that seemed to trouble her. "Is something wrong, Nejerson?" the little frog asked her friend. "Well, I wanted to ask you guys, well, it's something about Izuku," she said sheepishly. The girls were puzzled. Normally it was Mirio who met with the green-haired boy. Nejer occasionally spoke to him alone, and Tamaki, well, Tamaki clearly didn't. "What's wrong with him?" Uraraka asked. "Well, do you know if by any chance she's seeing anyone?" she said sheepishly, playing with her index fingers and saying the last part in a low but audible voice. The girls quickly realized what was happening. The blue-haired girl was just as in love with her beloved broccoli as they were. "Why do you ask?" Mina said without answering his question. "Well, it's just that ever since we sparred at training camp, I can't stop thinking about him. I've gotten compliments from other guys before, but this is different. I just can't stop thinking about him, and well, I wanted to know if he was seeing anyone before anything else," she said sheepishly. The girls looked at each other, unsure whether to tell him that they were all dating the young man or not. "Excuse us for a moment," Mina said, gesturing to the others to form a circle. "What's wrong, Mina?" Jiru asked in a low voice. "Girls, would it be a good idea to tell him about us with Midori?" She asked as an expression of anguish was noticeable on the girl's face. I would feel bad, it's clear what she says is true and we all know that feeling very well, said Tsuyu the frog while looking at her friends. What will Midoriya say? The raven-haired girl asked, touching her cheek. The girls instantly remembered the words the green-haired boy had said to them on the day of his confession. They knew he would accept her as another girlfriend. The girls knew they had gotten along well since Eri's rescue and they seemed happy, so. Are we thinking the same thing? Uraraka asked. The girls nodded but two of them broke the mood. We should go into the cafeteria right away because the good things will run out, Mina said as her stomach growled for food. 100% agree, added an invisible girl. The girls just gave them a little ear tug and went to the third-year girl. Nejer, regarding your question, the tallest of the girls began but was interrupted. I know, the girl said, covering her face in embarrassment. We wouldn't know what to tell you. If you want, we can ask Midoriya and we'll tell you later on the school rooftop, Kiro, Tsuyu said, smiling at her friend. Would you do that? He asked, his face covered. The girls simply nodded and Nejer hugged them in gratitude. The girls could only hope that this would turn out well. In classroom A. The green-haired Midoriya and the hero Eraserhead were still in the room, because they had arranged to resolve an outstanding matter. 100, 200, 300, here you go, sensei, 450, thank you for getting me one of these, the young man said to his teacher. You're welcome, they're really comfortable, she said while counting the money for security. Ever since we walked into our first class at UA and I saw him with one of these, I knew I needed one, she said, looking at the product. Like I said, kid, they're really comfortable, they help with your back posture and they're warm. Now if you'll excuse me, I'm going to get into mine. Close the door when you leave, Aizawa said as he stepped onto his caterpillar-shaped sleeping mat. With the girls. The heroines were finally in the cafeteria at a table patiently waiting for two of their friends, who were arriving from behind the counter. Mina, finally, sacred food. Toru, I'm sorry, but I have to destroy them, said the invisible girl while the others could see her hands brushing against each other. The girls were eating peacefully until a question caught the attention of the other girls. And what do you think about Nejer? Uraraka said, looking at the others while eating mochi. The girls stopped eating and a silence fell. Well, I'd say it's understandable, Tsuyu commented. Uraraka, do you really think so? Momo, well, it's Izuku-kun. Mina, have you seen him without his shirt? Toru, I'd like to use your laundry room. I'm surprised that only we girls wanted to be with it. Mina, now Nejer-san. Momo, girls. The raven-haired girl shouted to her friends because of their comments about the green-haired boy. You shouldn't only be interested in Izuku-kun's physique. That's not all he has going for him. Although I do admit that his body isn't the same as before, you can see that he puts in a lot of effort and that he trains his body every day, she said while all the moments when she saw the young man's physique and images of him flashed through her mind. Jiru, Momo, the girl said while touching her friend's shoulder. Momo, let go of impure desires. She said this while slapping herself to bring herself to her senses. Tsuyu, I see no one escapes those images, Kiro. Mina, girls, shouldn't we go check on Midoriya? He's going to miss lunch. Uraraka, she said she would be with Aizawa-sensei, but knowing that the sensei takes advantage of lunchtime to sleep, I don't think she'll be with him. Elsewhere. Young Midoriya was on his way to the cafeteria to meet the girls when a room exploded, creating a large cloud of smoke and knocking him to the floor. Damn, this is the third time it's happened. Maybe I should lower the power level in the capacitors. I guess in the end, more than enough isn't always good. A voice said, coming from above the green-haired boy who seemed not to notice that he was above the young man. When the smoke began to dissipate, he saw that it was the engineering student and hero merchandise. Midoriya H. Hatsum. Hatsum Hayu, I forgot your name again. Midoriya turned around and saw that he was once again in a compromising situation with the girl, just like in his first year. Midoriya quickly looked away, but he couldn't help but notice the attributes of his support classmate. Midoriya, I'm Midoriya Izuku. Hatsum, yes, I remember you now, the boy who broke his arms every time you used your quirk. How are you? Midoriya, okay, it would be better if you got off me. Midoriya, thinking control yourself, I will control you. Hatsum, oh, I'm sorry again. The girl was getting ready to get up from the young man. She placed her hands on his chest and didn't realize how much her fellow hero had physically improved. Hatsum, hey, wow, you've worked out more since the last time you were here, she said, while continuing to caress his physique, without noticing that the green-haired boy was turning red with embarrassment. A voice interrupted her, pulling her out of the trance she was in. Hatsum, leave the boy alone already, you're going to break him, I don't think you can fix him. The support teacher told the girl that she was alarmed by what her tutor said. Hatsum, oh yeah, sure. The girl got up from him and helped him to his feet. Hatsum, I'm so sorry about the fall. Midoriya d disk jita, it's okay. Hatsum, you should go to the cafeteria before recess ends. Midoriya, oh, aren't you going? Hatsum, I still have things to do, maybe later. Midoriya, okay. The young man quickly went to the cafeteria, both because he was embarrassed by what had just happened and because lunchtime was almost over. Power Loader, aren't you going? Hatsum, Power Loader, girl, it's obvious you like that boy. You're sticking to him faster than your super magnets to steel ever since he first came for accessories for his suit, if not before. Hatsum, but what about my babies? Power Loader, Hatsum, you're brilliant and passionate about your work, but you spend all day here not interacting with your colleagues. And that guy, he's probably the only one who understands 100% of what you're saying and shares your passion. You seem to like him. Hatsum, well, I managed to understand myself during the sports festival if. Power Loader, also you haven't eaten anything, have. The teacher gave his best student a lunch that was wrapped in a blanket. Hatsum, sensei, isn't this yours? Power Loader, don't worry, I already ate something with the other teachers in the room. Hatsum, go catch up to the boy. The student hugged her teacher, who hugged her back and then ran out to the cafeteria. Power Loader, but go to the bathroom and wipe off the engine grease first. In the cafeteria. The green-haired boy who was looking for the girls had arrived, but he couldn't see them. He walked between tables looking for the face of one of his beloved girlfriends until a voice caught his attention. Only this one wasn't female. Madabro, come here, we've saved you a place. Kirishima's redhead shouted to his friend from a nearby table. The young man, not seeing his girlfriends for the moment, decided to go. Kirishima, come on Mido, sit down. We couldn't find you, even Bakugo was looking for you. Bakugo, PFFFF. Yeah, right, as if I cared about the idiot's condition. Kirishima, hahaha, of course, in his own way, but yes. Midoriya, hahaha, yeah, hey, most of our class is on this side of the cafeteria, but where are the girls? I don't see them anywhere. Kirishima, now that you mention it, I haven't seen them. I saw them on the way here, but I didn't catch where they are after that. Midoriya, and why are all the boys on this side? The moment the green-haired boy asked, all the boys formed a circle around him. Kirishima, you see, Madabro, it was because we wanted to ask. As he said this, Kirishima grabbed his partner's shoulders with some force and began to shake him. Kirishima, how the hell did you get the girls to join your harem? Zero, do you know how damn lucky you are? Sato, guys, let me speak. Midoriya, W, what are you guys talking about? The young man tried to recover from the shock his classmates had given him and find the words. Kaminari, from the same thing you hear. Mineta, how did you manage to win over the girls? Midoriya, but I didn't do anything. The green-haired boy tried to escape his friend's questioning. He hadn't expected to want this, but he wished the girls would come after him. Kirishima, so the girls only wanted to be with you for fun. How manly. Kaminari/Mineta, pass the trick. The boys were still circling the young man when a pink-haired girl interrupted them. Hatsum, hello. The boys turned around and were quickly surprised. The support class girl Mei Hatsum didn't look like herself. She was wearing the gray UA uniform with a skirt. She wasn't wearing her distinctive modified study glasses, and there wasn't a single blemish on her. Mineta, hello, beautiful. Kaminari, what do you need? We'll help you with anything. Hatsum, oh, actually, I was looking for Midoriya-kun. The boys turned and looked at the young man, who a few moments ago had denied that he had done anything to win over the girls. Todoroki, what a surprise, said young Shoto with zero surprise, except that I'm shot-octive. Bakugo, where the hell did you get those black glasses? Todoroki, I don't know, he said, looking at the explosive Muslim. Zero, you'll pass on the technique to us later. Midoriya, W, what's wrong, Hatsum? The young man stuttered because he had never seen the girl like that before. She looked really beautiful. Hatsum, well, I wanted to ask if you'd like to have lunch together. Midoriya, oh sure, if you'd like we can have lunch together, thanks Hatsum. Hatsum, you know, you can call me Mei if you want. The girl looked away, trying to hide the blush that was appearing. Midoriya, of course, Mei. The girl smiled and they sat down at an empty table. Mei opened her teacher's gift, revealing a plate of food, beef, white rice, some vegetables, and 2 pairs of chopsticks. Hatsum, mind, thank you, sensei. The girl smiled at the green-haired boy, who was sadly looking at the girl and the plate of food. Hatsum couldn't help but compare him to a sad puppy. Hatsum gave him the pair of chopsticks and brought the plate closer so that he could eat too. After they both finished, they chatted for a while, either about personal things of the pink-haired girl, who was very embarrassed since she had never talked so much with anyone other than about improvements to her quirk, or because she saw how the boy stared at her with a smile when she talked about her. Hatsum, and that's why I was punished, but how was I supposed to know that plutonium was volatile? The green-haired boy could only laugh at the girl's surreal story as she was extremely happy. Midoriya, you're really funny, Mei, because you never hung out with your classmates. Hatsum, well, I tried, but they didn't understand me, you know. Midoriya, yeah, I know how that can feel, but hey, I'm here for you now for whatever you need whenever, however. Hatsum didn't understand how that boy could make her feel like that with just words. There you are, Deku-kun. The pink-haired girl looked up and saw the group of girls from Class A standing to one side of the table where they were sitting. Momo, we were waiting for you. Izuku-kun, where were you? Midoriya, I'm sorry, girls. After going to see Professor Aizawa, I ran into Mei and we got lost talking. The guys kept me busy for a few moments and I forgot. The green-haired boy was nervous for some reason. Mina, Mei, Jiru, I didn't know you two were so close. Midoriya, well, we get along well, and we spend a lot of time talking about heroes and stuff like that. Momo, so everything's okay. Midoriya, of course, why shouldn't I be? Said the green-haired boy trying to fake a laugh. Excuse me, I need to go to the restroom, I'll be right back. The green-haired boy ran off, trying to quickly think of an excuse so as not to complicate the situation further. The girls just watched as the young man flew out of the cafeteria, leaving them. Momo, well, Hatsums. The pink-haired girl turned around and saw the girls, who had taken their seats and were calmly watching her. Toru, do you like Izuku? The pink-haired girl turned completely red at the question. She found it embarrassing that they noticed so quickly. Had she been that obvious? Tsuyu, I think that answers your question, Mamachan Kira. Mina, well, do you want to join the club? Mina's question after the confession had been so quick that it had pulled the engineer out of her embarrassment. But what club? Mei, wait a minute, are you, Uraraka, dating him? Momo, altogether, yes. Tsuyu, but don't worry, there's always room for someone else. Mei, wow, I didn't know Izuku was going to have a harem. Mina, actually, Nedger from 3A is also going to ask if he can join. We've already accepted and he will too. I'm sure that if you ask him, he'll want you too without hesitation. Mei, are you sure? The girls nodded and she just lowered her head in shame. Mei, thank you. For a moment I thought you were going to beat me up. Momo, why do you say that? Mei, well, the way they were looking at me, it seemed like they were thinking of 1,000 ways to kill me. Tsuyu, really? Mina, we should practice how we see Izuku-kun with other people. The gift. Midoriya was in the bathroom, trying to think of what to do. After what the girls did to Mineta and Kaminari, he didn't want to imagine what the girls would do to another girl if she was very close to him. Would they be capable of doing something like they did to the boys, or could it be even worse? This distressed the green-haired boy until his phone pulled him from his thoughts. Midoriya, a message from Momo. Izuku-kun, we're waiting for you on the dorm rooftops. We have a surprise for you. We hope you'll be surprised. Kisses. Midoriya's mind went blank. Why would they want to go to the rooftops? What could? At that moment, Izuku could only think of one thing, imagining the girls throwing Mei through the ceiling and onto the ground. Midoriya didn't want to think that the girls were capable of that, but when they got angry, he knew they were capable of anything. In a way, they reminded him of himself. I understand why I was attracted to them, he thought. When she left the bathroom, she went up to the roof, and there was no one in sight. He looked around, then saw Nedger on the ledge, approached her and spoke. Midoriya, oh Nedgerson, what are you doing here? Nedger, Midoriya-kun, I see you did come, she said, somewhat embarrassed. Midoriya, wait a minute, I knew he was coming, what's going on? You knew he was coming. Nedger, there's something we wanted to tell you. Midoriya, did we want to? Turning around, he saw the girls coming with Mei, while Mei could only stare at the ground in embarrassment. Nedger, well, it's just that. Mei, we wanted to know if... Nedger/Mei, did you want to go out with us too? Midoriya just stared into space. Seriously, he wanted to know what did girls see in him that made them ask him out. Midoriya, hee, so that's what it was. I see the girls found out first. Momo, well, it wasn't exactly difficult. Mina, it was so obvious. Uraraka, so we decided to give them something of value so they would tell you. Tsuyu, I'm fine with sharing. Kiro. Jiro, Mei too. Mei, so it's okay. Nedger, can we be your girlfriends too? The girls nodded as the green-haired boy gave them a Colgate smile recommended by dentists. The girls went straight to the green-haired boy and hugged him. Later that day, the green-haired boy and the rocker girl were walking down a street while they laughed. It was time for Midoriya to apologize for the earlier misunderstanding, and he had a surprise that he thought his girlfriend would love, as it was totally her style. Midoriya, I tried to rearrange the battery, but the weight overwhelmed me. I fell backward and crushed another 3 or 4 pieces of equipment. The supervisors came and saw that my arm was dislocated, so they started hitting me for breaking things. Jiru, are you kidding me? She said, surprised by the boy's anecdote while trying to hold back her laughter. Midoriya, no, when my mom saw the beating I got, she grabbed a rusty pipe from who knows where and chased the guys out of the store. Then Kakin came and beat me up with the guitar that was on the floor. Jiru, that's the weirdest thing I've ever heard, she said with a smile. Midoriya, hahaha, yes, it sounds like a story, but it's an anecdote. Jiro hahaha approaches the boy and bumps his shoulder with hers. Where are you taking me? I hope it's not to some perverted place. Saying this while a slight blush appeared on her face. Midoriya, ah no, how could you think that? I would never do something like that. You'll like this place, I promise, and if you don't, you can ask me for anything you want. Jiro, hahaha, don't worry, I trust you. You're my boyfriend after all. She gave the boy a light punch on the shoulder, making him smile. The couple continued walking for a while until they reached a stadium that was in a state of commotion. Jiro, what are we doing here? Midoriya, well, it's just that I bought 2 tickets for insert favorite artist's concert to go with a friend. But he got a knee injury and I thought, who else would want to go? But hey, if you don't want to, we can go. The girl snatched the tickets from the boy to see them, and sure enough, it was one of her all-time favorite artists. Her eyes looked like they were going to pop out of their sockets in surprise. Jiro, izuku really? But it's incredible, they were supposed to have sold out days ago. These tickets cost a lot. Midoriya, don't ask or worry, I did it for you. I knew that musical artist is your idol and I thought I could do better, and pulls out some tickets. Jiro, no. Midoriya just nodded and the girl looked at them. They were backstage passes to see the concert artists, to take photos, get autographs, and more. Jiro only let out a stifled gasp and threw herself at the boy to hug and kiss him, which surprised the boy because he knew that other girls could react like that. But Jiro's reaction surprised him and he liked it. Jiro kept kissing him on the forehead, cheek, or lips while rapidly saying, I love you, I love you, I love you. The boy was happy to see the girl's excited reaction. He knew she usually acted in a way that didn't draw attention to herself, but he loved it when people enjoyed her music, and for Midoriya, any other artist paled in comparison to her singing. Midoriya, come on, let's go in. The boys went in and, using their pass, were able to enter the dressing rooms to meet the artists who would be performing that day. Artist, come in. The couple entered and Jiro almost fainted when she saw her idol there. Jiro, hello sir, I'm Jiro, I'm your idol, you're my fan. Oh no, that's bad. The girl just covered her face in embarrassment and crouched down. Artist, hahaha, don't worry, it always happens. I see you managed to get tickets, excited for the concert. Midoriya, of course you have no idea how much my girlfriend loves his music, he's a huge idol to her. Jiro gave small pats of embarrassment at what Midoriya was saying to the artist, making the singer laugh again. Artist, well Miss Kyoka, it's a pleasure to meet you. Would you like an autograph or a photograph? Please tell me. Midoriya, would it be too much trouble for both of you? Artist, not at all. The young people approached the artist and took several pictures with him using their phones, and he gave each of them an autographed t-shirt. Artist, well, it was a pleasure talking to you guys, but... Before the singer finished speaking, a loud crash was heard outside his dressing room. All the managers and employees approached and saw that the guitarist was under various production items and stadium equipment. They quickly approached and tried to help him, but as they were removing things, they saw that a beam had trapped his hand, breaking it in the process. Artist, damn it, dude, what happened? Guitarist, I don't know, I was walking and out of nowhere, all the stuff fell on me, damn man, I can't feel my hand. Artist, damn, we're going to have to cancel the show, sorry kids. Everyone was murmuring because everything was ready, and they thought that such an announcement would upset the fans who were already impatient. Midoriya, Jiro, you're a good guitarist, aren't you? Jiro turned to look at the green-haired boy so fast it seemed his neck would break because the same idea had crossed his mind as the young man's. Artist, are you serious? You know how to play guitar? Jiro, well. Midoriya, you have no idea, he gave a concert at UA, and it was the best part of the event. Artist, you could take the guitarist's place, otherwise things are going to get ugly, what do you say? Jiro, tries not to explode with excitement while giving a silly smile. Okay, I want to do it. Artist, girl, you saved my skin, the guys are taking my guitarist to the hospital. We'll go with him as soon as the concert is over. They were just minutes away from starting. They gave Jiro a guitar and allowed Izuku to be backstage to watch his girl. Jiro breathes heavily. Izuku-kun, be honest, don't I look bad? Midoriya, are you kidding me? You're the most beautiful girl here. The girl could only blush at the answer. Jiro, what if I messed it up? I've never performed for so many people before. I barely managed to keep from fainting at the school event. I feel like I'm going to collapse on stage here, and what if? Midoriya took the girl by the shoulders and gave her a soft kiss on the forehead, calming her down so she could look at him. Midoriya, you'll do amazing, I can be sure of that. I know you and everything you've done is wonderful. This will be a piece of cake for you, don't worry. The girl just smiled foolishly and returned the kiss to the green-haired boy. Jiro, thank you. Midoriya, go and amaze them. Jiro was less nervous because of her boyfriend's words. It seemed some didn't understand why the girl was there instead of the band's guitarist. Some recognized her as the girl who played at UA, and others didn't. Artist, good evening everyone, I'm glad you're here. I know you're all very excited, but we have some good news and some bad news. The bad news is that our guitarist was injured a few minutes ago and had to be taken to the hospital. But the good news is that we've got a replacement. This girl played like a legend at the UA festival, so trust me, she'll do great. Ready. The band started playing as usual and Jiro kept up with them. She had listened to the band for so long that she knew what to expect. To the surprise of some, Jiro played spectacularly, and others were not disappointed with the guitarist's performance. Besides playing incredibly, her voice delighted the fans who cheered for her, and when she finished, she received a wave of applause and cheers for her name. Midoriya, for his part, was very happy that his girlfriend could live and enjoy her moment with her idols while supporting her from backstage. After they came out and played for the fans who praised the group and Jiro, they went on to take pictures with the rest of the members and ask for their autographs before leaving the place. They were walking back to UA still excited about the concert. Jiro, that was incredible. I didn't think it would feel like that. Did you have any idea? I was nervous, but with you, what you said, the people screaming was as though the girl was more assertive than ever until she had to let out a stifled scream of excitement. Midoriya, I'm glad you enjoyed it. Did you like it? He asked, smiling. Jiro, did I like it? I loved it. Thank you so much, Izuku, she said as she threw her arms around the boy. The green-haired boy returned the hug and they continued walking. Jiro, but I still have a doubt. Midoriya, which ones? Jiro, I tried to get tickets but they sold out weeks ago. How did you get these? Midoriya, don't worry, that doesn't matter much. The important thing is that you'll like it. The girl just smiled and they continued on their way to school. The other day, Midoriya was standing in a dark room where only the moonlight poorly illuminated the room. Inside, there was a blonde-haired boy who was fast asleep while he had several bandages and bruises on various parts of his body. The young man awoke abruptly, wincing from the pain of his wounds, and saw the green-haired man staring at him with a murderous aura surrounding him. Kaminari, Midoriya, what the hell are you doing here? In OFA. Nana now say. Outside. Midoriya, listen, Kaminari, it's not my fault the girls and Jiro chose to go out with me instead of you. Don't try to rub it in my face because I'm not a pervert, much less an idiot. So call me that again and I'll knock your teeth out and hide your body. And don't even think I care if you tell Kakin because he doesn't give a damn what happens to you. Got it? The pirate Pikachu's eyes widened in shock at the threat from someone he never thought would be like that, and he nodded fearfully in response. The young man was about to leave when he stopped and took the tickets from the young Pikachu's table. Midoriya, yes, I'll take this. I know Jiro will like it. It's her favorite band, right? Kaminari nods desperately. In OFA. Nana, that's how you put an idiot in his place. Dusted her hands. When Nana saw the rest of the holders, she saw how they were all hugging each other out of fear that Nana's threat had instilled in the young man from UA. Midoriya, I feel guilty about this. In All Might's room. Toshinori, I feel guilty about that, he said, looking at the ceiling. Back to OFA. Nana, don't worry, Ninth, just give your friend an angry look and I assure you he won't bother you again. Now. The young men were entering the rooms when the girls approached and praised Jiro for her performance at the concert. Momo, you did fantastic, Jiro. Uraraka / Mina / Toru, it was amazing. Tsuyu, that was exciting, Kiro. The girl received praise while Midoriya saw the rest of the boys on the sofa watching television. But Kaminari was looking in the direction where Midoriya was. He followed Nana's advice and lowered his head, causing his eyes to turn greener and the black whip ability to emerge from behind his back without anyone noticing, giving the young man a macabre appearance and scaring Kaminari to the point that he decided it was best to stop looking at him. Midoriya, I'm glad you liked it, Jiro. Jiro, I loved it, thank you, kisses him. Midoriya, well, I'm going to sleep. I have classes tomorrow and I don't want to be late. Girls, rest, Izuku-kun. Bakugo was heading towards his room, and Todoroki was heading in the opposite direction. Midoriya, Todoroki, what's wrong? Bakugo, get out of my way, you damn nerd and extra people. Shoto, guys, this might sound weird since I've never said anything like this to anyone, but I'd like to invite you over for dinner at my house. Midoriya, seriously, Todoroki, thank you. Bakugo, and why is that extra? Todoroki, my sister wanted to meet my friends and was organizing a dinner to meet them. Midoriya, wow, thank you. Bakugo, for God's sake, I'm not your friend, you idiots. Midoriya covered the Muslim man's mouth and thanked him again, saying they would be there. With each of the three of them in their rooms, Midoriya took his phone and sent a message to the next girlfriend he would apologize to. Mama-san, since I gave Jiro her gift of apology, I would like to give you yours as my next apology. Izuku-kun, thank you. See you tomorrow, I hope you like what I have prepared for you. Knowing you, I know you'll do better, I can't wait to find out X. After this, the green-haired boy simply turned off his phone and slept until the next day. Fair day. It was after 6:00 p.m. As was his habit, this early-rising green-haired boy was the first to get up before his classmates. He began his daily routine, stretching, putting on his uniform, and going to the kitchen for a snack. Everything was normal. I was about to go get a sandwich until I heard a noise coming from the kitchen. As she approached, she saw the class teacher cooking while calmly humming. The young man took a few more steps until he was behind her and managed to plant a kiss on her cheek, surprising her. "Midoriya, good morning, Momo," he said in a tender tone. "Momo, Izuku-kun, you scared me." "Midoriya, haha, sorry." "Momo, don't worry, do you want to eat?" "Midoriya, what did you make?" "Momo, well, I was looking for recipes that use avocado. You can do so much with it," she said, smiling. "Anyway, this is a fact. I didn't know she liked avocado either." "Midoriya, seriously, is that much done with avocado?" "Momo, I can't decide on one. Can you make a suggestion?" Midoriya looked at his phone, and indeed, there were thousands of ways to prepare avocado, until he saw one that was eggs Benedict with avocado and avocado butter sauce. "Midoriya, what's up, these guys?" "Momo, that looks delicious. That's a good idea." "Midoriya, what do you need my help with?" "Momo, well, I was just getting the pan ready when you came in. Could you get some avocados and eggs from the fridge?" Midoriya did as the raven-haired girl asked, and together they prepared breakfast for the two of them. They chatted, told jokes and anecdotes about cooking, and after laughing about Midoriya burning himself on the pan handle, the two young people sat down at the table to eat breakfast together. "Midoriya, this smells delicious," he said, while saliva was almost visible coming out of his mouth. "Momo, it was fun preparing it with you," she said, clasping her hands together. The boys tasted the food and were amazed by the flavor. "Momo, Izuku-kun, I didn't know you had such a talent for cooking," she said, while continuing to eat the dish. "Midoriya, you're good too. How about we keep meeting up to try more recipes? You could show me what I still need to refine and I'll show you what I know." Momo was excited by what was said, as she enjoys being in a teaching position and helping others with topics they don't understand. The girl nodded happily and they continued eating. "Lita, second time I've woke up late. This is a disgrace. I don't deserve to be in charge," said the blue-haired boy again, seeing the boys who had woken up before him again. Just like last time, they had to convince Lita that he was a good manager and that he shouldn't feel bad about himself. Once everyone was ready, they headed to Professor Aizawa's classes as usual. "Aizawa, and that's the difference between a hero, a vigilante, and a villain. Any questions?" "Not quite." Kaminari, Mineta, and Kirishima had raised their hands, but the teacher ignored them as he climbed into his caterpillar sack as usual. "Aizawa, a notice from the principal. In a few weeks there will be a trip to the beach. You'll need your parents' permission to go. It's an event that happens every year for the groups." "That's all the notice." "Oh, I almost forgot, Midoriya. They're looking for you in the usual room." The young people were excited because the beach, besides having the best activities for heroes, allowed them to have fun in their free time. Midoriya already knew it was All Might who was looking for him. He used to meet with him all the time, but now with the girls he only goes once or twice a week. The boy was about to leave when Momo spoke to him. "Momo, Izuku-kun, so shall we meet this afternoon?" "Midoriya, sure, I have to go. They're waiting for me in a room. See you girls." Uraraka/Mina/Tsuyu/Toru. "Goodbye, Izuku-senpai." Midoriya was already halfway there when his mind processed what the girls had just told him, making him have to breathe quickly so his face wouldn't turn tomato again. Even Recovery Girl warned him that if he kept turning red, he might faint, and his nose would bleed uncontrollably. The girls, meanwhile, were laughing because their plan to embarrass Midoriya had worked. They all agreed that one of the cutest things about the green-haired boy was how he got embarrassed by compliments and tried to hide it. "Aizawa, girls, we all know what you want with Midoriya. There's no need to make it any clearer. You're not reinventing the wheel." But this time, it was the girls who were embarrassed by their teacher's answer, since it was true that what they were doing was so obvious that even a blind person and a deaf person could know it. "Aizawa, you're 20 years behind. Now get out of here. I want to sleep." In the teacher's lounge, Izuku had arrived at the room when he saw the former #1 hero waiting for him. "Midoriya, Almight, hellos." "Almight, oh, Midoriya Shonen, it's good to see you." "Midoriya, what's going on? They said you were looking for me." "Almight, I wanted to see how my boy was doing. How's everything going with the girls?" "Midoriya, well, everything went wonderfully," the shonen said to his teacher with a smile. "Almight, I heard you recently went out with the young Kyokas." "Midoriya, yes, we went to a concert." "Almight, and that she played with the groups." "Midoriya, you should have seen it. It was spectacular." "Almight, young shonen, how can I tell you that I was there and there and there? I'll say that again, and have you thought about how you'll tell the girls' parents about you too?" "Midoriya, I've been thinking about it. I wanted to introduce the girls to my mom and then go meet their parents. I still feel like they'll kill me," he said, leaning back on the sofa. All Might, you could start interacting with them before introducing yourself. Midoriya, I still have no idea what they look like or if they're any different from girls. All Might, that's right, well, changing the subject, how's one for all going? Midoriya, actually I've been doing well, I've already increased the percentage I can use. All Might, and have you used the quirk of the other wielders? Midoriya, well, I was able to control the black whip better and I expelled a cloud of smoke from the fourth wielder, but there was something else. All Might, what do you mean? Midoriya, when I was about to be attacked on the day of the tests, on 2 occasions someone told me to be careful and I was just about to be attacked. All Might, it's the fifth holder's premonition of danger. Midoriya, that must have been it, I heard him talking to me. All Might, it was definitely him and you didn't use hover. Midoriya, float. All Might, it's my teacher's quirk. I never handled it very well, but I think you'll be the exception. Midoriya, I hope so. All Might, you said you brought young Kyoka yesterday, will it be someone else today? Midoriya, yes, I was planning to go out with Momo. All Might, so where will you take her? Midoriya, well. Midoriya was about to tell his teacher when his phone alarm reminded him that his girlfriend was already waiting for him outside the dorms to go out. Midoriya, excuse me, All Might, I have to go, I'm already late. The young man bowed, bidding farewell to his mentor, and as he was about to open the door, the mentor spoke to him. All Might, Shonen, take this. The man threw him 2 things which he caught. The young man opened his hand and saw a wad of bills held together with a rubber band. Midoriya, All Might isn't necessary. All Might, take it, I have nowhere else to spend the #1 hero's money. He said this while giving his young apprentice a smile. Midoriya, thank you, All Might, he said, smiling. The young man put the money away and looked at the other object All Might had thrown at him along with the money. It was another strip of condoms which frightened the young man. All Might, yes, I've heard what young people your age do when they're on a date. He said, bending his ring and index fingers. Midoriya, and no, it's not about that, All Might, even so keep them, I think you'll need them at some point. In OFA. Nana listened to Toshinori. Midoriya, fourth, that's good advice. Fifth, it's better to be cautious. First, or do you want to be a father at a young age? Midoriya, please some privacy, he said, covering his face. Outside of OFA. Midoriya, okay, thank you. Then the young man hurried off to pick up Momo from Building 1A. All Might-sized children takes a sip of tea hot beverage. Back at the buildings, Momo was explaining to Mineta, Kaminari, and Kirishima what Professor Aizawa's class was about today. Momo, and that's the difference between the watcher and the hero. Mineta, so the security guard acts. Momo, without following the laws. Kirishima, and the hero if. Momo, yes, do you understand? Kaminari, and what differentiates him from the villain? Momo, this is the 3rd time I've explained the same thing, that the vigilante doesn't attack civilians. The girl looked like she was about to explode when the green-haired boy entered through the bedroom door, drawing the attention of Momo, Mina, and Tsuyu who were in the living room. Midoriya, hi girls, he said happily to see them. Momo, izuku. Tsuyu, izuku-kun. Mina, my love. It seemed like the girl's eyes sparkled every time they saw the green-haired boy, and he in turn liked seeing his loves. The girls quickly greeted him with kisses, which to his surprise no longer embarrassed the boy so much. Tsuyu, Izuku-kun, do you want to watch a movie with us, Kiro? Midoriya, I'd love to, Tsuyu, but I wanted to give Mamachan her present today and she's out of school. Maybe next time. Mina, don't worry Azuki, we can watch one together later, she said with a smile. Midoriya, are you ready, Mamachan? Momo, yes, let's go. The young people were already changed and ready to leave on their date. Mineta, wait, but we still have doubts. Kaminari, it's decided I'm going to fail. Kirishima, it's me, Dio, I think I'll visit you soon. Midoriya, do you need the notes? Mineta/Kirishima/Kaminari, yes. Midoriya, here you go. The young man threw his backpack to the boys, who took the green-haired boy's notebook to study. Kirishima, thanks Midabro, have a good one. Midoriya/Momo, thank you. The couple left the building and headed to a subway station. Mina, I wanted to spend time with Izuki. Tsuyu, don't worry Minachan, he said he'd spend time with each of us. Maybe you'll be next, Kiro. Mina, I hope so, she said with a pout. After the Izumomo couple boarded the subway, they chatted quietly while the girl waited for the next route the green-haired boy had planned for her. Midoriya, and that was my first time preparing an egg. Momo, wow. Midoriya, yeah, the neighbors called the fire department because I almost set the apartment on fire. Momo, I remember the first time I cooked by myself, I made a small cake. Now that I think about it, it was misshapen. The bread came out a strange green color and I didn't know how to decorate it properly, so it looked like an abomination. My butler, Wilfred, tasted it. I should apologize to him, he was sick for a week. Midoriya just tried to hold back his laughter at how bizarre their stories about food were since they hadn't expected to do so badly on their first try. Momo saw Izuku's face, which made her laugh, and he couldn't hold it in any longer. The boys couldn't see, but some train passengers looked at them with a certain fondness. They looked cute laughing together and had such great chemistry. Momo, so Izuku-kun, where are you taking me? Midoriya, have you ever been to a fair? Momo, not really. I used to spend all my time studying and learning how to use my quirk in many ways, and I never had much time to hang out with friends. Midoriya, well, today is your lucky day because we're going to a fair. Momo, really? Midoriya, yep, we'll buy food, go on rides, and we can play games at the stalls. Momo, sure, it'll be fun. Black Beauty was excited, she couldn't wait to get there. Upon arriving at the station, they continued walking and laughing, sharing personal anecdotes and discussing other topics they both loved until they reached the fair. Momo, it's big. Midoriya, yeah, there are lots of rides, food stalls, souvenir shops, wherever you want. The young man had only been distracted by the roller coaster. When he turned around, he no longer saw Momo. Midoriya, Momo. Damn, I only looked away for a second. When he looked around, he managed to see his girlfriend entering a creepy house. Midoriya, damn it. Momo entered and saw how convincing the decor was. The blood on the walls, the small noises, even a baby's cry, all very realistic. More than fear, she entered with intrigue, remembering how she hadn't been able to enjoy many things because her parents had 5 bodyguards watching over her at all times. I was walking peacefully until an animatronic that looked like a witch jumped out, letting out a macabre laugh. Momo, wow, it looks a bit worn. I guess that must be the point of this old lady, excuse me. The girl continued on her way, while young Midoriya kept wondering whether he should go inside or wait for her on the other side. Midoriya, come on Izuku, don't be a coward, go in, but haunted houses scare me, but Momo's inside, what if we wait for her at the exit? OFA. Sash, come on kid, come in. Nana, there's nothing to have inside, they're just machines. Midoriya breathes, you're right, I'll go in, first, well walk. Midoriya, of course, I'm just analyzing the situation and verifying. First, get in. Using one for all, the former holders forced the 9th to enter against his will. Black Beauty continued walking until she saw a hand emerge from the ground, pretending to be a zombie. Momo, actually, that would be impossible. The lack of movement in a body would make it impossible to perform quick actions and also to have strength, although I admit it's interesting. The girl calmly continued walking through the house until she heard a scream from another part of it. Nana, calm down, boy, breathe. Midoriya, breathe. A witch appeared out of nowhere. Fajin, kid, it's a haunted house, fake. Midoriya, even so, a scare is guaranteed. The boy had never been inside a haunted house before, so he didn't really know what to expect. Momo, a spider can grow considerably in size, but I don't think a meter is possible. The girl had almost reached the exit of the house, where there were many spiders stuck to the ceiling and walls. The black-haired girl had finally left the haunted house. She wasn't panicked or scared, but she liked the theme. Meanwhile, the green-haired boy ran away. Momo, Izuki, did you go into the house too? Midoriya, see, why not? Momo, it was very interesting, wasn't it? Midoriya, Momo, Izuku-kun, I don't mean to scare you, but you have a spider on your... Midoriya, yes, the ones in the last section are lies. Momo, no, it's moving. The young man got scared when the girl pointed out that the spider was indeed moving on his head, so he shook his hair and they ran away. Midoriya, well, where else do you want to go? Momo, I'd like to go there. He pointed to a giant set of rotating swings, which they agreed to and both climbed on together. When they got off, they were both a little dizzy and could stagger, having to hold on to each other to avoid falling. Once the dizziness had worn off, they both remained subject to what didn't bother them. On the contrary, they liked being like this. Midoriya, any other requests? Momo, shall we get something to eat? Midoriya, sure. They headed to a food stall where they both ordered what they wanted and went to sit on a nearby bench in the shade. Momo, the food is good. Midoriya, and this is just one, wait until you try the rest. After eating, they went back to the non-mechanical rides so they wouldn't have to vomit. Midoriya, Momo, do you know what they do here? Momo saw the stall the young man was asking about and realized it was some kind of raffle. Momo, oh, a raffle, what do you think about us ordering one? Midoriya, it's one, yes, why not? The boys continued playing duck shooting games, racing games, and finally went on the roller coaster, which left them very excited and with messy hair. Midoriya, that was fun, do you want to go somewhere else? Momo, I'll just add one more. Midoriya, where's Momo there? The girl pointed to the Russian roulette, which looked very colorful since it was late and getting dark. Midoriya, let's go then, smiling. The green-haired boy paid for the tickets and both boys got on. Momo, hahaha. Midoriya, what's up? Momo, I hadn't seen how your hair ended up. Midoriya touched his hair and saw that it was indeed very disheveled. Midoriya, damn, I think I look like Kakin. Momo, something like that, hee. After that, the boys saw the whole fair from above, which impressed the girl. Even in the afternoon it looked incredible, but at night with the bright lights, the games, and the food stalls, it had a unique effect. Momo, it's Midoriya, not yet. Momo, what? The boy signaled to the sky and the girl paid attention. She saw lights of various beautiful colors burst forth, fascinating her, as she had seen them countless times before, but now that they were at the top of the roulette wheel, the colors were brighter than ever. Momo, it's very beautiful. Midoriya looked at her. The lights released by the fireworks illuminated the surprised face of the raven-haired girl, who gazed fascinatedly at the sky and the lights that exploded in it. Midoriya, you are more so. The girl looked at him after that response. Izuku just smiled because when he turned around and saw her face, he had no doubt. The raven-haired girl approached him and placed a tender kiss on his lips before separating. Midoriya, so you liked it. Momo, yeah, you're not a bad kisser at all. Midoriya, heh, I was talking about the date, but I'm glad to know I'm not a bad kisser, he said mockingly. Momo, ah yes, I liked it a lot too, thank you Izuku-kun. After getting off the Russian roulette ride, the boys were about to leave when Momo saw a stall that caught her attention. Midoriya, what's up? Did you see something you liked? Momo, look at all these books, we could buy some for our book club. Midoriya, that's not a bad idea, which ones should we bring? The girl chose some philosophy and mystery books while the boy picked some drama and suspense horror books. Nana, you're afraid of haunted houses but you buy horror merchandise. Midoriya, I am a misunderstood young man. Fifth, very strange to say the least. Midoriya, excuse me, I didn't know you also had a harem. The fifth one just crossed his arms and looked away, defeated. Nana, ninth one fifth 0. The boys were carrying the boxes of books and heading towards school when someone spoke to them. Vendor, hey, you forgot to collect your prize. Midoriya, prize. Momo, Izuku-kun, the raffle. Midoriya, oh that's right, and what did we win? Salesperson, congratulations, you won first place. The vendor pulled out a giant box containing a GS4 video game console. Midoriya, wow. Momo, thank you. The kids walked out with the boxes of books, their prize box and some food. Midoriya, do you want me to carry your boxes? Momo, don't worry, they don't weigh much. Midoriya, if you want, I can take them myself, I can use the whip. Momo, don't worry, you don't have to. Midoriya, I know it's not okay, but I want to do it. Momo, okay, if you want, I'll take one half and you take the other. Midoriya, sure. The boys continued talking for a while as they walked to school. Momo, thank you again, Izuku-kun. I've never had a day like this before. Midoriya, you're welcome, darling. The girl quickly noticed the boy as she never thought he would call her that and saw that in addition to the books he had bought, he was reading a romance book with phrases for couples. Midoriya, too fast. Momo, hihino. The girl rests her head on the boy's shoulder. Upon reaching their rooms, they continued chatting until they saw Mina, Tsuyu, and Jiro beating up Mineta and Kaminari, which was nothing new, but it was still interesting to ask about it. Mina, Izuki, it's so good you're here, throws her arms around him. Midoriya, what happened here? Jiro, these two perverts. Momo, what did those two do now? Tsuyu, Izuku-kun, do you remember giving your backpack to those two before we left? Midoriya, yes. Mina, we saw you looking at your hero notebook. Midoriya. Jiro, then they tried to put their sick magazines in your backpack. Midoriya. Mineta, that's not. Quickly and suddenly, Izuku launched his black whip to lift Mineta and brought him face to face with a look that very few, if any, heroes had ever seen. Midoriya, tell me exactly why you were looking at my things and why you were hiding yours in my backpack. Mineta was too scared to say anything, which angered the green-haired boy. Midoriya, and Kaminari isn't going to talk. Jiro, unfortunately not, the guy ran, tripped over a toy car and hit his head. Midoriya and Kirishima. Tsuyu, Mina, and Jiro pointed to the kitchen, where the redhead was hiding from the green-haired boy's anger. The young man was scared because he knew that he was also partly to blame for the invasion of Midoriya's privacy. As he tried to escape, he was caught with the black whip and brought face to face with Midoriya. Midoriya, look, Kirishima, I like you, and I know Kakin will be upset if I do anything to you. So I'll say this gently, why the hell were you keeping that stuff, and why were you going through my things? Mineta, no, Kirishima, don't tell him. Midoriya, shut up. Kirishima, I'll tell you, but please Midoriya, don't do anything to me. Midoriya, I promise I won't hit you. Kirishima, they thought that since you write down things about heroes and now you're dating girls, you'd have notes about their bodies or something like that, and they were planning to hide their magazines there so Master Aizawa wouldn't find anything in their backpacks. I told them no, but they didn't listen. Ask Mina. Midoriya, sons of. Midoriya turned around, expelling the black whip from his back, causing him to be lifted up. At that moment, Mineta and the somewhat unconscious Kaminari felt true terror. The girls looked at him in surprise because they had never seen him so furious. The boy took the two young men with him, leaving Kirishima behind and heading to the restrooms with them. Midoriya, they won't open the door. Sounds of William Afton dying. Most of the girls were terrified by the cries of pain and pleading. Jiru, how is it possible that I'm falling more in love? Midoriya left the bathroom as if nothing had happened and his expression changed completely. Midoriya, excuse me girls, you shouldn't have seen that. Jiru, don't worry, they deserved it. Toru, and more. Midoriya, hi Toru, he said happily. Toru, hi. Midoriya, Kirishima the young man said without looking at him, I appreciate that you didn't participate in that, no hard feelings. Kirishima, sure Midoriya. Mina, Izuku Tsuyu, and I wanted to ask you something. Midoriya, sure, what is it? Tsuyu, let our gift be together, Kiro. Midoriya, why Mina? We both planned to spend the day with you, and we decided the three of us would spend it together. Midoriya, oh well, if that's what you want, there's no problem. Tsuyu / Mina, yeah. Midoriya will have a good day tomorrow, I know it. Now I'm going to go with Mamachan to drop this off. Have a good night, I love you. The girls said goodbye to him and went back to the living room to watch movies. Back in Momo's room, Izuku left some prizes they had won, some souvenirs and the books. Momo, thanks Izuku, would you like to read a book? Midoriya, yes, I would like to. They both picked up the same book and spent some time reading side by side until they reached a certain agreed-upon point. Momo, very well, and what do you think? Midoriya, well, the introduction of the characters is a bit rushed, but it does respect them, what do you say? Momo, I think the story is somewhat classic, but it doesn't lose its appeal by going for the extravagant. Midoriya, what do you think of the secondary characters? Momo, well, here they go from being secondary characters to extras. Midoriya, ha, you sound like Kaken hihi. Momo, and what did I do now to deserve that offense? Hehe. The boys continued reading for a while until sleep overtook them and they fell asleep together. Movie day. Midoriya was waking up, as the previous day had been exhausting but very fun. When he began to open his eyes to take in his surroundings, he noticed that he wasn't in his room but rather in Momo's, more specifically in bed with Mo. Upon noticing the green-haired boy's movement, she looked at him calmly with a smile and said tenderly, Momo, good morning, Izuku-kun. He said. He leaned in to kiss him on the lips. The shonen smiled and woke up completely. Midoriya, good morning, Momo. Momo, did you sleep well? Midoriya, of course, how did I get here? Momo, well, you fell asleep while we were reading and I didn't want to wake you, so I thought you could sleep in my bed tonight. Midoriya, thank you, your mattress is very soft. Momo, come on, we need to have some breakfast before classes. Midoriya, my brain says yes, but this bed says no, he said while curling up on the mattress. Wow, it smells like Mo. Momo, hee, come on, get up, she said while trying to tickle him and get him up, which worked. The boys were holding hands when they noticed someone else in the kitchen. Momo, well, it seems Lidasan beat us this time. Midoriya, the good thing is that we no longer have to convince him not to leave his position as manager. The boys were making jokes when they came in and found Mina and Tsuyu cooking. Momo, GIRLS. Mina / Tsuyu, hello Izuku-kun, hello yeah Momo, good morning. Midoriya, they got up early. Mina, yes, we wanted to make them breakfast. Tsuyu, hotcakes. I asked the little frog as I brought her a plate with a mountain of pancakes. Midoriya, please, he said as he took the plate and kissed his little frog on the cheek. The three girls and the young man took their plates of hotcakes and sat down at the table, each taking their first bite. The green-haired boy's eyes widened in surprise because the flavor was very good, even better than his own. Midoriya, who made the mixture? Mina, it was me, she said happily with a proud smile. Momo, they turned out fantastic, Ashido, Midoriya, and you used the same ingredients. Mina, how secret, she said proudly. A few hours ago, a pink-haired girl is seen entering a young chef's room and taking out a sheet of paper with instructions for making a perfect pancake mix. Now, Mina, how secret, trying to maintain her pride. Midoriya, thank you very much. The young man stood up and kissed his pink-skinned girlfriend on the forehead. She was happy and gave a silly little smile that the green-haired boy loved. The boy went back to the kitchen to wash his plate and the dishes the girls had used to cook breakfast, leaving the girls alone. Momo, did you steal Sato's recipe, Mina? Mina, shhhhhhh shouts to the raven-haired girl while putting her finger to her lips. Tsuyu, only the best for Izuku-kun, Kiro. Lida, now ASHIDUSAN and ASUSAN are getting up before me too. I'm an embarrassment as group president, Momo, oh no. Later in class, the kids were taking their class with Mr. Aizawa as usual, it being a normal day. Aizawa, alright, everyone has turned in their assignments. You can all leave for a few minutes except for Mineta and Kaminari. They didn't turn in their work so they'll have to stay here. I'm going to give you more assignments. Midoriya, did those two not even do their work? That's it, I'm not lending them my things again. Kirishima, those two brought it on themselves. Madabro lent us his notes and they were only thinking with their crotches. Kaminari, I should have made the notes first, why me? Mineta, damn it. The students left the classroom and went their separate ways, taking advantage of their free time. Midoriya was walking with Todoroki, who was talking to him about his family and siblings when Todoroki, my sister told me she was looking for someone nice to hang out with. She said she didn't mind if it was someone young. Midoriya, okay, that sounds kind of. Izuyukiyu. The young people turned around at the shout coming from behind and saw a pink-haired girl jump on the green-haired boy who was carrying support equipment. May hello mid Izuku-kun corrected the pink-haired girl, who was scratching her head. Midoriya, ah May highs. Todoroki, I see you two are very close. Midoriya, ah yes it happens that May. May, I'm dating him, said the support girl casually. Todoroki, I see it seems you really do have a big harem, Midoriya, said the bicolored boy while smiling at his friend for his talent with girls. May, it seems so, doesn't it? Negerson joined too. Todoroki, wow, it seems you have no exceptions, he said while smiling wider. May has it. Midoriya, so what's up, May? May, oh nothing, I just wanted to know how you were. Todoroki, I can hear you missed him. May me he miss him, hehe yes a lot, she said this last part while hugging the green-haired boy and hiding her face in his chest. Todoroki, well I think I'll leave you two for a while. Midoriya, the invitation if you want to have dinner at my house is for tomorrow. If you want to come or Bakugo. Midoriya, oh don't worry I'll go, Kakin will go too, believe me. Todoroki, well we'll be waiting for you there, goodbye. Midoriya, goodbye Todoroki. May, would you like to have lunch with me? Midoriya, sure. The young people went to the cafeteria together and sat down to lunch together while chatting about the days they hadn't seen each other. Midoriya, and where did you go? I couldn't find you the other day when I wanted some upgrades. May, ah, Master Power Loader took me to a presentation of an American hero super suit, it was awesome, she said while clenching her fists. Midoriya, really? May, yes, his technology allowed him to take bullets and turn them into defenses for his suit and tools. Midoriya, and who was the hero in the suit? May, I don't remember the name, but his suit was dark, he looked so cool. Midoriya, wow May, so what's been happening lately? Midoriya, nothing mister. Aizawa just told us we're going on vacation to the beach. May, well that's great, Midoriya, May. May, what's wrong, Izuku-kun? She said, resting her head on the table with her hand. Midoriya, do your parents know about us? May, well let's say yes and no. Midoriya, what do you mean? May, I told them I was seeing someone, but sometimes they're too busy building hero stuff. They're practically other versions of me, she said, laughing. Midoriya, oh okay, I'd like to meet them sometime. May, I know they'll like you, she said, smiling. After eating, the young people continued talking and laughing for the remainder of their free period until the break ended. Midoriya, oh it's time for me to go back to class. May, see you later, Izuku. The girl quickly kissed the boy on the cheek and left, saying goodbye to him. The young man went back to the classroom and they continued with the school day. After finishing these, the young man was walking while looking at his phone until he heard pairs of shoes running towards him and felt someone jump on his back. Mina, Izuku, I hear you are. Suyu, we were looking for you, Kira, where were you? Midoriya, girls, sorry, I spent my free period with May and time just flew by. Mina, don't worry, she's part of the harem and it's obvious she'll have time for you. Mua, the girl pushed the green-haired boy's cheek with her hand and kissed him affectionately from the other side. Suyu, shall we go on our date? Midoriya, sure, just let me change, unless I'm going in my uniform, hee. Mina and Suyu were already so excited about their double date with Midoriya that they hadn't noticed they hadn't changed out of their UA uniforms yet. Mina, oh, it would be better if we went and changed. Suyu, it seems we got really excited about the date, Kiro, she said, giving a sweet smile. The young people went to their respective rooms, agreeing to meet in the common room. Midoriya, alright, what would be a good idea for me to wear? The young man checked his wardrobe looking for clothes for his date with the two girls, choosing a short-sleeved white t-shirt, blue pants with several pockets and his classic red shoes. Midoriya, that should be fine, right? Loefe. Nana, it's appropriate. Fourth, repetitive but not bad, kid. Sixth, you should at least change your shoes. Midoriya, are brown boots okay? Fifth, meh, that'll do outside. The young man took his red shoes and left them in his closet, taking instead a very similar pair but brown in color, and prepared to take a shower and go to his date. Mina, for her part, had carefully checked her wardrobe in search of some clothes she could wear for her date with Midoriya. Mina, something daring or something cute, she said, touching her chin while considering what to wear. I know what. The girl pulled out a black sweater, blue jeans, and a white crop top that went well with her pink skin. Mina, I hope Midori likes it. The little frog had taken a bag out from under her bed that contained new clothes. Suyu, let's see if anything here can premiere today. The little frog pulled out white shorts that reached her thighs, a yellow shirt with red decorations, and a white jacket that reached the top of her abdomen, revealing the rest of her shirt. Suyu, I think this will be okay. Both girls, as well as the green-haired boy, grabbed their towels and headed to the showers to get ready for their date. The girls had met and were chatting while the green-haired boy, for his part, got distracted by his phone along the way. Upon realizing they had reached the showers, the three of them raised their heads, seeing that the three young men were standing face to face. The girls had stopped a few steps away from the young man, taking in his toned body. Despite having seen it countless times before, given the numerous battles he'd fought and how his torn armor revealed his sculpted physique, this time was different. They had always seen him as a comrade and friend, but now as his girlfriends and part of his harem, it was different. He felt different. The green-haired boy noticed the girls had towels covering them from their chests to their thighs, but even so, it was a reason to feel nervous. If before, when they were just his friends, he hadn't felt the urge to look at them in any way, as his boyfriend, he didn't believe he had any privileges. And even if he did, he wouldn't be able to ask for them. The girls watched as his face gradually turned red just from looking at them, even though they weren't showing anything. But the girls felt a liquid running down their noses as they continued to look at the young man's muscles and imagine him in different situations with them. When they wiped it off, they saw that the liquid was a trickle of blood. Midoriya, G girls. Mina, oh hello Midori. Suyu, I see you're going to take a shower too, Izuku-kun. Midoriya, yais, don't look at them, don't even think about looking, but what if I only see them for a second? No. The pink-haired girl had come up with a little joke to play on the young man. What I didn't think was that it would be something embarrassing. Mina, how about we take a shower together? She said in a teasing tone. The green-haired boy instantly overcame his embarrassment at Mina's mocking proposal and was unable to utter a single word at that moment. Midoriya, I'd love to. Well, it's not that it's necessary. I'm not saying I wouldn't consider it, but it wouldn't be appropriate. We'd have to give it time, but I'm going to take a shower. The pink-haired girl blushed slightly at having asked the question, but still had a small smile on her face because of how amused he had been. Suyu, what was that question, Minachin? Mina, come on, wouldn't you like to shower with him and get a better look at those muscles? The girl continued joking. Suyu, actually, now that you mention it. Mina, huh? The girl didn't expect the little frog to actually consider taking a shower with the young man, which dismayed her. Suyu, would you like that? Mina, well, I wouldn't say no. Suyu, well, Izuku-kun said so, we should consider it. Mina, rare, you serious? The girls continued talking as they went into the showers, going back and forth on the topic. The young Miradilla had finished showering and went to his room. As was his strange custom, he only wore a towel covering his torso down to his knees, leaving his upper torso exposed with some water dripping through his hair. He was humming one of the songs Kyoka recited at their date's concert, not paying attention to where he was going, until a fly startled him, making him open his eye. He saw Momo, Uraraka, and Toru standing in front of him, staring intently while he remained frozen. Midoriya, Lord, why do these things happen to me? Momo, blessed be the silkworm that gave the silk with which they made the sheet that covered the mattress where his parents made love to create this beautiful. Uraraka, I don't regret anything I'm seeing at all. Toru, blessed be the nut on the axle bolt of the truck that brought the cement where this monument stands. The girls stared at the young man's body, imagining different scenarios with the green-haired boy. This caused a trickle of blood to run from their noses. Embarrassed by this reaction, the young man activated his quirk, and a flash of greenish energy was all that could be seen before he disappeared from the hallway, leaving the girls standing in the corridor. Toru, when did it become like this? Uraraka, what are you talking about? Toru, I mean, I knew he was muscular and worked out, but I didn't think he'd look this ripped. Uraraka, Toruchan. The brunette shouted at the invisible girl's comment. Momo, I admit that her body is not the same as before. Uraraka, damn it, how can I tell them this? It's the truth, Deku-kun's physique has improved even more than it already was. Why is this happening to me? Midoriya flew into his room and crouched in front of his door, wishing the earth would eat him alive. Midoriya, I wish the earth would swallow me up. Loefe. Nana, come on kid, it wasn't that bad. Sixth, yeah, it's not like they saw you naked. Fifth, sixth, I don't think that will help him. Midoriya, that doesn't help. Fifth, slaps the sixth on the back of the neck, making him angry. Nana, come on boy, stand up, you still have to change for your double date. Come on boy, I want to see how much you've trained that body of yours. Midoriya, that's right, I should hurry, the girls might finish soon. At that moment, the successors returned to one for all, with the exception of one teacher who stayed to watch him while he changed. Nana, not bad, lightly bites her index finger along the young man's Greek body. The teacher was still watching the young man when a whip grabbed her. Sixth, come on, leave the child alone, you pervert. Nana, damn. Midoriya Huzmas. After changing, the boy went down to the common room, where only Ajiro, Sato, Takami, and Ida were watching the TV. Midoriya, hi guys. Guys, hi Midoriya. Midoriya looked at the television and saw the program that was on, which was some kind of movie with a group of heroes and aliens. Midoriya, what do you see? He asked curiously. Ajiro, it's a new movie they released. It's about heroes who defend the planet from a space invasion. Lita, Midoriya-san, please help me explain why aliens can't be real. This just doesn't make sense, said the officer while waving his hand holding a sheet of paper. Midoriya, well, it would be complicated for aliens to appear on Earth. Besides, it would be absurd. Lita, thank you, she said, extending her hands to her friend for agreeing with her. Midoriya, but that's what was thought about superpowers before they appeared. Lita. Sato, I don't know if that's good or bad. Takami, we'd better think it's fantasy. Ajiro noticed the young broccoli's clothing as it was different from how he usually dressed. Ajiro, are you going out? Midoriya, Midoriya, oh yeah, I'm going on a date with Mina and Suyu. Sato, you hit the jackpot going out with the girls, dude. Midoriya, yeah right, to be honest I don't know why they noticed me, he said with a doubtful smile while scratching his head. Takami, well they chose well. Dark Shadow, I'd say they hit the jackpot, buddy, he extends his fist. Midoriya, hee thanks guys. Oh Sato, do you have any cookies or sweets you could sell me? Sato, oh sure, well I have strawberry flavor, chocolates, vanilla, candies of different flavors. Midoriya, I love you alls. Sato, wow, with all that sugar I think you'll get diabetes. Are you planning on having a lot of fun? Midoriya, oh we're going to the movies. Lita, but Midoriya, bringing food into the movie theater is against the rules. Midoriya, yes, but it's better to take them here and buy a little there. Ajiro, I agree, buying tickets at the cinema is like ripping someone off their face. Lita, okay, I'll let it go this time. Midoriya, thank you, Ida-san. Shortly after, the boys watched the movie on TV until Midoriya heard footsteps behind him. When he turned around, the pink-haired girl hugged him, wrapping her arms around his broad shoulders and resting her head against his back. She could hear his heart beating and feel his lungs inhaling and exhaling, which was relaxing for her. The young man was about to move when the girl held him tighter and said in a low voice, Mina, wait. The young man wasn't bothered and did what the girl asked. When he turned his head, he saw that she had her eyes closed and a smile on her face. She looked very cute in that position, and to top it all off, she was acting. Moments later, the little frog came downstairs seeing Mina and Midoriya. Not wanting to be left out, she tiptoed as quietly as possible and opened her arms, wrapping them around the young man's abdomen. When he turned around, he saw it was his little frog, and he just smiled as she closed her eyes and, like Mina, leaned back against his back. The young man saw the way they were dressed and could only think of one thing. Midoriya, my girlfriends are so beautiful, he thought while giving a warm smile. Only Lita and Sato turned to look at their friends because of the faint noise they heard, and when they saw the three young lovers. Sato/Ida, what cute couples Midoriya-san is so nice. The young women weren't sure if they would go to their date, as they hadn't expected the young man's back to be so soft. It was firm and muscular, yet at the same time smooth and comforting. Minutes had passed, but for them it felt like hours they didn't want to end, but they had to. The teacher pulled them from their thoughts as he had called Izuku to his fourth class room. Aizawa, Midoriya wanted to talk to you. Midoriya, what's wrong, Aizawa-sensei? Aizawa, there are two things I wanted to talk to you about. Midoriya, tell me what's wrong. Aizawa, well, there will be some student exchanges. Some of the Wilder girls will be moving from Class B to Class A, and the boys who got the worst grades in their recent reports will be temporarily transferred until then. I wanted you to help your classmates improve their grades and assist the girls in Class B with anything they might need. Midoriya, are they going to put all the low-quality ones in one classroom? Aizawa, yes, we had considered the fact that they might learn less, but with the teacher of Group B it will be easy for them to correct themselves. Midoriya, okay, and what was the other news about? Aizawa, I heard you've been late these past few days, what's the reason? Midoriya, well, it's just that I went out on some dates with the girls and… Aizawa, forget it, kid, I don't have time for romantic stuff. I thought it was something more, but this is worse. Midoriya, oh, was it just because of the girls? Aizawa, like I said, I thought you were involved in something bad, this explains it. Midoriya, so. Aizawa, yes, you can go, Midoriya. The boy simply bowed and went back to the room with the two girls. Tsuyu, what happened, Izuku-kun? What did Professor Aizawa tell you, Kiro? Mina, did he say anything to you? Midoriya, no, he just gave me a heads up, so shall we go? The boy pointed to the door, to which the girls simply smiled and left, accompanied by the green-haired boy. Just as the young man was about to close the building door, he was called by Momo, Uraraka, Kyoka, and Toru. Momo/Uraraka/Kyoka/Toru, Izuku-kun. The boy turned around and saw the girls give him a tender kiss one after the other as they said goodbye to him and the girls. Momo, be careful, girls, you too, Izuku-kun, said the raven-haired girl with a warm smile. Uraraka, have a good trip, guys, said the brunette, waving her hand in the air. Kyoka, have fun. The girl waved goodbye happily. Toru, don't spoil anything for me and have a good time. The boys walked along, telling anecdotes about their lives until they reached the exit towards the city center, heading for the cinema. Mina, what movie would you like to see? Tsuyu, I don't know, what do you say, Izuku-kun? Midoriya, I can see anything, what do you want to see? Mina, well, I'll see if there are any good movies this time the page isn't loading. Tsuyu, we should go and see what they have on the billboard. Midoriya, yes, we have to give it a chance, said the smiling green-haired boy. They continued walking until Mina, gathering some courage, approached Izuku and took Midoriya's arm, whose hand was in his bag. He looked at the girl and saw her gazing happily at him, and he returned that smile he loved to see on the pink-haired girl's face. People passing by saw the couple and their hearts softened for the lovely pair. Tsuyu didn't want to be left behind and took the young man's hand, turning to look at her little frog, who looked away in embarrassment. The broccoli understood her action and bent down to give her a tender kiss on the head, making her a little happier. Unlike a few seconds ago, passers-by were now staring at the two girls walking together, holding hands and arm in arm with the green-haired boy. They were surprised that the young man was apparently dating both of them, something that was usually frowned upon or disapproved of. However, the three young people were fine with their polyamorous relationship. They went to the cinema where, upon seeing the posters and the new releases, they were disappointed. Mina, no way, what are these things? Tsuyu, the kissing place. Accelerated and Angry X, the Blackie, the Scarlet Door. Midoriya, I don't think I'll be able to watch any of these without wanting to rip my eyes and ears out, and the terror scares me. Mina, I don't blame you. Tsuyu, so what do we do now? Midoriya, if you want, we can go get something to eat. Mina, okay, she said, somewhat discouraged. Tsuyu, don't worry, Mina, we'll see what we can do. Midoriya wasn't happy. He really wanted to spend a fun day with his two girlfriends, but the movie was ruining it. He didn't want to see the cheerful Mina sad. He didn't want to see her classic smile fade away because of something like this. Midoriya, would you like some ice cream? Tsuyu, I'd like a mint one, please. Izuku-kun, would you like one minachin? Mina. Tsuyu, okay, Mina wants a chocolate cookie one, chocolate topping, and a cherry on top with colorful sprinkles. Midoriya, okay, I'll go back to them. The young man apparently took advantage of the trip to see what he could do to avoid ruining the movie day when, while going for his ice cream, he saw a movie store selling music albums as well. Midoriya, he might like this, at least it'll make up for the movie thing. The young man ran back with his ice creams to tell the news. Mina, thank you, Izuku-kun. Tsuyu, thank you. Midoriya, girls, I don't know if you'd like to, but I saw a movie store. It had lots of different categories and styles. I don't know if you'd be interested in going to check it out, at least so we can have our movie day. Tsuyu, we should go check it out, what do you say, Minasan? Mina, that sounds good, we should go see it. The boys walked towards the store where the movie store clerk was located and checked that there were several genres available. Midoriya, so what movie should we watch? Tsuyu, there's drama, suspense, horror, action, comedy, and Mina, romance. Midoriya, you guys choose, I'll pay. The girls had taken a stack of movie discs and brought them to the counter to pay. On their way back, the kids bought more ice creams and snacks to tide them over while they watched their movies. The young man was laughing with his girls when he noticed something about the pink-skinned girl. Midoriya, hey, Mina. Mina, what's wrong, Izuku-kun? Midoriya, oh, it's just that you have some ice cream on your cheek. Mina, oh, I didn't feel that, let me. The girl couldn't finish speaking when she felt the green-haired boy kiss her cheek, wiping off the ice cream. The pink-haired girl was startled by what the young man did, but without questioning it, she could only watch as he licked the last bit of ice cream off his lips and replied. Midoriya, hey, cookie ice cream isn't bad at all, he said with a smile. The girl could only respond with a silly smile and continue licking her ice cream in embarrassment. Tsuyu, meanwhile, saw what happened to Mina and wondered how she felt. She took a little bit of her ice cream with her finger and smeared some on her cheek. Tsuyu, do you like me, Minechin? The little frog girl said as an excuse to get the green-haired boy to look at her. Midoriya, oh, you've got a little bit of Tsuyu in you too. Just as he had done with Mina, the young man kissed the little frog to clean the ice cream off the green-haired girl's soft skin, who, upon feeling his touch, simply smiled tenderly. Tsuyu, how cute. Midoriya, how pretty. The young people arrived at UA where they saw little Eri being entertained by Nejer, who were playing patent paddle. Nejer, and that's why I was forbidden from dressing up as a cat for Halloween. Oh, look Erichan, who's coming. Eri turned around and saw her friend Dad Midoriya and two of her friends walking very close together. Eri, Daddy, she said as she ran straight towards the green-haired boy. Midoriya hugged the little girl while stroking her head. Mina, Nejer, and Tsuyu watched the scene, and it looked exactly as it seemed, a father-daughter reunion. Even though Midoriya and Eri weren't related, the little girl looked like she really was Midoriya's daughter. Mina, I swear to protect those smiles. Tsuyu, God, they're so cute. Nejer, Midoriya won't be a great father, he already is a great father. Eri, where did you go? Midoriya, oh, we went to buy some movies and snacks. Eri, can I watch a movie with you guys? Midoriya, sure, Erichan. The boys went inside and started getting everything ready for their movie afternoon. Midoriya connected the disc player to the television. Mina looked for bowls for the snacks and sweets. Tsuyu got the drinks. And Nejer and Eri went to get pillows. Once they had gathered on the sofa, little Eri took a seat on the green-haired boy's feet. Mina was to his right, Tsuyu to his left, and Nejer was floating while holding a pillow. Mina, okay, what movies do we have? Midoriya, okay, let's see, we have Titanic, Interstellar, The Hangover, who took this one? Mina just rolled her eyes to the other side while scratching the back of her neck because she had just thrown all the movies off the shelf without looking at them. Midoriya, yeah, no, what else is there? Rocky Me Before You. Mina, yes, that one. Let's see that one, Izuku-kun, please, she said while excitedly clapping her hands to the green-haired boy. Midoriya, do you want me to put it on? Tsuyu, I've never seen it before, if we have to see it, Kiro. Nejer, are you sure, Izuku-kun? Eri, please. Midoriya just smiled and bent down to place the disc in the player to start watching the movie. The young green-haired man quickly leaned back on the sofa with the girls to watch the film. The young people watched much of the film, witnessing the tragedy of the protagonist Will and Lewis's need. Mina / Tsuyu, reminds me of Uraraka. The boys continued watching the movie, feeling some pity for the girl because of how the boy in the wheelchair treated her. They sadly watched as the girl tried to cheer up the young man every day while she tried to help him, and how the young man despised her, and the pain he felt when he found out about the wedding of his ex-girlfriend and his friend. Mina, please try to help you. Tsuyu, why is it like this? Midoriya, it seems he can't let go of the past. The young people continued watching, except for Eri, who fell asleep during the first few moments of the film. They saw how little by little the young man accepted the girl's company, how he now took her to events and taught her to be more self-confident, while the girl seemed to help him avoid taking his own life. The girls were extremely happy with the direction the story was taking. They saw how polite the young man was, how he paid attention to the girl's family, how he was a better person and partner while the boyfriend didn't even try to listen to the girl. The girls were deeply engrossed in the moment when they danced at the event the young man had invited her to. They smiled, enjoyed themselves, and cried throughout the rest of the film, something the young boyfriend of the three UA girls had to comfort, as they were crying over the young protagonist's fate and the final gift he left for the girl. Sometime after the young man managed to console his girlfriends, they decided to move on to another movie. Mina, you have to see Titanic. Nejer, yes. Midoriya, okay, you can play it while I take Eri to my room to rest. Tsuyu, no problem, Izuku-kun. Mina will wait for you here. The young man took the girl to her room and put her to sleep in her bed. He returned to the living room and along with the girls watched more movies until 10:00 at night. Mina was already falling asleep, while Tsuyu and Nejer had already fallen asleep. Noticing this, Midoriya decided it was time for bed. He put away the movies and turned off the television. With the help of his black whip, he carried all the plates and glasses they had used to the kitchen. Then he took Mina and Tsuyu to their rooms. After leaving Mina in her room, he covered her with the sheets and gave her a tender kiss on the forehead, to which she only smiled in her sleep. He did the same with Tsuyu. Nejer, meanwhile, had to wake her up so she could go to her room in the third-year building. She hugged Midoriya for the movie night, and very tired, he went to his room and decided to sleep on the floor so that the white-haired girl could sleep in his bed. Midoriya, now time to finally go to sleep. Dinner with the Todorokis. It was a new day. The sun shone through the windows of the Class 1A rooms, marking the start of the day. A young man with green hair was starting to get up, feeling more sore than usual because he'd forgotten that sleeping on the floor wasn't as comfortable as he'd imagined. Nevertheless, he got up and performed his usual morning exercises, focusing on stretches, push-ups, squats, and weightlifting. Having finished this, I noticed that little Eri, the white-haired girl, was still fast asleep in her bed, so I decided to let her sleep a little longer. The green-haired boy decided to take a shower as usual and went to the showers, grabbed his towel and left. As usual, I checked my phone for news and other things because it had been quiet for a while. The League of Villains hadn't acted and that was suspicious. The boy was still thinking about his own things when a soft, friendly voice greeted him. "Good morning, Izuku-kun." The young man looked up and noticed it was Momo and Mina, who also seemed to be going to take a shower. He knew Momo was normal. They had gotten up early more than once and knew they were among the first to shower. But Mina, especially after a movie night. "Midoriya, hi Momo, hi Mina, good day," replied the cheerful Broccoli. He seemed to have overcome his nervousness upon seeing the girls about to take a shower. But in reality, he was dying inside from the nerves of seeing them only in bath towels. And the girls again felt a trickle of blood from their noses because they didn't know how Izuku could have an angelic face and the physique of a warrior since it seemed impossible to them and hot. Later. Classes were about to end when Aizawa made the announcement to Midoriya. "Aizawa, listen up, because of the drop in grades, the principal and teachers have decided to implement a change. Those with low grades will now have to go to classroom B to have classes with the teacher of that group. Mineta/Kaminari/Sato/Mina/Ayama/Toru. What? Aizawa, you'll have a test to check your average for this term. If you don't pass, you'll be temporarily transferred and vice versa. Some girls from Class B will be placed in Class A for disciplinary reasons. Some in Class 1A weren't as nervous, since they weren't doing too badly, but those young people knew they were in trouble and wouldn't be able to advance in the classes they wanted. Aizawa, you can leave now." Midoriya was putting his things away when he heard Mina's voice and she hugged him from behind. "Mina, Izuku-kun, I need you to help me study or we won't be able to see each other as often, please." Midoriya, sure, we can study this afternoon." Mina, thank you, gives him a kiss on the cheek. As everyone was returning to the dorms, Midoriya tried to find Bakugo to convince him to go to dinner with the Todorokis and found him walking with Kirishima and Kaminari. "Kirishima, I think I should improve my grades. I mean, I'm not doing too badly, but why not better? Kaminari, I'm dead tired, I didn't practice anything when Midoriya lent us his notes. Bakugo, that's because you're more of an idiot than anything. Kirishima, they thought of looking for something perverted about Midoriya, which is impossible. Bakugo, he's a damn. Midoriya Kaken, Bakugo, speaking of idiots, what the hell do you want, nerd? Midoriya, hello, Kirishima. Kaminari, saying the latter's name with disgust. Bakugo, ignore me, you idiot. Midoriya, I wanted to make sure you were going to Todoroki's family dinner. Bakugo, I'm not going to that damn dinner, now get away. Midoriya, okay damn, I promised Todoroki-kun I'd convince Kaken to go, I know. It'll be a shame if you miss the food, I wonder if they're better cooks than you. The young descendant of Osama bin Laden stopped walking and turned his head sharply to look at the green-haired man. Bakugo, we'll see who cooks better, you idiot. Midoriya, so you're coming. Bakugo, I'm going to shut your damn mouth, you'll see. Midoriya, okay, we'll be waiting for you tonight. The young man happily went to tell Todoroki the news, while the Muslim's brain processed that he had just confirmed he would go to Shoto's family dinner. The green-haired boy searched the schoolyard for the young man with two-toned hair, until he found him sitting on a shady bench whispering things under a tree behind him, and the young man approached to tell him. Shoto, could it be that Almight isn't Midoriya's father but All for One, who said it's that time, if a woman tells me to ignore her, should I listen to her or not? Midoriya, Todoroki-kun, Shoto, Midoriya, what's wrong? Midoriya, it's all right, Kaken confirmed he'll be at your house for dinner. Shoto, how did you convince him? Midoriya, don't worry, what matters is whether he'll go. Shoto, thanks, my brothers and that stupid old man will be there and dinners are awkward with him around. Midoriya, oh that's right, you have problems with I'm sorry Todoroki. Shoto, don't worry, things will be better with you guys there. Midoriya, okay, I'll go do some things first, see you tonight. Todoroki, good night Midoriya. The young green-haired boy left, leaving the bicolored boy alone, who was grateful to have made some good friends at UA. The young man arrived and saw the girl starting to watch the boys playing on the GS4 that Momo and he had won at the fair a few days before. Eri was looking at the young people playing a game that came with this sofa. Eri read, what's that? The girl said innocently, catching the attention of young Kirishima, who turned to look at her with a smile. Kirishima, oh, it's a video game. Eri, video games. Lita, it's a game but in video style, it can only be played on the Erichan TV. Eri, ooh, the girl could only respond by touching her lip with her index finger, understanding the boy's explanation. And what video game are you playing? The curious girl asked. Takagami, he is the god of chaos. Kirishima, bro, I've wanted to play this ever since it came out. The green-haired youth watched from afar as the girl, intently watching the controller and screen, observed the redhead playing. Broccoli went upstairs to his room and was about to enter when two pairs of arms surprised him. Midoriya, Minasan, Suyusan, what's wrong? Mina, nothing, we just wanted to thank you. Tsuyu, because of yesterday's date, Kiro. Midoriya, no need, it was fun. Tsuyu, we have to do it again. Midoriya, I'd love to, but I still owe Uraraka and Toru their presents, and I have commitments with Todoroki and Bakugo today. Mina, is Bakugo going? How did you convince him? Midoriya, I've been able to handle Kakin since we were kids, it's not that difficult. Tsuyu, and are they going with Todoroki? Midoriya, yes, he invited us to dinner at his house and we accepted. The girls watched as the young man scratched his head and decided to ask him something they were unsure about. Mina, have you ever cut your hair, Izuku-kun? Midoriya, very rarely, actually I prefer it longer. Tsuyu had an idea, a small surprise for her boyfriend, though they weren't sure if he would like it. Tsuyu, well, Izuku-kun, we'll leave you to rest before your dinner with the Todorokis. Midoriya, thanks, wait, but Mina, didn't you want help studying for your exam? Mina, oh, don't worry, I'll ask Momo for help. I know Todoroki-kun has been having problems with his family. Help him out, and if I have any more questions, I'll ask you when you get there. This is a good idea, Mina's so clever, hehe. Midoriya, are you sure? Mina, yes, you go. Midoriya, well, thanks, girls. Tsuyu and Mina headed towards Momo's room while sending a text message to the group of girls. Mina meeting in Momo's rooms. Tsuyu urgent index light frog. Uraraka okay thumbs lights. Momo I'll tidy everything. Toru I'm coming. Jiru okay. When Mina and Tsuyu arrived, they saw the girls already in the room chatting and drinking tea. Mina, great girls, I'm glad you're here. Momo, what's going on? Jiru, what's the meeting for? Tsuyu, we wanted to surprise Izuku-kun. Uraraka, what kind of surprise? Tsuyu, what if tomorrow we tell him to meet us at the mall and we change our style? Toru, style change. Mina, we changed our hairstyle. Jiru, it doesn't sound bad actually. Tsuyu, what if we invite Nejer and Mei? Momo, that's a good idea. Oh, and Momo, will you help me study for my exam, please, with the boys? The three young men were walking down a street chatting as they headed to the bicolor's house. It was getting late, dawn was just breaking, the sun was setting on the horizon, and most people were already heading home as they walked. Shoto, I've already tried cooking bacon on my arm, but it burns when I use it. Midoriya, don't you think you're using too much heat? Shoto, maybe the opposite happens when I want to use the icy side. Bakugo, extra, this is too much. When are we going to? Shoto, we're here, welcome to my house. The young people had arrived at the Todoroki family residence, which was a very large residence. Shoto was right, his parents' house had a classic Japanese style. Midoriya, this is your house. Bakugo, PFFF, I've seen better. Damn, it's huge. Shoto, yes, it's the old man's house. Endeavor, Shoto. Shoto, and speaking of. The young people saw the entrance to the residence and saw the infernal hero, Endeavor, looking at the group of young people entering his residence. The young Midoriya and Bakugo could clearly see an aura of tension between the gazes of the pro-hero and his son. Welcome. The tension dissipated when a young, white-haired woman with glasses and a white apron opened the door, greeting the guests. Fayumi, thank you for coming when everyone is so busy, and thank you for always taking care of Shoto. I'm Fayumi, his sister. Midoriya, I'm Izuku. Midoriya, Shoto's classmate, the green-haired boy said aloud while looking like a statue due to his presentation. Shoto, it sounds like Iida talking like that. Bakugo, I'm hungry, damn it, didn't we come here to eat dinner? Fayumi, what a cute boy, come on, let's go to the table, dinner is already served. The young people, accompanied by Endeavor and Fayumi, headed to the dining room where another young man with white hair was waiting, looking at his phone. He looked up when the young people entered and only smiled slightly, but his smile quickly faded when Endeavor entered. The young people approached the table, seeing that there was plenty of appetizing food with a pleasant aroma. Fayumi, let me introduce myself again. I'm Shoto's older sister, Fayumi. This is Natsuo. He goes to university. Natsuo, hello. Shoto, yes, they're classmates from Heroism, Midoriya and Bakugo. Midoriya, pleased to meet you. During this time, Endeavor had only kept his eyes closed while Natsuo looked at him with disdain. That air of heaviness and resentment was present again, something the green-haired and blonde youths noticed and only tried to ignore without success, forcing the white-haired girl to speak to cut the discord. Fayumi, let's eat before it gets cold. Midoriya, yes, enjoy your meal. The green-haired boy took one of the dishes his friend's sister had prepared and put it in his mouth. The flavor was incredible, it was juicy, soft, and crispy. Midoriya, Fayumi is so delicious. Bakugo, meh, not bad, I guess. Fayumi, thanks guys, Natsuo was the only one who complimented my food. I'm glad you liked it. Everyone was enjoying the dinner prepared by the white-haired woman, but no one could ignore the furtive and violent glances exchanged between Natsuo and Endeavor, which seemed to cross the table from one end to the other. At one point during dinner, the younger, older brother stood up and simply said, "Natsuo, I'm done, I'm leaving." "Fayumi, wait, Natsuo." "Natsuo, I'm sorry, Fayumi, I can't." The young man simply opened the kitchen door and left. The others were silent, while Endeavor remained steadfast with his judgmental gaze staring in the direction the young man had gone. "Endeavor, I finished too." The girl just looked sadly at her father, who also left with his back turned. "Shoto, I'm sorry, Fayumi." "Fayumi, I really hoped we could have a quiet dinner like a family." Guests Midoriya and Bakugo didn't dare say anything because since the sports festival they knew about Shoto and his family's difficult situation, what had happened to his mother and Endeavor's treatment of his children. "Fayumi, I think it was childish to wish for something like that." Midoriya's no. The girl raised her gaze slightly, seeing that he also shared the girl's sadness. "Midoriya, it's not childish to want to reunite your family. You try to bring them together because you love them, and that's not childish at all." Fayumi felt a warm sensation, as she had never spoken to anyone about her family, and the young man's comforting words made her feel better. "Fayumi, thank you." "Shoto, thank you, Midoriya, you're a good friend." The siblings' expressions were smiles, which then changed. "Bakugo, damn it, if you're going to invite people to dinner, it's for dinner, not therapy sessions." "Midoriya, Kaken." The young woman just smiled and laughed at their reaction. "Fayumi, I'm sorry about that, we should continue eating dinner. It would be bad if the food got cold." "Midoriya, yes." The young people continued eating dinner and telling anecdotes. "Midoriya, when the dust was removed, he was still in the safe zone. I was embedded in the wall." "Shoto, I still regret that." "Fayumi, Shoto, it was a tournament, not a knife fight to the death." "Bakugo, make it good for me." "Shoto, I repeat, I still regret that." "Bakugo, don't forget that I avenged you, idiot." "We already saw who was the best of the three in the end." "Shoto, that's right, in the end I ended up embedded in the wall when I faced Bakugo." "Bakugo, that's my name, don't waste it." "Fayumi, they say your school has the big three. Midoriya/Shoto/Bakugo, yes." "Fayumi, you won't be next, will you?" "Midoriya/Shoto/Bakugo, I don't think so, it's probable only I." The young men looked at the different answers and only Midoriya started to laugh. "Shoto, what's he laughing at? Was the joke separate? Bakugo, damn schizophrenic." "Fayumi, they seem to get along really well." Young Shoto wanted to understand the joke, but his friend's senseless laughter was funnier, so he let out small smiles. "Fayumi, I've never seen Shoto laugh, not even when we were just kids." "Bakugo exteriors, what are you laughing at?" "What's the damn joke?" After all that, at the end of dinner, the young people talked more about their family and what happened to their brother Tauya, but they all left it at that. The young people were ready to leave, so the young teacher went to accompany them and say goodbye. "Fayumi, it's so nice to meet you all here so you can share." The girl gave the green-haired young man several packages of food containing leftovers from her cooking, which even though they were sealed still smelled amazing. "Midoriya, you're very kind, thank you very much." "Fayumi, thank you for being my little brother's friend." "Midoriya, I'm grateful that you're my friend." The young people were happy with each other as they both appreciated each other's genuine kindness. "Shoto, well, we'll be going now." "Thank you, Fayumi, for dinner, and I'm glad you met my friends." "Fayumi, it was a pleasure, thank you too, Katsuki, for the food and condiment suggestions." "Bakugo, it wasn't help, it was basic knowledge, damn it." "Midoriya, what he means is you're welcome." "Bakugo, don't put words on my, you idiot." "Shoto, thank you, but we should return to the dorms." "Fayumi, take care, goodbye." The young people got into the Todoroki's car and headed back to school. Fayumi was cleaning up the kitchen, happy to know her brother had good friends, especially someone who cared like Midoriya. "Fayumi, izuku, Midoriya, I hope to see you here again." In Endeavor's room. Endeavor, All Might's young sidekick, he's a bit of an idiot, but he's the only one with any genuine courage and bravery. He has my blessing to marry Fayumi when he asks for her hand in marriage. He's like the son I never had, in the car with the young people. Shoto, I don't know why, but now I hate the old man even more. Midoriya, are you alright, Todoroki? You were telling me about why your sister would date someone younger. Shoto, everything's fine, Midoriya, I just don't know why, but now I hate that old man even more. Midoriya, it's scary when you say it like that. The walk was silent, as the young men were already sleepy and began to fall asleep, the first being Bakugo after his strict personal routine, then Midoriya and then Todoroki. Driver, we're almost there, young master, young master. Looking in the rearview mirror, the driver saw the blonde-haired youth leaning on the right shoulder of his not-friend, and Midoriya on the left shoulder of the young master, with Shoto in the middle, both looking exhausted. Upon arriving at the UA, I look for a tutor to notify them of my arrival. Aizawa summoned Uraraka to use her quirk on them and float them away without waking them up. Uraraka, hi guys. The girl affected them with her quirk and carried them all floating, holding their hands so they wouldn't wake up. I had to admit, the sleeping boys looked like puppies. Uraraka, they're so cute, but Deku-kun is the cutest. She said this while giving him a kiss, leaving the green-haired boy with a smile. Aizawa took Bakugo to his room, and Uraraka took Shoto and Deku, whom she tried to tuck into bed without waking them, succeeding once the youngsters were tucked in. She removed her anti-gravity effect from them and they fell peacefully asleep. Uraraka, good night, Deku-kun. New look and outing families. Notice this chapter chronologically comes before Beachwear. Nothing changes in that episode, except that this one comes first, but due to technical problems, I had to upload that one first. Thank you for your attention and my apologies. The day was normal. The 1A students who had gone to the city fair had gotten a video game console which they decided to leave in the common room for their entertainment, but this time there was some discord. Kirishima, up, kick, don't dodge, dodge, and Lida, you should have used the ability. Kaminari, how the hell did you lose, bro? Kirishima, I don't know, man. Sato, I admit I'd never played games like this before, but I don't think Eri could have learned it on her own. Kirishima, Eri, who taught you to play Lethal Combat like that? The UA kids were playing one of the console games against Eri, who had chosen the game. They assumed they should give her a chance to win, but now Eri was the one who had to at least give the kids some chance to win. Talk, Ami. It's not normal for a girl her age to be so good at playing, someone must have taught her. Eri simply turned to look at them calmly with a smile while they tried to figure out who taught her, until the girl made the final move and subsequently the graphic execution. Game LETALY Don Zero wins. Eri Ochilechi Chani. The boys quickly looked at Bakugo, who had just lowered his magazine to look at the girl, smile, and laugh. Bakugo hehebrats. Realizing the boys were watching him, he only deigned to shout. Bakugo, what the hell are you seeing at me, China? Ajiro, we need to stop asking Bakugo to look after Eri. While the boys continued playing, trying to beat Eri, which was impossible, some visitors arrived at the dormitories. What's up, guys? Shouted the Pussycat members as they made an epic entrance, drawing everyone's attention. Bakugo at that moment peace vanished. He raises his magazine back to his face, trying to ignore the members. Where is Deku? Zero, were you looking for Midoriya? Sato, is something wrong? Mandalay, ah no, it's just that she asked us to bring Kota to her every now and then. She loves spending time with him and she likes Kota. The boy in the red cap was looking in the direction of the room, noticing that several young people were irritated. Zero, hey, if you want you can go with them, and the girl on the sofa, Midoriya will be down soon. The young man simply walked into the room and saw that the reason the boys were upset was because the girl was beating them. Mineta, NOOOO, you're using CHEATS, aren't you? Lita, Mineta, don't exaggerate, she's just a child. Shoto, a girl who's good at playing Lethal Combat. The young man was watching the screen. He had heard about that game. It was violent, but it looked fun. Do you want to play with me? The young man turned to the sofa where he had been spoken to and saw the girl offering him the video game controller. Eri, do you want to play? They're already tired, he said, pointing to the boys who were upset with themselves. Kirishima, how did a girl beat me? That's not manly. Kota, so can I, Eri, sure, she said, giving the boy a smile. The young man took the controller, climbed onto the sofa next to the girl, and they chose characters. Game Zeus Don Zero ready, fight. The boys were trying to figure out how to calm the boy down when he lost to Eri, since none of them had been able to beat her in lethal combat until they saw Eri's character fall in the first round for the first time. The boys were surprised because no one had been able to beat Eri all morning, and Kota had already knocked her down in the very first match. Then Eri knocked Kota down in the same way, until finally they both threw a punch, falling to the ground and ending in a draw. Kirishima, kid, you need to teach me how to do it. Kota, you claim to be manly, but you couldn't beat her. The redhead just went to cry in a corner because of the comment. Kirishima, now I understand, Madabro. Kaminari, yeah. Kota rematch, Eri rematch. The boys selected their characters on the screen again. Game Gora Lan Kui ready, fight. They both competed again but only obtained the same result. Zero, Eri, I have a question. You've never played this before, how come you're so good? Eri, easy, I just have to imagine that the opponent is Chisaki. The boys didn't know what to say because now they knew why he chose the characters with the most brutal executions. The young people continued playing, each supporting their favorite. Then the young green-haired man finally arrived at the lobby, seeing the children. Midoriya, Eri, Kota, it's good to see you. Eri/Kota, Dad, DEKU. The boys rushed to hug him because they had wanted to see him for a long time. Midoriya, it's time to go, the girls are waiting for us at the mall. Eri/Kota, I want a caramel apple, I want an ice cream. Midoriya, hehe, okay let's go, we'll be back in a bit guys, boys, sure. When the children left accompanied by the green-haired boy, everyone remained silent until someone spoke. Shoto, is it just me or is Midoriya a good father? Kirishima/Sato/Takagami/Seiro, I agree. Kaminari/Mineta/Kota/Ajiro, I thought I was the only one who thought that. Lita, he is indeed a good father. Bakugo, girlfriend's kids, the only thing this idiot is missing is showing up at church and having them make love to him. The boys wanted to respond to Bakugo, but they had to admit that Osama bin Laden's cousin was partly right. Lita, Bakugo, how can you say that? They're our friends and classmates. We can't talk about them like that. The young man only deigned to raise his middle finger, going back to his magazine. At the shopping center. The group of children and teenagers had already arrived at the shopping center because the girls asked Midoriya to wait for them, as they wanted to surprise him and find out his opinion. While the young man went to get ice cream and a caramel apple for his children, and using the black whip he carried ice cream for the girls. They went to a bench to wait for the girls and played while they waited. They chatted for a while until someone spoke to them. Izuku-kun this way. Turning around, he was impressed by the girls, as he hardly recognized them. The green-haired boy's eyes were wide, and his mouth was open because his girlfriends looked so beautiful with their new hairstyles. Eri noticed that Midoriya's mouth was open, so she stretched out her little hand and tried to close it. Eri extends her hand, okay, no flies. Kota, who are those? Eri just bit into her apple and calmly said to the young man in the red cap. Eri, they're my mommies, said the little girl, smiling proudly. Kota didn't ask any more questions and wasn't that impressed since he knew that many people admired Deku and that he had many girlfriends' wives. Mina, hee and well Izuki, tell us, how do we look? The pink-haired girl was playing with her hair because she really liked the change. Jiro, I'm not that used to leaving it so long to be honest. Uraraka, come on Jirochan, your hair looks cute. Momo, short hair isn't actually so bad. Tsuyu, that's right, I thought it would look bad. What do you say, Izuku? Midoriya, they're beautiful. The boy was still surprised by the girl's change in appearance and answered their question without thinking, causing them to be embarrassed by his response. Midoriya, WL, I'm not saying they weren't beautiful before, they always have been and always will be beautiful. I don't want you to misunderstand me. Oh, I think I'd better shut up. Some of the girls were laughing at the young man's panic, as they knew he usually gets scared around them when he thinks he said something wrong. Uraraka, Erichin, what do you say, do you like our new hairstyle? The girl looked at the girls and said excitedly. Eri, my moms look beautiful. Mina, oh, how cute. The girls couldn't help but put their hands over their mouths at the blonde's response because her answer and the way she said it melted their hearts. The girls looked at where Izuku was, still petrified, while Kota gently patted his cheek, trying to snap him out of his trance. Kota, Deku, hey. The girls approached the green-haired boy to try and snap him out of his trance. Momo, Izuku-kun, said the raven-haired girl as she leaned flirtatiously towards him to get his attention, but he was still in a trance. Jiro, Izuku proceeded to snap her fingers several times without result. Uraraka, let me try. The girl approached him and a few strands of hair fell in front of her, which she gathered with her fingers and tucked behind her ear. Uraraka, Deku-kun. Instead of this working, Kota and Eri noticed their arms tensing up. Eri, wow, daddy copied Uncle Kirishima's ability. Kota, it looks concrete. Uraraka moved away a little after the green-haired boy's opposite result. Uraraka, it only got worse. Toru Izukeyukeyun, wake up. The invisible girl grabbed the green-haired boy by the shoulders and started shaking him. Mina, wait, I think I have an idea, said the pink-skinned girl, who wore a mischievous smile, which told the other girls that it was something risque, knowing her. Izuku-kun, don't tell us you're imagining dirty things with us. She asked the young man with a smile and a mischievous look, who, as if a glass had fallen, reacted in fright. Midoriya, and no, it's not that, it's just that, well, I already have a picture of you and your new style. It's not that it's bad at all, you look beautiful. It's just new and that's it wasn't that I thought that way about you, the young man shouted sheepishly at his girlfriend Mina's suspicion. Mina, oh that's too bad, she said, crossing her arms in a sad tone. The young man quickly blushed at the answer. Kota, Deku, you're very red. Eri, daddy, are you sick? Midoriya, I'm just hot, kids, I'll be fine. Toru, that didn't sound so good, said the invisible girl. Momo, Torachin, Toru, okay, I'll calm down. Eri, daddy, can we give the ice cream to my mommies? Midoriya, of course, Erichin, you and Kota can give them to them. Eri went down and Midoriya brought the first whip closer to her, releasing the ice cream into the small hands of the white-haired girl. She took the cone and headed towards the chestnut tree. Eri, vanilla ice cream for Mommy Uraraka. Kota, here's the napkin, said the black-haired one, looking away in embarrassment. Uraraka, thank you kids. Momo, aw, Kota is adorable. Midoriya, I know I want to adopt him. Upon hearing this, the boy's eyes widened in excitement at what the boy had said. Kota, can you adopt me? Midoriya, damn, he's serious, sure. Kota was even more excited by the green-haired boy's hesitant response, so he jumped for joy and shouted at the top of his lungs. Kota Deku is my dad's. YSSS. The boy quickly ran to hug the green-haired boy who didn't know how he would tell the pussycats. Kota, so they're my mom's too. Midoriya, well, technically yes. Kota and she would be my sister, Midoriya, Eri, sure. Kota walked towards the white-haired girl and spoke. Kota, let's give our moms the ice cream, said the black-haired boy excitedly. Eri, yes. The children continued handing out ice cream while watching the extremely happy children. Eri for now having a little brother and Kota for having been adopted by Midoriya and now having a sister. Midoriya, now how am I going to tell the pussycats about this? The girls were all already there with their gifts from the children, and the children were hanging onto Izuku, who was happy that they were all there. Eri, Daddy. Midoriya, yes. Erichan, Eri, why is the sky blue? Midoriya, well. Kota, Dad. Midoriya, yes. Kotakun, Kota, why is the tree green? Midoriya, well. The girls could only laugh at the numerous questions they were throwing left and right at the green-haired boy. Momo, Kotakun, Kota, yes, Mommy, asked the innocent young man. Momo, do you want to go to the games? Eri and Kota opened their eyes with happiness at their mother's suggestion. Midoriya, thank you, Mama-san. The young people left and let the children play in the park outside the mall. Midoriya played at chasing them and Mina and Toru helped them. Momo, it seems the children are enjoying this. Uraraka, yes. Jiro, will they bully Izuku? The girls watched as Eri and Kota hit Izuku, and he pretended to receive them over and over again. Suyu, that's how children are. Momo, yes, he. The girls continued watching the scene happily as they ate their ice cream until they were interrupted. Guy 1, dude, look at those beauties. Guy 2, yes, hello ladies, why are you all alone? Momo, first, hi. Uraraka, second, don't call us cuties. Jiro, third, we're not alone, we came together with our boyfriend. Midoriya, fourth, pulls out the black whip, here I am. The scoundrels looked back and saw the green-haired man unleash large extensions of his whip-like gift, capable of creating a great shadow over them. They paled and ran to avoid getting hurt. Guy 1, forgive us. Guy 2, we won't do it again. The young man returned the whip to himself and looked at the girls, who had maintained a serene expression throughout the situation, changing it to one of shock at the green-haired boy's reaction to the guys. Midoriya, are you all right? He asked with a smile. Momo, yes, we're fine. She didn't hesitate for a second to answer. Uraraka, don't worry. How is it possible that I love him more? Jiro, they were just idiots. I love that she did that. The young man saw the children again and took out the whips to pretend to be a monster. Eri, ready, fight. The children began to move like characters from Lethal Combat, performing similar movements and strikes like in the game, leaving Midoriya impressed. Midoriya were the game's movements recorded. Eri, Letally, Kota wins. Kota pretended to perform an execution and Midoriya played along. The girls applauded the boy's heartwarming victory over his dad. Eri, very good little brother, Daddy, get up. The young man remained lying on the ground despite Eri's request. Eri, Daddy. The girls noticed this and began to get up. Eri, Daddy. Kota, Dad. Eri bent down and saw the young man lying with his eyes closed in the sand of the playground. Eri, Daddy died. Kota, Dad, no, Dad, it was just a game. The children began to feel like crying when the young man suddenly stood up. Eri, Daddy's a zombie. The children, reacting to this, began to beat their father, trying to force him back to his eternal rest. Seeing the terrible beating the children were giving him, the girls decided to intervene. Later. Eri, sorry, Daddy, I thought you were a zombie. Kota, I thought so too, sorry, Dad. The girls couldn't understand how two children, now their sons, had managed to leave their boyfriend, now their father, in such a deplorable state, to the point that Momo had to create an emergency first aid kit to treat the green-haired boy. Midoriya, don't worry, I shouldn't have pretended to be dead either, but why did their first instinct turn to hitting me? Eri, Uncle Bakugo said that if Daddy were to become a zombie, we should grant him eternal peace without hesitation. Momo, so it was Bakugo's idea. Uraraka, that Muslim will see later. Jiro, I never wished ill on anyone until now, well, actually I did. Mina, Bakugo will see when we get back. Kota, who is Uncle Bakugo. Midoriya, he's Eri, the Muslim guy, the one with blonde hair but not so blonde, who's always angry and yells "Essay Chinese." Kota, the one with the skull shirt, Eri, if that. Midoriya, I should just leave you with your uncle Todoroki. Meanwhile, the girls delved into their thoughts, trying to remember how Shoto was with children and whether he was capable of taking care of them. Momo flashback. Eri, Uncle Fire. Shoto, I'm Shoto. Eri, oh Uncle Shoko, can you pass me that red vase over there? Points to a jar of cookies. Shoto, sure. Eri hands her an empty bottle. Eri, not that one over there. Shoto, oh sorry, here you go. He hands him one of the spices. Eri, this isn't working, thanks. Shoto, whenever you want, Eri. Momo, that day he asked Aoyama for help and things went better for him. Uraraka flashback. Uraraka, hello Todoroki-kun. Shoto, oh hello Uraraka, Eri. Eri, what's Uncle Todoroki doing? Uraraka, were you preparing something? Shoto, yeah, I was hungry and wanted to make something to eat, did you guys too? Uraraka, almost, we were thirsty. Eri, Uncle Todoroki, would you like some tea? Shoto stood motionless and before they knew it, he was in a corner with his hand covering the left side of his face. Uraraka, oh no, his memories of Vietnam. Eri, is Uncle Todoroki okay? Uraraka, if only a cry is heard, needs to breathe. Uraraka, that day we had to ask Deku-kun to be his therapist for 3 hours straight. Jiro flashback. The girl was walking along listening to music on her phone when she saw the bicolored boy's room striking strange poses while trying on different styles of sunglasses in front of the mirror, whispering something to Todoroki Shadokta. It was a strange day. I spent more than 10 minutes in front of the mirror while humming a strange song. Todoroki, so. She's kind of clingy. Tsuyu, I think we should take her to Almight or Professor Aizawa instead. Midoriya, do you think so? The girls quickly nodded and noticed how even the little girl nodded at the suggestion. Eri, even with Uncle Mirio and Uncle Tamaki. The boys decided to go and explore the shops inside the mall and see what they could buy during their outing. The girls went from store to store until 3 of them were left behind. Jiro, girls, what's going on? The girls had stopped in front of a claw machine full of stuffed animals. Mina, look, did you see that teddy bear? Toru, he looks very chubby. Eri, it's so cute. Mina, I won't leave without getting that teddy bear. The pink-skinned girl swore as she searched her pocket for change to insert into the machine. The other girls, meanwhile, prayed that she would succeed, as she had never been able to win anything on those machines. Mina, let's go slowly and carefully, damn. 5 minutes later. Mina, close new. 10 minutes later. Mina, 1 more and we're out. 20 more minutes. Mina, yes, I've got it, no way. The girl was now hugging the machine while comically crying over her situation. Eri, don't worry, Mommy Minas. The girl started crying more because she hadn't gotten the teddy bear she wanted, but now Eri said to her Mama Mina. Toru, I'm out of money, it looks like we'll have to leave the teddy bear there. Mina, I don't want to, she said while pouting. She wasn't going to leave the bear there. The girls couldn't lend Mina money because they knew she was capable of spending the Yaoyorozu fortune if she could and would still end up in debt. Eri, why don't we ask Daddy for help? Uraraka, do you think Izuku-kun is good with machines? Erichin. Eri, yes, Daddy always pulls a black thread from his arm, puts his little hand in the mysterious door box and pulls it out easily. Kota, isn't that cheating? Now they knew Midoriya's big secret and why Professor Aizawa had forbidden him from going near gambling machines until next month. Kota, we have to ask Dad for help. Eri, yes. Later. Midoriya, run. Guard, there he is, the plush thief. Momo, remind us not to go back to a claw machine. Mina, you're kidding, this is the best. I'll call this one Many and this one Diageo. Jiro, Mina, this is not the time. The children ran from the mall carrying mountains of stuffed animals that Ian had obtained with the green-haired boy's cheat quirk. Midoriya, get up. The boy using the black whip grabbed the girls and jumped, losing sight of the guard. Guard, damn, I couldn't ask him to get one for me. Kota, I want the green puppies. Eri, no, that one's mine. Midoriya, kids don't fight. When I find another plushie like this, I'll get it for you. In the meantime, Cher, I didn't raise you to fight. Tsuyu, really. Midoriya could only manage a silly smile at her scolding, even though it was somewhat hypocritical. Midoriya, I don't think I'm the right person to say that. Some of the girls smiled at how hilarious the situation was. The boys were already heading to UA because it was getting late and the sun was beginning to set. Midoriya, don't worry kids, we'll be there in a little while, go to sleep until we get there. Eri but no yawn were sleepy daddy. Kota yes yawn. Midoriya ha sure. Before he knew it, the children were already asleep on the stuffed animals on his back. Tsuyu and Mina decided to help him and carried them to ease the green-haired boy's worries. Midoriya, they're very demanding, aren't they? Tsuyu, a little Kiro. Mina, but it's obvious they're having fun with you. Midoriya, I want them to have a happy childhood, one where they don't remember the bad times. The girls understood what he meant. He was referring to the torture Eri had suffered at Chisaki's hands and the tragedy and attempted murder of Kota by Muscular. It was obvious the green-haired boy would do anything to distract them from that. That's why the young man had no problem being seen as a father figure. He knew that, like him, he had had to learn things on his own because he had no other choice, but he could be there for these children. He wanted to be a part of their lives. He was going to be the father he never had. Momo, you care about them a lot, don't you? Midoriya, that's right, I don't know much about being a father since I didn't have a good role model myself. Uraraka, you mean? Midoriya, yes, my dad left before I was born. My mom says he's working in the United States, but I know he just vanished from my life and my mom's. Mina, I'm sorry, Izuku. Midoriya, you don't have to regret it, he taught me something valuable. Momo, what? Midoriya, how not to abandon my children was the greatest and only lesson I learned from that old man. That's why I don't plan on leaving Eri or Kota alone. The girls couldn't figure out how behind that innocent and tender face hid a young man with an enormous weight on his shoulders and incomprehensible pain. And yet he was still able to smile through everything and give his body metaphorically and literally for someone's life. Momo Izuku. Midoriya, but I still remember when I used to go to my mom's and ask her, when is dad coming home? But I don't need him anymore. He was never there for me, not even on my birthday to send a card, so it doesn't matter. Uraraka Deku-kun. Midoriya, but you know what? I'm going to finish UA, I'll create my own agency, I promise I'll marry you, take care of our children, and there's nothing I won't do for them. And I won't need that old man because there's nothing he can teach me about taking care of children. The girls couldn't say anything, they didn't know what to say, they only noticed that the young man was extremely affected when he said that. The young man felt a pain in his chest until he felt someone hug him from behind. It was Momo who wrapped her arms around him while his eyes were closed. Following her, Uraraka, Tsuyu, Mina, Jiru, and Toru did the same, causing the young man to shed a few tears as he had never spoken about this subject with anyone, not even his mother. He felt he had let out a pain, and the affection he received from the girls at that moment felt like it was gradually easing his pain. Uraraka, we know you'll be a great father, Izuku-kun. The young man simply wiped away the tears he had shed and looked at the girls with a smile. Midoriya, thanks girls, I needed that. Upon arriving at UA, the girls let go of Midoriya to walk. Upon entering, they saw the Pussycats trying to restrain one of their members while attempting to throw her at a Muslim man who was also being held by Class 1A Pixie Bob. Let me go. I'll teach this kid a lesson. Tiger Tsuchikawa, he's just a kid, let him go. Bakugo, let me go extras. I taught this old lady not to call me a kid. Kirishima, Bakugo, leave her alone, she's an old lady. Pixie Bob, what did you say? I'm 18 AT Heart. Ajiro, why did I assume this would happen? The girls saw that Pixie Bob and Bakugo were trying to fight each other, only separated by several members who exerted their strength against them to prevent a conflict, but because of the commotion, two children woke up in the arms of their new mothers. Kota, Auntie said the sleepy child, what's going on here? Mandalay, oh Kota, let's go of Pixie Bob, how did it go, did you have fun? Tiger, Mandalay, Ragdoll, we need help. Kota, okay. Mandalay, excuse me Kota, I have to go help you. Bakugo, I'll teach you not to call me a kid, old lady. Pixie Bob, and I told you I'm not an old lady. After the conflict, a few punches here, some ice there, and a call to Aizawa-sensei, the Pussycats went to the boy. Mandalay, sorry for the chaos, it wasn't our intention. Ragdoll, come on Kota, it's time to go back to the agency and home. Kota, but I want to stay with Dad. The Pussycats were stunned by Kota's response and by the way he hugged Midoriya while hiding his face in the latter's clothes. Mandalay, what happened today? Midoriya, a long story. Ragdoll, and now Dad's calling you. Midoriya, it's a very long story, Kota. You have to go to your aunts, they're going to miss you a lot if you don't go. Kota, but I want to stay with you, Mom, the boy said, turning to look at the girls, trying to convince one of them, which worked very well. The girls tried to avoid getting involved in the dilemma, but the dark-haired girl felt a tug on her skirt and looking down saw little Eri with her big eyes, who seemed ready to cry if they took her little brother away. Momo, why don't they leave him here today? Eri, hee, I've got them in the palm of my hand with this. Eri raised a small thumb in a sign of victory, seen by her brother who returned the gesture. Tiger, that doesn't seem like a bad idea, that way there won't be any problems cheering him up at the agency. Mandalay, are you sure? Aizawa will make a room for her next to Eri's, that way there won't be any problems. Midoriya and the girls nodded along with Eri. Mandalay, well now that I see it, said the chestnut-eyed woman, circling the green-haired man and scanning him. You do look like a father. Ragdoll with the other girl even more so. Wouldn't you be interested in going out with Pixie? The boy simply closed his eyes out of embarrassment while the other girls had a dark appearance. Uraraka, in fact he's ours. Ragdoll, too bad Pixie, you always let the good ones go. Mandalay, okay Kota will come for you on Saturday. Kota on Sunday. Mandalay, okay on Sunday we'll drop you off with young Deku. Is it okay if I call you Deku or Papa Izuku? Midoriya W whatever, it's fine. Eri Daddy, she said, drawing everyone's attention. Mandalay, okay we'll leave you with Daddy 4 days a week, is that alright? The green-haired boy was embarrassed by the way the heroine said her new title because in his opinion Daddy sounds weirder coming from an adult than from a child. The words from Mineta's videos that he heard at night had finally got to him. Kota just nodded and the pussycats left, leaving the boy with his father and mothers. Aizawa, alright it's time for bed, everyone go to your rooms. I have an announcement for you tomorrow. Class A, yes. The green-haired boy took Eri and Kota to their shared room and left them on the beds. Midoriya, okay kids, get some rest. Eri, can I have a good night kiss, Daddy? Midoriya, of course, little one. The young man did this and tucked the girl in. Midoriya, good night, Kota. Kota, Dad. Midoriya, yes, Kota, can you give me a hug? Midoriya, sure. The boy sat on the bed and as soon as he opened his arms, the child jumped on him, hugging him tightly. Midoriya, good night, Kota. The child snuggled under the covers and slept peacefully. Before closing the door, the young man looked at the sleeping children, each next to a pile of stuffed animals they had acquired but which looked extremely cute. He smiled and turned off the light. Beachwear. It was a sunny day for all the young people at UA. They wore smiles on their faces as they headed towards the school exit, walking in groups. The girls were talking about girl stuff. Some were talking about what they'd do first when they arrived. Others just weren't talking about the beach. And a pair of perverts were doing the only thing they know how to do. Upon arriving, they saw Professor Aizawa and Ms. Midnight waiting for them outside the bus. Aizawa was using an umbrella to shield himself from the radiant sun, while the substitute teacher wore more casual clothes that did not hide her sensuality at all. Midnight, good morning guys, you all seem happy and excited about your trip. Class A, hi. The boys quickly boarded the bus and sat in their respective groups, awaiting orders from their teachers. Aizawa, you know the rules. No loud music, stay in your seats at all times, don't make a racket on the bus, and don't distract the driver. Midnight, don't worry, I'll take care of them. Now go, there's an air conditioner waiting for you. Aizawa, I'm entrusting them to you. After Mama Caterpillar left her students, everyone remained silent while they waited for instructions from the teacher who was now responsible for them. Midnight, and he's gone now, what are you kids doing? You're young, enjoy your youth, put on some music. Class A, the best teacher. The boys, as if they were already prepared, didn't wait more than a minute before everything turned into a scandal. The walk was fun for most of the class. Some girls were already planning their day, while the boys were fantasizing about what would happen if a shark approached and whether they would fight it. A Muslim boy was sleeping next to a boy with two-toned hair who, of his own volition, was supporting him while he read a magazine about a topic that was strange to the green-haired boy. Midoriya, Todoroki-kun, are you excited about the trip? Todoroki, to be honest, I've never been to the beach before, this is my first time going to one. Lita, who had been listening, approached him to talk to them. Lita, you'd never visited one before. Todoroki, no, that's why I was reading a magazine about it. It doesn't sound as exciting as you guys make it out to be. Midoriya, it's because you read it. When we enter the arena, you'll feel it gently hug your feet. Todoroki was taken aback by his classmate's description of the beach sand. Todoroki, the sand devours your feet, and you're okay with that. Lita/Izuku, his family traumatized him. Izuku, no, look, when we get there you'll see the warm sun on our skin, the sweetly cool tide and the wind blowing through our hair. The boy had placed his hand around his friend's back while with his other hand he pointed to the horizon, making him imagine what he was saying, but he forgot that he was talking to Shoto Todoroki. Todoroki, Midoriya, why are we looking out the window? Lita, it's just an expression, we'll show you everything on the beach, don't worry. Everyone was still chatting amongst themselves while two perverts were talking about the girls' clothes. Mineta, what do you imagine their outfits look like? Kaminari, I don't know, I can't wait to see them. Mineta, me neither. Kaminari, I wonder if Midnight Sensei will use one too. Mineta, I hope so. The boys were snapped out of their thoughts when Kyoka's connectors and Izuku's whips both struck the duo's heads. Jiru, I heard you perverts, you'd better calm down. The boys heeded the girls' warning and instead grabbed their phones to distract themselves. Jiru, sighs, I was hoping I wouldn't have to deal with those two. Momo, it was impossible for them not to come. Toru, at least we along with Izuku-kun can teach them a lesson if they don't refuse. Tsuyu, that's right. The group was starting to get a little excited until the teacher called their attention. Midnight, okay class, we're here. Everyone get out carefully and go to the hotel. The excited young people went downstairs with their suitcases and looked towards the beach. It was better than they had expected. Everyone was talking about it until the teacher spoke. Midnight, okay guys. The students turned around and noticed that their teacher was already wearing her swimsuit, which left nothing to the imagination. Mineta/Kaminari, She's a goddess. Some young people chose to look the other way while others had simply grown accustomed to their teacher's strange habit. Midnight, okay guys, everyone go to your rooms, unpack your things and enjoy. After saying this, the teacher leaned back in a nearby chair and settled down to rest. Without hesitation, the boys followed their teacher's instructions and headed to the hotel. Upon entering the lobby, they noticed that the main hall was enormous, well-lit, and most notably very expensive. It had a food court, a jacuzzi area, and the hotel was more like a mansion. It wouldn't surprise them if it belonged to Mamachan's family. The receptionist greeted them and gave them their room keys, after which they went to their rooms to unpack and change into their beach clothes. The green-haired boy, upon arriving at his room, noticed that he had been assigned one of the highest floors of the hotel, just like Shoto and Bakugo. Upon entering, he saw that indeed the view from the balcony offered a panorama of the beach, a large expanse of the sea, and a commercial area near the bay. Without further distractions, the green-haired man began to remove his shirt, laying it on the bed. He then took off his red shoes and socks, leaving only his boxers on. He approached his suitcase and put on a pair of loose-fitting shorts, perfect for the occasion. The young man didn't bother putting on a t-shirt because it was the beach. Everyone would be walking around like that. As he left his room and started down the stairs and through the hallways to go to reception and try out the jacuzzi first, he didn't notice how some other hotel guests were staring at him in surprise. He didn't notice at all because he was looking at his phone reading news about heroes. Some of the customers just couldn't take their eyes off the boy. They didn't seem to understand how, if they only looked at his face, they saw an angel, but he had the toned body of a mythical warrior. Midoriya, I wonder if Shinzo replicates Shigaraki's voice, if Gigantomachia could obey him. The young man continued on his way until he reached reception, as he knew the hotel had jacuzzis, but he didn't know where they were located, so he went to reception to ask. Midoriya, excuse me, could you tell me where the jacuzzi area is? Receptionist, sure, it's down this hallway to the right. Following the directions, the young man arrived, placed his phone on a nearby table, and immersed himself in the warm, bubbling water. It was the best feeling she had ever experienced. It felt as if the water were massaging her skin in a comforting way. The young man reached the limit before his neck and lay back, remaining seated, leaving only his chest, shoulders, and head exposed to avoid burns. The young man began to close his eyes to relax for a few minutes when some laughter caught his attention. When I opened my eyes, I noticed the girls sitting on the edge of the jacuzzi, looking at me with smiles and flirty glances. Midoriya, ah girls, when did you arrive? Mina, ah not much. Toru, we just arrived. 15 minutes ago. The girls each arrived at their respective rooms and began to change out of their school uniforms into the beach outfits they had bought with Izuku's input. The girls were on a few floors below, so when they came out in their beach outfits, they didn't have to be seen by the boys or the other hotel staff. Mina, this day will be great, the pink-skinned girl said excitedly. Tsuyu Minachan, you were eager for us to arrive, weren't you? Kyouro. Momo, I still don't like the idea that Mineta came. Uraraka, I know I don't like it. Jiro, don't worry, Izuku said he'd take care of Mineta and Kaminari if they did anything. Toru, girls look, it's Izuku-kun. Momo, it looks like she's resting. Mina, girls, I want to get in the jacuzzi too, said the pink-skinned girl as she stretched out her arms. Jiro, is he asleep? Uraraka, it seems so. The girls silently approached him. The green-haired boy had his arms resting on the edge of the jacuzzi, relaxing. He apparently hadn't noticed the girl's presence and still maintained a peaceful expression. Momo, it seems he is asleep, she whispered to her friends. Uraraka, it seems he is tired after all, replied the brunette in the same tone of voice as the raven-haired girl. Toru, should we go in? Jiro, that would wake him up, wouldn't it? Mina, it's better if we just sit on the shore, she said matter-of-factly. Rather than making a proposal, the girl described what she would do as she crouched down and sat in the corner of the jacuzzi just half a meter from the green-haired boy. When the girl touched the relaxing water, she had to hold back a sigh of relief at the sensation of the water on her feet. Mina, this is the life, girls. The girls were going to scold him for doing whatever he wanted, but when they saw his face enjoying the water, they repeated their action and realized that his reaction was genuine. Uraraka, how relaxing. Momo, it's like a massage. Jiro, not bad. The girls were ecstatic from the light sensation of the water. The girls looked at the green-haired boy to see if he had woken up, finding a face that looked like a puppy sleeping peacefully on warm water. Upon thoroughly examining the green-haired man from head to toe, their attention was once again drawn to his physique. They melted with tenderness at his sweet, happily sleeping face, which could induce diabetes. But at the same time, their minds filled with impure thoughts as they gazed from the young man's shoulders down to his lower abdomen. The girls seemed to have been hypnotized by his body, and the steam emanating from the water did nothing to alleviate this situation. Mina, how long have we been watching it? Tsuyu, no idea, Kiro. Momo, I think about 10 minutes. Uraraka, we should stop watching it or we'll look really perverted. Too late. The girls turned around startled and saw 3 people they hadn't expected to find there. Girls, Nejerson, Mason, Erichin. Nejer, hi girls. May, how are you, Eri, hi mommies. The girls didn't expect to see the trio at the beach since the trip was supposed to be for Class A students. Nejer had third-year classes. It was strange that May would leave her support class with her babies, and Eri had to be looked after by Izuwe-sensei and Mirio. Uraraka, what are you girls doing here? Nejer, well. Eri, I convinced Uncle Aizawa to let Mommy Neji come to the beach with my other moms, and I convinced Mommy May to come too. Plus, my friend liked the idea of her coming. The girls didn't understand which friend Eri was referring to since she didn't know any other children her age besides her brother. Midnight, where's my best friend? The teacher could be heard as she walked towards the group in her swimsuit. Eri, Midnight. The little girl quickly ran over while raising her little hand in a high five, to which the teacher responded by giving her a high five. Midnight, I'm glad you came, little one. Ready for a fun day? Eri, yes, can daddy come? The teacher looked in the direction where the girls and the green-haired boy were, walking towards him to face him and see his body. Midnight, I see you're making the most of your youth, hug girls. The teacher said, trying to hide a lustful look while still staring at the boy. The girls just tried to look away from the question. May, okay, we should get comfortable if we're going to be here. The girl, without hesitation, began to remove her uniform right there without any shame in front of the other girls except for Eri, whose best friend covered her view. Eri, is it that bad? Asked the innocent white-haired girl without seeing anything. The girl was left wearing only a green sleeveless shirt and a white and pink outfit. May, yes, much better. Nejer, for her part, preferred to go to a room to change and thus be more in tune with the environment. Momo, Hatsumesan. May, yes, Jiru, aren't you sad about not being in the support class? May, hey, my life isn't the workshop either. The girls only raised an eyebrow at the pink-haired girl's honest answer, who couldn't take the pressure anymore. May, yes, I miss her, but I couldn't say no to Eri's puppy dog face, plus she called me mom and I couldn't deny that. Eri, heh, you're welcome, daddy. The girls just laughed a little at the girl's answer, which was indeed the truth. Midoriya. The girls looked in the direction of the young man. To their surprise, the teacher was massaging his back while he let out small sounds of pleasure from the massage he was receiving. Midnight, wow, he's very tense. Who would have thought you'd be under so much stress, young man? The boy was still asleep, suspended in the water, enjoying the massage he didn't know he was receiving. The girls watched the scene in surprise, as they saw that not only was the teacher relaxing him, but she continued to have a lustful look, even more noticeable than a few moments before. Midnight, don't worry, kid, you'll wake up relaxed even after this massage. As if no one could see her, the teacher crossed the line from the boy's back, touching his strong chest several times. The girls could only feel that they wanted to help their teacher with the boy's massage. The teacher intended to continue massaging his body when the young man moved abruptly, forcing her to remove her arms from him so as not to wake him up. Midnight, maybe later, then the teacher simply placed her finger to her lips to create a smile. The girls could only imagine 1,000 things after those scenes when an innocent voice pulled them out of their reverie. May, that's why I came too, she said with a smile and a mischievous look after the scene ended. The girls looked at her, admitting that she wasn't bad at all just by looking at her. They were about to talk to her when someone approached. Nejer, okay, what do you think? The girls admired the cute outfit the light blue-haired girl was wearing, a toupee set that matched her hair and highlighted her skin while still making her look adorable. Mina, it looks adorable. Tsuyu, it looks great on you, Kiro. Nejer, thanks, Eri. Do you want to go to the beach and make sandcastles? Eri, yes, the white-haired girl shouted excitedly until what's a sandcastle? Nejer, I will teach you. May, I'll go, that castle will need an expert supervisor. Midnight, me too, I don't want the tide to carry Eri away or for a crab to bite her. Nejer, see you later, girls. May, they tell Izuku that we're here. Eri, mommies tell daddy I came. Girls, yes. No. Midoriya, I see, so Eri, Nejer, and May are here too. Eri / Nejer / May, yes. The green-haired man turned around and saw that the little girl now had a hat covering her head, a beach bucket and shovel set, red sandals, and they had got her a white outfit with red details to match. "Eri, Daddy, look what my mommy's bought me," the little girl said as she held up her new toys. "Midoriya, wow, they're cute, Eri." "Nejer, do you want to come to the beach? Let's build sandcastles. May, we'll build one so big they'll have to give us the first place prize." "Jiru, May, there isn't a sandcastle contest here." "May, well then they'll have to hold a sandcastle contest and give us first place." "Midoriya, are girls coming? Momo will go later. Mina will go in the jacuzzi while we wait." The girls quickly submerged themselves in the water and had the same reaction as he did upon entering for the first time. "Uraraka, this is the life, girls. Jiru, I'm not going to argue about that." "Momo, I'll never stop liking these things." "Uraraka, the rich man humiliating the poor man." "Mina, you go ahead, we'll catch up later." "Toru, take care and watch out for jellyfish." "Midoriya, okay." "Eri, bye, mommies." "Girls, bye, Erichin." Midoriya, along with the three girls and the teacher, went to the beach, while the other young people left the hotel along with more of its guests. As customers left, they could clearly see the young man with a physique worthy of a Greek god, complete with scars and definition, playing at making sandcastles next to the white-haired woman, before noticing the heroine Midnight reclining on a plank under an umbrella and nearby two young men building sandcastles. "Woman, they seem like a happy family," thought a woman who saw them in the distance leaving the hotel entrance. "Man, come on, it's a nice day. Girl, let's go, mommy." "Woman, oh. Yes, I'm coming, Lloyd, sorry, Anya." "Back at the beach." "May, we must first create the supports for the towers, then make a good mixture so that the castle can withstand seawater." "Nejer, what do you think?" The pink-haired girl turned around and saw how her companion had made a simple castle with the plastic bucket. "May, not bad, but it could be better." "Eri, I want to help." The young people joined in the construction, while Midoriya talked to the light blue-haired girl and the pink-haired girl. "Midoriya, they've already met my moms." "May, really? Midoriya, yes, we explained that I'm dating you guys too." "Nejer, and she got angry." "Midoriya, on the contrary, she's eager to meet them." "May, I'll visit her when I have time." "Nejer, I want to meet my mother-in-law too," she said with a sweet face. The little girl had gone to collect more dirt for her castle. The young man headed for the shade provided by the parasol when the teacher, who was lying on a mat, spoke to him. "Midnight, young Midoriya." "Midoriya, yes, Midnight-sensei. Midnight, may I ask you a favor?" "Midoriya, sure," the young man said happily. "Midnight, could you help me put on sunscreen?" The young man's usual optimistic face changed to his classic nervous face. "Midoriya, what?" "Midnight, Aizawa asked me to look after Eri better than the president, but I wouldn't like spending all my time in the sun without sunscreen. Could you?" "Midoriya, okay." The teacher lay face down on the ironing board where she was applying the cream. The young man stared at the inside of the umbrella while his hands tried not to touch his teacher too much, because he knew it could be misinterpreted and get him into trouble. The young man could only imagine what areas he was touching with his fingers and avoid danger zones, while the teacher maintained a mischievous expression that the young man could not see. "Midnight, come on, don't be shy, hee, although it's part of your charm, isn't it?" "Midoriya, I've never been much of a man of faith, but if you're there, save me, Almight." The young man was reaching behind the heroine when, due to a movement by her, he stopped doing what he was asked to do. The young man watched as the teacher took the knot in her bra and untied it. "Midnight, can you?" "Midoriya, it can't be." At the hotel, there was a well-known grapehead who was looking at himself in the mirror, admiring his body, when a stabbing pain occurred in his head. Mineta, damn it. For his part, he wasn't the only one who felt a pang, as the girls relaxing by the pool sensed that someone was up to something with their green-haired friend. "Momo, did you feel it?" The girls nodded with the raven-haired girl and quickly got out of the jacuzzi, still wet, and headed towards where she was. After finishing applying the sunscreen, the teacher asked the embarrassed broccoli for another favor. "Midnight, could you help me with the bra, Midoriya?" The boy, with great sorrow, took the ends of it and tied it as best he could. The teacher had already planned it. Ian had heard about how the young man was dating several of the students, and his spirit and love for youthful passion went to his head, wanting to be part of that strangeness of love alongside the young people. The teacher got back up and approached the young man. "Midnight, thank you, Midoriya." The teacher was very close to him and only gave him a playful little tap on the tip of his nose, causing the young man to blush, especially since he was with his girlfriends who could see him doing it wrong, and especially Eri. The young man needed something to calm his temper when a stream of water saved him. Looking around, she saw the girls playing with water guns. "Mina, hi Midori, do you want to play?" The young man quickly nodded to receive a pistol that Momo created, and they ventured into the sea. Later, Eri, along with Mei and Nejer, joined in the fun with the rest of the girls. The boys who were arriving at the beach with a cooler noticed how the girls were burying Midoriya in the sand. His classmates and friends looked extremely happy. Bakugo, PFFFF, I told you, you already seem married to that idiot. Takami, no matter how much I try to deny it, it's true. Kaminari isn't that midnight sense. The young people looked in the direction their friend was pointing and saw her running while playing water shooting with Eri, which caught the attention of the young people more because of the fact that when running the heroine's bust bounced, attracting attention. But the teacher didn't seem to care. The young people wanted to play for a while and set up a volleyball net and wanted to know if their other classmates would join in the activity. Kirishima, hey Madabro girls, we're playing some volleyball, want to join us? The girls quickly answered yes, some still laughing. As they headed towards the place where the games would take place, the green-haired boy's voice called them. Midoriya, girls. The girls turned in his direction and remembered that the young man was still buried in sand, and quickly went to pull him out. Afterwards, the boys divided into teams of 4 to play against each other. After several victories, defeats, and night fell on the boys and they returned to the hotel. Midnight, okay guys, it's nighttime now, go to your rooms and get some sleep. It was a tiring day. Class A high. The students were already heading to their rooms when the teacher called the green-haired boy once again. Midnight, Midoriya. Midoriya, yes, Midnight Sensei. Midnight, Midoriya, I heard you were dating the girls in your class and also Mason and Nejerson. Is that true? Midoriya, actually, that's right, the young man replied, scratching the back of his neck. Midnight, so Tashinori was telling the truth. Ara Midoriya, she said the last part in a more mocking but seductive tone. The boy didn't want to repeat an awkward situation, so he just said goodbye to his teacher and ran to his room. Midnight, I still have it. As Midoriya was on his way to his room, he heard laughter coming from the rooms designated for girls, and as he crossed the street, Mina came out, grabbing his arm and shouting, Mina, Izuku-kun, can you come here? The young man had barely been able to formulate anything when he witnessed the girls acting somewhat out of control. Uraraka, Deku-kun, hiccup, sorry Izuku-kun, you would make love to me, right? The boy just blushed at the answer. He knew that if he were to marry them it would be normal, but it wasn't the right age or time yet, so that question took him by surprise. But why did his breath smell like alcohol? Momo, I was telling you, hiccup, that if you were going to make love to any of us, I'd go first, right Izuku-kun? Said the raven-haired girl as she leaned on the boy's shoulder. When she looked closely at the other girls, she noticed that they were in the same condition as Uraraka and Momo. Midoriya, girls, what did you take? Toru, we only hiccup drink soda, want some? When the young man took the soda and smelled it, he was able to identify alcohol in the drink. Midoriya, girls, this has alcohol in it, you're not thinking straight. Come on, go to sleep, you'll feel better tomorrow. Mina, we'll only sleep if you sleep with us. The other girls supported their friend's idea while the young man had doubts. Midoriya, Mina, I don't think it's hey, are you okay? Mina, yes, alcohol doesn't affect me that easily. Midoriya, have you had any yet? Mine, only at special events. Midoriya, that explains it a little. Mina, so who wants Izuku-kun to sleep with us in a non-perverted way? Even after clarifying that they weren't going to do anything to the green-haired boy, the girls raised their hands, and with no other way to make them sleep, he had to accept. The young man lay down on the mattress and quickly, as if they hadn't seen him in years, the girls positioned themselves next to him. The boy was surrounded, and it wouldn't be so easy for him to get out if he wanted to go to his room. The boy was desperately thinking of a way to escape when, seeing the faces of his girls, he forgot what he was thinking as if he were under a spell. I'd never seen Mei or Nejer with such sweet, carefree faces, they looked so cute. The boy began to succumb to sleep, but it was strange. Just seconds before he'd been fine, then he saw the door and his teacher using her sleep quirk, and she simply spoke tenderly. Midnight, rest well, boys. And she carefully closed the door. In-laws, it was the day. The young people had returned from their beach vacation, and Midoriya was already decided. Too much time had passed, and I couldn't extend it any longer. The green-haired man was ready. He was going to visit his in-laws and tell them about his relationship with their daughters. He was pacing in circles in his room while going over his plan. Midoriya, okay, I'll go first to Achikachin's family, Mamachin, Jirauchin, Suyuchin, Minachin, and Torachin. I should also ask Nejer and Mei, but for now I'll go to them. The young man gathered the girls in the common room and spoke with them. Momo, what's wrong, Izuku-kun? Midoriya, I gathered you all here because I think it's time I went and spoke to your parents finally. The girls were nervous about the proposal because they had accepted him and their mother had accepted them, but they had doubts about whether their parents would agree with him. Uraraka, and which family will you visit first? Midoriya, actually I thought it would be your family, Achikachin, he said with a chuckle as he asked. Uraraka, ehhhhh. Oh, my family. Midoriya, is there a problem? Uraraka, no, it's okay, just let me call them and let them know. Midoriya, okay. Tsuyu, and how will you visit the families, Kiro? Midoriya, well, I made a list to go in a certain order. The young man was about to leave when he saw all the boys lined up in front of the entrance to the buildings. Midoriya, what's happening? Iida, attention. Boys, ha. The young man was startled when all his friends turned around, standing facing each other and leaving the exit path clear. He didn't know why, but he felt he should take a deep breath and walk in the direction of Lita, who was at the end of the path in her typical military robot style. But now it seemed like the right moment. Lita, respect. Now, at the moment she said this, everyone raised their hands and pointed them at their foreheads in a military salute. Midoriya already knew what this was about. It wasn't mockery, it was a symbol of respect. As she walked, she saw Kirishima trying to hold back tears while still maintaining his composure. Midoriya, Kirishima, are you? Kirishima cries, you're going to see the in-laws and confront them for the love of your girls, that's very manly. Continues crying manly. The young man stepped back a little and returned the symbol of respect to his friend. He continued walking until he heard another of his friends. Sato, go for love, my friend, reach for it. He returned his friend's greeting. Everyone stood in a gesture of respect except for Bakugo, who had his hands in his pockets, and Todoroki, who was standing next to Iida. Upon reaching the end, the Muslim replied, Bakugo, you're an idiot if you go and confront your girlfriend's parents. Todoroki, Bakugo. Bakugo, but I admit, it's something common for you. Idiot, he said the last part while punching his not friend in the shoulder. Todoroki, good luck, Midoriya. Midoriya, thanks, Todoroki. Todoroki, come back alive, my sister would like to be part of your group. Midoriya, excuse me. Todoroki, come back alive, come back with your shield not on it. Midoriya, what does that means? Todoroki, I don't know, I saw it in a movie and thought it would be good to mention it. The young man simply nodded and looked at his friend Lita. Lita, today we are gathered here because we are going to bid farewell to our manly friend, who is no longer a lone wolf in this pack of lone wolves, to take his own path and have a family. This ritual has been done for 1,000 years. We will all remember the honorable memories of this wolf and howl for his courage and respect. Boys, ayuyu. Lita, now this wolf will face the most dangerous battle of all. He will feel like he is climbing a mountain. He will walk the path full of fear and nervousness. And upon reaching the summit, he will face those giants who protected the woman he loves. And they will judge if he is worthy of being the soul that accompanies their daughter during her stay on Earth. In good times or bad, but from man to man, the rumor will spread of that wolf who got a harem and went to confront his INLAWS in their own house. Far from any expectation. If this wolf successes, we will be able to do it one day. Be grateful, brothers. UMIDORIYA will be remembered as the victorious and the brave. Now Geo to victory. Guys, AU. Kirishima cries, go for the victory, Madabro. And with that ritual of manhood, Midoriya ran off, inspired by his friend's words. These wolves bid farewell to their friend Midoriya, howling, beating their chests, and raising their hands in the air for the lone green wolf who had now ceased to be one and become a man, while the girls watched them from the building. Momo, are you sure you're okay? Jiru, what are you doing? Uraraka, a male luck ritual. Tsuyu, they look more like a bunch of lunatics. Toru/Uraraka, a ritual among men. Mina, well, it's crazy and all, but it seems Izuku was inspired by that. The boy was walking inspired to Uraraka's house when he realized something, or rather was reminded of something. Nana, you're going to your in-laws' house, don't you think you should bring something so you don't arrive empty-handed? Midoriya turned around and headed towards the shopping mall. Midoriya, what would be good for Achikachin's family? Nana, well, when my daughter-in-law came to my residence, she brought a bottle of wine with her which earned my blessing. It was a good wine, perhaps it could be of use to you. Midoriya, I'll try, said the boy, not entirely convinced by the idea. The boy went to the wine shop and with Nana's help they chose a bottle. Once it was paid for, the boy left with a free one. Midoriya, I'm lucky, 2 different occasions and I get 2 wines as a gift, thank you very high. Cashier, damn it, he'll only hire me once he pays me back for what he gives away with my salary. The boy was leaving the mall and heading to the parking lot, where Uraraka's parents' house was a few blocks away, when some groans and sounds of exertion caught his attention. Man, careful, it doesn't matter if you take a while, just be careful. Woman, they're heavy. The boy saw a couple carrying boxes that looked very heavy at first glance. He felt he had to help, and with the help of the black whip he lifted several of the boxes they were carrying. He looked at the couple and saw that they were a blonde-haired man and a woman with black hair. To his surprise, the woman easily resembled Jiru. Man, what? Oh, thanks for the help, kid, it wasn't necessary. Woman, I think it was actually somewhat necessary, the woman said, closing her eyes and touching her husband's shoulder with some embarrassment. Man, you think I couldn't handle those boxes? I could barely feel them. Midoriya, don't worry, it's a pleasure to help. Shall I walk you to your car? Woman, are you in no hurry? Midoriya, no, I insist. I hope I'm not too late. Man, okay, our truck is this way, thanks again, kid. The green-haired man accompanied the couple to a purple van that was parked outside the mall grounds. The boy unloaded the instruments one by one while the couple put them in the vehicle. Woman, that would be the last one. Man, thanks, kid. If you hadn't helped us, we probably would have broken some of the instruments. Woman, that's right, and you have no idea how long Kyoka wanted a new sound system. Midoriya, Kyoka. Woman, yes, my daughter. It's been almost 2 months since she asked me for a new speaker system for her room. Man, if I knew they were damaged, I don't want to imagine what would have happened. Midoriya, oh, are they his parents? Woman, yes. Man, honey, it's getting late. We still have to deliver the guitars to so-and-so. Woman, that's right, I almost forgot. Again, thank you for your help, young man, we appreciate it. Man, here, have a good day, young man. The man had given the young man a banknote, which he refused. Midoriya, it's not necessary, have. The young man returned the money to the couple, who insisted a little more to compensate him for his help, but he refused once again. The couple accepted his offer and happily said goodbye to him. The boy resumed his journey towards Achako's family home while having a conversation in his head. Nana, well, it seems you've already won over Jiru's parents. Midoriya, I didn't know his parents were such rock fans, but it was to be expected. Nana, at least they liked you now. The young man continued jumping from roof to roof until he reached a rather small residence, but it was the right direction. The young man adjusted his shirt and tidied his hair so it didn't look so disheveled, checked the bottle which was in good condition and taking a breath, knocked on the door. The young man who had been calm throughout his journey felt a shiver run down his spine when he knocked on the door. His nerves increased when he heard footsteps approaching the door. The boy only caught his breath again when the door opened in front of him. Seeing the person beside the door, he noticed it was a woman, a little taller than him, with brown hair, wearing a pink sweater. She was a copy of Uraraka. Mrs. Uraraka, hello, it's a pleasure. You must be Midoriya Izuku. Achikachan has told me wonderful things about you. Midoriya, is that Uraraka's mom? Yes, they look very similar. Ms. Uraraka, please come in, make yourself at home. The young man entered. For a small place, it was very nice with pictures of Uraraka on the walls. Midoriya, she looks so cute. Mrs. Uraraka, Achikachan has told me about you, you're a good friend. She said you've been through a lot together. I'm very grateful that you've taken care of her. She can be a bit silly, but she's kind. Midoriya, yes. Mrs. Uraraka, and have you gone out? Midoriya, yes, actually yes. Mrs. Uraraka, it was about time. The green-haired boy was confused. Had Uraraka already told him about them? Had she told him about some silly thing she'd done? He looked foolish at that moment. Why was he overthinking it? Midoriya, so she knows. Mrs. Uraraka, oh young man, it's obvious from miles away. Besides, Achikachan has never spoken to me with such enthusiasm about a boy. Midoriya, well, you see, I am dating Uraraka, but... The lady kept her smile and her eyes on the young man as she listened to him. Midoriya, Achikachan isn't the only girl I'm dating. The boy looked at her somewhat frightened, but she just closed her eyes and asked, "What are you talking about?" Midoriya, well, Achako knows. In fact, she and some other girls agreed that I could go out with all of them, with the consent of the others. Of course, we're all in a relationship. The woman remained seemingly calm in her response. The young man expected and was certain he would receive insults and denials from the brunette's mother. And you say she agrees? The young man simply nodded, awaiting the imminent moment. Lady Uraraka, okay, you have my blessing. The woman simply smiled and took a sip from a cup of tea she was holding. Midoriya, Ms. Uraraka, you have my blessing. What, you didn't expect me to accept? Midoriya, well, I wanted him to, but just like that. Mrs. Uraraka, you see, young man, Achikachan is sweet and she's my little girl, but when I see her smile, she's been very nervous about our family problems. You see, we didn't always live in an apartment. We used to live somewhere else in our own house, but one day at work they canceled the lease, and because of false lawsuits and baseless accusations, we've lost a lot of things. Achikachan has been trying to find a way to support the family financially, but if she's happy with you even though you're dating other girls, that's enough for me. If you had seen how she cried when she got accepted into UA, it was kind of sweet, emotional, but actually funny. The young man was saddened by Uraraka's parents' financial situation. He had heard about it from Uraraka herself, who had told him and Ida. Ms. Uraraka, besides you're sweet, I completely understand why they all wanted to go out with you. More tea. Midoriya, yes please. After a few laughs following Uraraka's mother showing him the video of her being admitted to UA by the hologram, the young man went to leave. Midoriya, it was a pleasure meeting you, Ms. Uraraka. Madams, likewise, Midoriya. When the boy opened the door, he was surprised to see a man slightly taller than himself extending his hand toward what appeared to be the doorknob, who looked at the boy with a somewhat tired but surprised expression at the notary. "Lady, honey, you're here. Look, this is Midoriya Izuku, the boy Achikachin has told us so much about." The man seemed to have lost that look of surprise and replaced it with a look that seemed to scan him from head to toe. "Nana, she's analyzing you. Stay calm." Midoriya analyzing, wasn't that just a joke? "Nana, no, it's the law of any parent. You analyze every little detail and see if it's worthy of going out with your son or daughter. Also so you remember your ninth." After analyzing the green-haired man, he simply closed his eyes and took a deep breath before speaking. "Sir, so you're the boy my daughter was always talking about on the phone." Midoriya, yes, sir, you're exactly as Achikachin described you." Midoriya, really, sir, he also told me that you tend to get into fights where you end up in the infirmary. Midoriya, yes. "Sir, from what you seem you don't appear to have bad intentions." Midoriya, no sir, of course not. "Sir, good." The young man couldn't believe how the man's mere presence was more intimidating than when he'd been hiding with his friends from All for One. He just wanted the man to stop talking so he could be left alone. "Lady, darling, you won't believe this." The man raised his head, looking at his wife to pay attention. "Madam, the young man is already dating Achikachin." The woman appeared happy, but the man looked back at the boy. "Sir, is that true, young man?" Midoriya, yes, sir. The man just calmly watched as the boy continued to answer while still stuttering. When he fell silent, the man simply closed his eyes and spoke. "Sir, have you already given it your approval?" The happy woman nodded and looked again at young Midoriya. "Sir, then that's fine, you have my blessing as well." The boy felt as if a mist were clearing from his head and felt a weight being lifted from him. Nana, for her part, blew a small trumpet as a sign of victory, and the first one came with a small cake. The other bearers had pennants with the word "Congratulations." The young man returned to reality and saw the man extend his hand to his level. He quickly took it and shook his hand. "Sir, I hope you take good care of my daughter, young man." Midoriya, "I will, sir. Don't worry, sir. It was a pleasure meeting you, young man." His now father-in-law opened the door for him as he calmly walked away from the apartment when he called him. "Sir, boy." The young man turned and saw the lady leaving her apartment. "Lady, I would like my first granddaughter to be a girl." The boy quickly turned pink, then red at the adult's request, to which he could not respond since they went back into the apartment just as they had left. The boy tried to forget that, if it weren't for the other successors talking in his head. "In sixth carrier, not bad kid, you've already won some over. If you keep this up there won't be any problems." "Yoichi first bearer, I admit I expected you wouldn't agree." "Hikage fourth, we can't wait for everyone to agree." "Daigoro's fifth, we'd better leave quickly." "Nana, why Daigoro we never told him about." "Mr. Uraraka, a harem." The boy was already 2 blocks away, but he heard what sounded like the man was behind him. He didn't want to know the outcome and decided to jump to escape. "Midoriya, I hope Ms. Uraraka can convince him." "Nana, don't worry boy, he'll calm down sooner or later." "Midoriya, you think so?" "Nana, actually no." The boy looked at his watch, it was still early. He knew he wouldn't be able to visit everyone that day. At least he would try to visit as many as he could and go see the others the next day. "Midoriya, okay, I've already been to Achako's parents, now I should go to Momo's parents." The boy was nearby when he received a message on his phone. Upon checking it, he saw it was a message from Momo. "Momo, Izuku-kun, I hope you haven't arrived at my house yet. Something unexpected happened. My parents had an emergency and won't be back until tomorrow. I hope you're not upset." "Midoriya, hi Mama-chan, don't worry, I haven't arrived yet. I was just about to go with them, and yes, I could come tomorrow." "Momo, actually I think I'll go with you to meet them tomorrow. They can be a bit strict." "Midoriya, sure, that would be good. I'll need some support if I get nervous, grinning face with sweat." "Momo, he's okay." "Midoriya, then I'll go stay with one of the girls' families." "Momo, good luck, darling red." "Midoriya, thank you, Sparkles." The boy was reassured by the support of the raven-haired girl. This change in his plan was reasonable, and her support comforted him. Tomorrow, he would plan everything in the morning, taking advantage of it being Sunday, and organize everything. He shook his head and wondered who he could go with to Jiru's or Tsuyu's house now. She thought about it a bit and decided to go with the amphibian family since she was planning to let the rocker family organize their musical instruments. Besides, it would be strange if the boy who helped them in the afternoon was the same boy who was dating her daughter, and she thought the little frog's family couldn't be that bad. She was charming and funny, so it wouldn't be a problem, right? After a while, the young man arrived at the Tsuyu's house. It was a rather curious house. It had an ordinary appearance, but his imagination had expected something more amphibious. He should change his prejudices. The young man tidied his hair as best he could, straightened his shirt, and knocked twice on the door as a warning. Knock knock. The boy was staring intently at the door as he heard footsteps approaching. He watched as the door opened, but there was no one there. Midoriya hello. The boy heard a somewhat soft voice coming from below him, and when he looked he saw a small frog girl holding the door while looking at the green-haired boy. Midoriya, oh hello, you must be Asuisan's little sister. What was your name again? Satsuki, I'm Satsuki. Midoriya, yes Satsuki, hey, is your mom here? I'd like to talk to her. Satsuki nodded as she walked into the house. Satsuki, mommy, Asui's boyfriend is here. The boy felt a little embarrassed by the girl's happiness, as she wasn't entirely wrong either. After that, a woman arrived at the door with certain features that somewhat resembled her own mother, greenish hair, height, and the way she was dressed. Mrs. Asui, good day young man, what did you need? Kiro, Midoriya, good day Mrs. Asui, I'm Midoriya Izuku, I'm a friend of your daughter, there's something I wanted to talk to you about. Mrs. Asui, of course, come in, welcome, have a seat, I'll put some tea on. The young man thanked her and followed her instructions. Izuku looked around the house. It was like any other, somewhat small but well decorated. There were family photographs hanging on the walls and some plants that gave off a refreshing scent. At one point, he saw a photograph that caught his attention. When he picked it up and looked at it, he saw that it was a little Tsuyuchin who still had a tadpole tail and was wearing yellow clothes. Midoriya. So cute, he thought as his lips formed a small smile at the cuteness radiating from the young frog girl. Mrs. Asui, she looked so cute. It was when she was about 5 years old she still had her tadpole tail. My little one hasn't changed at all. The boy turned around and took a small cup of tea that the woman had offered him, bowing slightly in thanks. When the woman sat down in a chair opposite him, she spoke. Mrs. Asui, excuse my daughter, she's always asking her sister when she's bringing her boyfriend home. But she always says she doesn't have a boyfriend. Always, well, not many people like people with noticeable physical differences. She used to get teased a lot at kindergarten, they called her a freak. She sometimes said that no one could ever love her. We thought about suggesting she could have friends with similar quirks, but we figured we'd just be confirming what she already thought. Midoriya couldn't believe what Tsuyu's mother was saying, that they were making fun of her. If only he knew who was doing it, he'd make them eat their words. He knew everyone had their problems, but for the green-haired girl to have one like that, even with her warm demeanor, was hard to believe. Mrs. Asui, I'm glad to hear that my little one has friends at UA. I'm happy you're supporting her, young man. I'm sorry again about my little Satsuki. Midoriya, don't worry, no problem. Besides, I should tell her that I'm her boyfriend. The boy took a quick sip of his tea as soon as he finished speaking to try to avoid embarrassment. The room fell silent as the woman watched the boy with an expectant expression, when the sound of an object falling to the floor snapped them out of their reverie. When she turned around, it was little Satsuki along with her brother who had thrown some kitchen utensils because of that statement. Satsuki, are you really my sister's boyfriend? The little girl asked excitedly as she leaned on the feet of the seated young man. The boy meanwhile remained standing stunned. Satsuki, how long have you been together? Midori. Satsuki, have they left already? Midoriya, WLs. Satsuki, are you going to have children? Midoriya, EEHH. The girl stopped when she looked at her mom, who was calling her attention with a fake cough. The woman took a deep breath and looked at the young man, who was apparently nervous about Tsuyu's little sister's statements. Mrs. Asui, thank you, young man. The boy gradually began to calm down as he listened to the woman speak. Mrs. Asui, it calmed me down to know you were her friend, but knowing you're her boyfriend warms my heart. Midoriya was happy about the green-haired girl's words, but he knew that feeling could fade with the next sentence she would say. Midoriya, actually, that wasn't the only thing I wanted to tell her. The woman listened to what the boy was saying and looked at him with a face that maintained a calm smile. Midoriya, it just so happens that Asuichin isn't the only girl I'm dating. Just as the young man imagined, the woman's smile vanished as soon as she finished her sentence with difficulty. Midoriya noticed this and tried to clear it up as quickly as possible before creating any misunderstandings. Midoriya, Vera, Tsuyu isn't the only girl who's asked me out and I didn't want to break their hearts, so they arranged to go out with me as long as they were all okay with it. I would never hurt them, not intentionally or unintentionally. The woman noticed in the boy's words how he said it in such a pure way that it was difficult to find any kind of lie in him. Besides, if her daughter and her friends had come up with that, they really wanted it. Mrs. Asui, you see, young man, I don't agree with someone dating a lot of girls. Midoriya, that was to be expected. Mrs. Asui, but I can't break my little girl's heart. If she agreed to have that kind of relationship, then I have no choice but to accept it. Midoriya, oh really? The woman nodded as she took another sip of her tea. The boy repeated this action before an opening door caught his attention. Satsuki, Daddy, the green-haired boy felt scared. Now there was no way he could escape. Mr. Asui, I'm here, who is he? The man pointed at the green-haired boy who, even with all the voices of One for All, felt more observed than when the man turned his eyes in the direction where he was standing. Mrs. Asui, honey, you're just in time, he's Satsuki H's my sister Tsuiwasan's boyfriend. The man stood still, carefully analyzing him from top to bottom. The atmosphere had turned silent. The green-haired boy couldn't just stand there like a statue, so he acted. Midoriya, nice it Mr. Asui. Mr. Asui, tell me Gamba. Midoriya, nice to meet you, Mr. Amba. I'm Midoriya Izuku, so I'm Tsuyuchin's boyfriend. Control yourself, you idiot, control yourself. Mr. Shrimp, so you're my little frog's boyfriend, tell me why. Midoriya WL, she's sweet, kind, charismatic and… Mr. Gamba, I'm saying, why have you never told us about it? Satsuki, Daddy, my little sister has already told us about him, the boy who saved her from the villain when they entered the school. Mr. Gamba's expression had changed from one of searching to one of surprise and attention. Mr. Gamba, is that true, young man? You saved my daughter. Midoriya, yes SIR, why are you shouting now? The man saw the determination in his words, and as he stood upright like a soldier before him, he recognized the respect, and the boy had great respect for him. Mr. Gamba, well, if that's the case, thank you very much for saving my little one and that cough that you are her boyfriend. Okay, I said it, Midoriya, thank you. Mr. Gamba, why thank you, Midoriya, for accepting what we had. The man saw the smile on the boy's face, which calmed him down a bit in how he was treating him. Mr. Gamba, tell me boy, have you eaten anything yet? Midoriya, actually no. Mr. Gamba, stay and have something to eat, it wouldn't be good for you to collapse from hunger. Midoriya, thank you, but don't worry, I don't want to cause you any trouble. Mrs. Asui, don't worry, you could try my cheesecake, not to brag, but it's delicious. Nana, come on boy, accept it. Daigoro, let's go 9th, I want to try that cake too. The boy, having no other options, accepted the invitation and was taken to the table where Tsuyu's little brothers were playing while their mother's cake was being prepared. During this time, the little sister began asking questions that turned the green-haired boy completely red. She chatted with Asui's father while he seemed calmer. Mr. Gamba, so when did you start dating my daughter? Midoriya, well, it'll be about 3 weeks, sir. Mr. Gamba, I see, and you only came to tell us about your relationship with my daughter. Midoriya, WL, sir. The boy tried to arrange the words in his mind to fully describe his relationship with the other girls, but his nervousness answered the question from the man in front of him. Mr. Gamba, well, Midoriya, you see Mr. Gamba, yes, I'm dating Tsuyuchin, but… The man shifted his gaze to a more fixed one on the boy, who felt as if his forehead were burning. Midoriya, I'm also seeing other girls. They all agreed that we could go out without any problems. I wanted to go to their parents' houses to tell them about us and see if they could accept us. The boy, timidly wanting to avoid seeing the man's angry face, lowered his head and closed his eyes, expecting retaliation from the man. The green-haired boy expected his anger. It was only a matter of time, but nothing happened. Instead, he heard a calm voice speaking to him. Mr. Gamba, and did my daughter agree? Midoriya raised his head and saw the man who was looking at him. Midoriya, yes, sir. The man only took a few seconds and addressed the boy. Mr. Gamba, I suppose that if my daughter and her friends agreed to go out with you, it's because you're special to them. Besides, you seem like a nice boy. The young man felt relieved by those words. Apparently, the man accepted his relationship with Tsuyu and the other girls. After the man gave her a smile she hadn't seen coming, Tsuyu's mother arrived with slices of the cake she was baking. After finishing his cake, the boy prepared to leave, but not before the woman gave him another piece of cake to take to Tsuyu and the other girls. The green-haired boy said goodbye to the little frog's parents and headed off to the UA to meet his other in-laws the next day. Mr. Gamba, boy. The boy turned around thinking, I don't think they'll tell me what I think they'll say. Mr. Gamba, we would like to have 2 grandchildren. Mrs. Asui, I know they would be very cute. Midoriya, do I have a mind-reading quirk? Haha, sure, what did you say? The young man, because of her response, only retreated more quickly to avoid embarrassment. Mrs. Asui, I told you he was a good boy. Mr. Gamba, I know, I just wanted to know how you reacted to me. Houses and things of the rich. The boy had arrived at the residential area. Surprisingly, he was more tired than usual. Nana, this day wasn't bad, was it, boy? Midoriya, yes, but right now what I want is to rest, the boy said in an exhausted tone. As he entered, several of the boys turned to look at him and immediately stood up in a military position again. Kirishima, he's back. The boys quickly went to question him about how difficult it was to go with his parents. He could only ask for some space because of the closeness and how they were cornering him, waiting for him to answer their questions. Then some quick footsteps approached the group, which they already knew what they meant. Ajiro, watch out. Everyone quickly moved aside to watch as the girls pounced on the young man after clearing a path towards him. The light in the room was obscured by their figures, which blocked the lights as they jumped on him. Midoriya, goodbye cruel world. The boy couldn't take it anymore, due to the exhaustion he was carrying and the sudden onslaught of his girlfriends against him with all their strength. Fortunately, the cake he was carrying was caught by Lita, who grabbed it with a quick reflex. Lita, girls please, we arrived first to interview Midoriya. Respect the turns. Momo, we're sorry, Lita-kun. The girls were talking to the green-haired boy, but he couldn't pay attention because he had fallen asleep, even though he was already late because he had taken longer than he thought. The last thing the green-haired boy heard before falling asleep was a loud crash and a sharp thud from his girlfriend's reaction. OFA. Nana, wow, it seems you're overdoing it with the one for all kid. Midoriya, I thought I could control it better by now. It was possibly due to the overload of emotions. Hickage, unlike other times when you experience adrenaline, today you particularly felt nervous emotions. That may have affected your performance, young man. Midoriya, really. Daigoro, I can't think of another excuse. Yaocha, it could happen to you again tomorrow. Midoriya, then I need to hurry and warn the other parents. I still need to ask Neji and Mei to see their parents. Yaocha, we should help you. Midoriya, Nana, tomorrow you'll go see Yaoyorozu's parents, remember they're different. Midoriya analyzed it a bit, it was true. Momochan's family was different, they were millionaires, they had influence. If her parents didn't agree with her, they could hire someone to make her disappear. Hickage, some practice would do us good, let's go. Midoriya was grateful that the former successors wanted to help him with something like this. Nana, okay, let's begin. A while later, the girls had taken the green-haired boy to Yaoyorozu's room. After a quick check by the group, they saw that their friend had hit his head hard, and at Momo's suggestion, they took him to rest on her mattress so that his injury wouldn't worsen. Besides, it was the closest room and one where everyone had already been. The girls were playing Uno when they heard soft moans from the young man who was waking up. Suyu/Uraraka/Momo/Jiru, Izuku-kun, Mina/Toru, MUSCLES. The young man lightly touched his head due to the delayed sensation from his accident before seeing the girls approaching him with a small ice pack. Uraraka, Deku-kun, here, take this. Midoriya thanked the brunette for her gesture and carefully sat down on the edge of the raven-haired girl's bed. Jiru, Izuku-kun, we're sorry about what happened in the living room. Mina, yes, we didn't want you to faint, muscles. Midoriya just chuckled a little at the quick apologies and how they maintained sad puppy dog eyes. Midoriya, don't worry, everything's fine, I think it was just tiredness. Uraraka, and how did it go? Midoriya, well, your parents were the second I met. Uraraka, really? Midoriya, yes, I first ran into Kyoka's parents when I was looking for a gift for your parents. Jiru, what? Oh no, it can't be. The girl covered her face in embarrassment. She knew her parents often surprised those who met them, her mother being very kind and affectionate and her father spontaneous, a stark contrast to her own personality. But she didn't mind her boyfriend meeting her parents, she just didn't want to know how strangely they acted in front of him. Midoriya, yeah, I helped them carry some pieces of musical equipment. They had several, and I thought that if they were as big music lovers as you are, it wouldn't be good if something happened to their purchases. Jiru, let me guess, my dad wanted to do everything himself. Midoriya, heh, that's right, I persisted anyway, they were really kind. I think they liked me. The boy had a cheerful look as he recounted what had happened a few hours ago. The girl couldn't feel more embarrassed with that cheerful face in front of him, so she just moved a little closer and planted a tender kiss on him, while with both hands she wrapped her arms around his neck, closing the space between them, until the girl moved back a few centimeters to speak. Jiru, if they met you and liked you, I know they'll adore you when they find out you're my boyfriend. She said to the boy before planting another kiss on him. Jiru, and what happened next? Midoriya, well, I managed to get to Uraraka's house and her mom welcomed me, we talked and she accepted us. Uraraka, seriously, he wasn't upset. Midoriya, no, actually, I think your dad was the angriest. Uraraka, how angry? Midoriya, I didn't stay to find out, to be honest. Uraraka, well, my mom usually calms him down, she might be able to make him understand. Midoriya, I hope so, but I'm glad she accepted. She told me that as long as you were happy, she was okay with it. Uraraka gave a sweet smile and approached the boy, who also wore a bright smile. Uraraka, I love you very much, Izuku-kun. Midoriya, me too, Achikachan. The boy turned his gaze to the raven-haired girl who had her hands clasped. Momo, I'm sorry my parents weren't home, Izuku-kun. They always leave unexpectedly, and I only find out when I'm already somewhere else. Midoriya, don't worry, I took advantage of being nearby and went to Tsuyuchan's house. Tsuyu, you went to see my parents, Kiro. Midoriya, yes, the first one to greet me was your little sister. I asked her if your mom wasn't there and she yelled that I was your boyfriend. She wasn't wrong, actually. Tsuyu to Satsuki. The little frog pouted slightly at the response as he hadn't expected his little sister to see him there, much less for declaring his love to her mother. Midoriya, what's wrong, Tsuyu-chan? Tsuyu, size, it's just that Satsuki kept asking me why I didn't have a boyfriend. I told her I wasn't interested, now she's going to interrogate me until winter, Kiro. Midoriya, hehe, sorry, it's just that I didn't realize you were in the living room when I told your mom. Tsuyu, don't worry, Karo. The little frog seemed about to retreat when she grabbed the green-haired boy's cheeks again, starting to pout. She stopped, however, when she saw him laughing at her actions. As this happened, a question crossed her mind. How on earth could he be so adorable? She didn't bother to answer and simply kissed him on the lips, bringing an even bigger smile to the young man's face. Tsuyu, and did my dad meet you? Midoriya, yes, in fact he was the one who interrogated me, he stated while looking away. Tsuyu, and I accept. Midoriya, yes, the way she met me scared me, but I accept the group. Tsuyu, it's a relief. My dad can be kind of scary when you don't know him, but he's much easier to deal with once you get to know him well. Mina, Midori, when are you going to meet my parents? The pink-skinned girl said as she leaned down to look at the boy's face, which had a cute pout on it. Midoriya, I could go tomorrow if they're available. Mina, yes, I'll let them know, she said excitedly as she grabbed her phone. Midoriya, wait, only knows. Mina, Mom, you're free tomorrow, right? And Dad too. Okay, because tomorrow I'm going to introduce you to my boyfriend. Midoriya maintained a serene face while inside he was screaming with all his might at the spontaneity of the young woman with black and yellow eyes, Mina. Mina, okay, see you tomorrow, bye, hangs up, done, I already let them know. Midoriya, you should be more measured with the information. Mina, sorry, Muscles, I just got carried away, sorry, the girl said as she hugged him with a smile, then used her hands to make Izuku look at her and kissed his face with emotion. Momo, Izuku-kun, you should know something before we go to my parents tomorrow. Midoriya paid attention to the raven-haired girl while still having his hands on the pink-haired girl's waist. Momo, my parents are very, very particular. I've never brought anyone home except for girls, and I'm afraid they'll say they don't want me to go out with you. Midoriya suspected this. They were rich, so it was obvious they would be both strict and scrutinize his entire being. If the girl's parents had analyzed him, Momo's parents inspected even his soul. But the boy was more than willing to give his best and show Momo's parents that he loved her. Momo, if you don't mind, I made a list of things my parents might notice about you. We could go over it if you'd like. Midoriya had noticed something in the raven-haired girl's sentence. Had she stuttered, he'd never heard her stumble like that before. It sounded kind of adorable. But he agreed with her proposal. If he wanted to impress his parents, he had to be ready. Midoriya, of course, that will be very useful. Toru, we could help you. Uraraka, yes. The girls nodded. Midoriya stood in front of the building's entrance with a bouquet of flowers and a bag of chocolates. Midoriya, seriously, I don't know if this will work. Footsteps were heard approaching the door, and upon opening it, she saw the source of those sounds. Kyoka, yes. Midoriya, a pleasure, sir. I'm Midoriya Izuku, I'm the Toru, cut. The young man turned to look at the invisible girl who was wearing a blue cap, carrying a film clipboard and wearing gloves that indicated she was there. Toru, Izuku-kun, remember, Kyoka is the housekeeper, Mina is the cook, Momo is Momo, Uraraka is Mamachan's mom, and Tsuyu is her dad. Midoriya, sorry, it's just nerves. Toru, okay, let's start again. The boy closed the door and took 3 steps in the opposite direction, and after counting, the show began again. Midoriya, 123 action. The boy turned around again, walking towards the door and knocking again. Just like before, he was greeted by Kyoka with the same question. Kyoka, yes, Midoriya, good morning, I'm Midoriya Izuku, I'm Momo's boyfriend. Are her parents home? Kyoka, no. The girl slammed the door in the green-haired boy's face with utter coldness. Kyoka, I'm sorry, love, but I have to get into character. Toru, very well, keep going, keep going. The boy knocked on the door again, but to his surprise, Uraraka answered. Uraraka, what can I get you? Oh my god, he looks so cute with the gifts. Midoriya, hello, are you Mrs. Yaoyorozu? Uraraka, yes, do you need anything? Midoriya, well, I'm Momo's boyfriend and I wanted to talk to you personally about something we're going through. Uraraka, oh wow, I didn't know Mamachan already had a boyfriend. What family are you from? Midoriya, excuse me. Uraraka, yes, what family are you from? I understand that the Todorokis besides us were the only ones from influential families at UA, so what family are you from? Midoriya, well, actually my family isn't rich or influential, but... Uraraka, no, Midoriya nodded somewhat nervously. How was that possible? It was just a test and he was already stuttering. At this rate, he wouldn't be able to safely visit Yaoyorozu's parents. Uraraka, and you came to talk to us about that. Midoriya, yes. Uraraka, I see. You see, I don't usually make the decisions, at least not alone. Come in, I'll introduce you to my husband. Midoriya, excuse me. The young man entered the Yaoyorozu house, seeing Tsuyu reading a newspaper and Momo approaching Izuku. Uraraka, dear, meet Midoriya. Tsuyu lowered her newspaper slightly, and the green-haired boy noticed how the little frog had slicked her hair back with gel and put on a fake mustache, a funny idea of what Momo's father looked like. Tsuyu, what can I do for you? Uraraka claims to be Mamachan's boyfriend. Tsuyu, what? The man lowered the newspaper in an intimidating manner, and Tsuyu tried to be as scary as she could, but everyone present could only stifle their laughter. Midoriya, yes, you see. Tsuyu, call Momo, I want to talk to her. Uraraka, yes, do. Tsuyu, and you, she said, pointing at the boy who was staring at her. Sit down, we're going to talk about it right now. The boy obeyed and took a seat on the sofa near him. Seconds passed until the raven-haired woman entered the scene and took the boy's hands, much to the father's displeasure. Momo, Izuku-kun, I'm glad you're here. Tsuyu, young lady, is it true that this boy is your boyfriend? Momo, that's right, father. Tsuyu, and isn't she from a family we know? Momo, no, father. Tsuyu, then why are you dating him? The boy had never thought about it for very long. The question used to linger in his mind from time to time, but it was true. Why did Mamachan want to be part of the harem in the first place? It didn't bother him. Lately, they'd been having good times together, supporting each other in class, the date they had at the mall and at the pier fair. But it was strange that a rich girl would want to be with him. Tsuyu, well, I'm waiting, young lady. Momo, it's because I appreciate him, and I love him more than anyone else I've ever met. Uraraka, but daughter, understand it would give a bad image to the Yaoyorozu name. Besides, are you sure he's not after our wealth? Midoriya, with all due respect, Mr. Yaoyorozu, I'm not after your fortune. I just wanted to let you know that Momo isn't the only girl I've been involved with. I wanted to tell you about it. Tsuyu, and why do you think you should be with our daughter? The boy didn't know how, but the little frog adopted a posture and tone of voice that sent a chill down his spine when he asked the question. Midoriya, I love them, I'll give my life and I have given it to protect them and I'll keep doing it. No matter if I break every bone in my body, if that's how I can protect them, so be it. After those words, the boy realized that he had said that to the girls, having gotten so into character that he forgot it was just a test. Toru, Midoriya, said the invisible girl with her hands seemingly over her mouth. Midoriya, damn it, I think I got a little too into character. Mina, don't stop, keep going. Momo, I think that might be enough to convince my parents. Midoriya, I hope so. Jiru, and after going to Momo's parents, who else will you go to? Midoriya, well, they'll be Momo's and Mina's parents, and I suppose it would be appropriate to go with yours and Torichin's. Momo, I'd say have everyone be with you when you speak, that way the air will be lighter there. Midoriya gave a smile that only girls could confirm was uniquely his, and said sweetly. Midoriya, I love you girls. The girls joined in a tender hug towards the green-haired boy who reminded them that Tsuyu's mother had given them a taste of it. They went downstairs to eat it, and afterwards each went to their dormitory. The next day, the boy was arriving at Momo's parents' residence accompanied by her. They were chatting about books they had read or school-related topics when the girl spoke. Momo, okay, we've arrived at the doors. Midoriya, wait, so the last 10 minutes we traveled. Momo, yes, it's my family's property. I never really understood why there was so much distance. Nana, wow, you got yourself a good one, boy. Midoriya, shhho, I thought it was something else. The raven-haired woman approached the doorbell and a voice spoke. Microphone, hello. Momo, it's Momo, I want to see my parents. Microphone, Mr. and Mrs. Yaoyorozu are what did I tell you? Gio, see how the fountain is or something, what's going on, who is it, what do you want? The girl moved slightly away from the camera looking to see who the other person was. Micro, girl, you've grown so much. Come in. Instantly the doors opened, letting the young people in. Midoriya, who was that person? Momo, she was the woman in charge of security. We've been friends since I was a child. Midoriya, oh. The young people walked another 10 minutes before arriving at the Yaoyorozu mansion and its luxuries. Midoriya, I didn't know they had peacocks. Momo, yes, but it's best not to stare at them, they're very temperamental. Midoriya, okay, wow, they have an apple orchard. Momo, yes, we have red ones, we also have an orange grove and a larger orchard. Midoriya, my favorites are green apples. Momo, really, mine too. The young men, somewhat tired from the long walks, finally arrived in front of the door of the Yaoyorozu house. Momo, let me speak first. Try to calm them down as much as possible if they're in a bad mood. Midoriya, yes. After knocking twice on the handle of the large door, a tall woman, slightly taller than Momo, opened it. She had similarly jet black hair, only straight and loose, and wore designer clothes and was in good physical condition. Mrs. Yaoyorozu, daughter, it's so nice to have you here. Did they give you some days off from school? Momo, hi mom, I got the day off and I wanted to see you. Mrs. Yaoyorozu, it's good to see you again, daughter. Oh, who is he? Is he a friend? Momo, oh yes, prepares her voice, mom. This is Midoriya Izuku, my classmate at UA. Midoriya, nice to meet you, Mrs. Yaoyorozu. Mrs. Yaoyorozu, oh, I knew I'd seen you somewhere before. Weren't you the kid who kept breaking bones at the sports festival? Midoriya, I think that's what everyone remembers about me, hee, yeah, the same. Mrs. Yaoyorozu, are you here to carry out a project? Momo, actually no mom, I brought Izuku because there was something I wanted to talk to you about. And dad, is he home? Ms. Yaoyorozu, yes, she's in her studio. You know she spends her days at online conferences and at work. Momo, I could talk to him. Mrs. Yaoyorozu, actually you've arrived just in time. I'll finish work and come down for lunch in 15 minutes. In the meantime, I'll ask Shan to serve you cookies and tea. Momo, thank you mother. Come here, Izuku. Izuku, excuse me. Shan is made up, I didn't know any other names. Shan, here you are, Miss Yaoyorozu. Momo, thank you, Shans. Shan, whispering, I didn't know you already had a boyfriend, Miss Yaoyorozu. Momo, don't tell my parents, we want to talk to them about this. Shan, gasp, I was just kidding, Miss Yaoyorozu, seriously, do you already have a boyfriend? Asked one of the raven-haired girls made friends excitedly. Momo shhh Shan. Shan, oh yes, sorry, good luck, Miss Yaoyorozu. The raven-haired girl used to talk a lot with Shan, as she was her favorite maid. They would often chat and share various activities together. The Alfred of her Bruce then. Momo, here is Izuku-kun's. The raven-haired girl said, handing the green-haired boy a cup of tea before noticing that he was trembling so rapidly, it seemed he was having a seizure. Momo, Izuku-kun, are you all right? Midoriya, usai's todo to be fine. Momo, really, because it doesn't seem like it, you're trembling a lot. Midoriya, seriously, it's just the excitement. The boy had 1,000 things going through his mind, and the voices of the carriers trying to help weren't much help, to say the least. The boy looked like he was about to explode until he felt a warm touch on his forehead. By the time he came to his senses, he saw the raven-haired girl had brought their faces close and given him a tender kiss on the forehead in a comforting way, trying to calm him down. Momo, everything will be all right, trust me. Can you? Midoriya saw the girl's eyes sparkle, showing how determined she was about the declaration she was about to make, giving the boy's heart the push it needed. Midoriya, always. The moment was interrupted when slow footsteps were heard descending the stairs, giving a sense of imposing authority. The boy saw a man in a black suit coming down the stairs with polished shoes, jet black hair like his wife's tied back in a ponytail, and a barely noticeable beard starting to grow on his chin. Mr. Yaoyorozu, Momo, who is he? The man said, somewhat indifferent to his daughter's presence. Momo, Dad, he's a friend from the UA. Mr. Yaoyorozu, I asked for the name, it's obvious it's from UA. Momo, I'm sorry, father, it's... Mr. Yaoyorozu, you know what, it's better if he says it himself, you know how to talk, right? Midoriya, yai sir, I'm Midoriya Izuku, your daughter's friend. Mr. Yaoyorozu, the boy who breaks bones, what are you doing in my house? Momo, well, father. Mrs. Yaoyorozu, dear, come on, Mamachan is home, it's been a long time since we've seen her. We shouldn't be so hard on her, she has visitors. Mr. Yaoyorozu, MMMH fine, just don't break anything. Mrs. Yaoyorozu, hahaha, oh dear, what a good joke. Midoriya, I don't think that was a joke. The parents and the young people went to the dining room where there was a large table, and even from a distance, you could see how the man was burning the green-haired boy with his gaze. Midoriya, does he have a heat vision quirk? Nana, boy, this will be harder than I thought. Mrs. Yaoyorozu and Momo, tell me how is school going? Momo, well mom, we just had a short vacation to take a break from all the accidents that have happened lately. Mr. Yaoyorozu, the beach, who signed the authorization for you to go? Momo, it was you, father, don't you remember I asked you? The man changed his judgmental gaze, trying to recall that conversation. Ms. Yaoyorozu, well, so you're both friends, how is that? Tell me. Midoriya, well, we've had some interactions in various classes and activities, and we realized we had a lot in common, and he invited me to his house. Mr. Yaoyorozu, wow, what a great story. Mrs. Yaoyorozu. Mr. Yaoyorozu, where's the food? I still have things to do. The cooks quickly arrived, bringing a large repertoire of elegant food in the eyes of the green-haired boy, which was normal for the Yaoyorozu family. The raven-haired girl could only maintain a smile at the boy's expression upon seeing what for him was a grand banquet. Then everyone started eating the food while the boy tried to imagine the recipe for those foods so he could try to replicate them later on his own. The meal was peaceful. No one spoke of anything. Everyone ate in silence. The raven-haired girl had selected a small portion of food, which the green-haired boy found strange since, in the girl's own words, her quirk needed calories to function properly. Some time later, the family man got up from his seat and prepared to leave. Momo, father, wait. The man stopped what he was doing and stared intently at the raven-haired girl. Momo, well, I wanted to tell you that the reason I brought Izuku here for you to meet is inhales and exhales we're dating, and I'm not the only one dating him. We're in a relationship with other girls too. The woman who was drinking wine from a glass stopped abruptly and lowered the glass to the table in front of her. Mr. Yaoyorozu, what did you just say? Midoriya, sir, I promise I'll be a good boyfriend to your daughter. Mr. Yaoyorozu, shut your mouth. You may have convinced my daughter, but not me. Ms. Yaoyorozu, Momo, you know we think about things like this. Momo, Mom. Midoriya, Mr. and Mrs. Yaoyorozu, I know I'm not from a rich or influential family, but… Mr. Yaoyorozu, what the? Midoriya, but I love your daughter and I promise I'll do my best to make her happy. Mr. Yaoyorozu, no you won't. Momo, father. Mr. Yaoyorozu, from now on you'll be taking classes abroad. We thought that with Endeavor's son at UA you might have something going on, but aside from the fact that it seems that Todoroki is softening up, you're going out with this boy, it's decided. Zoefe. Daigoro, are you kidding me? Hickage, kid, you have to say something, and quickly. Nana, I'll take care of it. The boy felt as if a spark had ignited in his head, and without thinking he began to speak. Midoriya, I can't believe it, he said in a low tone, his head bowed, his hair covering his eyes. Mr. Yaoyorozu, what, Midoriya? I thought Shoto's father was the only bad father, but you're just like him, a strict man who only cares about the title and doesn't care about what his daughter wants. Momo Izuku. Mr. Yaoyorozu, what did you say? Midoriya, has he ever thought about that? I bet he hasn't. He spends all day working in his room. Mr. Yaoyorozu, if I'm like this, it's because I work for her. Midoriya, so what she's doing, that choice, is she doing it for her or for yourself? The man just took a breath and looked at the boy with a threatening expression. Mr. Yaoyorozu, to my office now. The boy stood up without fear, something he understood himself because he lost that feeling in a second. Izuku went up the stairs. The more he walked, the more he noticed how big Momo's residence was. The walls were titanic, covered in white paint with details that looked Roman, something ancient, but it only made the residence look more expensive. There were pictures where they were with their family, but in all of them the boy saw something that apparently only he saw. Momo's face looked sad, as if she had forced her smile during the photographs. I knew her well. I knew when her smile was genuine because it dispelled all my doubts, but there she seemed more imprisoned. Mr. Yaoyorozu, let's go. The man opened his door and saw that the room was enormous, with a window disproportionate to the rest of the walls, a table at the back of the room, and several company books inside bookcases that covered the wall space. Mr. Yaoyorozu, sit down. The boy didn't hear the man, who could only turn his back and look out his window. Mr. Yaoyorozu, it's been a long time since anyone has given me a headache. Midoriya, why did you bring me here? Mr. Yaoyorozu, how much do you want? Midoriya, excuse me, Mr. Yaoyorozu, how much do you want to keep you away from my daughter? The boy couldn't believe what he was hearing. His father was trying to buy him off. Nana, is this a damn bad joke? Daigoro, okay, things with this guy are getting personal. Yoichi, we must remain calm, gentlemen. Ninth. Midoriya, I don't want your money. Mr. Yaoyorozu, everyone has a price, so tell me what it is. Midoriya, well, not me, I'm not interested in your money. The man took another breath and looked at the young man. Mr. Yaoyorozu, let's suppose I fail to convince you. What makes you believe you can support my daughter? Midoriya, we'll both be pro-heroes. Mr. Yaoyorozu, no, I'm talking about real work. Heroes grow old and pass away. What more do you have to offer my daughter? Midoriya, someone who will love her despite everything because she has no idea how much I love your daughter, Mr. Yaoyorozu. The man simply turned away, his back to the boy. He had such a splitting headache that he thought he would die, for the boy was even more irritating than the many other young men who had tried to hold his daughter's hand in the past. Mr. Yaoyorozu, that's not enough. Midoriya, what do you need me to do to accept? I'll do anything as long as you accept us. Mr. Yaoyorozu, now if you're really as close to my daughter as you say, tell me things about her that I don't know. Midoriya, okay. Hickage, you can do it. Ninth. Nana, she's a girlfriend. If anyone knows her well, it's you. Yoichi, we support you, kid. Daigoro, do it for her. The man and the boy returned to the room where Azabash's mother was, and they sat facing each other and discussed the situation. Mr. Yaoyorozu, well, if the boy manages to do what we agreed on, your mother and I will have to accept your situation and whatever comes next, but if he doesn't, you'll go to Venice to study and you'll have to say goodbye to all of that, okay? Momo had doubts. They were her parents, they had known her since she was a child, or so she thought. She trusted the green-haired boy and truly wished he could achieve her father's challenge, for her father was known as someone who always had a deal that couldn't be refused. Momo WLs. Mr. Yaoyorozu, well, I started. Momo learned to use her quirk when she was 4 years old, creating small plastic blocks. That's one, your turn, kid. Midoriya, Momo likes Gold Empire tea and avocado, because of their variety of uses and applications. Mr. Yaoyorozu. Okay, she was a 5-time champion in math competitions during her middle and high school years. Midoriya, they never let her go out without a large escort secretly following her. Ms. Yaoyorozu, did she know? Mr. Yaoyorozu, okay, next. Midoriya, she's not happy. The parents were interested in what the green-haired boy said. Ms. Yaoyorozu, what are you talking about? We have everything to give her. Midoriya, have you ever actually asked her how her day was, really listened to her, not just given her a quick rundown? Have you ever been away from home and left her here alone? Do you even know how many friends she has at UA? Have you even seen her since the sports festival ended? Because in most of her pictures, I see that smile isn't one of happiness, it's just a mask. I've seen her smile and it's by far one of the most beautiful things I've ever seen, and I don't want her to have to wear that mask just because of some selfish choice so that you can be happy while she's broken. The parents watched as the girl's head was bowed, trying not to cry, she was just trembling. Mrs. Yaoyorozu, daughter, is that true? Momo, I just didn't want to disappoint you, I wanted to be what you expected of me, I'm sorry. The girl could no longer hold back her tears, because what her parents had mentioned were only achievements she had because of her burdensome image and the standards they had for her, unlike young Midoriya, who had confided in her, even though he thought they were embarrassing things that her parents criticized or would easily overlook. The girl clutched the fabric of her clothes, trying to hold back her tears, but it was useless. They flowed against her will, running down her face until they fell to the ground. The parents stopped looking at the boys with a critical gaze and looked at their daughter, who was still crying. Ms. Yaoyorozu, Mamachan, we were sorry, we shouldn't have asked you to be perfect, you didn't have to go through all this, but we just wanted what was best for you. Instead of calming down, the girl seemed to become even more upset by what had been said. The woman didn't know what to say. She felt she knew her daughter, where she went, who she was with, what she wanted, but those words, that revelation shattered everything she thought she knew. She didn't know what to say to her, she didn't feel she knew the girl in front of her, she didn't truly recognize her daughter. The man, for his part, remained silent. Instead of approaching to comfort his daughter, he went to the young man. Mr. Yaoyorozu, to my office again. The boy followed him without saying a word along the way. The man went to his window looking outside, and when the young man closed the door, he heard the man. Mr. Yaoyorozu, until this afternoon I thought I knew my daughter better than anyone in the world. I thought you were just an idiot after the family fortune, that you weren't interested in our daughter and only wanted the money. I think I was the one after the money all this time, and you really know Momo better than my wife and I do. The man's voice was different, it no longer had that aggressive and threatening tone. Of course, it still maintained its authoritarian tone, but it no longer had that aggressive air, it was one of sadness. Mr. Yaoyorozu, what I would do is throw you off my property and make sure you never see her again, but I think that would only prove you right. Momo and I rarely get along, and I'm starting to doubt that we didn't even get along at all. But if you make her happy, I have no choice but to accept your relationship. Midoriya, Mr. Yaoyorozu, I promise you. Mr. Yaoyorozu, but that doesn't mean I like you completely. If I accept you, it will only be because of her, is that clear? Midoriya, yes. The young green-haired man was leaving the man's office when the latter called him again. Mr. Yaoyorozu, boy. The green-haired boy turned in his direction and, as he approached, asked him one last question. Mr. Yaoyorozu, I ask you again, why should you date my daughter too? Midoriya, I love them, I'll give my life and I have given it to protect them and I'll keep doing it, no matter if I break every bone in my body, if that's how I can protect them, so be it. The man merely grimaced and extended his hand, still with a serious expression that seemed to convey nothing. Mr. Yaoyorozu, welcome to the Yaoyorozu family. The boy accepted the man's handshake, but when he took his hand, he felt how tightly he gripped it. If he hadn't made it clear, he wasn't entirely happy about it. The boy went downstairs and noticed that the raven-haired girl was noticeably better than before, holding a cup of green tea that seemed to have been the reason for her calmness at that moment. Mr. Yaoyorozu, okay, if everything's been agreed upon, you can stay a while or you can leave, it doesn't matter to me. Momo, Izuku-kun, what happened? Midoriya, everything's sorted out now, don't worry. Momo, are really? The boy nodded, causing the raven-haired girl to launch herself at him and hug him with all her might. The girl wanted the green-haired boy to stay longer with her, but she knew he still had to visit the other girl's parents. Momo, that's right, you have to go with Mina's parents. Midoriya, don't worry, I can stay a little longer. Momo, no, you have to go now. I'm going to the dormitories. Midoriya, are you sure? Momo, yes. The girl kissed him on the lips, gave him a smile, and said goodbye to the boy. Eccentric families. Having managed to speak with Azabash's parents, the boy set off for Mina's parents' house where they were waiting for him. Midoriya, I'd better call Mina. I don't want her to think I forgot. Phone call. Mina, Muscles, where are you? Midoriya, hi Minachin, I'm on my way to your house. Are you there? Is that him? Mina, let us talk to him. Mina, no, he's on his way. When you arrive, you can tell him everything you want. /egg. Mina, oh well, sorry, they're my little brothers. Midoriya, hee, don't worry, I'll be there in about 10 minutes or less. Mina, okay Muscles, I'll be waiting here. Bye. The boy quickly used the OFA to head to the pink-skinned girl's house in no time. Upon arriving, he noticed it was somewhat fun. It wasn't very big to suggest they were rich, but it was big enough to know they didn't live crammed together. The boy fixed his hair and checked if he looked presentable. He took a few steps, and before he could even knock, someone quickly opened the door. Seeing who was on the other side amused him slightly. It was two children, a boy and a girl with pink hair and one with black and yellow eyes like Mina's. Boy, I'm here. Girl, you're Minasan's boyfriend, right? The boy laughed happily at the children's excitement, as he hadn't thought anyone would react like that upon seeing him. Midoriya, heh, yes, it's me and you are. Boy, I am. Mina is okay. Mina interrupted her little brother as he lunged at the green-haired boy, grabbing him by the neck, wrapping his feet around his torso, and squeezing him excitedly. Mina, you're here, mua mua mua. The girl seemed attached to him, kissing him as if she hadn't seen him in ages, which made the pink-skinned girl's brothers laugh and the green-haired boy feel a bit embarrassed as he could only give in. Mina, I'm so glad, come in, my parents are inside. Midoriya, okay. The girl took the young man's hand and excitedly pulled him inside her house, surprising him with her quick action. Upon entering the room, the young man noticed that there were many toys scattered around, including baby clothes here and there. Mina, size, I told my brothers to pack up before you arrived. Midoriya, don't worry, they're just kids, the young man said calmly. Mina, oh, let me introduce you to my other little sister, say hi. The girl had lifted a baby from a crib who looked very much like the young woman, both in hair and skin color, something her other siblings did not have. Midoriya, ooh, what a cute baby. Upon seeing him, the baby quickly raised her arms, asking for affection. Mina, hee, it seems he likes you. The young man accepted the baby's request and gladly held her. And once he did, the baby began to play with the young man's green-haired hair. Midoriya, ha, she's very curious. Mina, who do you think used to do my hair? She said, pointing to her distinctive messy hair with a smile. Mina, aren't you going to introduce us? The young man looked away and saw two adults standing in the doorway of what appeared to be the kitchen. The woman had pink hair and skin and wore a cheerful smile. The father stared at the young man, and it was clear he was looking at her, for his eyes were the same as Mina's. Mina, oh yes, cough Izuku-kun, meet my parents. Mrs. Ashido, it's a pleasure, young man. Oh, you have no idea. When Mina called me, I thought it was one of her jokes, but when she sent us a picture of you, I couldn't sleep from the excitement of meeting you. It's a pleasure, I'm your mother. Midoriya, hee, I love it. Wait, a picture. When I take a picture, I hope I don't look ridiculous in it. Mina, and he's my dad's. The young man already had a smile on his face because of the woman's hyperactivity, something he didn't see in his father, which gave him a slight shiver. Midoriya, it's a pleasure to meet you, sir. Mr. Ashido, tell me 3 things you know about Mina. Midoriya, his favorite flavor is sugar, he loves breakdancing, and he loves movies. Mr. Ashido takes a deep breath. Midoriya, this is bad if he's just like Momo's father then. Mr. Ashido, he knows you well, right? Mina? You got yourself a good one, nice to meet you, kid. Sorry for my bad boy face, but I've always waited for this day to make that joke, hahaha. Midoriya, what? The young man felt a great weight fall from his head. Apparently, everyone in Mina's family had a sense of humor. Midoriya sighs for a moment, I thought the worst. Mr. Ashido, hahaha, sorry, as I said, I've waited 18 years to make that joke to my future and now not so future son-in-law. Mr. Ashido, I think we're going too fast, dear. Mr. Ashido, I think I'm getting a bit carried away. First we need to eat, then we can talk if you like. Ashido, children, yes. Mina, I was hoping they'd say that I'm starving, the girl said, exaggerating her agony. Upon entering the kitchen, the young man saw that it was quite colorful, in addition to the pleasant aroma of the food that Mina's mother was preparing. Mina, you'll love it, Mom makes the best dish I've ever tasted. Midoriya, I don't doubt it. Ashido's family gathered at the table where Midoriya was invited, who was grateful for the kindness of the pink-haired girl's relatives. Mina, that was delicious. Mr. Ashido, has your mother ever failed you? Ashido, children, no. The young man was equally satisfied. Apparently, it wouldn't be difficult to talk to Ashido's parents about her relationship with the other girls, but still, their reaction was a risk. Mina, Mom, is there any left? I'd like to take some to Izuku's other girlfriends. You already know the girls. Mrs. Ashido, of course there was still some left. Midoriya W8 Minachin, did you tell them? Mr. Ashido, yes, the truth is we all share some gossip around the table. She told us you were seeing other girls. I really don't know who won the lottery, my daughter for bringing home a good boyfriend or you for having more than one girlfriend, young man. Congratulations. The man said, extending his hand. Midoriya, wow. Mr. Ashido, is something wrong? Midoriya, oh, it's just that they're the most laid-back family I've ever visited to talk to. Mr. Ashido, really, lol, awesome. Mrs. Ashido, have you visited your girlfriend's parents? That's responsible, Mina, you chose well. Mina, I know, the girl replied as she hugged the boy. The boy just laughed to see how the baby next to him also wanted a hug. Mrs. Ashido, oh hee, it seems she liked you too. Midoriya, hee, it seems so. After playing with the Sourfist girl's siblings, the young man said goodbye and continued on to the next house, which was Kyoka's and then Toru's. Midoriya, it was a pleasure meeting you, Mr. and Mrs. Ashido. Mr. Ashido, the pleasure is ours, lad. Mrs. Ashido, take care. Mr. Ashido, oh, and we'd like our grandchildren to be a boy and a girl. The boy was about to jump using one for all when he stopped abruptly and fell face first to the ground. Mina, dad, Mr. Ashido, hahaha, sorry, it was a joke, haha, well, almost. Mina, dad, Midoriya, sure. The girl started to blush at the requests and the green-haired boy's acceptance, so she went inside, embarrassed. The boy now rejoined, reactivated one for all and jumped to head towards the next family. Mr. Ashido, I like that boy. Mrs. Ashido, and why wouldn't she? She fell for all your jokes. Mr. Ashido, perhaps I'll teach you a trick or two. The boy was arriving at the location Jiro had given him and was about to see his parents again. Midoriya, Jiro-san, I'm on my way to your house, are you there? Jiro, hello, yes, I'm here. We're finishing up some battery repairs. How did it go with Mama-san? Midoriya, it was harder than I thought. I don't know if he'll stay with his parents or go back to the dorms. I should have done more. Jiro, I'm sorry to hear that confused face. Midoriya, yes, I'll ask Momo when everything's over, but don't worry, I'll try to sort it out. Jiro, don't worry, I'll support you, I'll be there for you. Midoriya, see you in a bit. Jiro, yes, we'll be waiting for you here, good luck, darling. The purple-haired girl, as soon as she finished writing the last part of the message, threw her phone onto her bed in embarrassment, because she had never felt the need to write that to anyone, much less thought about how they would react. The young green-haired man, upon reading it, couldn't help but smile at the rocker's message. He knew that even though she didn't show it, she too had a sweet side that seemed to only come out with him. The rocker took a few seconds to calm down when her mother called her. Mrs. Jiro, Kyoka-chan, are you ready yet? Jiro, ah yes, Mom, almost there. The girl dressed up enough to surprise Midoriya. Mrs. Jiro, oh, Kyoka-chan. Jiro, W what, Mrs. Jiro, it's just that you've never brought friends home before, and this is the first time I've seen you focus on getting everything ready for when they arrive. Jiro, Mom. Mrs. Jiro, okay, I'm not following anything anymore. Mr. Jiro cries, I didn't think I'd see my rock star so enthusiastic about something other than rock. Jiro, oh, Dad. Mr. Jiro, I think I have something in my eye, let me see. Jiro, will Dad be okay? Mrs. Jiro, don't worry, here's her crying louder, he's just excited by your attitude, but don't worry, honey, I'm sure he'll calm down before your visitors arrive. Jiro, Mom, about that. Mrs. Jiro, yes, Jiro, it's not several classmates or anything like that, it's just one friend. Mrs. Jiro, uha. Jiro, and he's a boy. The woman's serene expression had changed to one of complete surprise. Jiro, and I wanted to talk to you all about something, takes a deep breath, I'm dating him. The woman who was carrying a hairbrush dropped it from her hands, creating a slight thud on the floor, leaving the girl confused. Jiro, ma. Mrs. Jiro, why didn't you tell me, OH? I must look presentable, darling, change into something more appropriate for the occasion. Mr. Jiro, what why? Mrs. Jiro, Jiro's boyfriend is coming to visit us. Upon hearing this, the man simply let out a louder cry that echoed throughout the house. Jiro, Mom. Mrs. Jiro, I'm sorry, honey, but why didn't you tell me? Jiro, well, I wanted it to be a surprise. Mrs. Jiro, oh, but all the signs were clear. You were more cheerful, always smiling on your phone, you even wore different clothes. Oh, honey, I'm so happy for you. Jiro, oh my. Ding dong. Jiro, I think it's the... Mrs. Jiro, honey, are you dressed properly now? Mr. Jiro, yes, I just can't find my other shoe. Jiro, I'll go open it. The girl went to the door straightening her clothes, and when she opened it she saw that the green-haired boy had a slight bump on his forehead despite being presentable. Jiru, pfffff hahaha Izuku-kun, what happened to you? And that bump. Midoriya, hello Kyokasan. The boy stared at the purple-haired girl in front of him, noticing that she was wearing clothes that she wouldn't normally wear in front of other people, unless she was going to a concert of one of her favorite artists. Jiro, tell me what happened to you, hehe. Midoriya, well, a few minutes ago. The green-haired boy continued jumping as he looked at how he would get to the meetings with Toru and Kyoka's parents. If everything went well, there wouldn't be any more conflicts, and he wondered what they could do these days. Everything was normal when a car almost hit the green-haired boy, who, to avoid the impact, had to propel himself using his whip-like ability, thus avoiding being run over by the car but not avoiding hitting a signpost. Tananas why? Daigoro, how come it hurt if I'm already dead? Yoichi, 9th, are you okay? Midoriya, if it was already normal to hear the colors, I guess so. Nana, I want some of whatever the child smoked, said the spirit of the ancestor with a smile, looking at the rest of the ancestors. Yoichi / Daigoro / Hikage, Nana. Nana, okay. Now, Midoriya, and that's how it happened. Jiro, pffffhhha, oh, I tasted you, come on. The boy entered the rocker's house and saw that the first thing they had were portraits of famous and world-renowned musicians. Midoriya, wow, they really love music. Jiro, obviously I got my great taste in music from my parents. Midoriya, I believe you, wow, they have a portrait of Michael Jackson. Jiro, if my father didn't have it, I would have stopped seeing him as my father. Midoriya, which bands have things like that? Jiro, well, Michael, Queen, AC/DC, Ghost. The girl continued talking until the presence of the rocker's parents interrupted the conversation. Mrs. Jiro, okay, we're ready. Are you going to introduce us to your it's you, the boy from the parking lot? Mr. Jiro, what, we already knew him. Midoriya, hello Mr. and Mrs. Jirosen, it's a pleasure to see you again. Jiro, wait Izuku, you've already seen them. Mrs. Jiro, yes, who do you think helped us carry your new sound system? Your father would have dropped it if he hadn't lent us a hand. Mr. Jiro, as I said, it wasn't that heavy. Jiro, Izuku-kun, are you serious? Midoriya, hehe, yeah, I didn't know they were your parents until I helped them with the boxes. Jiro, that's why I love you so much. The girl placed her hands behind his neck, pulling him down slightly to her own height and kissed him on the cheek. Mrs. Jiro, now who's the one being cloying with displays of affection? Mr. Jiro, hey. Jiro, what, Mr. Jiro, you must have our approval before anything else. Mrs. Jiro, they already have mine. Mr. Jiro, well, mine is going to be more difficult. The green-haired boy looked at the man who seemed to be trying to maintain an intimidating posture, giving zero credibility to his words. The boy glanced at the woman's mother, who simply winked at him, implying that it was just the man's words. Midoriya, when I found out you were his parents, I wanted to talk to you more, but it seemed like you were in a hurry. Ms. Jiro, I apologize, it's just that what we do is. Mr. Jiro, we sell musical material to band groups. Midoriya, really? Jiro, hehe, let's just say Izuku also has a certain fondness for music. Mrs. Jiro, oh, you even call him by his name, said the mother as she placed her hands in front of her mouth. Jiro, oh moms. Mr. Jiro, and tell me, what kind of instruments do you know how to play? Midoriya, well, I only know very little about guitar. Mr. Jiro, here, take one, I want to hear you play. Jiro, Dad, Izuku came to meet you all. I don't want you to overwhelm him by trying to touch him if he doesn't want to. Midoriya, heh, don't worry Kyokachen, I'd like to see how much I've improved. Besides, it'll only be one, no problem. Jiro, are you sure? Midoriya, sure. The boy with a smile took the guitar the man offered him and positioned it to begin playing. While the boy was playing, everyone had different ideas about the topic. Meanwhile, the rocker's mother imagined a peaceful day in what she thought would be a large field. The love-struck purple-haired girl imagined something sad, especially knowing the green-haired boy's past. And the father imagined something more apocalyptic. Mr. Jiro, not bad. Jiro, Izuku-kun, when did you learn to play like that? The girl asked, her face a picture of astonishment at the way the boy was playing. She thought he didn't. Midoriya, WL. Days earlier. Midoriya, do you know what Kyokachin's parents might like about her? Almight, well, I've only seen them a few times, but I don't think something like alcohol would work on them. Midoriya, definitely not. The now father and son thought about what gift would be good for the purple-haired girl's parents when the blonde man spoke. Almight, does Kyoka know Izuku really like music? Midoriya, he said it would be a crime if not. Almight, do you know how to play any instruments? Midoriya. All Might, you could learn to play some, you could give these to your parents. The former symbol of peace took a poster with the singer's signature on it out of a drawer. Midoriya, All Might, are you sure about this? Isn't this something you did? All Might, don't worry kid, just think of it as one father-in-law's first gift to another. Midoriya, Wake, and now learn to play instruments. All Might, you could pay for some claw. Did someone say boom play instruments? A blonde man had knocked on the living room door, revealing himself to be the pro hero present Mike. Midoriya, Hisashi-sensei, what a surprise to see you here. As soon as the man entered the room, the hero of peace assumed his muscular form, remaining frozen like a statue in fright. Present Mike, excuse me, but I heard that the young man here wanted to learn to play some instruments, and I thought, I have nothing to do, I could instruct him, huh? The number one hero deflated with relief and could only nod his head roughly, allowing the man to take the boy and hurry out of the room. Present Mike, I'll return it to you in a little while, All Might. Don't worry, it'll be back as good as new. Aizawa, my mother Caterpillar Sense tells me one of my offspring is in trouble. Now. Midoriya, and that's the story. The boy obviously cut out key parts that couldn't be revealed, either because it was too soon or because it was a secret. Jiru, how come you have such strange and funny stories? The girl asked, placing her palm on his chest with some doubt, but with a sincere smile. Midoriya, to be honest, I have no idea why, he said, embarrassed but still smiling. Jiru, and what did you bring back from the artist? Midoriya, oh yes, this. The boy pulled out the image showing one of the best artists he knew, and luckily All Might had won. Jiru, no way. The girl's parents approached, seeing what it was with impressed faces, especially the father's. The boy had given them an autographed poster of the singer, insert favorite singer. As soon as they realized what was happening, the young girl's father's expression, though he tried to remain serious, a slight smile which he tried to hide, revealed the man's great shock. Jiru, how did you do it? Midoriya, well. Flashback. All Might, and remember, shonen, for every cup of rice, use 2 cups of water. Midoriya, All Might, weren't you going to say something good about my meeting with the girl's parents? All Might, that's right, forgive me kid. I was saying if you win over your in-laws, you'll have them wrapped around your little finger. Now that I think about it, I should introduce myself along with Inko too. Midoriya, okay, thanks all dad. Oh, and what do I tell Jiru's parents when they ask me how I got this? All Might, tell them I gave it to you, that I'm friends with the lead singer. Midoriya, yes. Flashback. Midoriya, well, my dad knew I was coming to see your parents, and I told him they were music fans, and he gave me this as a gift for you. Jiru, but what you said about your dad? Midoriya, well, my mom was dating someone and he's actually a good person. Jiru gave a tender smile at the sincerity in the words of the green-haired boy who seemed happy to be saying it. Jiru, I'm glad to see you like this. Midoriya, like what? Jiru, happy. The boy chuckled softly at the purple-haired girl's response, who tenderly placed her hands on his neck and pulled him closer to kiss him, which he returned. Mr. Jiru, hey. Jiru, oh dad, just accept the poster, you can keep it. Mr. Jiru, YUJUU, boy, welcome to the family. The blonde man said, opening his arms and hugging the boy and his daughter. Jiru, dad, the girl said with difficulty, who was being squeezed in her father's arms. Mr. Jiru, SHHH, let me enjoy the feeling of hugging my son-in-law. Mrs. Jiru, we've waited for this for a long time, daughter, now wait a little longer. Jiru, they're embarrassing me. The green-haired boy could only chuckle slightly at the display of affection from the girl's parents. He said it was embarrassing, but in the boy's eyes it was sweet. Later, the man placed the poster in the hallway, making it his most important work, and they said goodbye to the boy. Midoriya, it's a pleasure to see you again, Mr. and Mrs. Jiru. Mr. Jiru, goodbye, boy. Mrs. Jiru, I hope you'll visit us again soon. Midoriya, goodbye, Kaiokachin, see you at UA. Jiru, goodbye, loves. As soon as the girl finished saying it, she covered her mouth because she forgot her parents were on her shoulders, and they didn't take long to make fun of her. Mr. Jiru, AAAWWWW. Mrs. Jiru, my baby is already chuzzy. Jiru, mom, Mr. Jiru, boy. The boy turned with a smile to listen to the blonde man. Mr. Jiru, when you bring my grandchildren, I'll teach them about good music, okay? Midoriya, sure. To tell the truth, the boy was no longer surprised by his in-laws' request. In fact, he had already prepared his mind for that comment and just laughed when he heard it. The boy headed to the last house he had yet to visit, which was Torachin's family's house, and that's where he was headed. Midoriya, Torachin, are you there? Toru, Izuku-kun, are you coming? Midoriya, yes, are your parents there? Toru, yes, they're here. I already told them and they're waiting for you. Would you like something to eat? Midoriya, don't worry, there's no need. Toru, I insist. I wouldn't want you to leave on an empty stomach. Midoriya, are you serious? Toru, expressionless face, I'll still make you something, grinning face with smiling eyes. Midoriya, really? Torachin, it's not necessary. Toru, I know, but I want to do something for my boyfriend. Midoriya, Torachan, I really don't deserve you. Toru, of course I'll wait for you here, take care, face blowing a kiss. The boy was on his phone or sending messages when a sharp pain in his head snapped him back to reality. Daigoro, kid. The boy raised his head and saw a trailer about to hit him when an extension of the whip from a building he had passed stopped him, preventing the crash. Nana, child, I know you're excited, but you should pay more attention. Midoriya, yais, I'm sorry. Shigaraki, don't worry, ninth, just be more careful. Daigoro, kid, I was thinking, you're going to have to work hard when the time comes. The boy turned red at his predecessor's comment and just kept jumping. Nana, actually, you should start using names for your sons and daughters. I don't think you'll just call them boy, girl, will you? Midoriya, okay, if I had a daughter with Ochako that sounded better when I thought about it, what would be a good name? Daigoro, I don't know, kid. Nana, oh, what do you think of Uraraka? Midoriya, Urara, Midoriyam, I don't know. Shigaraki, I think that sounds good. Midoriya, okay, Urara, Midoriya, if it's with Ochakachan, what about the others? Hikage, we'll think about it later, we're already at your girlfriend's house. Midoriya, huh. Looking ahead, the boy was already standing in front of a house without having noticed. Midoriya, ha, that was convenient. The boy walked to the door and it quickly opened, revealing the invisible girl. Toru, izuku. The girl threw herself into the boy's arms, who caught her without any trouble. Midoriya, Torachan, your quirk is not activated. Toru, Nop, I wanted you to be able to see me clearly. Midoriya, you're beautiful, there's no doubt about that, with or without a quirk. The girl quickly began to turn pink, and as soon as she appeared, she unknowingly reactivated her quirk and hid it. Toru, you don't have to say those things, Izuku-kun. Midoriya, hee, look at your hand. The girl did as the young man asked, noticing that embarrassment made her invisible. Toru, ehhh. The boy was still laughing at the situation when a woman approached to see what was happening. Mrs. Daughter, is everything all right? Toru, yais, mom, I was just talking to. Mrs. You must be my daughter's boyfriend. What was your name again? Toru, it's Izuku, mom. Mrs. Of course, Izuku, my daughter told me a lot about you. I'm sorry I couldn't remember your name, I'm bad at remembering them. Come in, make yourself at home. Midoriya, thank you very much, ma'am. Ma'am, my daughter tells me you're dating her and other girls too, is that true? Midoriya, yes ma'am, we had agreed that I would go out with them, with all of them, as long as they agreed. Mrs. I see you don't seem like a bad boy. Midoriya, thank you. Mrs. But I'll see if you can go out with her. Toru, oh moms. Mrs. It's my job, honey. Anyway, I'm going out for a few things, I'll be right back. Toru, yes mom. The woman left, leaving the young people alone in the house. Toru, well, any first impressions of my mom, Izuku-kun? Midoriya, well, it's similar to you. Toru, I must have gotten all that beauty from someone, right? Midoriya, heh, sure. Toru, come in. The young man entered the girl's house, noticing that she was somewhat cheerful, which he expected since the girl was like that all the time. Toru, come Izuku-kun, eat something. Midoriya, oh yeah, I'm going. The boy sat down at the kitchen table while Toru served him a plate of his favorite food. Midoriya, soba. Toru, hee, yeah, I remembered you often say soba is your favorite dish and I thought you'd like it, so do you like it? The boy brought a taste of the dish the girl served him to his mouth and tasted it. The boy was amazed by the taste of this. Midoriya, it tastes delicious, Torachan. Toru smiled at the compliment the boy gave her about her food, which made her heart feel happy. How could a single comment from the young man make her feel so happy? Toru, I'm glad you liked it. The girl hugged the boy's neck as he sat down and kissed him on the forehead to let him eat in peace. Mrs., I see it's true, and here I was thinking it was a joke. The girl calmly looked at her mother and with a pout spoke to her. Toru, no, it's true, I love him very much. Ms. Buono, young man, I hope you're also committed to what comes after your studies. Midoriya, yes ma'am, when I finish I'm going to marry your daughter and the other girls. I promise to take care of them and love them. The woman stared at the boy, trying to find some lie in him, which was impossible. She took a deep breath and let out a slow sigh. Mrs. Oh daughter, I'm so happy for you. The woman seemed to have some bipolar disorder as she hugged her daughter and the boy with open arms, making it difficult for them to let go. Mrs., those magazines for questioning sons-in-law and daughters-in-law really do work. You got yourself a good boy, daughter. Toru, mama, you're embarrassing me in front of my boyfriend, for. Mrs. Oh yes, sorry honey, it's just that starts crying dramatically, I'm so happy for you. The woman began to cry as she left the young people alone. Midoriya, and your mom, will she be okay? Toru, yes, she tends to be a bit dramatic, but that's part of her character and mine. Midoriya, ha, sure, whatever you say. Toru, and would you need to go with someone else? Midoriya, only Mei and Nejiru-senpai would be missing. Toru, so you're going to talk to them. Midoriya, no, I haven't spoken to her parents yet to arrange the date. Toru, well, in that case I'd have you all to myself all day. The boy just laughed while the young woman simply watched as the young man finished his plate of food. When he finished, the green-haired boy stood up and bowed in a gesture of gratitude. Midoriya, thank you so much for dinner, Torichin. The young man approached the girl while saying this, and then placed his hands on her hips to give her a tender kiss on the lips. The girl used her hands and cupped the green-haired boy's cheeks to prevent the kiss from ending too soon. The young people continued like this until the girl separated them because they were short of air. Toru, Izuku-kun. Midoriya, Torichin. Toru hadn't realized that it was already starting to get dark outside, and there were classes at UA tomorrow. Toru, I think we should go now. Midoriya, yes, I think so. The girl cheerfully said goodbye to her mother and the young people prepared to return to UA. Midoriya, and that's how you clear X. Toru, as a now I'm understanding. Midoriya, yes, it's simple when you understand it better. Toru, I understand everything better with you. Upon hearing what Toru said, the boy became slightly embarrassed and looked away to avoid further embarrassment, which the girl noticed. Toru, AAWWW, come here, beautiful specimen of nature. The girl said, hugging the boy and continuing to walk with him. After some time, the young men arrived at UA and near the dorms they saw the boys outside, apparently waiting for their friend and news. Lita, Midoriya, you're here, how did it go? The boy lowered his head dramatically, letting his hair cover his eyes. Several of his friends became nervous or tried to find words to comfort the boy, but that changed when young Midoriya raised his fist in the air and shouted. Midoriya, AAWW. The boys' faces quickly changed, especially Lisa's, who followed him upon hearing him. Midoriya / Iida, oh. Classy men, oh. In the distance. Tetsu, ao, AAUU. Kendo, and what's wrong with you? Tetsu, you wouldn't understand. Kendo, I wouldn't understand what? Tetsu, man stuff, Kendosan, man stuff. Back. Kirishima, you almost fooled us, Medabro. Mintus no WYYYYYY. Sato, congratulations, Midoriya. Zero, I never doubted everything would turn out alright well, until you tricked us. Shoto, well done, Midoriya. The green-haired boy turned around and saw his friend holding a balloon that said congratulations next to Bakugo, who had another one that said better luck next time, idiot. Kirishima, Bakugo. Bakugo, I know what the pointed-toothed balloon says, I say that because he didn't die. Takami, we should go in before Professor Aizawa sees us outside. Aizawa, that will be difficult. The young men turned around and looked with surprise at their teacher behind them. Moments later, the young people were cleaning the hallways of the bedrooms, the living room, and the dining room as punishment for being out so late, while the girls were in a black-haired girls' room chatting about how their day went. Jiru, did they really tell you that? Momo just nodded sadly as she remembered how her conversation with her parents had gone. Uraraka, that must have been hard, I'm sorry, Momo. Momo, don't worry girls, Midoriya managed to keep us together, it's just. The girl was saying with a heavy heart. Momo, my parents thought they knew me, but they knew nothing more than the surface, even you know me better than they do. The girl tried to hold back tears, not wanting to bother her friends with her problems. The girls noticed this and gathered in a hug to comfort the girl who couldn't take it anymore and began to shed tears that streamed down her face. Momo, thanks, girls. The group stayed like that for a few more minutes when someone knocked on the door. Midoriya, girls, are you there? Uraraka, come in, Izuku-kun. The green-haired boy entered and saw the group gathered with Momo. He didn't need explanations, as he already imagined what had happened. He simply approached the group and hugged them all with the help of the black whip, making sure not to exert any force on them. They didn't know how, but surprisingly the whip was warm, as if it were embracing them one by one. Momo, thanks everyone, I'm feeling a bit better now. Midoriya, don't worry, Mama-chan, you know we'll always be here for you. The embarrassed girl just smiled, still with some tears in her eyes because of what had been said. Mina, so Izuku-kun, is everything settled now? Midoriya, it seems so. I just need to talk to Mei and Nejiru's parents, but I'll look into it later. Tsuyu, then everything will be alright, Kiro. Jiru, we should go to our dorms, it's getting late. Uraraka, that's right, good night girls, good night Izuku-kun. Midoriya, goodbye Achika-chan. The boy approached and kissed the brunette on the cheek, doing the same with the rest of the girls in the room. Midoriya, goodbye girls, see you tomorrow. Jiru/Momo/Mina/Toru/Tsuyu. Goodbye love, good night, rest well muscles, bye bye, goodbye Izuku-kun, Kiro. The boy closed the door to the room where the girls were and went back to his room, changed his clothes and lay down waiting for the new day. Distant Visit. Classes were normal at UA. Aizawa had already taught his class and it was almost recess time when a teacher entered the classroom. Power Loader, good morning students. Class A, Professor Power Loader. Leda, excuse me teacher, are you aware that this isn't the tutoring room? Power Loader, yes, I'm aware of that, but I came to make an announcement. There were internships available to bring in young students from abroad, and I'm guiding you to your classroom where you'll learn maybe not to be heroes, but you'll be part of the support classes. Midoriya, then someone else will join a support class. Power Loader, that's right, let's see, here it would be Melissa Shield. When the new exchange student at UA was announced, several students, including Uraraka, Momo, Jiru, Shoto, and of course Midoriya, were instantly overjoyed to hear that the young girl would be part of the exchange program. Melissa. Hello everyone, the blonde girl greeted happily to her friends and acquaintances on I-Island during its opening to the public. Class A, hello. The girl kept a smile on her face when she turned around and saw her uncle Almight's apprentice, her green-haired friend Midoriya. Melissa, hi Deku. Midoriya, hi Melissa, I didn't know you were coming to Japan on an exchange program. Melissa, I didn't even know it was for that, they just told us to get on a plane and we did. But it's good to see you, it's been a while. Midoriya, of course. Melissa, and has anything interesting happened? Midoriya. May, hello Izuku-kun. Midoriya, Mason, hello, hey look, I want to introduce you to Melissa, she's a friend. I met her on a trip to I-Island. May, Melissa, I've heard of you, you're Dave Shield's daughter, right? The scientist who creates hero support items, isn't he? Melissa, the same, I see you're supportive too. May, yes, most of my babies are izukus. The girl's eyes widened at the girl's response, immediately looking at the young man who quickly understood what the blonde had interpreted. Midoriya, she's referring to his inventions, that's what he calls them. May, they're my creations, so they count as babies. Melissa, I understand now, almost like the power-controlling glove I gave him during our meeting on I-Island. May, yes, or my air-directed devices for your quirk. Melissa, how many of your inventions have you made? May, I lost count when I got to 58. Melissa, and how many of them didn't fail? May, you can't achieve perfection without mistakes. The boy didn't know what he had caused, but in front of him two girls were arguing about their own topics in a bizarre way which terrified him, along with the support teacher who was witnessing everything from afar. Power Loader. No one else knows, but they've just summoned the apocalypse and the hour of retribution is near. I'll leave you now, I have to go and show the other students their classrooms, goodbye. Aizawa, damn you Loader, okay Melissa, please take a seat. Melissa, yes sensei. The man turned his back to the blackboard as the girls separated, and the blonde took her seat. Melissa, you'll see I'm better at creating babies for Deku, oh my god, how am I thinking this? May, nobody makes better babies for Izuku than me, and it wouldn't just be that way. Classes continued, and after them it was time for lunch. Toru, Izuku-kun, come on, let's have lunch. Midoriya, yes, I'm coming, the boy said as he addressed his friend from the US. Midoriya, Melissa, would you like to join us for lunch? Melissa, oh sure, with pleasure. Midoriya, let's go, May. Hatsum, yes, I'm coming. The girl went with her friends to the pink-haired girl's side. Upon arriving, they could see the girls already at a table with Nejer. Nejer, hello Izuku-kun. Midoriya, Nejer senpai, hello. The boy sat down at the table and instantly the girl kissed him on the cheek, who just laughed. Melissa, wow Midoriya, I didn't know you already had a girlfriend, said the girl, who had a questioning look on her face. May, hey, don't hog Izuku all to yourself. The pink-haired girl had taken the boy's face in her hands and hugged him with a hint of envy, still wearing her signature Hatsum smile. Tsuyu. It seems they missed breaking into Hatsum's personal space, Kiro. May, yes, a lot mua. The American girl with glasses wasn't quite sure if either of them was her green-haired friend's girlfriend. Midoriya, haha, well, it's been a while since I've seen them either. Momo, it's good to see you again, Melissa. How are things going over there? Melissa, everything's fine, I'm glad to see you too, you've done something interesting that I've missed. Mina, well, they told us we'd soon be participating with professional heroes in real missions. Jiru, I bought a new sound system for my room. Tsuyu, now we're going out with Izuku-kun, Kiro. Midoriya, why are they all so direct about it? Nejer, it's funny to mention it. May, of course it is, hee, you should do it, Izuku-kun. Melissa, really, Momo, it was unexpected, but he's very cute. Jiru, we all wanted to go out with him, and to avoid arguing, we all agreed to go out with him, with everyone else's consent. Uraraka, I don't regret my choice. Midoriya, who was at the center of the conversation, was embarrassed by this and hid his face with his hands. Melissa, I see it seems everyone is very happy. Loefe. Nana, obviously young lady you have us as your teachers. Daigoro, are you serious? You're a complete pervert. Nana, shhh, be quiet, be quiet. Hickage, I wouldn't be surprised if, because of your advice, they take advantage of the boy. The conversation of his teachers could only embarrass the green-haired boy more, who was turning a more noticeable color that caught the attention of the girls. Uraraka, Izuku-kun, are you okay? Toru, damn, you're really red, are you hot? Midoriya, I'm fine and nothing's wrong, girls. May, are you sure? I can bring you something refreshing if you'd like. Midoriya, no, I insist, girls, I'm fine thanks, I'll just take off my jacket. The boy, somewhat embarrassed, took off his jacket, leaving it on his lap while he ate. At another table. Kirishima, hey, isn't that Midoriya's friend? Shoto, yeah, she went to sit with Midoriya's girlfriends. Bakugo, ha, I bet she'll soon become another one of his harem members. Kaminari, I bet it won't take more than a week. Mineta, what's wrong with you? I bet it won't be more than 4 days. Sato, I bet no more than 2 will pass. Bakugo/Shoto, we bet it won't happen today. Takami, I think it's already clear who won the bet. Zero, it's obvious. Leda, I'm able to believe that Midoriya has a female attraction quirk. Shoto, I don't think so, I would have figured it out by now if that were the case. Back. Melissa, so you already went to talk to your parents. Midoriya, yes, only Mason and Nejire-senpai are left. Nejire, well, my parents are away quite often, I'd have to let you know when they get home. May, they're usually busy with their own babies, so it'll be hard to surprise them if that's the case, but I'll tell you anyway. Melissa, wow, and I guess they'll all marry him when they get the chance. The girls stopped eating and just gave several smiles, confirming the obvious. OFA. Nana, child. Midoriya, yis. Nana, I don't think I need to tell you, but I think you're going to get grod when they get the chance. Midoriya, you think so, and it's pretty obvious, kid. The boy just smiled back and tried not to be so obvious. Midoriya, it will be a nice moment. Jiro, I choose the music. Momo, I know good places for the ceremonies. Melissa, hee, well, it looks like you all have everything organized. Oh, Deku. The girl handed a box with a ribbon to the green-haired boy, who thanked her and was about to put it away. Melissa, please open it. The boy followed the request and was surprised to find several stamps, which to his astonishment were the Almight 10th Anniversary Special Edition stamps, which he had never been able to obtain before. Midoriya, no way. I've been trying to get these stamps for years, but I could never find THEM, let alone afford THEM HOW. Melissa, hehe, well, a few days ago I spoke with Uncle Might and asked about you. I asked him if there was anything you wanted, and he said you mentioned these stamps to him. My dad had a few saved in the old basement of the house, so I asked him if he wanted them. When he asked, who are they for? I told him they were for you and he happily agreed. Midoriya, Melissa, this is incredible, thank you so much. The boy bowed happily and carefully put them away in his things. Several of the girls saw the boy very happy and this filled them with happiness. Seeing the cheerful face of the young green-haired boy was contagious and addictive for them. Midoriya, I'll be right back, I'm going to the bar, do you want anything else? Mina, a strawberry milkshake. Toru/Nejire, some gummies. Jiro, some cookies are fine. Uraraka, machi. Tsuyu, a lemon popsicle. Kiro. May, some chocolates. Momo, an apple. Midoriya, green. Momo, green, please. Midoriya, okay, I'll be right back, lovelies. The girls just laughed at the way the boy called them as he was having a battle in his mind. Nana, damn it, 9th grade, I hope your wallet doesn't suffer too much. Hickage, apples, chocolates, milkshakes, what else? Daigoro, I'm thinking, old man, I'm thinking. Yoichi, damn it, his mercy is at its limit. Turn it off, Nana, turn it off. Nana, it will stabilize, it's under control. Yoichi, I'm in charge, outside. Midoriya, I should have foreseen this, cries silently. The boy headed to the food counter, leaving the girls chatting. Momo, that was a nice gesture from you, Melissa. Melissa, heh, thanks, I hope there won't be a problem with that and that they won't get overprotective of him. The girls looked at each other, confirming something. Melissa, is something wrong? Tsuyu, no, nothing. Momo, Melissa, I'd like to talk to you about the Harem initiative. Melissa, May, you see, what Momo means is, if you want to be one of Izuku-kun's girlfriends. Melissa, what? Nejire, you don't have to worry if that's what you want, we're fine, there's plenty of Izuku-kun to share. Melissa, but it's not that easy. Momo, don't worry. Jiro, polyamory isn't frowned upon here. Toru, that's why most of our parents accepted it without any problems. Melissa, and what would Midoriya think of that? Uraraka, don't worry, Izuku wouldn't mind that. Melissa, and if that's the case, wouldn't it make you uncomfortable? Mina, girl, there are 8 of us who share him and we're doing fine. He spoils us all and we spoil him too, and it's impossible not to. He's all an innocent cinnamon roll. The girls laughed when the young man said this because it was clear they all saw him in a pure way, even though two of them had less than holly plans in mind. Midoriya, did they call me? Mina, oh don't worry, we're talking about bread rolls. Midoriya, okay, here you go. The boy handed out the sweets he had been asked to deliver and took an extra one along the way. Midoriya, here Melissa, I brought you something too. The boy handed her a slice of cake that was being served at the food counter. Melissa, aw, thank you so much, Midoriya. The girl put the slice on the table and smiled. Melissa, well, I haven't known Midoriya for very long. We usually talk on the phone, but beyond that, I don't know him very well. But this could be an opportunity to get to know him better, right? Should I? I know I refused, but I feel like I should. I don't think they'll. The blonde girl quickly but gently touched the boy's shoulder, who turned slightly before receiving a quick kiss on the cheek. At another table. Sato damn it. Minta slash Kaminari, damn it Amidiora Bakugo ha pay up bitches. Shoto, always bet on the winning horse, guys. The green-haired boy could only turn around in surprise, as he hadn't expected that action from his friend. Momo, officially you're now a member of the Melissa Harem, welcome. Uraraka, don't worry, don't fret too much about Izuku-kun. He usually has that reaction the first time. After that you can kiss him as much as you want. Suyu, now that I think about it, we should tell Eri and Kota about their new mom too, Kiro. Melissa, Eri and Kota. I didn't know you already had two children, Midoriya-kun. Midoriya, NNO, they're two little kids we rescued from villains, let's just say. Mina, they grew fond of Izuku-kun and have now been adopted as his children. Neja, obviously it's a game. May, hey Izuku-kun, when could you come so Mama May can show you her amazing toys? Midoriya, I'll take them with you this week so they can meet Melissa too. The boy said as he brought a cinnamon roll to his mouth and bit into it. The girls watched this closely, each of them having a word in their heads to describe the scene. Girls, cannibalism. Tutorials. Like any other ordinary day at UA, the boys headed to their classes. Ida and Midoriya were walking peacefully, chatting about his brother's condition, why the earth is round, and what came first, the color orange or the fruit. They were walking until upon entering they saw an orange-haired girl, a girl with messy dark green hair, a short brown-haired girl, a white-haired girl, and another green-haired girl who seemed to be praying. Lita, what's going on here? Midoriya, Kendasan. What are members of B doing here? Lita, Midoriya, don't you remember what Professor Aizawa said? Flashback. Aizawa, due to the drop in grades, the principal and teachers have decided to implement a change. Those with low grades will now have to go to Classroom B to have classes with the teacher of that group. End of flashback. Midoriya, ooh, I remember now. Kendo, yes, Professor Vlad told me and the girls to come and take the place of Mineta, Kaminari, Aoyama, Takayami, and Seiya. Midoriya, well, welcome girls. Setsuna, don't think we won't study them, boy, we'll keep a close eye on them. The green-haired man felt that this threat was unlike Setsuna. He may not have known her very well, but it was unusual, at least until he heard her speak completely. Setsuna, that's what I'd say if I were just like that idiot Monoma, so thanks, buddy, said the green-haired girl, smiling and showing her sharp white teeth. Kendo, so this is the hall of the prestigious class. Lita, that's right, it seems they've already found their temporary seats. Ibara, the peace in this place is authentic, you can feel the presence of the Lord. That's what he was saying calmly before a larger group from Class A came in talking and arguing. Lita, yes, disrespect is usually rampant around here. Several of the boys noticed the presence of the members who were in the class and asked. Takayami, Class B members, here is something wrong. Ajiro, do you remember what Professor Aizawa said? Momo, Kendasan, Kendo, Mamasan. Momo, I was hoping to see you in the advanced classes. Kendo, I couldn't stay behind. Even though Monoma asked me for help with the directions, it's the least I could do to stop overthinking his superiority. Momo, I don't think that will be enough, she said in a somewhat mocking tone. Kirishima, so Professor Aizawa did keep his promise. I thought it was just another one of his jokes. Aizawa, when have I ever made jokes? When they heard the man, several young people were startled and watched as he emerged from his sleeping bag to look at them. Aizawa, is everyone here? Lita, it seems so. Don't forget about me. The students watched a pink-haired girl with engineering glasses, Mei Hatsum, a support class student, cheerfully enter through the door. Lita, Chika's a slash Midoriya, Hatsumesan. Slash Mason, Mei, of course, who else did you expect? Jiru, well, anyone but you. Aizawa, yes, you see, Power Loader asked me to introduce Hatsum in some of our classes. Mei, I assure you I will think of several babies for all of you. But I will try to control myself, she said while her hands moved violently. Some sighed in relief at the pink-haired girl's attempt at a promise, as she was looking for a place to sit, since there was one free in front of Midoriya. May, hello Izuku-kun, the girl said, waving her hand happily. Midoriya Mason, it was a surprise to see you here. May, I hope for a nice surprise. Midoriya, of course. May, you know Izuku-kun, I can think of thousands of babies to make for you. Midoriya, wow, they'll be useful as support, the boy said excitedly, giving a smile. May? Midoriya, as support, right? May, yes, that's right. The girl took a seat and then the teacher gave the day's lesson. Aizawa, as you may already know, members of Class B and the support class will be with us for a few weeks until the final grades are tallied, so in the meantime we will be checking their performance in practical activities. Class A and B, YESSS. The caterpillar man's eyes lit up, once again capturing the class's attention. Aizawa, the test will be conducted in the beta zone. The Class B members will perform some tasks against 3 of you, and I will verify their results. Since we now have 2 support members, Hatsum and Melissa, you will need to analyze improvements you could implement in your suits as a support team, and you will also be tested. Now go, the rest will be explained. Amen. The students left the classroom, leaving the teacher and the bicolored young man alone. Aizawa, I know you can read my thoughts, Todoroki. Shoto, something's planned, isn't it, sensei? Aizawa, I thought it wouldn't be so obvious. Shoto, I didn't expect to be discovered by Shotoktiv, huh? Aizawa, I'm going to let the girls from Class B go against Midoriya in practice. Shoto, won't that cause problems for Midoriya? He already has 8 girls, well 9 if I want to introduce him to my sister and make him my brother-in-law. Aizawa, sacrifices define heroes, Todoroki. Shoto, very true, teacher. Aizawa, besides, who's to say they'll say no? Shoto, I'm nothing compared to your reasoning, sensei, but what do you get out of all this? They were communicating mentally when a frog girl entered the room. Tsuyu, excuse me, Aizawa-sensei, I took this, Kiro. The amphibian said as she placed an eraser on her table. Tsuyu, are you okay? You look weird, Kiro. Aizawa, if we're okay, Tsuyu, come on, let's go right now. The students were already in the training area awaiting instructions from their teacher, so they were just talking in the meantime. Kendo, it's been a long time since I last spoke to you girls, tell me what's been happening. Momo, actually nothing interesting. Tsuyu, just regular activities from Professor Aizawa's classes. Toru, well, as you saw, we have 2 new exchange students in the classroom, Melissa Shield and Hatsume-san. Setsuna, it's a pleasure, girl, said the green-haired girl as she shook the blonde's hand. Melissa, the pleasure is all mine. Uraraka, also a concert Kyoka gave with a band. Melissa, seriously. Kyoka, well, it's not a big deal, it was just an unexpected event. Izuku-kun's support made me not tremble so much. Kendo, can I invite you to the concert? Momo, oh yes, we've started dating him now. Kendo, really? But you don't mean she started dating him, do you? May, oh no, it's just that we're all dating him. The orange-haired girl's eyes widened at her friend's explanation. Kendo, are all of you dating Midoriya? Momo, and also Nejir-senpai, Hatsume-san, and Melissa. Kendo, I didn't imagine Midoriya would have a harem. Setsuna, that was unexpected, although it is believable. Ibara, it's unacceptable. Several of the girls looked at the religious green-haired girl who was saying a prayer before speaking again. Ibara, the Lord commanded us not to commit adultery. If we do, hell awaits us. Uraraka, well, it doesn't count as adultery if we all agree, right? The vine girl did not answer, and when she tried to, she was interrupted. Mina, and would you wait for us? Is that part of your answer, or do you want to join us? The girl said, making a playful face. The girl responded by letting out a soft squeal of fright before backing away. Ibara, I appreciate the invitation, but I cannot go down a path that would lead me to sin. Kendo, Ibara, come on, try to respect the girl's decision. We're not criticizing your religious beliefs. Ibara, well, you're right, I regret my behavior. Setsuna, and what's he like? Kendo, that's right, how does Midoriya-kun act towards you guys? Momo, she's kind. Kyoka, very cute. Toru, it's cute. Mina, it's off. May, he's very noble. Uraraka / girls, it's a cute cinnamon roll. Uraraka, Ashidasan, what do you mean by that? Mina, this is. The girls only gave a soft laugh before seeing their teacher arrive. Aizawa, alright, today we're going to conduct a series of tests. Ibara, Kendo, Setsuna, go first. The 3 girls positioned themselves in front of the group in a military pose except for the nun. Aizawa, Ahura, Midoriya, Todoroki, y Bakugo, Payson. Bakugo, PFFF, you're wasting my time with this. Todoroki, well planned, sensei. Aizawa, you're going to go through and fight the members of Class B to determine how high your performance is in fighting, strategy, and endurance. You'll finish when you've fallen and can't get up. With the data, I'm going to make a list of how prepared you are. Now go, Midoriya. Okay girls, I'll see you later. The girls began to approach the green-haired boy and offer him some affection and good luck in his fights. Aizawa, kid, come here right now, you're not going to war. Midoriya, yes, I'm coming. The boy entered the area and they stayed at point A, while Aizawa took the girls to point B. About 57 minutes had passed when the loudspeakers in the area started talking. Todoroki, well, is there a plan? Bakugo, yeah, they stay here and I'll defeat those nerds. Midoriya, I think it will be more complex than that. Bakugo, are you underestimating me, you idiot? Deku, Shinie. Todoroki, Midoriya, I wanted to tell you my sister and I were going to the movies next week. We got 3 tickets, but my brother has classes and taking him isn't an option. Would you like to come with us? Midoriya, oh right, when is it? Todoroki, on Friday afternoon. I'll tell him you accepted. Bakugo, so we'll make a plan or what the hell? Midoriya, SSI claro. Aizawa, alright, everyone's ready. Know the rules. Victory will be declared until the last one falls or until they accept surrender. A bell rang, signaling the start of the battle. All members of A watched the screens with excitement, eager to see how the fight would unfold. They could see how the promising future heroes were flying through the air using their gifts. They continued inspecting the area when a piece of vine launched itself at the explosion lord and the bicolor. Midoriya Todoroki. Todoroki, I've got it, the boy said, pointing his palm and incinerating the grass. Bakugo, Shinie, the boy yelled before unleashing an explosion, blowing the plant all over the place. Midoriya, well, that was quick. Ibara must be nearby. The boy was looking in all directions when a sharp pain made him turn his head. As he did so, he saw a large fist heading towards where he was standing. He was about to hit the green-haired man when a cloud of smoke billowed from him, obscuring his view. Midoriya, there you are. The girl had punched the floor hard, scattering the humor over a wider area. The girl was about to raise her hand when she felt a cold rush across it. Looking closer, she noticed the ice was coming from Todoroki, reaching her elbow. S.A. Chinese. That's what the Muslim boy shouted as he fired bursts of explosives, hitting the girl directly, who covered herself with her other palm. The girl had lowered her hand to try and see the next blow, while the green-haired boy had already made a run-up to deliver a kick to the orange-haired girl. He was about to hit when a vine struck the boy, causing him to crash into a column of a nearby building. Kendo, thank you, Ibara. The girl broke the ice in her hand and went to attack the bicolored boy, who used the ice to move across the floor while using his flames to keep the girl away. Bakugo, hey, get back here. The boy was about to shoot when a swift hand slapped the ash-haired boy. Bakugo, what the hell? The boy turned around and saw a floating hand mocking his face when another hand roughly yanked his nose. Bakugo, hey, you're going to die. The boy was shooting at the girl's hands, trying to hit one of her floating limbs, which was extremely difficult. The young Todoroki continued moving along the ground when a slap on the floor by Kendo threw the boy off balance. And with a swift movement, the orange-haired girl slapped him directly in the forehead, preventing him from reacting in time and causing him to be thrown several meters from where he was standing. Deku Todoroki. The green-haired boy propelled himself with the air blast and prepared a kick to hit the orange-haired girl when some vines caught his hands and legs, stopping his punch. Kendo, I've got it. The girl was about to launch the same attack against the boy when a large explosion hit her in the back. Looking up, she noticed the king of explosions perform a spin and fire again with his other hand, hitting the redhead in the face and throwing her backward. The green-haired boy took advantage of his ashen-haired friend's save and, using the whip, broke the extensions of grass and managed to return to the ground. Midoriya, gracias kaken. Bakugo, stop with the damn thanks, I just proved you that you need a me nerd. Midoriya, let's go after Todoroki, we need to start putting the plan into action. Bakugo, I told you, don't tell me what to do. The young men ran to retrieve their two-tone friend who was getting back on his feet. Midoriya, Todoroki-kun, are you alright? Todoroki, yes, I just hurt my back, but I'm fine. The young heroes stepped back a little to get a better view of the situation. Kendo, Setsuna, did you see where they went? Setsuna, yes, they went that way. The girl said this while pointing with her floating hand to a path full of pipes running the length and breadth of the. Kendo, it's clearly a trap. Can you do a reconnaissance with Ibara? Setsuna, no problem. Ibara, it will be easy. With that, both green-haired girls headed to the location. The religious girl used her herbs to explore the length and breadth of the pipes, sensing what was inside, while Setsuna's now complete upper torso floated above, allowing her to see with her own eyes and become more versatile. The girl smiled through her clear window and the rival boys were desperate. Everything seemed to indicate that they were in the LUD, in the camera room. Melissa, does anyone see the boys? Momo, no, they must have gone into the narrow duct area, there aren't many cameras there. Hatsum, I figured something like this would happen, so I invented this baby. I present to you the BRODRI drone with a 10K camera, infrared sight, night vision camera, integrated microphone, and hyper solar charging with a 1,000-hour battery life. The pink-haired woman said this while holding her baby in the air with one hand and the other hand on her chest in a show of superiority. Momo, can we see Izuku-kun from the sky with that? Melissa, it's possible if it has. Hatsum, HAHA, believe me. Her magnifying lens is so powerful she can see anything on a centimeter scale. Mina, so what are you waiting for? Uraraka, turn it on, use it now. The girl activated her drone and carefully raised it over the training area, first seeing the 3 girls from grade B acting and dominating the combat. Tsuyu, where could they be? In the countryside. The young Ibara was concentrating on feeling every object that passed over her soles when she began to tire, letting out a slight groan of effort. Kendo, come on Ibarasan, you can't give in, we've got them against the nets. Ibara, I know I don't want to stop acting, it's just complicated. The girl closed her eyes tightly, returning to what she was doing when a loud bang that echoed through the grass made her jump. Kendo, what's going on? Where are you coming from? Ibara, from everywhere. Kendo, Setsuna, where are they? Setsuna, what? I didn't see anything. The young men had been hidden inside one of the several ducts, and taking advantage of this lapse, they attacked together. Setsuna, there you are. Upon shouting this, the girl detached a series of parts of her body that flew in the direction of where a bicolored young man was standing. Some of the projectiles were about to hit the boy when a shield formed by the black whip prevented them. Todoroki, thank you Midoriya. Bakugo, shiny. That's what the green-haired girl heard when, looking back, she only saw the same palm tree that had made her fly a while ago. Setsuna, see. The girl turned around and realized that a wall of ice had risen up behind her, and instantly there was an explosion. Kendo, what was that? Ibara, I don't detect anything. The girls had doubts, especially when all of a sudden Setsuna's legs started bouncing all over the place. And Ibara, would you like to tell us something? Bakugo Gyo to hell. Upon hearing the noise, the girls barely managed to jump to the other side before witnessing a large explosion leave an egg in the place where they stood, raising smoke in the area. Bakugo, you thought it would be easy to beat us. Of course not, because you can't beat me, no one can. Kendo, I really prefer either of the other to him. Ibara, he has the face of a devil in person. Bakugo, who are you calling devil face plant head? You're going to die. Upon hearing this, the girl began attacking the boy with her vines, but he easily broke them with his explosions as he walked towards her. Kendo, back. The girl stopped her attack to give way to Kendo, who, with both hands raised to the sky, was about to hit the explosive young. Being completely cancelled when a whip caught his fists behind his back and subsequently wrapped around his legs. In the camera rooms. Toru, it seems they have everything under control. Melissa, I knew Midoriya-kun was someone who always had a plan, but I thought they were just exaggerating with the title. May, you see no, Mina, they've already taken down Setsuna, now they just have to deal with Kendasan and Ibarasan. In the countryside. Bakugo, idiot, where's the other idiot? The ash blonde yelled, looking for his bicolored partner for support against the vine-clad girl. Midoriya, I don't know. Despite appearing to have everything under control, they were having difficulties against their latest rivals. Bakugo could easily repel Ibara's vines, but her rapid, constant attacks began to cause pain in his forearms. Midoriya could withstand Kendo's momentum to strike the ash blonde, but he felt as if his arms were about to detach from his body. Ibara suddenly stopped attacking the ashen-haired one and with a series of braided vines fired at the green-haired one, who was taken by surprise and crashed into several pipes in a building. By doing this, Midoriya released Kendo, causing the blow against Bakugo to be more brutal, leaving him on the ground. Kendo, thank you Ibara. Ibara, yes, no problems. Kendo, let's go one by one. If we finish off one of them, we'll have already won. Let's go. Midoriya had ended up in a warehouse with more containers. This was seen by the other girls who didn't take their eyes off the screen. Aizawa, do you know the televisions are here? Mina, sensei shhhh. The boy got up with effort as the blow had left him with some splinters from the vines, which caused him more discomfort than great pain. Midoriya, I need to get back quickly. Bakugo needs me. Where's Todoroki? Elsewhere. Todoroki, and because of him, my mother is in the hospital and in therapy. It's not that I hate the old man, it's just that sometimes I want him to die, you know. Setsuna, they really traumatized you, you know. Todoroki, yes, I know, but now my friend Midoriya is helping me. He's good at giving therapy and he's also a good boyfriend to his girls. You should join his harem. His heart is like a Love Without Borders novel. You'll like him. I also set him up with my sister. She needs his help too. Setsuna, why didn't I faint? The girl who was stuck to a wall because of the ice that prevented her escape was only able to kick her legs, which were separated by several meters and steel pipes, said this. Midoriya, he must be doing something important. As she thought this, she noticed another wall break showing that the kendo girl was ready to fight. She lunged with her fist ready to crush him, but he dodged it in time, hitting a column which turned to dust when it was knocked down. The boy kept dodging, when at one point in a final dodge the girl hit a column, and as she did this the structure shook a little. Midoriya, that doesn't sound good. As he looked in front of the girl, Izuku finally received a direct hit, causing him to crash to the ground. Kendo, Hess, well I think you already know what you can do, give up or. Another tremor stopped the redhead's speech, causing her to look around and notice cracks all around the structure. Kendo, me. The structure finally collapsed on the young people, raising a lot of smoke around it. Girls, izukukun. The young redhead was covering herself with her palms as best she could, but it was strange, the structure didn't weigh much. She was thinking about how to get out of there when a groan made her look back. Kendo, Midoriya, Kendasan groaned, get out now, groaned. Kendo punched some rubble with his fists, breaking it into smaller pieces and piercing through it, until there came a point where his punches were no longer effective. The weight was overwhelming the boy, who said nothing because he wanted to ensure the girl's safety above his own. This led him to put all the weight on one hand and, using his other quirks like the black whip and the sash, maintain it for a few seconds, while aiming at where the girl was to fire a blast of air. Midoriya Kendosan Appart. The girl looked at him and knew what he wanted to do, and instantly she did it. The boy fired, and with great force the pile of rubble and steel was brought down. The young heroes watched this through the cameras, intrigued to know who would be victorious. The girl ran out, filling many eyes with intrigue as to how she managed to defeat the green-haired youth. Then they noticed the girl trying to find something to get back inside, but finally the entire structure collapsed. Sato wasn't Midoriya inside. Instead of leaving, Kendo climbed back up the mountain of rubble, throwing some of it aside in an attempt to remove it. Kendo, my goal is to defeat them, but I'm not going to leave him buried under tons of cement and beams. Come on, where are you, Midoriya? The girl continued digging when she saw a hand sticking out from among the rubble. She quickly removed the remains containing the boy and saw that his face was covered in blood from the fall. Although he managed a noticeable attempt at a smile, she pulled him out of there, leaving him a few meters from the danger zone, allowing him to lean against a wall. Midoriya, thank you, Kendasan. Kendo, relax, I hope you give up. I don't think you can fight much longer after that. Midoriya, don't worry, it's my job. Who else is going to break their bones like me? Kendo, come on, buddy, don't overdo it. The boy got up as best he could, trying to assume a defensive stance, which was extremely difficult to maintain. The girl simply opened her hands and held him between them without trying to squeeze him so as not to hurt him further. Kendo, you saved me from being buried alive. Let me take care of you for now, man. The boy tried in vain to fight until a pain in his torso made him shudder. Midoriya, I think I have no choice. The girl let go of him, and some blood could be seen seeping from the uniform the boy was holding in his palms. The girl tried to see the wound, but it was difficult because of the hero costume. The boy lifted his shirt, revealing a broken rod piercing his abdomen, and he was breathing heavily. The girl blushed with embarrassment at her actions in knocking down the building and having to see the boy's obviously bleeding torso. Using some medical tape, the girl carefully lifted the boy, who was holding his abdomen, to prevent blood from gushing out in liters. As they applied the medical tape, the boy felt a pain that made him want to writhe in pain at that moment, if it weren't for the metal piece he had in his torso. Kendo, I'm sorry. Midoriya, don't worry, are you okay? Kendo, yes. Midoriya, well, that's what's important. Kendo, thank you, well, I think they're ready, come on, I'll take you to get treated. Midoriya, I'll go when the fight is over. Kendo, you can't leave that behind, come on. Midoriya, and I can't leave the battlefield or it'll be nullification. Kendo, Midoriya. Midoriya, I know, why don't you tell me something about yourself? If we're going to be in the same group, I'd like to know something. Kendo, size okay, just until I'm done, but if you get worse, I'll carry you again. Midoriya, yes ma'am, the boy said as he raised his hand in a military salute. Kendo, well, what do you want to know? The young, green-haired, religious woman was walking attentively, looking for any sign of the bicolor flag when she heard a conversation in the distance. Todoroki. And that's how I entered the Council of Todorokis. It seems unreal, but it's true. Oh, hello. I was just telling Setsuna about my journey when I discovered another ancient plane. Ibara, you must be Todoroki, you must be the last one. Todoroki, the last one, how long has it been? Ibara, I think about 45 minutes. Todoroki, wow, time flies when you talk about the multiverse. Ibara, what, Todoroki, never mind, then I guess we're going to fight, right? Ibara, that's what it seems. Todoroki, well, ladies first. Ibara began her attack by burying her nets in the ground, emerging from the ground to attack the bicolored one, who simply put both hands together and fired. Todoroki, heat wave from cold. The plants were quickly pulverized, but the wave didn't stop there. It continued until it reached the green-haired girl who had only one thought before the wave crashed against her. Ibara, our father. Instantly, all the cameras detected the huge explosion that traveled another 3 blocks enveloped in heat, clearly indicating the victorious young man. Kirishima, damn it. Takayami, that'll hurt Ibara tomorrow. The boy simply slid across the ice, reaching the girl and seeing her condition. Her hair was now considerably short and on fire. Todoroki, oh sorry, I think I went too far. The boy made a large block of ice and melted it with fire so the girl could soothe the fire and burns she had. Todoroki, I think I'll go get your friend. Your friend Setsuna is over there. I already told her to join Midoriya's harem. You can join too. Ibara, never, I will never sin in that way, nor for that reason. Todoroki, Midoriya is a good kid. He doesn't have bad intentions, but whatever you want, I'm sure that if you're interested in him and the other girls, they'll gladly accept you. The boy continued walking, trying to find his friend, leaving the vine girl to put out his burns. Elsewhere, the green-haired boy was being led by the orange-haired girl, who held him by the shoulder while they talked. Kendo, and that was the time I had to put the whole class to sleep with the blow to the back of the neck. Midoriya, ha, I knew you used that trick on Monoma, but using it on the whole class. Kendo, hee, yes, my hand ended up hurting after that. Midoriya, I didn't know you liked motorcycles either. Kendo, if I hadn't chosen to be a heroine, I would have opened a motorcycle repair shop. Midoriya, that sounds good. Kendo, and how did you become the boyfriend of your girls? Tell me. Midoriya, well, actually that was more luck than anything. First I confessed to them, but I ran away out of embarrassment. Then they caught me and accepted me as a partner. Kendo, while many things await you in the future. Midoriya, huh, are you dating someone? Kendo, no, I'm saying you're going to have to spend a lot on them, and even if you know it's unnecessary, you'll still want to. Midoriya, actually, I think I already do. The boy was still walking with the redhead when they heard something in the distance. Midoriya, do you hear that? Kendo, yes. The girl raised her palm and avoided an explosion from the Muslim who was running around her trying to hit her. Bakugo, damn orange, I'm the only one who humiliates that idiot Deku. Midoriya, kaken. Bakugo, shut up, you idiot. The girl continued blocking the attacks, while the green-haired boy behind her tried to reason with the crazy ashen-haired boy, who showed no intention of stopping until he had finished off the girl. Todoroki, Midoriya, we already rescued you. Midoriya, rescue me. And I know, Todoroki, she helped me. Todoroki, what do you mean? Midoriya, well. Bakugo, that doesn't matter, Shine. The boy was about to continue fighting when a large kendo hand grabbed him by the neck with 2 fingers and the rest of his body with its remaining ones. Kendo, he saved me from being buried under rubble and he came out more injured. We were just walking. Todoroki, I see, hahaha, Aizawa-sensei is a genius, damn it, a genius, so everything's all right. Aizawa, I'm a genius in kendo. You can do 2 things, fight or surrender. What do you say? Kendo, well, you've already defeated Setsuna and Ibara. I think I'll give up. Peas. Aizawa, alright, the victory goes to Class A, with 1.5 casualties from Class B and 2 casualties and 1 surrender from Class A. Your stats are good, just keep practicing and you'll do well. Now everyone, you can take the day off. Class A, YSSSSSS. The girls from B were leaving the training area when they were greeted by the girls from A who ran after the boy. Momo, Izuku-kun, come on, we have to take you to the infirmary. Midoriya, I'm fine girls, I can still walk a little. Mina, great, you have a bar in your beautiful abdomen. Tsuyu, don't resist, come on, we don't want it to get infected. The girls were carrying the boy floating when a brunette stayed behind talking to the redhead and the green-haired girls. Uraraka, we appreciate you bringing Izuku out and keeping him company during the fight. Kendo, I had to do it, he received the whole building instead of me. I couldn't just leave it like that or take advantage of him like that. The brunette smiled and ran to catch up with the girls. The redhead took a deep breath and looked at her group of friends who hadn't spoken since they reunited. Kendo, and how did it go? Setsuna, Yandere's son put me to sleep with his family problems and gave me a lecture about a council full of multiple versions of himself who oversee a space-time network. I don't know, I fell asleep halfway through the explanation, and he gave me a series of reasons to go out with his friend. Ibara kon katsuki, Setsuna no kon Midoriya. Ibara, yes, I can confirm that he told me the same thing, but also he burned my hair. Do you know how much I had taken care of it? Kendo, well, it's quite short for you. Ibara, I can't have it like this. Kendo, for something from the Lord. Ibara, no, I just don't like it short. In the infirmary. Midoriya, recovery girl, okay, that's it. Mina, come on, muscles, it wasn't that bad. Midoriya, it wasn't that bad, I felt like my organs were being ripped out with that thing. Momo, come on, honey, it was just an injection. Tsuyu, they took the bar away from you a while ago, and you didn't even notice, Kiro. Midoriya, yes, but a barbell is one thing, and an intramuscular needle is quite another. Recovery girl, if you were as afraid of breaking something as you are of needles, my job wouldn't be so difficult, kid, the old woman said, tapping the boy on the head with her cane. Anyway, whoever put those tapes on the bar knew what they were doing, otherwise you would have bled to death during practice. You're lucky, kid. Midoriya, yes, I owe Kendasan a lot of thanks for that. Toru, one more for Izuku-kun's harem. Midoriya, what? No, she's just a classmate and I want to thank her for helping me. Girls, of course. Recovery girl, dude, I think your girls already know you well. Cinema and some traumas. 2 days had passed since the tutoring sessions with some girls from Class B, and they had been spending time with Midoriya's group, to the point that Cementos had to create new rooms in the A and B dormitories for their exchanges. Vlad, damn it, shota, my students will defeat you next time, you'll see. I'll prove that B has the best prodigies and heroes in this school. Mina/Toru, That's favoritism. Aizawa, Vlad, what time did you enter the classroom? Also, I only asked Ibara what the symbol for helium was. Ibara, I forgot it was he and not H, the girl said as she lowered her head, avoiding looking at her master Vlad. Vlad, don't apologize, Ibara. What about a mistake when your students, whom you happen to pass on to me? Aizawa, Kaminari, and Mainta, but Nezu gave them the papers. Vlad, you passed me, it takes them a while to calculate what x4 square root 354 x2 is. Kirishima, what the hell, at least 3 minutes. Aizawa, Nezu made the rules, not me, now can I continue with my class? Vlad, I'll be watching you. Aizawa, I'll be watching you. Aizawa, and you close the door. Vlad, be careful. Aizawa, be careful. Mina noticeably wanted to hold back her laughter along with Toru, which was becoming somewhat visible due to their suppressed laughter. Morning classes ended and everyone headed to the dining halls for a snack. The boy was at the counter when he heard footsteps behind him. Kendo, hello, Midoriya. Midoriya, oh, Kendasan, hello, how's everything? Kendo, fine, I should really be asking you, how are you doing? Midoriya, I'm fine, recovery girl healed me completely. I just wish I didn't have to give her so much trouble anymore, the boy said as a drop of sweat trickled down his face in embarrassment. Setsuna, hey, come on, she needs to prove why she earns her money the same way. The girl was leaning on the orange juice's shoulder when a distant scream caused her to shatter into tiny pieces and float away. Kendo, Setsuna. Setsuna, shhhhh. Bakugo, I heard that bitch, where is she? Kirishima, Bakugo, calm down, she's not here, I'm telling you I saw her in the courtyard. Bakugo, don't tell me to calm down, I'll find her and tear her into more pieces than she can possibly separate herself from. The boy stormed out of the dining room, leaving several people wondering. Seconds were all it took for the girl to float back in front of the 3 young boys. Setsuna, has she already left? Midoriya, yes. Kendo, is he looking for you because of yesterday? Setsuna, yes and no. Midoriya/Kendo, Setsuna. Well, I was just passing by and he slapped me again for what he did to me yesterday with the explosions. I thought he hadn't seen me, but he chased me around the courtyard until I managed to escape. Kendo, so far. Bakugo, there you are, you damn GRNHRD girl. Midoriya/Setsuna/Ibara, me, him who, Bakugo, not you idiot, her, Ibara me, Bakugo the other idiot, Setsuna me, Bakugo, you. The girl quickly broke into pieces and began floating around the cafeteria, attracting the attention of many students who witnessed the fight. The green-haired boy, along with Kendo and Ibara, went to sit at the table with the green-haired boy's harem, keeping a close eye on the spectacle that the ash-blonde boy and the green-haired girl were putting on. Momo, I'll guess. Did Bakugo started? Kendo, surprisingly no. Uraraka, now that's a surprise. The show got better when the teachers had to intervene, and the students applauded such a spectacle. The members of classes A and B laughed at how hilarious the scene was. BRRR. The boy pulled out his phone, revealing messages from his two-toned-haired friend. Toru, is something wrong, Izuku-kun? Midoriya, no, it's just Shoto. I had arranged to go to the movies with him and his sister today. Jiru, what time are you going with them? Midoriya, I think in the afternoon, around 5. Tsuyu, could you bring some treats, Kiro? The boy laughed at the little frog's request, who gave him a tender look before gently tapping its head. Midoriya, sure. After this quiet moment, the young people would again see the ash-blonde boy flying around the cafeteria and all the teachers trying to catch him. Later that day, the green-haired boy was adjusting his finest t-shirt, an Almight Plus Ultra Special Edition, and arranging his hair as best he could. Midoriya, okay, it's 3 o'clock, I should go now, Shoto should be waiting for me. The green-haired boy left his room and went to the living room, finding the girls arranging some blankets and stuffed animals around it. Midoriya, hey girls, what are you doing? Jiru, well, when you said you were going to the movies, we thought we could do something similar and… Toru/Mina, movie marathon, shouted the girls who had bags of chips in both hands. Midoriya, hey, that's great, are you guys going to call the guys? Momo, the truth is we thought a girls' meeting would be better. Uraraka, maybe next time. As they said this, they heard something fall with a thud, and when they looked to where the noise came from, they saw a redhead wearing pajamas and a sack. Kirishima, damn it guys, false alarm, it's a girls' meeting. To the girls' surprise, several groans were heard coming from the stairs. Tsuyu, hey, where's Melissa? Melissa, sorry, they didn't want to be ready, said the blonde, who was carrying a bowl of popcorn. It wasn't long before someone else's voice was heard in the room. Shoto, ready, are we leaving now? Midoriya. Midoriya, oh sure, well girls, I'll see you later. Tsuyu, could you bring the sweets please? Midoriya, sure. After the girls said goodbye to their green-haired friend, some with a hug, others with a kiss, and still others with a smile, the green-haired boy left the school accompanied by his friend Shode. Momo, so what do you want to see? Mina, well, there are horror movies like the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, Thursday the 13th, 101 Dalmatians. Toru, I brought that one. Mina, but why if I told you it was scary? Toru, well, how can I explain it? The thing is, I really like that movie and I said, okay, let's watch some horror movies. But then I remembered that horror scares me and… Uraraka, don't worry Hagakure-san, we'll still need something to calm someone down. Tsuyu, it's also a lovely movie. Melissa, I thought I was the only one who brought a children's movie. Jiro, did you bring one too, Melissa? Melissa, that's true, said the girl, taking a movie out of her backpack and revealing a classic film. Tsuyu, The Princess and the Frog, I love that movie. Mina, me too. Momo, but… Mina shhh. Elsewhere, Midoriya. Shoto, is something wrong? Midoriya, and no, it's just that I felt a weird chill, but I'm fine. Shoto, so what are you expecting from the movie? Midoriya, well, it's the premiere of Godzilla vs. Kong, I bet it'll be good. Shoto, I'm telling you Mechagodzilla has to come out no matter what. Midoriya, but is it okay if your sister comes with us? I mean, I know not many girls like these kinds of movies. Shoto, don't worry, she invited us to come, just relax. They finally arrived. The boys turned around, seeing the one the green-haired boy easily recognized as Shoto's older sister, Fayumi Todoroki. Shoto, have you been waiting long? Fayumi, no, about 10 minutes but no more. Oh, hi Midoriya, said the girl, noticing the presence of the green-haired boy. Midoriya, hi Fayumi. Shoto, you saw that I brought Midoriya. Since our brother isn't here and the old man was definitively ruled out, he's the one I trust the most. Fayumi, don't worry, I'm glad to see one of your friends again. Shoto, I'll go get the tickets. The boy and the white-haired girl waited for young Todoroki, and while they did this, they started talking for a while. Midoriya, thank you again for inviting me, I don't know how to thank you. Fayumi, don't worry Midoriya, my brother likes you and we also like you. Midoriya, thank you very much, do you happen to know what movie we're going to see? Fayumi, well, I think Shoto said it was horror and personally I'm usually scared of them but I didn't want to tell him no. Midoriya, great, well, not that they scare you but I'd better shut up. Shoto, I get 3 heart attacks when I see horror, but if it creates an excuse for Fayumi to get closer to Midoriya, I'm willing to suffer. Cashier, or popcorn with cheese or spicy, Shoto. After the bicolored boy came out of that strange trance, he was with his sister and his best friend, carrying tubs of popcorn, soda, and some candy. They then walked together towards the living room, finding that there were a few people in it, and began to feel that they wouldn't be so alone. It wasn't long before the room went dark, leaving Shoto at one of the exits and Midoriya at the other, with the bicolored boy's sister caught between them. Fayumi, it's about to start. The bicolored boy had noticed that of the popcorn buckets he brought for himself, and for Midoriya and Fayumi, the girl only took from hers. In one swift motion, the boy grabbed the bucket and put large handfuls of popcorn in his mouth, quickly emptying the bucket. The girl, unaware, put her hand into the bottle intending to take more only to find it at the bottom. Fayumi, Shoto, did you finish the popcorn? Shoto, sorry, did you want more? Ask Midoriya, I'll replace them later. The girl, feeling a little embarrassed, touched the boy's shoulder, and he turned to look at her. Fayumi, excuse me, Midoriya-kun, could I have some popcorn? She said with a blush on her face. Midoriya, ah sure, here you go, no worries. The girl started eating the popcorn from the green-haired boy, who readily agreed to the request. Shoto watched this silently, noticing his sister seemed somewhat cheerful. Shoto, you're a genius, he said, patting himself on the shoulder. It wasn't long before the film's most tense moment arrived, culminating in the precise moment when the bicolor acted. Opening her palm, she began to release a breeze of cold air, which directed the duo who were completely at ease. The young people didn't notice at first, but little by little it became noticeable in the steam rising from their breaths. They were about to complain about this when a screamer took them by surprise, more so the girl than the green-haired boy, who jumped and hugged the green-haired boy who reacted in the same way. The heart and mind of the bicolor player could not have been more satisfied, seeing his friend giving clear indications of his future brother-in-law. Elsewhere. Endeavor, I don't understand why Shoto didn't want to invite me to the movies with Fayumi. I could have taken the day off, but he insisted it wasn't necessary. Hawks, yes, I wonder why, the winged hero asked mockingly. The number 2 hero was looking at his phone when a sharp pain in his brain made him open his eyes, which looked as if he had been stabbed. His flaming beard grew rapidly, and a smile appeared as he screamed at the top of his lungs. Endeavor, Fuyumi. This scream took the winged hero by surprise, who dropped the drink he was having and drew the attention of everyone in the agency. Hawks, holy shit, what was that? Endeavor, I don't know, but I'm very proud of my daughter, the hero said with a look that only spoke of madness. Very proud. Hawks, that doesn't look good. At the movies. The green-haired boy was rubbing pink on his face as he realized the compromising scene he was in, especially thinking that his friend might get angry at finding them like this. But when he turned his head, he saw that he was calmly watching the screen. Fayumi, for her part, didn't realize she was hugging the green-haired boy and continued watching the screen, feeling safer that way. Then a scene in the movie reminded her of Shoto and her, bringing back bad memories. The scene in question showed a man yelling at and hitting his partner, while she begged him to calm down, only to be mercilessly beaten by the man. For both brothers, this was a reminder of their father's abuse of their mother and of them. The green-haired boy didn't say it at the time, but he could sense that aura of trauma in both brothers. Carefully but trying to comfort the young white-haired girl, the boy placed his hand on her shoulder. When she noticed and looked at him, she barely registered his presence next to the green-haired boy. Fayumi, I'm sorry Midoriya, I didn't know sorry. Midoriya, relax, is everything all right? I didn't even realize we were together. Fayumi, of course, because... Midoriya, you know you can tell me anything. Fayumi, it's just these kinds of scenes bring back bad memories, I wouldn't want to upset you with that. Midoriya, because of your father. The girl placed a hand on her chest as she lowered her head, not wanting to see the boy's face because of the anger from her past. Midoriya, Sai's Todoroki told me about him when we entered the sports festival. I'm so sorry about what happened to you both. Fayumi, I'm just trying to forget all of that, trying to make us leave it in the past, but... By this point, the boy could hear her speaking between sobs, still with her head down. Fayumi, I try to make us live together as a family, but nothing I do ever seems to work. I don't want to give up on us, but it seems like nothing I do makes a difference. The girl wiped her tears with the sleeve of her sweater, not looking up at the green-haired boy in front of her or at her brother. She didn't want their outing with friends to turn into a drama because of them. She had left that in the past and knew how to handle it. She had received enough complaints about crying that she was forced to hold it in. But a palm on her shoulder made her want to look up, only to receive a hug as another hand stroked her head. Midoriya, everything's fine, I'm here, okay. The girl finally couldn't hold it in any longer, and began to let out the tears she had been trying to contain. The bicolored one looked at this and looking away began to cry. Todoroki, you're amazing, Shoto, he said to himself, trying not to cry out loud. Gradually the girl calmed down, returning to her chair and continuing to watch the movie. At the end of it, the young people left, and the green-haired one and the bicolored one accompanied the girl to the house of the fire hero. Fayumi, that was fun, we should make plans to go out another day. Todoroki, I'll let you know when we can, of course, if Midoriya agrees too. Midoriya, sure, I'm free any. Fayumi, perfect, thank you so much, little brother, she said, hugging her brother who remained stoic, and thank you so much for today, Midoriya. Unlike her brother, she gave him a small kiss on the cheek which startled the boy and brought a smile to his face. He hugged her while shouting her name. Fayumi, I have to go inside, bye. Upon opening the door, they saw the current number 1 hero hug and lift the girl up while again shouting her name, along with Shoto. Shoto/Endeavor, Fuyumi. Nana PFF, and your friend says he's not like his father. Midoriya, I guess they do share some things in the end. Yoichi and well 9th, Midoriya Degoro, I think it's time to tell you. Midoriya, what? Oh, I was told there was a secret to One for All, what is it? Nana, Toshinori told you there was a theory that One for All had been transferred with another quirk. Well, it's true. Midoriya, really? And yes, we all had some contact with that quirk, but with you, One for All and the extra quirk are stronger, that's why you're so lucky with girls too. Midoriya, but does that mean it's the quirk and they're only with me because of that? Degoro, nah, that's also because you have a Luis Miguel face. Let's just say the gift gives you a slight, unnecessary boost. Nana, I called it loving attraction, and with that gift I met my husband. Midoriya, attraction, it reminds me of my mother's quirk. Daigoro, another reason why it should be simpler for you to use it, or well, don't use it. The boy left the OFA when a car almost ran him over, taking a few steps back. Nana, I think we should stop talking to you in the street. Midoriya, I think it's a good idea. The boy continued walking when, upon turning the corner, he saw a two-toned figure fall from the sky, directly in front of the green-haired boy. Midoriya, Todoroki-kun. Shoto, Midoriya, I need to talk to you. Midoriya, is your sister all right? Shoto, yes thank you, but it's about her that I want to talk to you. The green-haired boy scratched the back of his neck, paying close attention to his friend, who took a few steps in front of him and placed both hands on the green-haired boy's shoulder, who did not understand this action. Shoto, let my sister join your harem. Private lessons. Midoriya taste. The young man finally snapped out of his trance, looking around to see that he was in a store next to his bicolored friend, who was paying at the checkout. Midoriya Todoroki, how where RWE? Shoto, we're in a store, remember the girls asked you for candy, you were choosing everything without looking at it, I'm surprised you barely reacted here. The two-ton-one gave his friend a soda and the friend placed it on his forehead. Midoriya, I really need you to explain why you're asking me this. The young people left the store with the chips and sweets, heading to UA to end the day. Shoto, as you can see, my sister likes you, you're a good friend, and I think even the old man likes you. I don't want you to feel pressured, but you're one of the few good things in my sister's life. Believe it or not, or even if you don't seem to admit it, my old man likes you and even Natsuo, who only saw you once. Midoriya, well, thanks for the compliment, Todoroki, but are you sure she's your sister? Shoto, Midoriya, believe me when I say that very few people have been special to my sister and you're one of them. Midoriya remained silent for a while. If that's what the bicolored boy's family thought about him and what the boy said was true, he felt he should do everything possible for his friend's sister. Midoriya, I understand, but do you think your sister will agree? Shoto, I'm sure, come on, it's getting darker faster. It wasn't long before the two young men arrived at UA, and even less time passed before they reached the dormitories. As they passed through the door, they encountered the group of girls who were lying on the sofa and on the floor of the common room, watching movies without any problem. Midoriya, see you tomorrow, Todoroki. Shoto, see you tomorrow, Midoriya, please consider what I told you. Midoriya, okay. The bicolored-haired boy went upstairs and headed to his dorm room. Meanwhile, the green-haired boy slowly approached the group of girls who hadn't noticed his arrival. Without saying anything, the boy sat down on the sofa, gaining the attention of Momo, Mina, and Kyoka, and stopped watching television. Mina. Muscles, that's what the girl said as she changed position and hugged the green-haired boy while rubbing his body. I missed you. Momo, how did it go, my loves? Said the raven-haired girl with a smile, accompanied by a slight blush. Midoriya, well, we had a good time, how was it for you guys? Kyoka, we spend all our time watching movies. Bang, the boy hadn't paid attention to the movie. Between hugging the pink-skinned girl lying on his chest and the purply-haired girl sitting at the foot of the sofa who was toying with the boy's sticking hand out. Looking at the screen, she saw a small, frightened deer. She didn't understand the context until the invisible girl spoke. Toru, ayyyy, that son of a bitch killed her. Midoriya, Bambi, Tsuyu/Uraraka, Bambi Izuku-kun. Saying this aloud, the amphibian and the brown-haired girl moved from their spot to be closer to the broccoli. Toru, hey. Don't forget about me, the girl said, approaching and standing next to the rocker. Midoriya, I didn't expect them to miss me so much. Momo, that's impossible. The young girls laughed at the boy's reaction, who was embarrassed by his previous answer, and they all continued watching television. The next day. Classes in classroom 1A were as usual. Aizawa leading his session and some murmurs could be heard. Aizawa, now then Midoriya, give me an explanation of why yellow is a fruit. Midoriya, clears throat according to the academy's reality. Aizawa, no references to the RAE. With that, the classroom door rang, revealing that it was the +18 heroine Midnight. Aizawa, is something wrong? Midnight, good morning Shota, is Izuku Midoriya here? Midoriya, I'm here, the boy said, raising his hand. Midnight, come with me. Several people reacted by looking at the green-haired boy. It was common for teachers to call some students over for matters or problems with their paperwork, but this was the first time they had called the green-haired boy. The boy left the classroom and followed the teacher through some hallways when he finally had the courage to ask. Midoriya, excuse me, Midnight-sensei, what did you need me for? Midnight, you see, I've seen your performance over the past few weeks and I've realized that you'll need to take some classes with me personally. The green-haired boy listened to this while remembering the last few weeks, not understanding his poor performance and the reason for his consultation with Midnight. The woman finally stopped in front of a door and opened it to let the green-haired boy in. Upon entering, the boy saw that the classroom was completely empty except for him and the heroine. Midoriya, where are the other students? Click. Midnight, it's just the two of us. The green-haired boy felt a chill when he heard the sound of the door lock clicking behind him. Midnight, now take the chalk from the blackboard and write. Somehow, the green-haired boy felt a sense of relief when he heard that request. Living next to the gray-haired boy had finally affected his perception of reality. This wasn't so bad. The boy calmly wrote on the board and the teacher dictated. Everything was going well when, due to a moment of inattention, he saw in the reflection of the window how the teacher was giving him several somewhat inappropriate looks. At first he thought it was just his imagination, but when he turned to look at his teacher, her expression changed, and when she returned to her position, she gave him another furtive look, as if she wanted to devour him right there, adding to that the fact that a little while later she sat on the table and crossed her legs provocatively. Midoriya, I'd better finish this quickly and leave. The boy put more effort into his time with the teacher and his activity, all while being watched by the woman. Midnight, just the way I like them, the woman thought to herself, her gaze becoming less and less discreet. Midoriya, ready, the boy shouted, assuming a military stance due to his nerves. Midnight, very well. The woman put her book aside and stood up, walking in the direction of the green-haired man who, for reasons unknown even to him, could only walk backward. Midoriya, are you going to check what you wrote down? Midnight, that's not necessary, anyway that's not why I called you here. In the OFA. Nana boy Yoichi 9th Daigoro, he's going to grape you. Elsewhere. Tashinori young Midorawaye, returning. The boy was trapped between a rock and a hard place, literally his current state. His back was against the classroom wall, while in front of him stood the heroine, who covered his exits with her hands and her leg covered the space between his legs, giving him zero chances of escape. Midoriya Midnight-sensei, what are you doing? Midnight, when I told you I saw your performance, I wasn't referring to academics, sweetheart. Midoriya D. Sweetie, Midnight, you sound so cute when you're scared. Midoriya B. But why me? Midnight, ever since you got your harem, I've felt a little envious. How could such a sweet and strong guy have so many girls with him, and I couldn't be one of them? I started having bad thoughts. I felt so complete when we were at the beach that day. Midoriya R. Realies. Midnight, yes, let me show you I'm serious. The green-haired boy was already reaching critical levels when the woman took his face in her hands, and the distance between their lips closed completely. The boy could hardly believe that he had a large number of girls who loved him, but now his teacher was seducing him and had just kissed him. The boy gradually let himself be carried away by that kiss, even more so when the woman put her hands under his shirt, caressing the green-haired boy's abs. The boy began to feel a warmth inside him which he desperately needed to release, but the breaking of that kiss stopped him. Midnight, that's enough for now. Midoriya. Midnight, yes, don't think I don't like it, you're a good kisser. That's true, the girl said while licking her lips, savoring the traces of the boy, but if we continued with this, I wouldn't stop until I reached the limit, and I wouldn't want your girls to miss out on your first time. Nana, well, at least she's considerate. Daigoro, considered, if she's like you, she's a degenerate. Yoichi, I don't deny that. Midnight, but don't worry, I won't let you go without giving you a nice memory first. The woman took one of the boy's hands and placed it on one of her breasts, leaving the green-haired boy in a catatonic state, his face blank. Midnight, hee, I knew you'd like it. Come on, we have to take you back to your classroom. Leaving the classroom, the woman led a green-haired statue by the hand straight to the black-haired man's living room. Standing in front of the door, the woman looked at the boy, caressed part of his face with her hand, stroked his hair, and leaned close to his ear. Midnight, this won't be the last time we have our private lessons, sweetheart. The woman gave him a quick little kiss on the nose and smiled. Midnight, thank you, Shota, here's your student again. Aizawa, okay, Midoriya, go to your seat, class is almost over. The green-haired boy in a catatonic state walked to his place and wrote down what was on the board. Tsuyu, Izuku-kun, how did it go? Midoriya mumbles. Mina, muscles, are you okay? Midoriya, that. Momo, Izuku-kun, is something wrong? Midoriya. Biaya so change. Suddenly the boy was wiping the water that had been thrown on his face, noticing that it was already night and he was in the apartment courtyard. Midoriya, Toru, are you conscious now? Uraraka, Izuku-kun, we've been talking to you all day but you didn't answer anything. Midoriya, sorry girls, I didn't realize. May, that was very rude, even I met you on the way and you didn't even say hello. Midoriya, I'm sorry Mason, Momo, did something happen? Mina, yes, you've been like this ever since you came back from Midnight Sensei's. Midoriya, well, it's just that something weird happened. Nedjir, like what? Midoriya, Nedjir-senpai, sorry, I didn't see you either. Nedjir, don't worry, I just got here. What happened? Asked the innocent girl. Midoriya, well, it doesn't really matters. Mina, are you trying to deceive us, Izuku-kun? Midoriya, no, how do you think? I would never. Toru, so tell us what's going on. Midoriya, well, it's just that. Momo, Izuku, if it's something that bothers you, we can leave it like this. Midoriya, no, well, breathes Midnight Sense. Tsuyu, did he do anything lewd to you, Kiro? Midoriya was speechless, as he hadn't expected any of them to hit the mark on the first try. This silence only confirmed the amphibian theory. Midoriya, what? Uraraka, it's Midnight Sensei, Izuku-kun. Momo, I'm surprised he didn't do anything to you at the beach. Midoriya, please don't take this outside of us, the boy pleaded, his hands clasped together as he crouched down. Momo, don't worry, darlings. Jiru, if we tell anyone, she'll be fired and discharged from heroic service. May, I only have one question, the girl said, her finger on her chin. Midoriya, what's wrong? May, does he kiss well? The boy became alarmed by this question. Midoriya, what kind of question is that, Mason? May, well, as they say, it's Midnight Sensei, so it's obvious he wouldn't be left wanting. The girls watched the green-haired boy, waiting for an answer, and it was the pressure of so many eyes that forced him to blurt out the confession. Midoriya, yais. Momo, well, we could use someone with experience. Midoriya, Mamasan, Momo, I'm just kidding. The girl's smile seemed to have other intentions, but the boy decided it was better to believe her lie. Jiru, come on, we have to go inside, it's getting cold and you're soaked. Nejir, I brought chocolate, anyone want some? Said the blue-haired girl, showing a jar of chocolate. Girls/Midoriya, ME. The young people, having already entered, did their thing, settled on the sofa and watched television peacefully while the blue-haired girl and the rocker arrived with a tray of cups of hot chocolate for everyone. They were watching television peacefully when something interrupted. TV, and in the latest news, the unknown shop and bank robber known as Shadow has struck again in a heist that left a debt of over 10 million yen. Authorities identify this individual as someone with a suspicious quirk. His face has not been seen on camera, but caution is advised. Momo, I'd heard about that. Nejir, he's already robbed 2 banks, right? Midoriya, but how come they haven't seen his face? Uraraka, could it be because of her quirk? Aizawa, I was going to explain that to you today. All the young people were startled by the sudden appearance of their teacher, who knows, only God knows, he already had a cup of chocolate too. Boys, Aizawa-sensei. Aizawa, let me explain right away. Endeavor requested that the most capable students be sent with him and other professionals to stop this hero. They haven't seen a pattern in his attacks, and he takes practically no time at all to raid a place. Kyoka, how long does it usually take? Aizawa, 5 minutes, 3 if he doesn't stop to talk and cooperate quickly. May, and does she have accomplices? Aizawa, no. Well, the next day. Kirishima, Aizawa-sensei, what do we do if we find him? Bakugo, it's obvious, Spikehead, we attack him and stop him. Aizawa, first report his location and detain him. The professionals will arrive and arrest him. Endeavor, are you ready? The infernal hero asked. Class A, yes. Endeavor, you will split into 2 groups, take different directions to cover ground, now let's go. Villain. The young students were divided in 2, ready to respond to any disturbance and threat 1. Kaken's team would head to the south side of the city to keep watch, while Midoriya's team would go to the east. Midoriya, we need to split up. Endeavor said he's been seen in over 25 stores stealing and quickly disappearing. Kaminari, and what kind of quirk does this guy have? Takami, they say he's one of the speedsters. Mina, speed. I heard it was for opening portals. Midoriya, will find out as soon as we find him, but first we need to split up. The more we search, the faster we'll find him. Momo, here you go. The class vice president handed everyone some communicators she had just created and distributed them. Momo, if anyone sees him, they have to let us know and we'll all go and support him. Class A, hi. Toru, there it is. The class turned to where the girl's glove was pointing, which indicated a store, where a man dressed entirely in black was taking money in large bags. Midoriya, we have to go, let us go. The young man jumped before anyone else, and as the man was leaving the store, he saw the young man fall from the roof to the ground. Villain, wow, superhero landing, hey, that was cool and all, but you know that's bad for your knees. The young man maintained a serious gaze towards the villain, but internally he agreed with what he said, because due to the height his joint hurt slightly. Villain, wait a minute, aren't you the hero in training? What was your name again, Deity? Midoriya, you know me. Villain, oh yes, the one without eyelids told me about you. Midoriya, huh, villain Tamura Shigaraki, have you seen him up close? He looks drier than a mummy. Midoriya, so you're with the League of Villains. Villain, wow wow wow. Midoriya didn't understand the reaction. On one hand, he was already a thief, but he seemed very carefree, and his reaction to connecting him with the League made him even more puzzled. Villain, even among the trash there are classes, kid. I steal for myself, not for crazy Yandere girls, guys with mental problems, reptilian monsters, or anything like that. The only damnably handsome idiot I've ever stolen for is Seiya, and Seiya is me. Aoyama, I admire your language, why? Villain, thank you, he said, bowing. The young man was already confused by what the villain had said. Midoriya, so you don't work for the League. Villain, exactly, my dear, there you are, Shine. The green-haired boy quickly guessed who the rapidly approaching person was. Looking up at the sky, he saw that Kaken was indeed opening his hand to attack the villain, who, without flinching, simply spoke. Villain, ho, well then we must begin. The villain extended his palm in the direction Bakugo was coming from, opening a dark portal through which he entered, and with his other hand he directed it in front of the green-haired boy who already imagined what would happen next. Midoriya, it's going to hurt. Kaminari/Sato/Mineta, Midorai. The criminal looked up and saw Ajiro and Mineta launch themselves at him. The grape-haired boy was releasing spheres from his head and throwing them in the man's direction while Ajiro prepared his tail to strike him. Villain, this will be challenging. The man's tone had become more serious than he had initially spoken before the boy's spheres struck him. They witnessed the man move fiercely down the street, moving away from the youth's range. Jiru, what the? The girl was surprised when a black portal appeared in front of her and a fist shot out of it, hitting her directly in the face and sending her sprawling backward to the ground. Momo kyokachin. Villain, ow, that hurt more than I thought. Well, we have to keep going, said the man while rubbing his knuckle. The man ran at great speed when a new portal in front of him made him disappear from the place. Bakugo Deku, you idiot, he escaped. Midoriya, hey, I was hit by your attack, how could I have known? Bakugo, you're not the KNOWITLL nerd, figure it out. Shoto, guys, come on, we'll lose it. The boys had agreed to leave the matter for later when a voice was heard over the radio. Uraraka, izukun, Midoriya Achikachin, are you there? What's your Uraraka, he's attacking us, the criminal is with us. Midoriya, where are you? Static. Midoriya Achikachin, Kirishima, Midabro, are you there? We're at the shopping mall, come on please. The group of young heroes quickly headed to their friend's location to help them against the strange villain. Shoto, are you all right? Bakugo, what's it to you, half and half? Midoriya, yeah, I'm used to Kaken's explosions. Shoto, what kind of quirk does this guy have? Midoriya, I thought they were portals, but their speed is supernatural. Bakugo, is it a Namu? Midoriya, I don't think so. Namu don't speak like that, and if anything they would have annihilated us instead of escaping. Shoto, we'll find out when we get there, let's go. As you approached the square, you could see the disorder in the streets surrounding the place. Mina, how did this happen so fast? Kaminari, where are the boys? Mineta, I don't know, but I don't like this. The boys were still looking around when several noises and falling debris caught the attention of the young heroes. Momo, there are civilians here, we need to help them get out of the buildings. Mina, Toru, Sato, and Ajiro, come with me. I need your help to get them out. Boys, yes. Midoriya, Mamachan, if you see him, ask for help. Momo, we will, carefully, Izuku-kun. The young men nodded and prepared to continue searching for the criminal when a loud noise startled them. The sky quickly turned dark blue and then gray with lightning, but at a speed that made no sense unless someone was controlling it. Mineta, I don't like this. Kaminari, I don't like it at all. Villain, I thought it would take less time. The young people heard his voice but couldn't tell where it was coming from because it sounded like it was coming from all directions. Then the man emerged from an alley as if he were part of the shadows. Villain, what, can't you see me? The explosion-wielding boy unleashed a burst of explosive shots that hit the man directly, but he didn't flinch or react. The startled boy was about to fire another shot when a blow to the back of his neck made him turn sharply, seeing another figure of the same man who was quickly walking away into another alley. Midoriya, there are two of them. The group was splitting up back to back, heading towards the two men when a girl spoke. Jiro, there are three. Kota 4. Aoyama 5. Tsuyu 6 Kiro. Sato 7. Takagami 8. 09. The group of heroes looked all around, seeing the same figure who remained staring intently at the heroes without saying a word. Then the first figure picked something up from the floor and threw it at the group, the other entities surrounding them repeating this action at the same time. The young people saw that what had been thrown at their feet were their various friends who appeared to be seriously injured. Midoriya, Ochakochan. Bakugo, you red idiot. The boy bent down slightly to look at his resistance partner who had a broken nose. Upon seeing him, his eyes widened in shock and he spoke. Kirishima, watch out. The green-haired boy, hearing his friend, raised his head, witnessing how the 9 forms activated different distance quirks at the same time. Midoriya, watch out. The boy grabbed his classmates with the black whip and jumped as high as he could to avoid the attack and dodge it. They witnessed how the combination of attacks created a huge explosion that illuminated the entire area for a few seconds. As they fell onto a nearby roof and got back up, they turned around, witnessing the large crater in the ground which, had it hit them, would surely have killed them instantly. Group 2. Sato, what the heck was that? Kota, it was in the boy's direction. Momo, izuku. Group 1's. A large cloud of dust rose in the street where the group stood, coughing up the dust as their eyes adjusted to the thick surroundings. Midoriya, cough. Guys, are you right? Cough. Fine. Mina, yes, we're fine, the pink-skinned girl said as she touched her head and helped the invisible girl to her feet. Toru, who the hell is this guy? Villain, omniscient voice, I expected you to ask that. I think we all know All for One here, right? Midoriya, does he work for All for One? Villain, no kid, I don't work for that dying old man. The boy opened his eyes as wide as he could at the man's response to his thoughts. Midoriya, read the villain thoughts. Yes, as I was saying, they know about him, but no one suspected there are more babies with that quirk. Speaking of quirks, Deku, do your friends know about yours? Kaminari, know what? We know Midoriya's quirk is strength, so what? Several of the boy's companions took up fighting stances at the same distance from the green-haired boy to defend him, as it was clear that he had something against him. Villain, well, camaraderie, tell me then, doesn't it seem strange to you that the boy has more gifts besides his whips, his super strength, and the dispersal of his smoke cloud? The green-haired boy glanced out of the corner of his eye at his classmates, who began to question what kind of quirk he possessed. Takami, he said it was a strength-enhancing one, but those supplemental ones have nothing to do with each other. Shoji, that's true, but still. Bakugo, you're the idiot villain here. As soon as the boy screamed, a block of ice grew behind him, a villain emerging from the two-toned-haired youth. The villain calmly glanced behind him, observing the ice construction, before looking ahead and noticing that both young Midoriya and Bakugo had launched themselves at him with their fists ready to strike. The man pulled his hands back to his chest, and before he could receive the blow, several dark tentacles emerged from his body, destroying the wall and several meters around him as the villain let out a scream. Zero, how many quirks does this guy have? Tsuyu, after they started breathing fire, I stopped counting. Kiro. The man slowly retracted his tentacles as they transformed into arms that writhed painfully and merged back into a single original arm. The man turned his head and saw the young green-haired man lying on the ground from the blow he had received. He levitated up to him and grabbed him violently by the neck. Boys, girls, Midoriya izuku. The man began to rise into the air several meters off the ground while still holding the boy, who was trying to break free from the man's grip. Villain, he told me that you would be a worthy challenge, but all you've done is hold back. I guess I'll have to push you to the limit. But don't worry, I literally have all the time in the world to do it. The villain had withdrawn his free hand from the boy's face, his fingers transforming into sharp, pointed appendages that targeted the boy's menacing torso. Before he could receive a painful stab, the villain was struck in the face by a blast of razor-sharp ice, causing him to release the boy and clutch his face. As the boy fell through the air, he caught sight of his friend Todoroki, who was flying thanks to Uraraka's zero-gravity abilities. Despite being knocked down in combat, she got up to support her friends, controlling herself in the air with her fire and ice attacks. Todoroki, I'll take care of it. Midoriya, make a plan and quick, we'll distract him. Bakugo, and you better hurry up, idiot, he said, catching up to the bicolored boy and quickly attacking the villain. As the boy finished speaking, he saw how his friend, the King of Explosions, was going to support him. Bakugo, I told you he was mine, you idiots. The green-haired boy was captured with the help of Dark Shadow and brought to the rest of his group. Midoriya, guys, Zero, don't worry, buddy, Sato, we'll talk about it later. Lita, for now we need to draw up a plan. Any ideas? Several of the boys thought about something as they watched their friends Bakugo and Todoroki being thrown towards buildings on several occasions, being forced to charge against the man who repeated the action. Midoriya, okay, let's go. The young hero Anima had used his quirk to summon flocks of birds and thus hide the villain from view. While they waited for the birds to arrive, Aoyama and Toru would provide the man with light distractions. Momo, who had helped develop the plan, was going to create flashbang grenades. Kyoka would use her support tools and stun the man with sound waves. And Midoriya, Todoroki, and Bakugo, along with Kirishima, Sato, Shoji, and Ajiro, were going to be the ones to launch themselves directly against the man, functioning as a direct force. The plan, once devised, was put into action. The young Anima called to all the birds he could, obscuring the man's visibility with his group and allowing the bicolored and the blonde one to rest for a few brief seconds. The first part of the plan went as agreed. The group of heroes launched themselves at the man who didn't see them. Midoriya, keep like this. Kota, hold it longer. Kota, I'll try to keep them close to him. Villain, so you talk to animals. The young men who were going to attack the villain directly were only a few meters away from hitting him when he continued talking. Villain, then listen to them as They die. The man expelled a wave of flames that quickly went from bright red to blue. The companions of the hero, Anima, who were near him turned their heads to see the face of their friend who was perplexed, his eyes like saucers and his body trembling. Suyu Kota-kun, what's wrong? Kota, they're screaming, they're begging for mercy, they're shouting for forgiveness. The boy's eyes filled with tears as he spoke. No one could hear them, but he could hear everything. The birds that had served as a distraction were now screaming and dying from the villain's attack. Villain, do you like what you hear, kid? That's how you'll hear your friends die. The man pointed his arm at the boy and fired a few bursts of laser beams. These hit the concrete as the delegate grabbed the boy and pulled him away from the attack. Let us Suyu take Kota with you. Suyu understood, let's go. The girl placed her hand on the boy's shoulder, who fearfully walked in the direction of some buildings and took cover. Villain, he gave up so easily, pathetic. Kirishima, you son of a bitch. Turning his head, he saw the redhead heading straight for him like a human bullet. The villain's hand began to crackle with electricity and was fired at him, but it was deflected. Villain, seeing where his attack was headed, he saw discs that directed the attack to the electric blonde's hand. Kaminari, stupid surprise. As he turned his gaze back to the redhead, he was hit directly in the face, sending him flying off the street and into a building. Midoriya, great, Mama-san, have you contacted any heroes yet? Momo, I tried contacting Endeavor, but the radios aren't working. Midoriya, we have to contain it in what we communicate. Class A, yes. The kids watched as the villain emerged from the concrete that had buried him with a dislocated arm, but without giving it much thought, he easily readjusted it. Villain, okay, you want to be serious, let's be serious. The man had gone from being in front of the student group to being behind the acid girl, who, upon noticing the trail that passed by her, was about to throw a spray of acid at him. But with a kick she was sent flying straight towards the brunette girl and Ajiro, who caught her in time. Villain, come for me. Having said this, the green-haired man propelled himself with the whip and unleashed a kick, which threw the man straight at Shoji, who caught him and began to beat him relentlessly with his hands. And at the end he was thrown at Lita, who, propelled by his boosters, landed a direct kick to the face. Bakugo, taking advantage of the fact that he was heading towards him, removed the safety pins from his two bracers and collided with the man. The street was ablaze with flames from the attack, and everyone went to where the Muslim man was. Bakugo, that's how it's done, idiots. Radio. Endeavor, kids, Shoto, where are you? Bakugo, we're fine, we took down their villain, you're welcome. Endeavor, what, where are they? Shoto, we're in the streets near the beach, we gave it our all, old man. Endeavor, GUIS, listen carefully, you must get out of there. Bakugo, didn't I hear that we already defeated him? Endeavor, kids, listen carefully, that villain has the evolution quirk no matter what you do. Villain, I'll adapt to whatever they throw at me. Having said this, the young people looked behind them, witnessing a chilling sight. Despite the suffocating flames, the villain walked through them as if nothing was wrong. At that moment, the young people didn't know what was more terrifying. The quirk that prevented them from defeating him, since with each blow they gave him and each strike they delivered, only made him evolve. His height, which was close to 250 meters, or that they were finally able to see his face, or rather they saw the skull of his cranium going from seeing bone to muscles and from muscles to skin, the latter being covered by a rocky and black skin. Midoriya, that's not true. Bakugo, son of a... Before finishing his swear word, the man opened his palms to expel a wave of heat which melted the metal of a sign. The young Todoroki reacted to this, freezing the entire street to counteract the attack and nullify it. As the young Kyoka buried her connectors in the ground and activated her sonic wave, which broke the ground, sending pieces of concrete and earth to the bottom, causing the villain to slip slightly. The girl then pointed her bracelets at the villain and released a new sound wave that made him stumble completely. As this happened, I only heard the man exhale sharply and begin to float. As he did this, he aimed at the girl, about to fire his fingerprint lasers, but quickly some vines grabbed his hand and pulled him back. When the girl looked out, she saw that it was the hairy-haired Ibara from Class B, along with Manga and Kendo. Upon reaching the trio's position, the redhead threw a direct punch that sent him slamming to the ground. Jiro, thank you, I felt that close, she said with a sigh. The boys had heard footsteps running towards the burning street. Midoriya, cough cough, are you all right? Uraraka, yes, we're fine. Midoriya, okay, cover yourselves, we have to leave him on the floor, he absolutely mustn't get up. Just as he arrived in a greenish-blue trail, the boy launched himself towards where the villain was, delivering several direct kicks while using the buildings to propel himself again and land as many hits as possible, just as he had learned from Gran Torino. Villain, they're starting to annoy me. In this scream, the man burned the plants that held his arms and caught the boy's foot, only to slam him against every building and pavement he could find. The man lifted the boy and holding him by the torso and foot was stretching the green-haired boy, intending to tear off his legs but Ayayama say cheese. The man looked ahead to see the blonde boy, who, with the help of the invisible girl, unleashed bursts of light that stunned him for a few seconds. Taking full advantage of this, the chestnut took Momo's blinding grenades and made them levitate. Uraraka, IIDA, Iida, yes. Quickly understanding the plan, the class representative grabbed the grenades and, running as fast as his legs would carry him, approached the stunned villain and kicked them at Midoriya, who caught them and stuck them into his eyes. Bang! The villain released the boy who, with Ibara's help, was repositioned on the ground. Explosive explosions began to be heard, followed by massive impacts directly hitting the man. Class A tanks were firing cannons that struck him squarely. Suyu Kaminari now, Kaminari, it will be a pleasure. The boy placed his hands on a railing from which electricity flowed and reached his discs, which created an electrical net that functioned as an electric trap, restraining and harming them. Kendo and now what, Ibara, where's Vlad? Villain, wherever your superiors are, they won't be able to save you. I disagree with you, everything is fine now, do you know why? The bleeding faces of the young people filled with hope when they recognized those words. All Might, because I'm here. The man lunged to strike the symbol of peace when once again a trail shot out at the villain's back. Number 1 reacted to this help and with a punch sent him flying into the sky. All Might, young Midoriya, is everyone alright? Midoriya, yes, it's good to see you, sensei. Uraraka, All Might, he arrived at a good time. Mina, but she could have arrived a little earlier. Bakugo, idiots, that other idiot is already coming back. All Might, young Midoriya, would you help me? Midoriya, let's go. As he had done before, the green-haired boy accompanied his teacher to stop the villain, who took a running start from the air to crash into the ground. Villain, heroes, you can't do anything without someone else, right? All Might launched himself like a bullet to confront the man, while the boy fired air bullets with his gloves, supported by the blonde and the bicolored one with shots from their cover. The man was being attacked from all sides. He used as many portals as possible, but he was unable to avoid them all. The man resorted to using his hands, something that everyone noticed as the battle progressed. Takami, now. As soon as the shout was heard, a ribbon was tied around the villain's hand. Zero had flown out into the sky, and with the help of Dark Shadow and Takami, they were holding him back. The man tried to attack them with his other hand, but Ibara's plants became tightly entangled in it. The man already knew they were trying to float and escape, but he was hit by Sato, Ajiro, and Shaoji, then restrained with Kendo's help and held down on the floor. Mineta, move. The boy yelled, releasing balls of his hair and securing his hold. Villain, you sons of bitches. The man instantly burst into flames, but in an instant he went out. Villain, what the hell? The man witnessed the symbol strike, extinguishing its flames. The man kept switching between different gifts, hoping one would work in his escape. Electricity, fire, dark tentacles, or lasers. None of it worked to keep him away because each time his blows landed with more force. He was shot at by Midoriya, Shoto, and Bakugo and physically beaten by the rest of the young heroes who were also holding him down. All Might, young Midoriya. Midoriya ran using one for all at 1000% and together they executed the final blow. The boys noticed they were getting close, moved away from the area and looked for cover. Villain, this won't be the last time, this won't stop me. Midoriya, All Might, double punch SMAASHHHH. The man's torso was burning too quickly from all the heating he had done. He felt his skin melting and his bones turning to dust, because that was exactly what was happening. All that remained of that attack was a pile of dust that fell into the sea. The green-haired boy was staggering from side to side, while the symbol of peace began to walk away so that no one would notice his deteriorated state. The green-haired boy couldn't take it anymore and lay on the floor, again with his arms at their limit and his face completely covered in blood. The boy began to lose consciousness and closed his eyes. The tired girls went to see where their beloved broccoli was, only to find it fallen over. Uraraka, izukukun, Momo, quickly we have to take it. Mina, listen musles, don't go to the light, you hear me, don't go to her. Tsuyu, izukuchan. The girls, as best they could, carried the boy to medical assistance with the utmost care. Seeing how the authorities and the rest of the heroes finally arrived. What a surprise, heroes arriving late. I thought there was going to be a different result, what a disappointment. The teacher said he had potential but he rejected it thinking he was better, so much wasted potential. I don't know about you guys but I like seeing Izuku like this. You're obsessed with that idiot, he looks great, haha. Shigaraki, it's time to go, the heroes will arrive soon. The League of Villains could be seen watching the end of the conflict, where no one could see them. They all passed through Kurogiri's portal except for someone who stayed behind to watch a little longer. The ash-blonde girl found it curious how all the girls worried about her boy, even those who didn't instantly know his condition. Toga, it seems you were shared. I would do the same with someone in your condition, the girl said with a smile. Lemon. All the injured students from classes A and B were in the UA infirmary, being treated by the school's medical service. All healed within a few hours and some exceptions within days. Unlike one green-haired boy who still hadn't woken up from his cot, he was accompanied by the girls from A, who had worry on their faces. Recovery girl, oh, they're still here. Momo, yes. Jiru, we wanted to stay here until he woke up. Uraraka, so he wouldn't feel alone. Recovery girl, they're very kind, she'll appreciate that. I'll be back in a moment to deliver some papers, but she'll be fine, she should wake up any minute now. Suyu, thank you. The old woman left the room, leaving the girls with the injured broccoli. Mina, muscles, the girl said sadly as she took one of the boy's bandaged arms. Toru, why do you always have to break something? The girls were sadly gazing at their beloved green one when a growl made them jump up excitedly. Midoriya, did they write down the license plate of that car? Uraraka, what a car? Mina, hexy muscles, even a car would leave you in better shape than the way you're acting. Midoriya, but don't yell at me, I feel raw. Momo, how are you feeling? Midoriya, I can't feel my arms. Suyu, that's understandable, you broke them again. Midoriya cries. Toru, okay, the girl said while gently tapping the boy on the head. Jiru, recovery girl already treated you, she said you should feel better soon. Midoriya, and they stayed here. Momo, we wanted to be here for when you woke up. The boy smiled at the girl's good intentions and genuine interest in his health. Midoriya, thank you girls. Uraraka, you're welcome, beautiful specimen of nature, the girl said, hugging the boy's face. The others didn't want to miss out on a hug, so they hugged the bandaged body of the boy who didn't complain. Recovery girl, cough cough. The young people turned around and saw the medical heroine who was looking at them calmly. Recovery girl, I think you can go now, kid. Just take these, make sure he takes those pills and change his bandages. You really make my job harder, kid. The girls, helping their beloved, left the infirmary as the little doctor took a bottle of alcohol out of her lab coat. Recovery girl, that kid is going to make me have to demand my raise. Later, the green-haired boy was in his room, tidying his things as best he could since his arms still ached from the movement. She was tidying everything up when, while moving a pair of pants, she found something embarrassing. Midoriya. Oh, he said, looking at the 3 strips of condoms that Bakugo Almight and Inko had given him when he started dating the girls. Midoriya, I don't understand how they think I would do something. Knock knock knock. Momo, Izuku-kun, can you come outside for a moment? Midoriya, yes, I'm coming, the boy said, startled, quickly stuffing the strips into his bag to open his door. What's wrong? That's all he managed to say as the girls picked him up and carried him to Kyoka's room. Before closing the door, she looked both ways down the hallway, making sure no one had seen them enter with the green-haired boy. Midoriya, what just happened? Uraraka, nothing, we just wanted to spend some time with you. Momo, Izuku-kun, the vice president said, sitting on the bed, calling to her beloved while gently patting his legs, indicating that he should lie down. Midoriya. Mina, don't be shy, said the pink-haired girl, comically pushing the boy, who was surprised by the raven-haired girl's gentleness. Midoriya, but why is this? Suyu, for worrying about us in the face of that villain, of course, Kiro. Midoriya, oh, it's nothing, girls, you don't need to do this, the boy said, a blush spreading across his face. Jiru, don't apologize. Momo, you're our boyfriend and we want to do this for you. Both girls said while Momo stroked the curls of the boy who was lying down, now peacefully on the girl's lap, while the purple-haired girl stroked his arm. Midoriya, but why in your room, Kyoka-chan? Uraraka, well, you see, Izuku-kun. Suyu, we brought you here because we wanted to surprise you, Kiro. Midoriya, oh well, that sounds nice. Toru, but we needed it to just be us without interruptions. The boy, discreetly using the black whip, momentarily hid the package of condoms under the girl's pillow. He felt that if for some reason they fell out of his bag and the girls saw them, they would think badly of him. In an instant, the raven-haired girl lowered her head to kiss the boy's lips, who, surprised, let himself go and as best he could began to get up. Knowing his state, the girl took him by the shirt and laid him down so that he was more comfortable, and they started kissing again, while the other girls watched this with a strangely suspicious look. The other students in Class A were in their rooms, as the battle against the group of villains had been tiring and many just wanted to rest. But the group of girls and young Midoriya were the only ones who were still awake and active. There was some commotion in the rocker girls' room, but no one could hear anything because of the soundproofing on the walls, preventing anyone from being startled awake. Inside the purple-haired girl's room, a situation was unfolding that, if discovered, could land them in serious trouble, but that only encouraged them to continue. The young man lay in bed nursing his injuries, while his girlfriend stood around him waiting their turn to kiss the green-haired boy. Uraraka, Momo, don't hog it all for yourself, we want to do it too. The raven-haired girl was on top of the young man, devouring Izuku's lips while they passionately played with each other's tongues like a duel she didn't want to end. The girl didn't want to let go yet, she didn't feel it was the right time. Then the young Kyoka grabbed the vice president's shirt and pulled her away from Izuku. Jiru, excuse me Momo, but it's my turn. Momo could only frown, throw a small tantrum, and wait for her turn to come back. Kyoka, I waited a long time for this. Midoriya, then we should start, don't you think? What am I saying? The girl wrapped her arms around the green-haired boy's head and their lips met until they were locked together, not separating for even a second, and if they did it was only to take quick breaths, just before returning to what they were doing. The green-haired boy lowered his head to begin kissing the rocker's neck, who let out small gasps and sighs, indicating how much she enjoyed the sensation. She continued the game and began to bite the boy's neck, exciting him. Mina, it seems someone likes her, said the pink-haired girl with a smile. As she said this, she took the boy's hand and began kissing and bringing the young man's fingers to her mouth, which provoked a sensation that Midoriya had never experienced, but that he liked. Tsuyu, I don't want to be left out either, Kiro said the little frog who had a slight pout. The girl extended her tongue and went for the young man's other hand, entangling it all with her tongue and beginning to kiss his fingers. Uraraka approached the young man's head and began kissing him, leaving Midoriya below Kyoka and Uraraka, with the rocker girl in the middle of the two. Uraraka, I hope you don't mind, Kyoka the girl said with a noticeable blush on her cheeks. Kyoka, what? The girl couldn't turn around when a sensation surprised her as Uraraka began licking one of the girl's earphones, making her shudder at the sensation. Momo wasn't going to miss out on fun and approached the bed where the young people were. As she climbed up and stood next to the trio of boys, she delicately took the rocker's other earphone. Kyoka, Mamasan, Momo, you always make such cute faces when you're embarrassed. The girl proceeded to copy her brunette friend's action and brought her friend's extension to her lips and began kissing and licking the rocker's earphone. Toru, everyone's having fun except me. Mina, we can solve that, said the young woman with a mischievous look. The pink-haired girl with black and yellow eyes let go of the green-haired boy's hand and with her fingers made a little acid and placed it on the young man's shirt, burning it before removing it, leaving his pectorals and abs exposed. Mina, I've wanted to do this for a while. The pink-skinned girl and the now visible girl began kissing the boy's chest and abdomen as much as possible. Mina, I could become addicted to this. Toru, I think so too. All the girls were attached to the young man, all wanted to experiment with him, wanted to kiss him, feel him, and be with him in every way possible. Tsuyu, I want to try this, Kiro. The little frog stopped licking the boy's hand and began to run its tongue along the boy's torso. Mina, hey, don't hog it all, Tsuyu. Tsuyu, sorry, Kiro. Tsuyu, Mina, and Toru were kissing every inch of the boy's torso, leaving no spot untouched. Kyoka continued to give the boy passionate kisses while Momo and Uraraka licked her extensions. Kyoka, wait, Izuku. Midoriya, what's wrong, Jiru? Kyoka, I think it's time to change shifts. Midoriya, aren't you comfortable with this? Kyoka, no, it's not that, it's just that I don't want them demanding their turn from me. Midoriya chuckled softly and released the purple-haired girl's waist. Midoriya, okay. The girl changed positions, so now it was Uraraka who was face-to-face with the green-haired boy. Uraraka, hello, Izuku-kun. Midoriya, hello, Uraraka-san. The brunette was clearly embarrassed. She had a blush that couldn't be determined if it was from the moment or from embarrassment. The boy took the initiative and pulled her closer to him. Uraraka, Deku-kun. Midoriya, just relax. The girl obeyed and brought her lips to the boy's, and finally, after so long, she was able to kiss Deku in the ways she could only imagine in her dreams, passionately and with an unending desire for him. The girl took his head in her hands and began kissing his mouth so passionately that the other girls watching knew he was finally enjoying what they'd wanted for so long. She kissed every inch of his face, trailing kisses down his neck, leaving hickeys as Izuku reciprocated. These kisses caused the girl to let out soft moans of pleasure. The young man, for his part, was also enjoying the moment, until the girl, when she placed her hand behind his head and her hand slipped too far under the pillow, something accidentally came out. Uraraka, Deku-kun. The brunette said, calling his attention. Uraraka, what is it? The young man saw that the girl had the condom packets that Almight Bakugo and his mother had given her. Midoriya, damn well some acquaintances gave them to me when they found out I was dating you guys. The girls saw them, but he found it strange that they hadn't tried to kill him or given him dirty looks. Uraraka, and wouldn't you like to use them? the girl said while looking at the others with an intention on her face, which indicated that she had already thought of something. The green-haired boy was shocked by the proposal, as it was the complete opposite of what he would expect, especially from someone like Machi. Mina, it seems someone does want to, said the girl, placing her index finger on her lip while she seemed to be looking at something. Izuku hadn't noticed that because of everything he and the girls had done, his friend was awake, something he had barely noticed. When the rest of the girls saw this, a blush appeared that was noticeable on all of them, but they smiled after a couple of seconds. Momo, well, Izuku-kun, Jiru, do you want us to help you with your problem? Midoriya, well, if it's you guys, I can't refuse. Uraraka climbed off the green-haired boy's chest, kissing his chest and abdomen as she moved down until she reached his pants, which showed a bulge despite how tight they were. The girl boldly removed the young man's belt, while with her teeth she lowered the zipper, and with the help of Momo and Mina they removed his pants. To the surprise of the girls present, they saw how the young man's pants concealed the power of one for all that he possessed. Indeed, the pants hid the truth of the power he held. Uraraka, Deku-kun, you're huge. Mina, you're not bad at all, Izuku-kun, she said, already feeling aroused at the sight of the green-haired boy's beloved. Momo, don't worry, Izuku-kun, we'll treat you well, said the raven-haired girl in a protective but somewhat hot tone. Suyu, you'll feel great, Izuku-kun, Kiro. Brunette somewhat shyly took the young man's member, which was still under his boxers, but as she did so she let out a soft moan. Momo, are you alright, Izuku-kun? Midoriya, yes, it's nothing. Upon hearing this, the brunette's worried expression changed to a mischievous one. She began to move her hand up and down, stimulating the boy's member, who enjoyed the sensation. Shortly after, the girl, somewhat shy but determined, began to lick the boy's boxer shorts where his erection was located. The girls present only felt a heat in their breasts that begged the brunette to let them feel the same sensation she was experiencing. Uraraka finally removed Izuku's boxers, revealing the impressive size of his erection. The girls noticed this and their faces flushed even more than before, but they weren't nervous. Instead, they were all eager and excited to begin. Uraraka took Izuku's member in her hands again, which made him let out a small moan. Uraraka, are you okay? Midoriya, yes, I'm fine. The girl slowly began to move his member while the young man was kissed by Tsuyu, who caught his attention when her long tongue traveled down his chest and wound its way up to his mouth. Tsuyu, Izuku-kun. Midoriya, Tsuyu-chan. The little frog played with Midoriya's tongue, having the upper hand, while Uraraka moved Midoriya's member faster and faster, causing a liquid to leak from it. Uraraka, caught up in the heat of the moment, unconsciously began to open her mouth and eventually took his no-exposed member into her mouth. She began to kiss and lick it, gradually increasing in intensity, which aroused the other girls watching the scene. The taste was different when experienced freely and without interruption. The young woman looked at her companions and said, as if inviting them, Uraraka, do you want some? Jiru and Toru approached and began to repeat Uraraka's action, who continued to masturbate the young green-haired man in turns. Kyoka, using her earlobes, wrapped her pair around the young man's member and began to move them up and down, allowing the girls to use their mouths to excite both the green-haired boy and the rocker girl through the contact of the kisses and licks they gave him. This also worked for her, allowing them to continue playing with the boy while also involving her friend. Momo, for her part, began kissing the young man's torso along with Mina. The young man felt, given the whole situation, that he was going to finish very soon. But with Tsuyu's tongue inside his mouth, he couldn't warn them, so without further ado, he released all his load into the three girls who were enjoying him and his hennies. The girls were surprised by the discharge, becoming covered in the thick liquid released by the green-haired boy. Tsuyu, wow, Izuku-kun, you let a lot out, Kiro. Uraraka, Deku-kun's love, she said, taking a small amount of the liquid on her face with her finger and bringing it to her mouth. It's sweet. Jiru and Toru followed their friend's lead and realized that what she said was true. Deku's love was just like him sweet. Jiru, you really are a cinnamon roll. When the little frog saw that the girls had started cleaning themselves, she put her tongue to his member to perform the same action as her friends. Tsuyu, in that case we can't waste a single drop, Kiro. The girl wrapped her tongue around his hennies and began to masturbate him with it, starting again. Mina left the green-haired boy's torso and positioned herself on his chest. Mina, now it's my turn. Midoriya. Mina, what's wrong? Midoriya, OWL, it's just that now that I think about it, it's weird being the only one naked here, he said, somewhat embarrassed. Upon hearing this, the girls realized that the only clothing the green-haired boy had were the bloody bandages from his wounds, which some of them found hexy, but that didn't count as clothing. Mina, do you want us to take our clothes off? The pink-haired girl asked with a mischievous look as she ran her fingers from the boy's chest to his nose, because of the direction that thought was taking. Midoriya played along with the pink-skinned girl and answered her with the same mischievousness. Midoriya, Yes, I'd like to see you girls. The girl just looked at him with a face that showed she was already eager to try the broccoli. Mina, pervert unlike other times when she had to use that word to express contempt or as an insult to Kaminari or Mineta. This way of saying it was because she also shared that same perversion with the green-haired boy my cute pervert. The girl, still on top of this, removed her shirt, unbuttoning it button by button, revealing a white bra that made her pink skin stand out. Mina, do you like what you see? Midoriya, I love it so much I can't believe it. The girl reached for her skirt, and the young man watched with some enthusiasm, but then she put one of her fingers to her nose and said, Mina, it's not the right time yet. The boy couldn't believe it. She left him wanting more and wished he could see more of the girl. Mina, I learned that from a video. The boy didn't understand. What kind of video? Had he seen any content for that moment? A few days ago. Jiru, girls, I don't know, are you sure? Momo, Jiru's right if they find out we're dead. Mina, Suyu, it's about to start, Kiro. Video tutorial. If you want to be strong, do it every second of the day, in the morning, in the afternoon, and at night. Do it before and after every meal. Do it until you're tired. Do it until you can't stand it anymore. Do it and do it again. Uraraka, he's crazy. Video tutorial, I look like him, don't I? The girls continued to pay attention because they really wanted to know how this was progressing and what they would need for their next meeting when they were finally alone with their green-haired friend. Video tutorial. Become women, let him possess you, but always leave him wanting more. He must be insatiable. Don't let him have you completely. You have my blessing. The girls didn't know what to think because the video seemed to have inspired them, perhaps. Before, they had their doubts about whether it was a good idea to do it, but now they were sure that this was the moment. Torohei sensei Hama, said the girl, leaning jokingly. Mina, yes, repeating to her friend. No. The boy was looking at every possible inch of Mina's exposed body, until when he turned around he saw how the other girls were repeating the pink-skinned girl's action, all of them taking off their shirts, leaving their bras exposed, leaving it to the boy's imagination and desire. Uraraka, we hope you like it, Deku-kun. No way, it really seems like the video worked. Momo, we thought you'd like your surprise. This is my first time doing this, I hope I do it right. The boy looked ahead. Standing before him were his girlfriends and future fiancés about to have hex with him. Nana, not a bad boy, said the teacher with a slightly mischievous look on her face as she observed the situation. The pink-skinned woman took a more comfortable position and began to rub her panties against the young man's member, following the rhythm. Mina, you're really tough, Izuku-kun. Uraraka and Momo moved closer to his face to restart their lip battle, but Suyu got there first and inserted her tongue into the green-haired boy's mouth, moving it from side to side. Suyu, sorry girls, but it's still my turn. The girls weren't planning on waiting, so they came up with an idea, or rather Uraraka did. Uraraka, Minachin. Mina, what? The pink-skinned girl was surprised as the brunette grabbed her by the neck and kissed her, surprising both the green-haired boy and the rest of the girls except for Momo, who had kissed and licked Jirosen. The pink-skinned girl didn't understand why her friend did that, but she didn't think about refusing to continue. She kept moving her hips, seducing the boy while she continued playing with her tongue in the brunette's mouth. She had never experienced anything like those sensations in her life, but they felt glorious. Momo approached and began kissing the pink-haired girl's neck, causing her to let out soft moans that were silenced by the brunette's mouth. Meanwhile, Midoriya enjoyed the sight of the moment, clearly seeing how the girl was taking on a deeper purple hue that was visible even though her pink skin usually concealed it. Toru, Izuku. The young man turned around and saw Toru pressing her lips to his, while she held his face in both hands to savor the moment. The girl could feel him playing with her tongue while Tsuyu's tongue also moved in and out of hers, enjoying them both at the same time. Toru was enjoying the sensation of Izuku and Tsuyu inserting and withdrawing their tongues from her when she felt a new sensation coming from her neck. Turning around, she noticed the rocker girl was kissing her neck tenderly while using their connections to boldly rub them along the rest of her neck. Jiro, don't forget about me. Everyone was enjoying the moment, but Mina seemed to be enjoying it the most, receiving love from every direction she looked. Everything seemed normal until a feeling caught her attention. To the girl's surprise, the young man was more erect and aimed directly at her private parts. Mina, it seems your friend wants that, the pink-skinned girl said while giving the green-haired boy a daring look, but it's not the right time yet. Uraraka, Jiru, and Toru have already had their chance with you, but Momo and I still want to try you. The girls settled in and together with the class vice president began to explore the green-haired boy's hennies with their tongues, noticing how the young man enjoyed the sensation of pleasure he was receiving, feeling how his hennies seemed to throb. Mina, we provide something. The girl clasped her hands together and began to secrete some of her acid until it was slippery. It won't hurt. I made it as minimal as possible. Even water would be more acidic. It's just a lubricant. You'll feel something new beautiful. The girl, using both hands, took the young man's member and began to move her hands as it was now more slippery. Momo, Izuku-kun, I could become dependent on your hennies, the raven-haired girl thought, her eyes filled with a desire to taste the boy. She never imagined she would lose her mind over something like what she was doing. Mina, you know very well, darling, the girl said as she put the boy's hennies in and out of her mouth and stimulated him. The girls couldn't and didn't want to move away from Izuku's erection, and when they did it was because they needed air or to kiss another girl. Tsuyu left Izuku's mouth to let someone else enjoy that part of him and watched as the rocker continued playing with Toru. The girl saw her opportunity and wanted to try something similar with them. Toru, thighs feels good, Kyokasen. Jiru, I'm glad you like it. Tsuyu, let me help you, Kyoka Kiro. The little frog extended its tongue and curled it, passing between Kyoka and Toru's legs towards the rocker's mouth. The little frog enjoyed the taste she had at that moment. She could feel Izuku's body and mouth along with the juices her friends began to release, and Jiru's saliva. She wanted more. Jiru, I should be ashamed, but I want more of this. Toru, I can't wait to feel Izuku inside me. The boy was enjoying how the girls were enjoying him, but he also wanted to make the girls feel good, and using his black whip quirk, he extended 6 branches that went towards each of their crotches while they were distracted. Uraraka was the only one who noticed this, but she approached his face and spoke. Uraraka, I know you'll make us feel wonderful, Deku-kun. The girl kissed him and began kissing and licking his upper torso. The girls were distracted, and like snakes, his whip-like extensions crept up under their skirts and legs, and carefully and mischievously he began to rub them against the girls' panties, who noticed but did not oppose the boy's initiative. Momo, it seems Izuku-kun already wants to go to the next level. Tsuyu, what do you say, girls, shall we level up, Kira? The girls agreed and stopped what they were doing, unzipping their skirts and revealing to the young man that they were all now in their underwear, wearing only their bras and panties. Momo, do you like it? Midoriya, I love them, oh God forgive me. The young man could tell how his actions had caused the girls' lower garments to become considerably wet, but it seemed they were going to let him wait even longer. The girls were going back to their activities when a brunette separated her lips from the green-haired boys to say something to him. Uraraka, I think you'll enjoy welcoming our guests. Tsuyu, that's right, I'd forgotten about them, Kiro. Momo, they should be at the door by now, I'll go open it. The green-haired boy didn't understand what they meant until he heard some sounds at the door. Knock knock. Jiru, looks like they just arrived. The young man had no idea who it could be until the brunette opened the door and saw a blue-haired girl and a pink-haired girl enter. Midoriya Nejirson Mason. Nejir, hello Izuku-kun. May Izuku-kun, it seems they started without us. Midoriya, I had no idea you were coming. In fact, I don't know how we got into this. The young man had closed his eyes out of embarrassment that his other 2 girlfriends might see them in that situation when he felt something fall on his face. Opening her eyes, she saw what May's black t-shirt looked like. Looking up, she saw the missing girls catching up on the scene. May, I've wanted to make babies with you for a long time, Izuku-kun. Nejir, and I don't think she's referring to her inventions. Midoriya, well, we have to work hard, right? May and Nejir approached the young man's still erect member, and May, as if it were routine, placed her hand around it and began to move it repeatedly, while Nejir, still with her innocent appearance, gathered strands of her hair to have free access to lick his member. The young man hadn't noticed how his girlfriends dressed. Their underwear matched their personalities and their skin tones, making them look so provocative that he didn't know if it was because they had planned it or if he simply couldn't see them as anything other than beautiful. It didn't matter, she just couldn't keep believing what was happening to her. She had never in her life thought she would have a girlfriend, and now she had 8 and they were having hex. The group continued enjoying themselves until someone spoke, drawing the attention of the others. Uraraka, okay girls, I think it's time to give Izuku-kun what he's been waiting for. The girls slowly brought their hands behind their backs and a click sound was heard from one of them, a warning of what was to come. The young man watched as Nejir and Momo were the first to bare their breasts, both of them still blushing as they looked at the green-haired boy. One had a daring look, eager to pounce on him, while the other maintained a tender and pure gaze, completely concealing her true intentions of abusing the boy until dawn. The boy didn't know where to look, because on the one hand he wanted to look his girlfriends in the eyes, and on the other he couldn't help but stare at their breasts. This became even more complicated when the other girls repeated their friends' actions and left their bras on the floor, revealing their breasts and making the young man's member even more erect. Jiru, is it just me, or has Izuku-kun grown more? The rocker said as she lay down near him and touched the tip of Izuku's member with one finger. Mina, does that mean you're happy, Izuku-kun? The pink-skinned woman asked as she held her torso in her hand and moved it slowly. Midoriya, it's difficult seeing how beautiful they are. The girls smiled because even while maintaining their relationship, Izuku remained the tender young man they had fallen in love with. However, he maintained a daring attitude that only incited them. Mina and Jiro began kissing the young man's hennies. It seemed he had acquired a hardening quirk, as it was harder than a rock, arguably surpassing Kirishima's skin even when using his quirk. Nejire, for her part, approached the green-haired boy's face, wrapping her arms around his neck and pressing him to her breasts while caressing his hair. Some girls could only watch as the boy kissed the blue-haired girl's breasts, causing some of them to feel a need and a warmth that they needed to experience. The third-year girl began to smile somewhat foolishly, as she deeply enjoyed the sensation of Midoriya kissing and licking her breasts while she stroked his soft hair. Nejire, it looks like a cute little dog. Midoriya, this isn't bad at all. Elsewhere, Toshinori step. Mike step. Aizawa step. Namiyori step. Toshinori, little Eri, what's wrong, Eri? The little white-haired girl inspected her deck of cards on the table before choosing. Eri, I can't read, what does it say here? The little girl asked while showing the deck of cards to her best friend, the +18 heroine. Nimuri, let's see, the woman said with an honest smile. Mike, what does mid have? Nimuri, it has an imperial flower. Upon hearing this, both blondes and the dark-haired one threw their cards down in frustration. Mike, it's not fair. Aizawa, he doesn't even know we're playing. Eri, are you going fishing? The innocent girl asked. Toshinori, come on guys, it's his first time playing. Mike, first time, Eri has been beating us for 5 rounds. Aizawa, and not by our choice. Eri, hehe. Aizawa, I can't take this anymore, waiter. Another Jew, said the dark-haired man, snapping his fingers. Kota, here you go, said a small, dark-haired boy with a red cap and red shoes. Midnight, hey, why is Kota-kun working as a waiter? Mike, he's not a waiter, he's a bartender. Midnight, and why? Aizawa, trouble kids, I was going to have to look after them, but seeing their condition, it's up to us. The woman was smiling as she watched the white-haired woman count her money when a sharp object appeared in her head. Midnight, I have to do something, I'll be back, the woman shouted as she left. Toshinori, I think he left us here alone. Aizawa, you think so? Mike, let's see, little Eri, quintuple or nothing, said the blonde, placing another wad of cash on the table. Eri, go in the rooms. Nejire, hahaha, it tickles. The boys were enjoying the moment when some knocks on the door stopped them. Midoriya, the boy wondered who it could be when the rocker stood up and slowly opened the door. Jiro, oh, you're here, no worries, make yourself comfortable. Melissa, I'm sorry I'm late, I couldn't find a good outfit. Midoriya, Melissa, you too. Melissa, of course, I wouldn't let my boyfriend miss out on enjoying himself 100%, the girl said as she unbuttoned her shirt and left it on a nearby chair. The blonde had barely noticed the boy's erection, which left her rolling her eyes for a few seconds. Momo, Melissa, excuse me, this is the first time I've seen something like this in person. Mina, don't worry, once you try it, you won't feel any shame anymore, said the girl as she touched the boy's hennies with her finger. Melissa, try it. Nejire, or you could just start kissing him. May, we're having hex with our boyfriend, either way works, she said to the blonde, pressing her breasts into the boy's face. Seeing this and with the confidence the other girls had among themselves, the blonde played along, took her hands to her bra and removed it. Melissa, okay, and now, Uraraka, now do whatever you want. The brunette took the boy's free hand and placed it on one of her breasts so that the boy could begin to play with it. Melissa couldn't understand how they could be so natural among all the others like that. Momo, is something wrong? Melissa, no, it's just that I don't know how to do this. Momo, don't worry, the raven-haired girl in front of her commented with a smile. Nejire will teach you, whispered the blue-haired girl, who positioned herself behind her. The girl was about to turn around when the vice president's hand made her look at her to receive a kiss on the lips. Melissa was extremely surprised. She expected Midoriya to do that with them, but she didn't know that her other relationships had acted that way. Somehow the kiss felt pleasant. At that moment she felt the blue-haired girl's arms encircle her and begin to massage her breasts, making her shudder from the sensation and causing her to let out soft moans. Momo, how cute. Toru, Tsuyu, and Kyoka watched this, just to agree on the next step. Kyoka, I think it's time. Uraraka, I agrees. May, if that's what they say. The green-haired boy stopped tasting the pink-haired girl's breasts when he saw her remove the last garment she was wearing, now completely naked. The boy looked at the others, witnessing how now all his girlfriends and future fiancés were as God made them. As if under a spell, the boy's hennies became so hard it almost hurt. Momo, now who goes first? The vice president asked while holding a condom in her hand. Uraraka, me. Maina, me first. Suyu, me kdro. Kyoka here, Toru, me, Nedger, older first. May, no analysis comes first. Melissa, as you choose. The girls heard this and in a circle agreed on a new dilemma. Momo, you go first, Melissa. Melissa, what? Melissa, we had izuku-kun first, now it's your turn to enjoy it properly. The girl had her doubts, it was going to be her first experience and she wasn't sure what she should do. Uraraka, izuku-kun, be careful with her. Midoriya, always. The blonde girl took the condom and put it on correctly. She kept looking at it, because she couldn't believe what she was about to do. Nervously, I took the boy's hennies into my mouth and began to move my head. At first, it was slow and I almost choked when I tried to take it all in, but as I sped up, my embarrassment lessened. After a short while, the boy felt he was about to finish when the girl stopped abruptly. Midoriya, is something wrong, Melissa? Looking up, she saw that the girls were pale, the complete opposite of how they had been just a few minutes before. Melissa was almost so pale that she looked like she had had a stroke. The boy sat up a little, noticing that in the doorway of the purple-haired girl stood Ms. Midnight with a withering look. Momo, Midnight Sensei, this. Midnight, I'm very disappointed in you girls. Kyoka, please don't say anything about this. The girls felt an accusing look in the woman's eyes, who seemed to be inspecting them from head to toe. Midnight, just imagine having an orgy in one of the school's dorm rooms is good enough reason for expulsion. Many already felt their fate sealed and their end inevitable, only able to close their eyes to accept their punishments. Midnight, and they didn't invite me. When they heard this, they saw the teacher, who was wearing nothing under the olive-colored trench coat she had on, along with another package of condoms, accompanied by her classic lustful gaze. Many smiled and others sighed at that scare. The heroine locked the girl's door and approached where the blonde and the green-haired boy were. Midnight, wow, I knew you were well endowed, but the universe took a liking to you, Sweetheart said, touching the boy. But take this off, I want to taste what you're like-ish, said, removing the condom from the boy and starting to lick him. The blonde saw this and for some reason felt envious. Even interfering in the fellatio, the woman was performing on her green-haired friend. Melissa, excuse me, sensei, but I was here first. Midnight, oh, I love this youthful determination. The boy could see both women fighting over his erection, which made him nervous, especially since he was getting faster and faster, pushing him to the limit, and he had no choice but to finish inside both of them. Midoriya, em sorry melissasan, nemuricnci. The heroine licked the fluid from her face, arriving at the same conclusion as the girls. Midnight, who would have thought, you're such a sweet person. Melissa, surprised by that conclusion, put some of the white liquid in her mouth and confirmed it as well. As if it were a hentai manga, her eyes turned into hearts, and taking another condom, she headed towards the other girls in the harem. Melissa, so who's next? Many smiles appeared, the first being Achako and Suyu. Both were willing to take turns. Midnight, that's a lot of condoms, they really thought they'd take their time, huh? Midoriya, you wouldn't believe me if I told you how I got them. Uraraka, do you want to go first, Suyu? Suyu, you first, you were the one who was dying for him from the beginning, Kiro. Uraraka lay back and carefully placed the condom on the boy's hennies. Uraraka, done. Momo, izuku-kun, your pill. The raven-haired girl gave the boy his medicine, and as soon as he swallowed it, he felt back to normal. Midoriya, I think I cans. Uraraka, huh? The boy lunged at the brunette and kissed her passionately, causing her to lie down on the bed with Uraraka beneath the green-haired boy. Midoriya, are you ready? The embarrassed girl nodded as she looked at his crotch and the boy's member. Slowly and carefully, the boy inserted his hennies into Uraraka, who barely felt it, shuddered but didn't stop smiling. With a slight push, the boy felt something break. Midoriya, iwasithim. Uraraka, no, it's my first time. The boy calmed down at the clarification. He never imagined that the brunette or any of his girlfriends had lost their virginity. It wasn't something he could ask so simply, but with the brunette, he was certain that this was her first time as well. The boy began to make light thrusts to the girl, who just looked at him with a red face, her gaze tender but hexy. She felt that kissing was normal, maybe caressing was frequent, oral hex was something more advanced, but now having hex with the boy she loved was simply indescribable. Gradually, the boy thrust faster and more frequently, causing the girl to let out soft sounds. Uraraka, izuku-kun, Tsuyu, how is Uraraka-san feeling? Uraraka, well, it feels so good, The boy was going faster and faster until he finally reached the limit. Midoriya, Uraraka-san, Uraraka, Deku-kun. The girl hugged the green-haired boy as tightly as she could, even leaving marks from her nails on his back, holding him with her arms and legs until they caught their breath. Uraraka, Izuku-kun that was. Tsuyu, my turn, said the green-haired amphibian, tugging with her tongue at the boy who found her in a pose that could only be described as provocative. Tsuyu, what are you waiting for, darling? Come with me, Kiro. Midoriya, okay, but it might hurt at first, the boy said as he opened another condom. This time was different. When he did it with Uraraka, he had to go slowly, but when he inserted his hennies into Tsuyu, it was too easy. It could have been Mina's lubricating acid or the fact that Tsuyu was releasing her juices, but with each thrust, he just wanted to repeat it until they couldn't go on anymore. Tsuyu, this thighs feels so good, I love you. Midoriya, I love you too, Tsuyu-chan. Tsuyu's physique meant she didn't have to bleed, which she explained to the boy when he asked, and it allowed them to take all sorts of lascivious positions during their session, even getting somewhat creative with their time. Later, the boy ended up having to go with his next girl. Tsuyu, Izuku more, I want more, The girl had been like that for quite a while, something a certain pink-haired girl noticed, and she spoke up to get her attention. Mina muscles. The pink-skinned girl called to him, holding a condom in one hand as she gestured for him to come closer with a finger. Midoriya was about to take the condom, but the girl pulled him away. Mina, I'll do it. The girl opened the envelope. Somehow, even the way she used her hands was sensual to the boy. But to his surprise, the girl placed the balloon in her mouth and lunged for the boy's piece of meat. He didn't know how or when, but the condom he had used with Tsuyu was already in the pink-skinned girl's hands, sealed, and she already had a new one. Midnight. Look at that technique, I admire the teacher as her fingers ran anxiously and tingly over her own body. Mina, did I do it right? It's my first time doing this, she said, still amused. Midoriya, you're excited. Mina, I'll just say this, I hope I can't walk tomorrow, the girl said flirtatiously as she lay face down on the bed, giving the boy a full view of her backside and back. The boy was as careful and chivalrous as possible, not wanting to seem desperate or anything like that, but he was willing to please his girls. I had a partial understanding of what they were all like. Uraraka was special, being the first girl he started to feel something for and the first he had hex with. Tsuyu was someone who always spoke her mind, but that didn't mean she'd express her innermost feelings, her forbidden desires. Mina liked to joke about the boy taking control, and if that was his wish, she'd happily grant it. Toru was similar to Uraraka. The visible-invisible girl might have been eccentric, but she knew she had a side that, when it was her turn, would be shy, even adorable. Momo might be the quietest of them all, but that didn't mean she'd be excluded. And the most different of them all, Kyoka, cold on the outside and soft on the inside, knew that when she was close, the girl showed a kinder, more romantic side, and if it was her first time and she still had issues with herself, she'd have to make it special for her. Mei was someone who knew she would have a hidden baby for the occasion. Nedjir, she knew that she, along with Midnight or Melissa, were going to leave him paralyzed. He looked at Ashido and the position she was in. Her skin looked so soft and warm that he couldn't stop staring. Carefully and respectfully, I take the girl's butt in my hand. Mina, A fake moan from the girl below made the boy nervous, while the pink-haired girl just laughed her head off. Mina, hahaha, sorry, I couldn't help myself, hahaha. The boy wanted to return the favor, and with a gentle thrust, he entered the girl, who stopped laughing at the unexpected surprise. With a mocking smile, the boy began to move in a way that made the girl yield. Mina, hey muscles. If you wanted to get straight to the point, you just had to say she couldn't continue when the boy, with a slightly stronger thrust, found the girl's weak spot. Oh, mmmmhh, the girl gasped as the boy moved in that area. Mmmmh. That feels so good, love. The boy thrust harder and harder, while the pink-haired girl could only manage not a word, but a smile that expressed what she felt. As the force of the thrusts continued, the girl gripped the sheet beneath them, until in a series of further movements, the girl let out a cry of pleasure and the boy hugged her tightly. Mina, sighs, it's things like this that make me love you so much more, muscles. Midoriya, I love you completely. The girl adored that side of Broccoli, being so daring and romantic, and to show it, she took his chin and gave him another kiss and pulled away as best she could because the boy had done what she asked. Momo, okay, it's my turn. The boy turned to look at the raven-haired girl who, to his surprise, was holding a necklace with a rope which she handed to Midoriya. Midoriya, what's this for? Momo, well, I want you to do the same thing you did with Mina, I want you to break me. The boy finally understood what she had asked for. Being completely clear, the girl created a pair of handcuffs which she fastened on his wrists, leaving him completely at the boy's mercy. Momo, do whatever you want with me. Black-haired La Azabash, like her pink friend, lay down on the bed, except that she was lying on her back with a face that begged for attention. The boy didn't make her wait any longer for his desires, and taking the cord of the necklace that the raven-haired girl was wearing, he pulled slightly to raise her a little so he could kiss her. The girl could taste her friends in the boy's mouth, due to the quick experience she had with them in the moments before. The boy moved away from the rich girl when she seemed to want to say something to him. Momo, play with me, touch me, and make me all yours, Izuki. The boy obeyed and with one hand began to play with the girl's breasts, while holding her hands above her head, giving her a defenseless appearance. The boy began to feel her temperature rising as he kissed her. Momo, Izuku-kun, I want more, please, Jiru. Wow, I didn't expect y'all Momo to be how to put it. Mina/midnight masochist, Uraraka, well, we all hide something. Midnight's not me. The boy wanted to please the black-haired girl however he could, and using the black whip he extended 4 loops that bound the girl's arms and ankles, separating the latter. The boy was beginning to rub his erection against the black-haired girl's erogenous zone, ready to insert it when a mention stopped him. Momo, Izuku-kun, just be gentle, please. The boy saw that she still lacked confidence and moved away a little, disconcerting the girl. Momo Izuku-aya. Looking over at where the boy was, she saw him holding both of her legs while licking her private parts. She loved the sensation of the boy's tongue exploring her private area. She didn't want him to stop for even a second. She didn't know what turned her on the most. The boy increasing the speed of his tongue's movements or the fact that he could choose how much to loosen his grip on her. Mina, hey muscles, why didn't you do that with me? She pouted, standing next to the other girls who had gotten their turn in bed with him. The boy stepped back for a few seconds and looking with a face that could only be described as horny, replied. Izuku, because I haven't finished with you guys yet, he said, going back to eating the raven-haired girl. Mina/Tsuyu/Uraraka, you better watch out. The boy immediately returned to the girl's crotch and licked and sucked her lower lips, while being watched by the dark-haired girl who tried to move from the pleasure the boy was giving her. Momo, Izuku-kun, no, don't stop, please don't stop. The young man did the opposite, inserting his tongue as far as he could inside the girl while kissing and sucking around her, causing her to smile silly on several occasions as she looked at him. To prevent any escape, the girl crossed her legs to hug his head and make him finish his work. Midoriya, as you wish. The boy used one for all and increasing his speed brought the girl to orgasm, causing her to let go of him. Momo, that was wonderful, Izuku. Midoriya, but we've barely started. Instead of being scared or wanting to stop, the girl simply welcomed him with open arms, which the boy accepted without hesitation. The boy stood in front of the girl's face, who, still handcuffed, held his face as best she could to plant a kiss on him. The kiss was short-lived before the raven-haired girl spoke to him. Momo, I'm ready. The boy nodded and carefully placed his hennies at the girl's entrance and with gentle movements, pushed inside her. The girl hugged him at the initial sensation, the boy seeing that he had also broken the girl's moan, giving her a few seconds to get used to the feeling. The boy waited for some indication from her, but he began to feel the girl's hips moving while the girl occasionally gave him that silly look. The green-haired boy was about to keep up with her when in an unexpected move the girl positioned herself on top of him in a position where she was riding him. Momo, now it's my turn to have fun. Then the girl began to move over and over, raising her knees slightly while leaning on the boy's abdomen. He watched the girl's breasts bounce up and down repeatedly. If what had caught his attention was not seeing how the raven-haired girl's face had gone from shy and anxious to completely different, suggesting that she now had control and wasn't going to let go. Momo, this feels so good, said the raven-haired girl as she ran her hands through her hair. The boy didn't wait any longer and holding the girl's hips helped her finish. The moment lasted a little longer, as the girl increased the speed and force with which she moved until she finally came and bent over the boy. The girl sighed as she gently moved and withdrew the boy's member from inside her. Momo, that was amazing, honey. Midoriya, you said it. The boy received one last kiss from the black-haired girl before they parted ways and he went on to the next girl. Momo, your turn, Toru, guys, just give me a second. The raven-haired girl threw the girl onto the bed next to the green-haired boy. Toru, hello, Izuku. Midoriya, hello. The girl looked noticeably eager for what she was about to do, which the broccoli noticed. Midoriya, if you want, we can start calmly. Toru, yes, please, said the girl with her thumb in her mouth. The boy settled in and began to kiss the silver-haired girl sweetly, which made her feel a warmth in her chest at the boy's tenderness. The girl didn't know when her hand slipped down her chest towards her private area and began to massage it lightly. The boy began to slip his hand down the girl's chest, who only responded by taking the boy's cheek in her hands and covering it with kisses. Midoriya, I love you, Toru-chan. Toru, me too, Izuki. The boy kept kissing her when a separation made him stop. Toru, I'm ready. Izuku, sure. The girl nodded as a blush formed on her face and the boy became slightly relieved. He moved the girl a little closer, who was just watching attentively what the boy was doing. Izuku, if it hurts, don't hesitate to tell me. The girl nodded, still saddened, but she didn't resist when she felt the boy's head and how it entered her. The girl only bit her finger because of the sensation, which was noticed by the boy who remained still so that the silver-haired girl could get used to the feeling. Toru, I didn't imagine she would feel like this. Midoriya, we can stop if you want. Toru, no, I want to do it alone, give me a moment. Seconds passed when the girl placed both arms around the green-haired boy's neck and looked at him with a tender gaze. Toru, see, can we begin? The boy felt tenderness at the girl's gaze and carefully began to move so as not to cause her any pain. Midoriya, are you okay? Toru, yes, but I didn't expect you to be so good at this, but ooh, you got really good. Ah, the girl hugged the boy tightly as if she never wanted to let go. The boy stroked her head and continued moving, gradually increasing his speed, causing the girl to let out soft, adorable sounds that encouraged him to continue. Toru, this thighs feels so good, it really feels good. The boy kissed the girl on the lips and she wouldn't let go. There were moments when the girl didn't even realize she was becoming invisible, but everyone noticed how even in that state the boy's member disappeared. Uraraka, it seems so, it is like food. Momo, disappear. The boy seemed to have discovered a new fetish he didn't know he had, as doing this gave him a certain guilty pleasure. Especially when the girl raised her leg and the boy held it while thrusting into her, causing the girl to appear and disappear more frequently, as if it would break the way she used her quirk. Toru, Izuku, I think I'm going to I think I'm going to finish. Midoriya, me too. Toru, Izuku-kun. When it was over, the girl shuddered with pleasure while the boy still held her. Toru, that felt wonderful. Midoriya, I'm glad you liked it. The girl kissed him on the cheek and turned to look at the purple-haired girl who wasn't even near the bed yet, but she could already see a blush that would make a tomato jealous. Toru, your turn, Kayokachin. Jiru, I. Momo, don't be shy. Uraraka, let's go. The girls approached the rocker who sat on the bed in front of the green-haired boy. Midoriya, hello, Kayokachin. Jiru, hello, Izuku-kun. Midoriya, if you want, we can. Jiru, I don't think you'll like it. The boy looked at the purple-haired girl who was trying to cover her chest from the boy's view. Midoriya, why do you say that? Jiru, well, you've already experimented with the other girls, and as is obvious, it's not like I'm someone voluptuous. Midoriya, hey. Jiru, I mean, everyone in this room has bigger boobs than me and a nice butt. But if you want, we can just make out and that's it, I wouldn't mind. The boy interrupted the rocker, silencing her with a kiss and completely capturing her attention. Midoriya, I don't care if your body is like everyone else's or not, I love you for who you are. The girl was looking at the boy who by that moment had gotten over his blush. The girl couldn't understand how, despite him being naked, what drove her crazy was the sweet way he spoke to her. Jiru, do you really think that? She said, crouching down. Midoriya, always. The girl took a breath and lowered her hands, letting the green-haired boy see her breasts. The biggest difference compared to the others, whose breasts were round and noticeable, was that hers were smaller. He didn't know why Kaminari and Mineta said she was flat-chested or lacked this attribute. They just had the characteristic of seeming more pointed. Midoriya simply gave an honest smile and kissed the girl again, who in a hug wrapped her connectors around the boy's neck, careful not to suffocate him, just to keep him close to her. The boy carefully lay down on top of her and they continued their kiss. The girls knew about their friend's complex, but they all knew that to resolve it quickly she just had to listen to her boyfriend. Midnight, what a gentleman, you girls hit the jackpot. Girls, thank you, sensei. The boys continued like this, when the green-haired boy felt something touching his member, noticing that it was the girl's hand. The boy looked at the purple-haired girl who was looking the other way. Jiru, can you? Midoriya, of course. The boy changed the condom and positioned himself over the girl again, who seemed anxious and nervous about how it would feel. Midoriya, okay, I'll take it slow, let me know if. The boy couldn't finish speaking when a connector from the girl pulled him to her and kissed him. While in the process, the boy entered the rocker. Upon feeling this, she hugged the boy as tightly as she could, even biting him on the neck. Midoriya, Kayokachin, Jiru, MMMH. Midoriya, are you okay? Hello? I could see the girl kissing his neck while she ran her hands through his hair. The boy slowly began to move, eventually feeling the girl's warmth beneath him. It was the girl's first time. She hadn't expected the sensation to be so abrupt, but she found it pleasant. She could feel the boy moving inside her and how he was kissing her neck as she was kissing him. The girl didn't know how, but her connectors moved like snakes on their own, one reaching the front of the boy who took it and put it in his mouth. The girl noticed how the boy was targeting all her spots, from her lower area to her nipples. Only he knew how to make her feel completely good, and better he knew how to make her feel good about herself. At times, the boy lowered his gentle bites to the girl's chest, who only responded with sighs and a smile. Jiru, ah, pervert. The girl said while caressing the green-haired boy's chest. The girl did it mostly because by calling him that, she seemed to put more effort into pleasing him. He played with her breasts and her buttocks, making the girl let out soft moans that she returned by moving her hips or when she ran her fingers over her muscles, exciting him on more than one occasion. Midoriya Kaiokachin, I think. Jiro may too. The girl had already taken control of the moment, and increasing the speed of their movements, the young men finished their round. Midoriya, well, Jiru, I'll just say that I love you so much, my love. The girl said, giving him a smile that only the broccoli knew perfectly, and that when she gave it to him seemed to look at perfection. The girl separated from the boy and watched her leave with the other girls, who seemed to be having their own party instructed by the teacher, when two figures approached him. May, it's our turn. Melissa, we hope you still have energy. Nejer, because we expect you to give it your all. Midoriya, don't doubt it. The boy, using the black whip, severed several limbs and carried them all to the bed, arranging them so they were comfortable but ready for what was to come. The boy used two whips to begin caressing the blonde and blue-haired girl while he started licking his pink-haired friend, who began massaging her breasts because of the sensation this caused her. Midoriya, do you like it? May, I love it, but let's get started right away. The boy understood and without further ado entered the girl, who seemed not to be in any pain. May, don't worry, it's my first time, but let's just say I have and don't have experience. The boy understood that he had tried to experience that before, but he would show him the difference between one of his inventions and himself. With a smile, the boy began to thrust into the girl, while with one hand he massaged the girl's lower lips. May, okay, it didn't feel that way with my baby. Midoriya, how good is it? May, very good, very. The blonde and the blue-haired girl saw this and couldn't wait to get his attention. In a moment, the boy was already lying on the bed, and quickly, the blue-haired girl and the blonde were already occupying him. Nejer was on top of the boy's head, and Melissa was occupying his friend. Nejer, sorry, Izuku-chan. Melissa, but we couldn't wait any longer. The blonde inserted the boy's member inside her, having to adjust herself to begin moving, while the blue-haired girl moved her hips in front of the boy's face. He wouldn't be left behind, and using OFA and the whip, he would use it against the girls, taking them to 100% in a short time, in positions and changes that were so fast and abrupt that they would almost end up fainting. Melissa, Nejer, Izuku-chan. The girls saw how the boy handled the trio and wanted to experience everything they had just witnessed. Not even the instrument Hatsum brought to test could compare to her beloved broccoli, which pushed her to the limit. Or the junior who thought she could handle the boy wanting more but her legs wouldn't respond. Mina, MUSCLES, I hope you leave me like this. Midoriya, sure. The girls were rescued by the brunette who took them to some futons belonging to the purple-haired girl when the room expert approached. Midnight, well, I think it's time for the teacher to show you how it's done. The woman quickly placed a collar from who knows where on the boy and a pair of handcuffs. Midoriya, Then the woman placed a cloth over the boy's eyes, blocking his sight. The woman lay back on the bed and with the authority she possessed pulled the boy's leash, causing him to feel something wet on his nose. Midnight, now be good and make love to me, sweetheart, hee. The boy had already identified what the heroine was waiting for and took on the challenge. The boy wasn't going to let the woman take all the authority and again, using the gift of the sixth bearer, he unleashed several whips that the woman, instead of seeing with fear or any danger, just licked her lips at. Midnight, I like your initiative. The boy lifted the woman up and from the edge of the bed held her ankles and hands, just as he had done with Momo, and with both hands attached to the handcuffs he held the teacher's hips and began to lick the heroine's crotch. Midnight, I see you've gained experience, kid. The boy sucked and kissed the heroine, while as best he could he used the whip to play with her breasts. Midnight, don't you think you're missing a place? The boy wondered what he might be missing when a moan gave him the answer. Unlike other times when the whip had been just that, a whip, this time he created one and condensed all its energy into something that resembled his erect member, which was actually quite shameful, creating something in his own image and even more vulgar. And having succeeded, he brought it to the woman's mouth, who looked at him and smiled. Midnight, I like this potential. She said, touching the tip of the whip with her tongue, which the others saw as something so vulgar but which they also wanted to try. Momo, I wish he had done something like that for me. Toru, it's not fair that the teacher enjoys it like this. Midoriya, and who said it was over. The boy surprised them with more limbs just like his, and the girls just smiled at the start of round 2. The woman was still enjoying her turn when the boy stopped licking her crotch. Midnight, because, Ooh, then go ahead, sweetheart. The boy finally inserted his hennies and began thrusting into the woman, who, unlike the girls, didn't seem to need to go slowly. He appeared to have understood his teacher's masochism, positioning her in different ways with the help of the whip and his teacher's perversion. It took her about 20 minutes to reach her climax. The boy was noticeably exhausted when a phone call made him turn around. Momo, you promised us a second round. Mina, you'd better still have some energy left. The boy was noticeably tired when the pink-haired girl approached him. May, don't worry here, it's a new invention. It helps increase stamina and energy. It's a test I did with Melissa. The boy ingested it, and within seconds he felt he had the strength to climb up and down Mount Everest 3 times. Without hesitation and dropping the black whip, I took all the girls and left them on the mattress so they could see the boy with renewed energy. Uraraka, we feel very lonely without you. Soyo could you? Mina, come with us, Jiru/Momo, and please us, Midoriya, of course. The boy approached and began kissing each of his girlfriends, who came forward to receive his love. Oh damn, a small oversight. Class B buildings. Kendo, ouch. Ibara, just stay still, Kendasan, or you'll bleed more. Kendo, I didn't expect the villain to have so many quirks. Setsuna, has anyone heard anything about Class A Monoma? PFFF, why would we want to know anything about the pathetic Class A Kudai? Why, they're the ones who suffered with the real villain while we only had to face a copy. Ibara, I pray to God they're not doing too badly. Vlad, you don't need to worry about them, they're fine. Kendo, Professor Vlad, did you go to see them? Vlad, no, Shota told me about them, it's not that bad, a few damaged eardrums, lungs pushed to the limit, a few broken arm bones. Kendo, that should be Midoriya. Setsuna, and why so worried? Don't tell me you already liked him too. The green-haired girl replied mockingly, showing her sharp teeth. Kendo, no, don't you remember what Recovery said? If he kept breaking his arms, he'd never be able to move them again. Setsuna, ah, that's right. Ibara, Professor Vlad, can we go see our classmates from Class A Monoma? I hope they're not planning to betray us. It's already too much of a betrayal that they're even worried about themselves. Vlad, okay, you have 10 minutes, don't be late, it's getting late. Kendo/Ibara/Setsuna, HAI. The trio of girls from Class B headed to the Class A building, mainly to see how the members of the green-haired boys group and their girlfriends were doing, since they felt they got along best with them, in addition to the class president, Ida, and the hyperactive Red Riot. The girls were about to enter through the main door when they noticed that the entire ground floor of the building was dark, and to their surprise, locked. Kendo, that's too bad. Ibara, we can come back in the mornings. Setsuna or I can ask them. The girl answered, drawing the attention of her friends, noticing how she was looking at a balcony which was illuminated, compared to the rest of the rooms. Suddenly the girl detached her head and, levitating, approached the window. She could see the commotion in the room and moved a little closer to see what was going on. The girl was so surprised when she saw the boy's girlfriends and the boy himself completely naked, engaging in a scene that could clearly lead to their arrest or even expulsion. But this thought was abruptly halted when her gaze witnessed her teacher, Midnight, using her breasts to perform fellatio on the boy, followed only by the blue-haired girl and the vice president of her class. Setsuna was perplexed by these scenes and even more so by the boy's power, were it not for a touch on her shoulder that brought her back to the rest of her body. Kendo, well, Setsuna, well, it wasn't empty. Ibara, so Setsuna, I think we should go, they'll ask him tomorrow. Kendo, okay, at least they were all right. Setsuna, yis, they're fine, really fine. With no other options, the young girls from B returned to their dormitory building, the words of the green-haired girl in their group weighing on their minds. They entered, attracting some glances from a few of their classmates. Kamari, girls, where were you? Kendo, we had gone to see how the guys from Group A were doing. Monoma, tell me on a scale of 1 to 10 what deplorable state are you in? Said the blonde boy with a smile. Ibara, we couldn't actually see them. Kendo, their building was already dark and closed, but Setsuna saw them through a window and said they were okay. Vlad, just like I told you, now everyone go to your rooms, it's time to sleep. Upon hearing the teacher, the students went to their respective dormitories and locked their doors. Everyone was sleeping peacefully, except for one girl who kept reliving those inappropriate images in her head. Setsuna, this must be a dream, a very, very strange dream. The girl paced around her room trying to process what she had just seen. Setsuna, you did that because you went out with him. Only a few words kept repeating in his head over and over again. Todoroki, you should join her harem, her heart is like a Love Without Borders novel, you'd like it. Ignoring the comment about the novel, she began to consider the proposal. She knew the boy was truly noble and had no ill intentions, but the surprise she had witnessed left her hesitant. Setsuna, sigh, I'd better think about it later, I'm sleepy. With that, the green-haired girl slipped under her purple sheets and turned off her dinosaur-themed lamp. The next day, the green-haired boy had been awakened by a ray of light. With some annoyance, he opened his eyes and took a while to pay attention to his surroundings, but when he turned his head, he realized that he couldn't find any of his Almight merchandise, neither posters nor action figures. As he tried to get up, he noticed that there was something heavy on top of him. When he looked up a little, he noticed a brunette and a purply-haired girl hugging his abdomen, clinging to him. When he turned to look around, he saw the rest of the girls, remembering what had happened that night. Smiling at the sight of the sleeping girls, he tried to get up, partially waking the girls who were on top of him. Kyoka, Izuku-kun. Uraraka, what's wrong? Midoriya, excuse me, girls. Kyoka, go back to sleep. You'll wake up when the sun rises, the girl said with a pout, hugging the boy tighter. Midoriya, sorry Jiru, but she's already out and I have to do something. With no other option and still sleepy, the girls stopped hugging the boy, letting him get out of bed, taking him by the hand before moving further away from the bed. Mina, but come back later, the girl pleaded, holding him and still hugging her pillow. The boy bent down slightly towards her and kissed her on the cheek to make her let go of him. Picking up his boxers and trousers from the floor, the boy left and headed to the common room and then to the kitchen to get a glass of water. He still remembered his night with a happy smile before hearing someone knock on the front door. The boy approached and opened the door, finding the president of Class B and two of her classmates, both of whom were green-haired and from the same class. Kendo, Midoriya-kun, good morning. Midoriya, Kendo-san, Ibarasan, Setsunasan, good morning, what a surprise, is something wrong? The orange-haired girl and the green-haired girl looked at the boy calmly. They had already seen his upper torso before, during the sports festival and partly during his test against them, but the last green-haired girl present was somewhat embarrassed. She couldn't forget her view from yesterday nor avoid comparing it with the view she had now. She could now see the boy's body more clearly, having to bite her thumb with her sharp teeth to try and think of something more discreet. Kendo, well, we wanted to know how you were doing, after that battle with the villain. Ibara, our class suffered some setbacks, but yours went through the worst of it. Midoriya, oh thank you girls, the boys are fine with some bumps and bruises. But they're already recovering, the boy said cheerfully, changing position, leaning against the door frame, showing off his muscular arms and his past and present injuries. Kendo, and what about you? Midoriya, Ibara, those wounds look recent, she said, pointing to the boy's arms. Midoriya, yes, they happened to me in battle, he said while scratching the back of his neck. The president and the nun watched this with some relief, seeing that the boy seemed to be handling it well, but in the movement he made, the dinosaur lover noticed something and discreetly commented on it. Setsuna, I didn't know I had bitten you too. The green-haired boy didn't understand this mention, when he saw the girl with a serene look which was strange for her, not common in her behavior, but the boy knew exactly what those bites were from. Midoriya, yeah, is this? The redhead had to ignore the boy's explanation when a message on her phone caught her attention. Kendo, excuse me Midoriya, but we have to go. Ibara, what's wrong Kendo-san? Kendo, it's Monoma and the boys. They say they need help with some things, we have to help them before they break something. Midoriya, do they have to carry things? Kendo sighs, yes, some things that Tetsu, Honuki and Bondo wanted to say. Midoriya, I can help you, Kendo, really? Midoriya, sure, just let me go get a shirt and let the girls know. Kendo, checking in is important, she said mockingly, giving a thumbs up. The boy laughed at the joke and closed the door to find a shirt and let his girlfriends know where he would be. Kendo, great, that'll be less work. Ibara, I wish Monoma were like that. Kendo, hey Setsuna, you didn't make any jokes today, are you okay? Ibara, that's true, we're not in the same class, but you always try to play with him. Setsuna began to turn pink, faced with the wave of questions her friends threw at her about her behavior with the boy, without an answer to give them regarding her lack of teasing of the green-haired boy. This was barely saved when the boy opened the door again to get the girl's attention. Midoriya, done. Kendo, okay, thanks again Midoriya. The green-haired boy walked calmly beside the trio of girls. In a short time, they arrived at the Class B dormitory building, surprised to find several boxes with a variety of products outside. Midoriya, wow, they really had a lot of stuff, he said, looking at the dozens of boxes. Kendo, yes, I forced them to throw some of these away, actually. Midoriya, that's very evil, where do you want me to take them? Kendo, don't worry, you don't have to carry everything, I'll carry some too. The president of B was about to lift a box when whips from the boy grabbed dozens of things, leaving nothing for the girls. Midoriya, don't worry, I don't mind carrying everything. Ibara, that's very gentlemanly of you. Kendo, hey, I already made you come all the way here and carry these guys' stuff, let me carry something. Midoriya, nope, he said, carrying the last box. Kendo, well then let us buy you something. Ibara, do you like ice cream? Midoriya, is that a bribe? He said jokingly. Kendo, bribery or not, do you like them? Midoriya, I'll accept them, but believe me, they offend me. The redhead laughed at that insult and accompanied the green-haired boy. Meanwhile, one of the girls lagged behind, imagining several previous occasions that had happened with the broccoli. Months ago. The green-haired boy was walking down one of the UA hallways, looking for a specific classroom, when he saw some of the girls from Class B chatting quietly. He only nodded to the orange-haired girl who had noticed him, and then was seen by the sharp-toothed green-haired girl who spoke to him. Setsuna, hey sweetie, what time do you go out for bread? The green-haired boy felt embarrassed by what he'd said, forcing him to quicken his pace so the girl wouldn't see the blush it had caused on his face, but she knew him well enough to know that he was looking around desperately for help. Kendo, are you bothering him again? Setsuna, what can I say, I can't help it. Ibara, what if he has a girlfriend and she hears you? Setsuna, nah, he knows I'm just playing with him. On another occasion, the green-haired boy was walking along, carrying a stack of books in his arms that he managed to raise above his head, when one of them fell, and unfortunately for the boy, he was still unaware of the black whip. The boy tried to pick up the book, but it was difficult, until a hand took it and then he looked up, finding himself face to face with the green-haired girl again. Setsuna, I imagine this is yours, she said, looking at the boy with a smile. Midoriya, oh yes. The girl placed the book on top of the ones the boy was already carrying. He was walking when the girl acted. The broccoli was walking along peacefully when it felt a tap on its rear end. It turned around and only saw the girl's hand returning to its arm. Setsuna, nice ass, she said mockingly. The boy, as innocent as he was then, simply walked quickly, fleeing from anything else the girl might say to him, who only laughed at his gestures. On another occasion, the girl was arguing with her insect friend Kamakiri when she saw the green-haired boy walk by her side. Setsuna, Midoriya, come here, she said, waving her hands to get the boy's attention. Midoriya, huh, what's up? Setsuna, we're arguing who's Hex Ear, Kendasan or me, who do you say? The green-haired boy had hoped for any other answer. In fact, he wished the green-haired girl would call him for something else entirely, but it seemed the universe never wanted to make his life any easier. Midoriya, WL, they're both cute. Setsuna, of course, but which of the two do you think is Hexier? He says, Kendasan, which side are you on? The broccoli was reaching critical levels when a scream saved it. Bakugo, you damn nerd, get over here right now. Midoriya, yais, sorry Kakin, excuse me Setsunasan, I have to go. Setsuna, I'll forgive you if you give me a little kiss, she said, teasing the boy once again. The green-haired boy quickly fled the scene, leaving the green-haired students of Class B to witness everything. Kamakiri, why did you say that? I asked you if you had seen my notebook. Setsuna, I just wanted to see Midoriya embarrassed, it's cute. Kamakiri, what do you like it, now? The girl kept replaying that last question in her head. Do you like him? The girl remembered teasing the boy the same way ever since she met him. She always thought it was cute to see him run away when she was so forward with him, but she never understood why it was only him and no one else. The girl was interrupted when someone grabbed her shirt and pulled her back. She didn't understand anything, and when she looked up, she only saw a truck speeding across the street. Kendo, Setsuna. The girl turned her head, seeing that the broccoli, which she had been thinking about, had made her back away and avoid being run over. Ibara, are you all right? Setsuna, yais. Ibara sighs, thank goodness, and thank you, Midoriya. Midoriya, yeah, that was close, everything all right. The girl didn't know why, but the boy had a contrast from the night before, looking daring and even dominant. It contrasted sharply with her worried yet tender demeanor at that moment, causing her breathing to quicken and her heart to race. Kendo, Setsuna, are you sure that everything? Setsuna, yais, of course it's okay, hehe. The young people without further ado continued on their way. Apparently the girl had overthought things and hadn't noticed that the boys had already gotten rid of the things she was carrying and were now on their way downtown to make up for the boy's promise. The girl followed them, trying not to get lost in her own head, listening as the boy talked to Kendo and Ibara about various things. Midoriya, I always wanted to participate in the freshman greenhouse, but I never knew who was in charge of it. Ibara, hey, I'm in charge. I was never told you wanted to come in, said the religious green-haired woman. Midoriya, really? Ibara, of course, look, if you're still interested, you just need to bring a plant and some fresh soil. Midoriya, sure. Ibara, I didn't know you were interested in gardening. Midoriya, well, I've seen videos about it and it caught my attention, so I wanted to give it a try. Ibara, I'm sure you won't regret it. Kendo, you have a lot of hobbies, don't you? Midoriya, heh, I think so. Kendo, aren't you interested in joining the martial arts club too? The girl said while playfully moving her hands. Midoriya, sure. Kendo, really? Midoriya, I like learning new things. Kendo, that's great. I can introduce you to everyone tomorrow. Setsuna gets along with everyone. I'm sure she'll introduce you better than I can. The girl, trying to remain as calm as possible, forced a smile. Setsuna, sure, I'll introduce you to everyone there, man. The cheerful boys arrived at the ice cream shop where they met someone. Izuku-kun. The green-haired boy turned his head and found himself face to face with someone very, very familiar to him. Midoriya, Mom. The green-haired boy hugged his mother, who instinctively turned to look at the girls accompanying him, assuming something she didn't. Inko, you must be my son's other girlfriends. It's a pleasure to meet you. Midoriya, Mom's no. Kendo, a pleasure, ma'am, I'm Kendo. To the green-haired boy's surprise, the Class B president didn't deny anything, leaving him speechless along with the rest of the girls, making the nun nervous and increasing the embarrassment of the remaining green-haired girl. Kendo, these are my friends Ibara and Setsuna. Inko, my Izuku said all my daughters-in-law were cute, but you are more than cute. Thank you so much for taking care of my son. The woman was starting to get sentimental when a voice the boy knew made him react. Almight, Shonen Izuku, what are you doing here? Midoriya, me, what's my mom doing here? Almight, well, your mother needed some things, and I offered to go with her. The man looked over to where Inko was, surprised to see her talking to 3 of the girls from Class B. Didn't know the girls from Class B had joined your polyamorous relationship. Midoriya, no, they didn't. My mom misunderstood everything. I just went with them to drop off some things and we happened to be passing by. Almight, oh, that makes sense. Relax, kid, let me handle this. The man approached the woman who was still talking, receiving surprised looks from the girls in B. Almight. Hello, I'm Izuku's father, nice to meet you. Kendo, ah, you're Midoriya's father. That's scary. Ibara, it's a pleasure. God, he looks sick. Setsuna, hello, smokes a lot. Almight, Inko, my dear, I think we should go. Let's let the boy get on with his day. Inko, oh, of course, take care, it's so nice to meet you. Kendo, likewise. The boy watched as the symbol, now his father, walked away holding Inko while discreetly giving the boy a thumbs up. Midoriya sighs literally thanks to Almight. The girls smiled as the woman left, and when the adults were no longer in sight, the boy finally asked. Midoriya, Kendasan, why didn't you tell him that? Well, you guys weren't, you know. Kendo, it's just that your mother seemed very excited and I didn't want to burst her bubble, said the girl, scratching the back of her neck. Ibara, lying is a sin, but I admit I wouldn't have liked to see her sad or ashamed for jumping to conclusions. Midoriya appreciated that the girls didn't react badly and thanked them. Happily, he finished eating his ice cream with the rest of the girls, and with that they prepared to return to UA. The girls had taken the bus to save time, but given the time of day, it was rather crowded. The boy stood while the redhead, the greenhead, and the orangehead stood beside him. The boy was thinking about what to do that week with his girlfriends when a sudden movement of the bus startled him, while the girl with vine-like hair and the green-haired girl with sharp teeth barely held onto him. Midoriya, are you all right? Ibara, yes, sorry about that. Setsuna, everything all right? Midoriya, if everything is all right. No one paid any attention to it, but the green-haired girl had been able to feel the boy's firm body, who didn't seem to notice. The boy glanced sideways at the girl, noticing that she quickly looked away. Midoriya, is something wrong? Takage-san. Setsuna, no, it's nothing. Midoriya. Midoriya, are you sure? You know you can count on me for anything. On one hand, she wanted to ask about what had happened last night, and on the other hand, she wanted to play with the boy again in the way only she could. Setsuna, well, I wanted to ask you a favor. Midoriya, of course, what's up? Setsuna, well, Professor Vlad told me I need to improve my grades and I was going to ask Kendasan for tutoring, but Kendo, who had overheard part of the conversation, added, Kendo, but I have to advise Tetsu and Komori. Ibara, and unfortunately Yui and I were going to go out this week to get materials. Setsuna, could you help me? It's okay if you can't. Midoriya, don't worry, I have Saturday off, I can help you. Setsuna, thanks man, the girl said, giving the boy a light nudge with her elbow. The young people got off the bus and entered UA, continuing to walk until they reached the front of the Class B dormitories. Midoriya, and we're here, last stop, Dorms B. Kendo, hehe, thanks for helping us, Midoriya. Midoriya, thank you for the ice cream. Ibara, I appreciate you agreeing to join the gardening team. Kendo, and to the arts club. Midoriya, hehe, it's nothing. Kendo, I hope your girls aren't mad at us or at you for stealing your whole morning. Midoriya, I don't think anything will happen, he said sadly, remembering that he had promised to spend the afternoon with them. Setsuna, so see you on Saturday. Midoriya, sure. The redhead, accompanied by the other redheads, entered the building, leaving a dark-haired, green-haired girl with the boy. Setsuna, hey, do you have my phone number? Midoriya, I don't think so, the boy replied, taking out his phone and looking at his contact list. At one point, he saw the girl take his phone with her levitating hands and click on it until it was returned. The boy checked what he had done, and now there was a new contact on his device. Setsuna. Midoriya, okay then see you later, bye. Setsuna, no, calm down, it's a bad idea, to hell with it. The boy was walking away when he felt something touch his shoulder. He turned his head, but there was no one there. He turned his head forward again, only to receive a touch on his nose. Surprised, he stepped back a little and saw a floating jaw move away towards a bush, only to see the same green-haired girl he had been talking to, now embarrassed, running back inside the dormitories. Midoriya, what just happened? The boy was standing motionless when a ringtone on his phone snapped him out of it. Looking at the message, he saw it was from one of his girls. Momo, Izuku-kun, where are you? Is everything alright? Pleading face. Midoriya, yes, everything's fine. I was already on my way there, grinning face with sweat. Momo, okay, we'll be waiting for you here, love face, blowing a kiss. The boy walked back to his building, still remembering what had happened a few moments before. Setsuna, why the hell did I do it? Hell. The girl screamed internally, replaying what she had done over and over. At one point, she stopped hitting herself with a pillow to focus on her actions, recalling the softness of the boy's skin against her lips, which had unconsciously caused her to bring her fingertips to them. Setsuna, I would like more. A special tutoring. The week had passed quickly, and by the time the young people realized it, Saturday had already arrived. A green-haired boy was in his room, being timed by a brunette who was looking at a watch in her hand, while a pink-skinned girl was on his back eating a bag of chips. Midoriya H. How long has Achikachan been here? Breathes heavily. Uraraka, it's been 2 minutes and 50. Mina, do you want me to get off now? Izuku-kun. Midoriya, just a little more. Beep. Upon hearing this faint sound, the pink-skinned girl immediately stood up, and the green-haired boy threw himself to the floor. Uraraka, good job, Izuku-kun. Mina, are you okay? Midoriya, yeah, just give me a few seconds. The boy was lying down when a sound from his phone made him lift his head. Uraraka approached his device and read a message that had just arrived. Midoriya, who is it? Uraraka, whom? It's Setsuna. She's asking if they'll have their study class today. Mina, hey, do you have Setsu's number too? Midoriya, yes, he asked me for help with his studies. He says his grades haven't been the best. The brunette handed the phone to the boy, who grabbed a towel and headed to the showers. Mina. Uraraka, is something wrong? Ashidasan. Mina, do you think she'll join in too? Uraraka, Minachin, just because some girl talked to Izuku-kun doesn't mean she's going to join the harem. The pink-skinned girl looked at me with a face that the brown-haired girl could clearly read. Are you serious? Uraraka, you know what, I think we'll have to start getting used to the idea that this is how it's going to be. Mina, that's what I'm saying, fried food. The girl abruptly changed the subject, bringing the bag closer to the brunette. Uraraka Matanga, she said, accepting. The green-haired boy had already finished showering and was heading to his room to change, but on the way he ran into Momo and his best friend with two-toned hair. Momo, Todoroki-kun, I already told you, if you keep watching horror movies in the living room at 3, it's obvious you'll get scared. Todoroki, but that's the only way they're scary, the boy said, looking at the floor, feeling the scolding from the raven-haired girl. Oh, hi Midoriya. Momo, oh, Izuku-kun, how are you? The raven-haired girl asked, happy to see the boy, and where have you been looking so handsome? She said, looking at the boy's clothes. Midoriya, hey guys, I was going to the library to tutor Setsuna in math. I agreed to help her last week. Momo, that's very kind of you, she said, giving him a smile that the boy loved to see on her face. Todoroki, I think I'll come with you. I was going to meet Kirishima and Bakugo outside to go to the arcade. See you later, yeah, Yorzusen. Momo, see you later, Todoroki-kun, see you later, darling, said the raven-haired girl as she approached and kissed the green-haired boy on the cheek, who smiled at the gesture. Both the green-haired and bicolored boy were walking through the dorm entrance while chatting. Midoriya, so watching movies at 3 in the morning, he said with a humorous tone. Todoroki, so you're going after another girl for your harem. Midoriya, Todoroki. Todoroki, Midoriya, you have to admit it, your power isn't like Almight's. It must be something that attracts girls. What quirks do your parents have? Midoriya, that's impossible, my mom has telekinesis, and she said my dad could breathe fire. Todoroki, there it is, attract combined with fire equivalent to heat, results in attracting hot things. The green-haired boy was going to object to this statement, but his friend had to leave, and in reality, in his opinion, it made some sense. The boy said goodbye to his friend and went to sit and wait for the green-haired girl with sharp teeth on one of the library steps. The girl, meanwhile, was walking quickly, as she'd been running late looking for something to wear to her meeting with the boy, but why? Why was she so concerned about looking good for him? She usually wore whatever she saw first, but this time she chose a rather special outfit. The boy stared at his phone as he received messages from the girls asking what they could do next. Mina suggested a movie that had just been released, which was a bit more recommended for less sensitive people, supported by the black-haired girl and the chestnut-tired girl, while Jiru and Toru denied. The boy could only laugh at the little argument that was taking place. All of this stopped when I heard footsteps in front of him. The boy raised his head, noticing that the green-haired girl with teeth was wearing a purple shirt that covered half of her torso, revealing her somewhat defined abdomen and dark jeans that clung to her figure. Midoriya, oh hi talkage. Setsuna, hello man, sorry for taking so long. Midoriya, don't worry, I haven't been here long, are you ready? Setsuna, since I was born, she said in a confident tone. The two boys went inside and quickly looked for a table to sit down and study. The boy explained as best he could, and the girl tried to pay attention as much as possible, until math class arrived. The girl in front of the green-haired boy was noticeably confused, while the boy looked at his notes trying to reassure the girl and not make her nervous. Setsuna, size, this is impossible, she said, leaning back in her chair. Midoriya, is something wrong? Setsuna, I don't understand this operation. Midoriya, don't worry, I'll explain again. With that said, the boy stretched out to get a better look, standing less than a meter away from the green-haired girl. The boy was explaining the topic, but the girl couldn't pay attention to the sheet of paper when she had an angel with green curls in front of her. The girl had developed a strange pattern, first noticing the boy's hair, then his eyes, and finally getting lost in the boy's lips. The girl could smell the boy's shampoo and cologne, an aroma she could enjoy all day without any problem. The boy finished his explanation, unaware of the girl's fixed gaze. Midoriya, and that's how you get the result, easy, right? Setsuna, huh, Midoriya, heh, I don't think so. Setsuna, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Midoriya, don't worry, the boy replied with a smile. The girl took the notebook in her hands and finally paid attention to the boy, who explained again. 2 hours had passed since their tutoring session began, and the boy was noticeably hungry, while the girl kept her eyes glued to her notebook, trying to complete another exercise the boy had assigned. Midoriya, you know, we can take a break. The instant she said this, the green-haired girl slammed her notebook shut and stood up. Setsuna, let us eat, shhh. With that, both green-haired individuals left the library and quickly headed to the cafeteria, where, given the time of day, there were more people. They didn't take long to get their food. On the contrary, when they were looking for a place to eat, it took them a while. The young people walked around looking for a place, eventually finding a spot on a bench. The green-haired boy sat down, but there wasn't enough room for both of them. The girl looked around, but it turned out to be nothing. The boy, who had already sat down, looked at this, embarrassed for having jumped the gun and taken the seat. Midoriya, sorry. Setsuna, calm down, man. Midoriya, sit down, said the boy, gathering his things to stand up. Setsuna stopped the boy and made him return to his seat where he was. Setsuna, don't worry, actually, I think both ideas, the girl said with a smile. She gathered her things and sat between the boy's legs, using him as a chair and support. This took the boy by surprise, and he could only become nervous, as he always did when something out of the ordinary happened to him. Midoriya, see Setsunasan. Setsuna, hey, you're really a good seat, you're very soft. Oh gosh, why did I do that? Well, it's a joke, right? Can it count as a joke? Relax, just breathe. The girl, trying to control her embarrassment, simply chose to chew her food and look away. The green-haired man, after calming down, could only do the same, but he couldn't help but blush with embarrassment. Midoriya, not even any of the girls have done this. The green-haired duo were now a little calmer, just trying not to look at each other, which was when they both lost their tempers. They were finishing their meals when a voice took them by surprise. Monoma, well, look at that. The green-haired girl from B knew that voice, and at that moment she just wished the earth would swallow her up. Monoma, I didn't expect to see you here, Setsuna, much less on the feet of a pathetic A. Midoriya, hello to you too, Monoma. Setsuna, no, I mean, well, guys, but it's not like anything's going on, it's just, don't get the wrong idea, I mean, size, he's helping me study. Monoma, I see, but to teach someone you need to be smarter than that, someone said, the blonde, trying to anger the broccoli, which clearly wouldn't work. Midoriya, I. Setsuna, hey, Izuku is smart, and at least unlike you, he doesn't spend his time criticizing classmates from other classes, man. Both the green-haired boy and the blonde boy were startled by the girl's scream. It was clear that the comment directed at the green-haired boy bothered her, but neither of them wanted to ask anything about it since she didn't understand either. Setsuna, what was that? Why did I yell? I didn't like that, Monoma indirectly called Izuku-kun stupid. They both heard me call him Izuku. Monoma, okay, I'll just say this, you know Ken-san doesn't like it when we're late to the dorms. I'm leaving. The girl said goodbye to her friend who left them alone a few seconds later. The girl was still embarrassed, lost in her thoughts when a light touch on her shoulder pulled her out. Midoriya, are you okay? Setsuna, yes, sorry about that. Midoriya, don't worry, can I ask why you said that? Second, it's just you're a really smart and nice person, and I couldn't let this guy call you that. As if that question had lit a fuse, the girl exploded, letting loose everything she had been thinking and wouldn't admit, leaving the girl covering her mouth as she realized what she had shouted to the world. Midoriya, who was stunned by the volume, felt a little embarrassed by the girl's words and what she thought of him. Midoriya, WL, thank you for that, Takagi-san. Setsuna, you're welcome, and you know. The green-haired boy looked at the girl who was blushing because of what she was going to say to the boy. Setsuna, you can call me by my name if you want. The green-haired boy watched as the girl smiled slightly, revealing her characteristic sharp teeth which in some indescribable way made her look more attractive and made him want to see that smile again. Midoriya. Okay Setsuna, you know you can also call me by my name. The girl watched the freckled boy who smiled sheepishly, only able to manage a mocking smile. Setsuna, okay Izuku. The young people returned to the library to study again, managing to make some progress even studying until late. Midoriya, well, I think we can leave it here for today. Setsuna, the most beautiful words I like to hear, the girl said, stretching her arms above her head. The young people walked back to the dormitories, going first to Building B to drop off the green-haired girl. The girl walked beside the green-haired boy, giving him fleeting glances that he didn't notice, as he was lost in thought, wondering what other ways he could explain the rest of the topics to her. Neither of them knew when they had arrived at the dormitories, they only realized it when someone's voice called them. Ibara, hi guys, how did it go? What's wrong? Asked the girl wearing blue overalls and a straw hat and carrying a bucket of dirt. Midoriya, oh hi Ibara, well it went well right Setsuna. The boy turned his head and barely noticed that the girl was lifting her gaze, fixed and lost on him, to look at the other girl. Setsuna, of course Izuku-kun is a good teacher, I should study with him more often. Hehe. Ibara, I'm glad to hear that. Midoriya. Midoriya. Ibara, are you going to the greenhouse tomorrow? Midoriya, oh yes, of course I'll go tomorrow, I have a plant I'd like to grow there. Ibara, remember to bring fresh soil and a hat so you don't get burned. Midoriya, sure. Setsuna, well I guess I'll see you later for our next session. Midoriya, sure, have a good night. Setsuna/Ibara, goodbye Izuku-kun/goodbye Midoriya. The boy walked away, letting both green-haired girls enter B's dormitories. Ibara, did you thank him? Setsuna, yes, he was very kind and helped me with everything I didn't understand. Ibara, I'm glad. Setsuna, I should do something to thank him. In the Class A dormitories, the green-haired boy had just crossed the common room, seeing his friends relaxing and watching a movie along with some of the girls who smiled when he entered. Kirishima Midobro, the redhead shouted, waving one arm in the air to his friend. Iida, Midoriya, I didn't know you went out, is everything all right? Midoriya, yes, I just tutored Setsuna, she needed to improve her math skills. Jiru, that's very much like you, she said, leaning back on the boy's shoulder who hugged her. Sierra, we were watching a movie, want to join us? Midoriya, I'd like to, but I'm a little tired. I didn't think explaining would be so exhausting. Aizawa, tell me about it. Class A, how long have you been here? The green-haired boy went to his room and began to remove his clothes to sleep comfortably. He was in the middle of this when his phone rang. At first glance, I noticed it was a message from Setsuna, a photo actually. Initially, I thought it must be something the girl was unsure about regarding what she had studied that afternoon, and then a second message arrived. Setsuna, thank you for your help today, Izuku. The happy boy opened the girl's chat and well, he was speechless. It was a photograph of the girl in front of a mirror, but it was somewhat provocative, since the girl was only wearing a bra and underwear, both black, and her hair was disheveled. And unlike other times, her face looked somewhat embarrassed, trying to force a smile and pretend. The boy, his hands trembling as he looked at the photograph, could barely make out the tone of the call he had just received from the girl. Midoriya, yes, Setsuna, and do you like it? Midoriya, well, you're really attractive, but can I ask why? Setsuna, well, I saw you with the girls the other day, and with what you did for me today, I thought it would be a way to thank you. Midoriya, the other day. How? Setsuna, yes, the girls and I were worried about you and wanted to come see you. Don't worry, I didn't tell the girls anything and I won't. Midoriya, well, thanks, but you didn't need to send me a picture of yourself. Setsuna, don't you like it? Midoriya, no, that's not it. Setsuna, wait a moment. The boy was turning red because of the situation. It wasn't that he didn't like photography, it was just that he had never seen Setsuna with that face before. This worsened when he received another message, and upon viewing it he saw that the girl had sent another photograph, but this time completely naked and with a face that did not hide a blush on her face. Setsuna and so. Midoriya Setsunasan. Setsuna, Izuku-kun, let me be your girlfriend too. Botany. The frightened boy clicked the hang-up option, instantly scaring him and forcing him to send a message. Midoriya S. Sorry, I hung up by accident. Setsuna, oh, I understand, so what do you say? The boy was analyzing the message, placing his phone on his table and bringing his hands to his face. Midoriya, is this a joke? I don't think so, those photos were too revealing for it to be just a joke. Does she really want to be my girlfriend too? But what will the other girls say? I feel like we spend so much time together that I'm neglecting some of them. The girl, for her part, waited for his message, checking her phone over and over again. Setsuna, did I scare him? Will he say no? Did I go too far? God. The green-haired boy had an idea. He didn't want to break the girl's heart, since even so she seemed like a wonderful, beautiful person to him, and he didn't want to hurt her feelings. Midoriya picked up the phone and started typing. As soon as the girl noticed this, she stared at her phone without blinking. Midoriya, could I think about it for a bit? I need to check with the girls and see what they think. Setsuna, oh right, that makes sense. Midoriya, thank you. Setsuna, yeah, well thanks again, I love you, man. Good night, T-Rex, I hope you think about it. With that last bit, the girl sent stickers that alluded to love, which somehow brought a smile to the boy's face, while he felt his heart fill up and he felt a warmth. Midoriya read the message over and over again. Somehow he found it adorable. Midoriya, what did I do to deserve this? Somewhere in Japan, and that's how I met my wife. Sensei, I only asked if you hadn't seen my phone. Oh right, take it. At that moment, the 2-meter-tall figure in a suit twisted slightly, startling his apprentice. Sensei, are you all right? Yes, Tamura, I just felt the great power of a gift that belonged to me. I didn't remember it being so powerful. I hadn't used its remnants for years. Tamura, did it belong to him? All for one. Yes, the last time I used it was 17 years ago. The flame of that quirk was faint. It was only the remnants of what it once was. The rest of the power was transferred to One for All when I accidentally passed it on to my brother. Tamura, what did you do with that quirk back then? All for one. Well, I met my wife, didn't I just tell you? Tamura, honestly, I was more focused on the game I left. All for one, I met a sweet woman. At first, I was more interested in her quirk. But even after investigating her and discovering that her quirk wasn't that powerful, there was something about her that continued to captivate me, the man said, his gaze lost in nothingness. Tamura-sensei. All for one, my dear Inko. Back at UA. A mysterious chill ran down the green-haired boy's spine, who, without knowing why, squirmed at the strange sensation. Midoriya, how scary. With no other options and given the time, the boy lay down on his bed and fell asleep. The next day, the green-haired boy woke up early, and as usual in his routine, he began to stretch, and when he finished, he went to the kitchen where, because of the time, there was still no one, not even his beloved black-haired girl or his friend with glasses. Without giving it much thought, he left and walked around the school grounds, taking advantage of the trip to stop by a plant shop and buy what he would need in the afternoon. Returning to the dormitories and using the weight of things for his exercise, he finished his morning routine. Upon re-entering the building, she found someone cooking, and as she approached the kitchen, she saw the black-haired girl and the rocker girl preparing breakfast. Her gaze was drawn back when she saw that this time, a light blue-haired girl was setting the kitchen table. Midoriya, Nejier-senpai. Nejier, hello Izuku-kun, said the girl, noticing the presence of her green-haired boyfriend, who, happy to see him, floated up to hug her head. Momo, good morning Izuku. Jiro, hey love. Both girls said as they approached and hugged and kissed the boy. Momo, did you sleep well? Midoriya, I slept great, and you guys? Nejier, well, Principal Nezu's duties are exhausting. The teacher on duty wasn't there and he gave us classes on. Midoriya, difficult. Nejier, tell me, at what speed can you save 10 people on a bus traveling at 40 km/h while a missile is heading towards it at a distance of 500 meters but firing at a speed of 200 km/h? To the surprise of the purple-haired rocker, both the black-haired girl and the green-haired boy were mentally trying to solve it, causing her to sweat a little. Jiro, are they really not going to let the answer through? After they both gave their answers to the blue-haired girl and she wrote them down, they sat down to eat. Momo, and what are you going to do today after school? Jiro, I'm going with my parents. They say they got some time off and want to remodel the house this week. We should pack some things so we don't get them dirty. Nejier, I won't be able to do anything. With Nezu's activities, I won't have time. Midoriya, well, I joined the botany group and was planning to go today. Jiro, do we have a botany group? Midoriya, yes, it's run by Ibara from Class B. I wasn't aware of it until yesterday. With that said, the situation with Setsuna flashed through his mind and his question. Momo, well, I was going to go get more tea. It seems someone finished it all. Size, I don't mind if you drink it, but you could ask me or let me know when it's almost gone. Midoriya, girls. The girls present looked at the broccoli-haired boy, who looked doubtful. Midoriya, could I talk to you later when I get back from the botanical center? Momo, sure. Nejir, is something wrong? Midoriya, no, I don't know, well, it's complicated, but I'd like to figure it out later. Jiru, sure, don't worry. What the boy loved most about the girls he had was that they were all incredibly understanding towards him. The school day began with the group attending their teachers' classes and a visit from one or two international heroes, but nothing out of the ordinary. The boy finished his day and prepared to return to the dormitories, but he didn't stay long. He just looked for a somewhat old shirt and some pants to head to the greenhouse. Kirishima, Madabro. Midoriya, hello Kirishima. Kirishima, hey, I'm calling that cat heroine from the Pussycats, Kodachan's aunt. Midoriya, oh, and what did she say? Kirishima, well, he said the boy wanted to see you and his sister. Midoriya just laughed at the boy's request. Kirishima, I told him you weren't there yet and that I'd call him later. Midoriya, okay, thank you very much Kirishima-kun. Kirishima, hey, where are you going? You seem more excited than usual today. Midoriya, well, I joined the botany group and was about to go. Kirishima, do we have a botany group in the teacher's lounge? Nezu, okay, this year we need to ensure a good income. Look at the proposals and tell us what we should discard. Present Mike, my music room won't be without income, brothers, not a chance. Almight, Shota, this is the third year in a row you've asked for a rest room for naps. Aizawa, and I'm sure I'll have to ask for it for the fourth year in a row. Nimuri, you should ask for something more reasonable. Nezu, a sauna for teachers isn't the most reasonable thing either. Nimuri, Midnight, why not? I could secretly take the little one with me. Almight, I don't think so either, in the dorms. Kirishima, well, I guess it's good that you're trying new things. Good luck, buddy. Midoriya, thank you. The boy finally left the building and headed to the greenhouse, receiving some strange looks from some students and a few whispers. Second-year student, isn't that the boy from the festival? Why is he dressed like that? Third-year student, I think he's going to that old greenhouse. Second-year student, do we have one? First-year student, isn't that the club where only that nun from B hangs out? The boy listened to the whispers of the other students, wondering why he was so rarely mentioned, at least until he arrived at the building. It was a Gothic-looking building with large windows and few walls to create darkness, painted white and with notable vines and plants protruding from the roof. Midoriya, wow. Upon knocking on the door, he stepped back a little, hearing footsteps heading towards him. When the door opened, he saw the hairy-haired girl from Class B greeting him, who was wearing blue overalls and a white shirt, as well as brown gloves and a harvester's hat. Abara, Midoriya-kun, it's good to see you came. Midoriya, Ibarasan, of course I brought what you asked for. Ibara, great, come on in. The boy heard her and entered the greenhouse, seeing that inside there were more varieties of plants. Ibara, welcome. Midoriya, thank you very much, but where are the other members? With this question, the nun's faint smile vanished as the reason was rather sad. Ibara, it's just the two of us. Unfortunately, the club isn't very popular. The boy knew this was true, because it seemed that no one at UA besides him and the girl from B knew about the group. And hey, not even he knew about it. Ibara, everyone prefers other clubs like engineering, sales, and interclass combat to this one, which ends up being overshadowed. But Principal Nezu gave me a spare building to use and justify the annual expense. The boy felt sorry for his friend because he couldn't imagine how sad she must be. Midoriya, I'm so sorry to hear that. You must feel lonely coming here alone. Ibara, don't worry, you're never alone when you're with Christ. Midoriya could only manage a smile, as it seemed in a way to cope with the loneliness. Ibara inhales, well, that's enough of me, come on. I'll show you where you can plant your little friend, the girl said, while looking at the plant the boy was carrying in his hands. She led him inside the greenhouse, observing how the girl possessed a great variety of plants which were well cared for. Midoriya, I imagine all of these are here thanks to you. Ibara, yes, Master Midnight visited me once and brought a bag of seeds with her. I used some to plant, some bloomed and others didn't, but I didn't give up and here they are. The boy appreciated his surroundings, finding all the plants he saw beautiful. Ibara, here you can plant your new friend. The girl said, pointing to a space near a plant that didn't appear to be in bloom yet. Midoriya, okay, the boy said, carefully placing his plant. Hey, what kind of plant is this? The freckled boy asked, pointing to the plant beside him. Ibara, oh, it's a rosebush, it hasn't bloomed yet. Midoriya, have you been here long? Ibara, no, actually it's the first plant I put in, I just don't know yet why it's not doing well. Midoriya, how strange. Ibara, well, there's a rumor that roses are strongly connected to the heart. Midoriya, how so? Ibara, well, love is like roses, its lifespan can be fleeting or full. When you hold it, you can get hurt or feel a beautiful appreciation for it. But when you see it born, you can simply admire its beauty, like nothing else in the world. The boy watched as this comparison brought a smile to the girl's face, a smile he had rarely seen on her, especially as she recounted the story with such affection. The hair-haired girl, realizing what had happened, simply shook her head and turned to look at the green-haired boy. Ibara, well, that's what they say, but it's just a story. Midoriya, well, I think it's a beautiful story, especially the way you tell it. The girl, who had been calm, only opened her eyes at the boy's words, making her blush, because it was very rare that a compliment touched her heart. Ibara, thank you, Midoriya. Silence fell between them, but it wasn't an embarrassing silence. In fact, it was pleasant. Ibara, okay, let me show you the rest. The girl continued her tour, showing him the room with nocturnal plants, daytime plants, those that depended on water 24 hours a day, the food plants, and finally the storage room. Ibara, I keep the rest of the equipment here. You can use whatever you need or you can simply sleep here. I got an old mattress that Sensei Vlad used in training. It's still soft and in good condition. Midoriya, understood, so what do we do now? Ibara, well, I usually trim the excess leaves, but if you want I can do it myself. Midoriya, don't worry, I'll gladly help you. Ibara, are you sure? Midoriya, of course. The girl hesitated about her choice, but the boy's joyful smile banished her thoughts, infecting her with the same smile. Ibara, thank you very much, let's go. The green-haired man followed the young religious girl to a second floor, where, following the growth of a plant that was noticeably larger than the rest. Ibara, this is a plant that smells at night. Its aroma is pleasant when the sun sets. Midoriya, wow, I remember my mom had a silver one like that. Ibara, really? Midoriya, it dried up, I left it in the light for too long and it died. Ibara had to hold back her laughter at that short but funny story, but she couldn't hold it in when the green-haired boy himself laughed. Ibara, okay, and Hales, I need you to help me trim the tips. If we let them grow wild, they can spread everywhere and damage the other leaves. As the girl said this, her hair held a pair of gardening shears and she carefully cut the large branches. Midoriya, understood. Using the black whip, he mimicked how the girl took the scissors with her hair and brought them to the branches. The girl watched his actions and it only provoked a smile from him. The boy wanted to keep her company and not make her feel lonely or think that she was bored with it, so he decided to talk a little. Midoriya, Ibara, yes, Midoriya, what's your favorite plant? This surprised the girl as she hadn't expected the young man to want to know so much about her. Ibara, well, I'd never really thought about it. I think sunflowers are pretty, but roses are classic and beautiful too. Midoriya, if they're beautiful, what do you think would be my type? Ibara, let me see something. The girl moved a little closer to the green-haired boy and after finishing put down the black whip. He clearly felt her grip his shoulders, forcing him to look directly at her. Midoriya, Ibara, wait a moment. The boy could see how the girl was looking at every aspect of his face. Her disheveled hair, her cheeks, and her clothing, but what left her with a doubt was that she lingered a little longer, looking into his eyes, and she could swear that before she wanted to faint, she felt him lightly touch her lips with his fingers. Ibara continued like that for a few seconds before letting go. Ibara, I'd say roses, don't you think? Midoriya, of course. The girl looked at the boy with some tenderness, who was trying to calm his embarrassment in front of the girl when a sound on her wrist made her turn around. Ibara, it looks like it's lunchtime, will you join me? Midoriya, of course. Both green-haired boys washed up and headed to the girl's kitchen. In this, the young man was observing what he could prepare. Ibara, what would you like to eat? Midoriya, oh well, what would you like? I can prepare whatever you want. Ibara, hey, I'm not going to let my first botany classmate have to cook on his first day, I'll do it. Midoriya, no, you've been here alone for too long already, let me do something, I want to do it. The girl smiled and had to give in, especially when the boy gave a smile that was simply impossible to deny. Ibara, well, actually, I wanted to know how good a chef you are. The girls keep praising your cooking skills. Midoriya, well, not to brag. Ibara, well, I have some chicken and some cheese, we could make something with that. Midoriya, I know a salad that might go well with that. Ibara, really? Midoriya, yes, I just need lettuce, cucumbers, and tomatoes. Ibara, I'll go get them. Both young men unleashed vines and black whips in search of food, their quick thinking forcing them to look at each other. Ibara, I see you've gotten better with those whips. Midoriya, a little bit, yes. Ibara, I still remember when we first saw them in the class clash. Midoriya, oh yeah, I still regret what happened with Momo that time. Ibara, don't worry, I'll tell you a secret. When we returned to the dormitories, she admitted that she almost fainted. Midoriya, haha, really? Ibara, yes, I haven't been able to go anywhere alone since then. The green-haired boy cleaned the vegetables and the girl prepared the meat, but at the same time they were preparing a drink with their floating extensions. Ibara, ha, it went well. The green-haired boy turned his head, noticing that everything was even tidier than before. Midoriya, I like your hair, the boy said, admiring the lion-haired girl's quirk and its convenient use. Ibara, for her part, was surprised by the compliment. She knew that her hair wasn't to everyone's liking because of its texture or its unusual appearance, but she was grateful that the boy thought it was pretty. Ibara, really? Well, I was thinking of trimming it a bit. Having said that, as if her hair had a life of its own, she reacted with fear to the girl's words. Midoriya, you should leave it, it looks good on you long, and with the boy's words they calmed down. Ibara only lightly touched her hair considering the boy's words. Ibara, I think you're right, I'd better leave it like this. Midoriya, okay, now I present to you a Deku salad, trademarked. Anyone who uses it will have to pay me, the boy said somewhat humorously. The nun just laughed at that extravagant idea, and they both sat down at the table. Ibara, we thank you, God, for the food we are about to eat. Midoriya, amen. The girl looked up and noticed that the green-haired boy was with her. Ibara, I didn't know you were a religious person. Midoriya, heh, well, you didn't ask me. Ibara, people usually get annoyed by that question, so I don't usually ask it so openly. Midoriya, don't worry, you can ask me anything you want, said the boy with his Colgate smile. Ibara, really? The boy nodded as he brought a piece of salad to his mouth. Ibara, could I introduce you to my parents as my boyfriend? And the broccoli choked. A secret. After the nun performed the Heimlich maneuver to help the boy breathe, the boy, crouching down, gasped for air, his mind replaying what he had just heard. Midoriya, thank you Shiazuki-san, but why what? Ibara, well, my parents insisted they take me to see someone I didn't know, just to go out with him and see if anything would happen between us, and I gave them a Midoriya, les mentiste. Ibara, no, I just gave them a fabricated story while I was looking for a workable solution. Midoriya, yes, that's exactly a lie, but why me? Ibara, well, if I asked someone from Class B, they were going to make fun of me, especially Monoma, and in your group, well. Midoriya, yeah, I know they're all dogs. Ibara, I had 3 options, go for the intense ones. Midoriya, is he talking about Bakugo? Ibara, because of the unpleasant ones. Midoriya, he's definitely talking about Mineta, Kaminari, or Seiya. Ibara, or having to go by averages. Midoriya, yep, he's definitely talking about me. Ibara, and let's just say that out of all the averages you stood out. Midoriya, I don't know whether to feel flattered or offended. Ibara, I was considering your friend President Lita, but he is. Midoriya, intense. Ibara just nodded. Ibara, and at first I thought you couldn't be a candidate because you have many girlfriends and are in a polyamorous relationship, thinking you'd be as perverted as your colleagues. Midoriya, okay, that hurts. Ibara, but it seems they only speak well of you. I haven't heard a single complaint from them about you, and I was hoping you would help me. Midoriya, aye. Nana, wow kid, they're falling on you like rain. Degoro, imagine when I'm number 1. I pity you and envy you, child. Midoriya, tell me, what should I do? Nana, well, you heard her, if she doesn't have a boyfriend, she's going to have to go out with someone she doesn't love. Does that story sound familiar to you? The boy remembered when the raven-haired girl was going to be forced to leave the country and stop seeing them, as well as when Todoroki told him the story of how his grandparents gave his mother in marriage to his father in order to get money. The boy hated those family decisions, and now he had the opportunity to prevent one. Midoriya, when would I go? The hair-haired girl opened her eyes, and with a smile she had never seen before from ear to ear, she approached and hugged him. Ibara, thank you so much, Midoriya, really. If the hug was already intense, the fact that the girl's hair wrapped around his body turned it into a nerve bomb. Midoriya, very, very, very close. The girl separated from the boy, while the boy was a living green teapot. Midoriya, WLWN would it be? Ibara, it would be next week. I'll give you my number so we can stay in touch. Midoriya, of course, the boy stammered, handing the device to the girl. The green-haired girl was typing her number into the green-haired boy's cell phone when, upon registering it, she saw that her dinosaur-loving friend was also registered. But what caught her attention was the last message she sent. Ibara, it seems Setsunachin also asked to be in her contacts. She was curious to see what she was talking about with her friend, but she didn't want to invade her privacy, so she simply saved her number and returned the device to the freckled boy. New contact registered Ibarasan. Midoriya, very well. The young man was putting his device away when he felt the girl hug him again, making him nervous once more, when he heard her speak to him. Abara, thank you again, Midoriya. Midoriya, of course not again. The nun was still holding him when the sound of the door made them turn to see a small girl with brown hair and mushroom-themed clothing. Komori, Ibarasan, I brought you food. The little girl shouted, holding a cloth-wrapped box. Oh, I didn't know. Pony, is the green friend here too? The corner pony asked, entering behind her. Komori, well, after the rumors started, it was possible. Ibara, it's nothing like that. The girl shouted, letting go of the broccoli, trying her best to avoid blushing. Midoriya, hello Kinokachan, Suno Tori, oh what rumor are you talking about? Komori, didn't you know? The boy shook his head while the girl took a deep breath, trying to calm her embarrassment, and the young blonde pony looked at them with a smile. Komori, well, the rumor has spread that the little girl asked the green-haired boy to crouch down to her level, looking rather adorable because of her expression, since the girl had to tilt her head up to look him in the face. Principal Nezu plans to demolish the botany building to expand the sports fields. Ibara, what? With this scream, the three young people in the room were startled because they had never heard the girl scream before. Ibara, he can't do that. Komori, they say it's because the greenhouse is an expense at the school that doesn't generate any profit. Pony, and Professor Vlad is requesting an expansion of the sports area by majority vote. Ibara, but there's already a member, said the green-haired girl with a sad look and a melancholic tone in her voice. Midoriya felt his chest twist as he saw the sad face of the girl with vine-like hair, who looked like she was about to burst into tears. Midoriya, what could I do to help Shiazuki-san keep her greenhouse? Upon hearing this, the girl looked at the boy with a sparkle in her eyes. Ibara, really, you're going to help me keep the club? Really, you do that for me, Midoriya? Midoriya, of course, I know this is important to you and I want to help, the boy said, giving the girl a thumbs up and a smile. Ibara, even when I asked you to pretend to be my boyfriend in front of my parents. The smile quickly disappeared. From having a smile on his face, he turned red and almost seemed to be steaming from remembering and saying it out loud. Komori, oh, and I thought you'd be the one with the unwavering opinion, Ibarasan. Pony, so that means we. That was all the boy could hear, as he could only hear the voices of his teachers in his head and his vision blurred. Nana, ninth, we had an idea, you see. In here everything is boiling over and like your mental cooling system, we had an idea. Yoichi, we're going to make you faint, kid, Midoriya. Daigoro, it was that or we'd make you run 3 kilometers away. Midoriya, and why did they rule that out? In Kids, Your Love Life is Our Novel, there's no other answer. The green-haired boy felt something slightly warm, though liquid, trickle from his nose. He then received surprised looks from the girls and subsequently saw everything tilt until he felt the dampness of the earth, making him realize that he had fallen onto freshly moistened ground. Ibara, Midoriya-kun. Quickly, the 3 girls approached the green-haired boy to check on his condition. The pony girl carefully lifted the boy's head and placed it on her thighs, allowing him to rest on her legs, while the lion-haired girl cleaned the remaining trickle of blood from herself, and the mushroom girl ran to get some water and a rag. Pony, what happened, green friend? The girl asked while touching the boy's hair, noticing how clean it was. Ibara, I think it was heatstroke. Komori, will he be okay? I've never seen anyone faint from one before. Ibara, I hope so, with some water it should go away. The girl stared at the green-haired boy, wondering how she was going to explain to her real girlfriends how and why she fainted. The girl was quite nervous, but this only worsened when she noticed the small brunette next to her begin to lift the boy's shirt slightly, revealing a bit of his torso. Ibara, Komori. Komori, what? Don't tell me you're not curious to see what this little guy is hiding, said the girl, gently tapping the unconscious green-haired boy's abdomen. Pony, all I know is that my green friend is strong, very strong. Ibara, but that's wrong, he has not one but several girlfriends. And if they find out? Komori, how will they find out that you asked him to be your fake boyfriend to introduce to your parents? The girl had forgotten that she had mentioned it to everyone, and now she had a problem but also a solution. Komori, I think we both don't want anything to come to light, so how about I have a little peek at this cute guy here, tapping Midoriya, and nothing gets out of here, she said, pointing to her lips and winking. The girl didn't want to leave her new friend at the mercy of the gossipy Komori, but this very fact put her in a difficult position. It was well known at UA that Komori, Toru, and Mina headed the most popular and reliable gossip network in the high school, and that any rumor spread by them was considered true. Ibara, just don't overdo it, okay? Komori, I give you my word, she said, making a sign with her hands. The girl stepped back a little, giving space to the brunette who, biting her tongue, began to undo the fasteners of the unconscious boy's overalls, all in full view of the lion-haired girl and with a smile from the pony girl. With her overalls open and her shirt free of strain, the girl lifted it, revealing the boy's intricately patterned shirt, and could only manage a victorious smile. Komori, Minachan told me you work on your physique really well, but I like to check it out, she said while exploring the boy's abdomen with intrigue. Ibara just clasped his hands together as if in prayer while trying to ask God for forgiveness for leaving his friend at the mercy of the mushroom girl, but he couldn't help but watch as the girl groped the boy. Ibara, God forgive Kinokachan for doing lewd things, LC. Pony took advantage of the situation to play with the boy's hair at his feet and gently touch his face. Komori, I hope you don't mind. The blonde was curious about what her friend was talking about when she saw that the little girl had lifted the boy's shirt even higher, reaching his neck, revealing his chest and part of his toned arms. Komori, how comfortable do you think it will be? Ibara, excuse me. As soon as the girl turned her head to look at the little girl, she saw the girl lie down on top of him and squeeze him as if he were a pillow. Pony, is green friend comfortable? Komori, very comfortable. Ibara, Komori, I just a little more. Word Mira. The little girl, annoyed but listening, looked up, only to see the broccoli's embarrassed face. Komori, yeah, hey, hello, Midori. The girl had barely finished naming the boy when she saw the young blonde girl take a flower pot that was behind her and use it to knock the freckled boy out again, making him fall back into her lap. Ibara. Pony, ready, my green friend won't get nervous anymore, he said with a smile. Komori, I think it's best if I leave it like this. I was left wanting to explore more of it, but if they discover us and with that evidence, she said, pointing to the broken flower pot, they're going to punish us even worse. Ibara, and isn't invading her personal space already a sanction? Komori, let's go, Pony, but I was already braiding my green friend's hair, she said sadly. Komori, vamos. Pony, with a small tantrum, carefully placed the boy's head on the floor, wishing she had spent more time and could finish her surprise. Ibara, sighs, don't worry, I'll finish the braids and tell her you did them. Pony, well, she said, accepting outside. Komori, we'll see you in the dorms and good luck introducing your boyfriend, haha. The girl was going to grab her friends for that teasing, but they were faster, avoiding her grasp and fleeing away from the greenhouse. The girl, raising her arm in defiance, could only take a deep breath and sigh. There was nothing more to be done. She turned to see the broccoli knocked out again. Ibara, I just hope you'll forgive me for that, Midoriya. The girl used her vines to lead the young man to the mattress in the back so he could rest. I remember how the blonde girl had placed the boy's head on her thighs and curiously did the same, carefully holding his head and lifting it to sit beside her and let his head rest on her thighs. As she did this, she could have sworn she saw the boy smile. It caused a slight blush to appear unnoticed by anyone. Ibara fearfully brought her hand closer to the young man's face, finally touching it, moving from his chin to his hair, remembering what she had told Pony. Ibara, I hope you don't mind a small change in appearance. Green trio. The green-haired boy got up from a mattress, rubbing his head because a tickling sensation was bothering him when he touched some damp cloth. Midoriya, huh? He looked around to try and recognize his surroundings, seeing that he was in the greenhouse room when he recognized the religious girl who was apparently asleep sitting next to him, when she woke up because of the movement beside her. Ibarams, oh, I'm glad you woke up. Midoriya, hello, groan, what happened to me? Who ran me over this time? Ibara, well, a flower pot fell from the ceiling and landed directly on you. Midoriya, what luck I have, he said as he stood up. Ibara, I'm so sorry. If she finds out what Komori and Pony did, she'll fall again. Midoriya, don't worry, nothing happened. The atmosphere quickly fell silent when a topic crossed his mind. Midoriya, I think I have an idea to keep the club going. Ibara, that's right, oh, do you have a plan yet? Midoriya, hee guys, I just hope you agree, but I'm sure that if it works you'll be able to keep the club going. Having said that, the boy stared into space, a smile playing on his lips, all while the blondie-haired girl gazed at him, lost in his smile. Ibara, thank you, Midoriya. She said this to approach the boy and give him a quick kiss on the cheek, which made the green-haired boy, as if he had been slapped, snap out of his reverie and quickly look at the girl, who, as if nothing had happened, got up and walked away, at least in the green-haired boy's view, since none of this matched his internal reaction. Ibara, God forgive me, I don't know what happened to me, I just launched myself, oh no, it can't be, I didn't even think about it. The boy, having no other option, simply stood up and looked around the greenhouse once more. Ibara, I think we should leave, it's getting late, don't you think? Midoriya, of course, so when will I see you here again? Ibara, why are you asking? Midoriya, well, I'd like you to explain some plants to me, if it's not too much trouble, he said, embarrassed and looking away. Ibara, of course you can find me here whenever you want, she said with a smile and a slight blush, which was now barely noticeable. Midoriya, okay then, see you later. Let me know when I'm going to meet up with your parents, he said as he left cheerfully, but with a slight fear as he remembered the last part. The boy gathered his things and left the building, leaving the hair-haired girl with a warmth in her chest and a nervousness that she could now freely express. Ibara, what's wrong with me? After the girl vented for a while, she gathered her things and retired to her own dormitory building. The green-haired boy was checking his contacts when he remembered Setsuna's message. Midoriya, I need to talk to them about that. The freckled boy stopped looking at his phone when some fingers in front of his face made him stop. Zero, are you okay, buddy? You started whispering again. Midoriya, I really need to learn to control that, he said, hunching over a little, but I'm fine, thanks. Do you know where they are? Zero, your girls said they were going to train. Midoriya, Zero, I know, weird, right? I think you're already passing on your obsession with training 24/7 to them. You should go find them or let them train a little. Midoriya, I think so, thanks. Zero, when I'm bro. The hero cellophane left, leaving the green-haired boy alone in the living room. He approached the sofa to turn on the television. Midoriya, I guess I'll tell you later. The day passed normally enough. The rest of Class A organized a World Men's Arm Wrestling Championship. Kirishima was the main host, and he challenged Shoji to an arm wrestling match. It spread so quickly that now Midoriya and Bakugo were competing, with half the boys supporting Deku and the other half supporting Bakugo, who seemed to have the glare of a rabid dog, while Midoriya used a technique he learned from one of his one-for-all predecessors. OFA. Daigoro, remember, kid, you're a bastard if you let the Muslim beat you. Yoichi, Daigoro, we said you wouldn't use that technique on the child. As soon as the green-haired boy heard that word again, the Muslim began to push his hand away, who was only irritated by the persistence or idiocy of the broccoli in front of him. The situation was overwhelming, but everything stopped when Aizawa entered the dormitories and saw the students competing. Aizawa, everyone is sanctioned. Having said this, the young men stood up to apologize to their sensei, who simply walked past them petting a small kitten. The green-haired boy was gathering his things from a table to head to his room and take a bath when he noticed messages on his phone from Ibara, telling him about his introduction as Ibara's boyfriend. Nana, are you going to a Catholic center in the woods? I really don't understand how people spend money on those things. Kyuru, they're a scam. The green-haired boy shook his head, pushing the voices away from the remnants a little and reread the message. Shizaki, Midoriya, I apologize for bothering you, but I wanted to let you know that my parents invited me to an event they're having at a cabin in the woods with other members of the church, and I was hoping to introduce you there. Don't worry, if you can't make it that day, I can introduce you later. I wouldn't want to bother you. The green-haired girl on the other end of the phone was going to write a whole Bible to apologize and not blame him, but the boy cleared up all doubts with a message. Midoriya, don't worry, I'll be there. I'll just pick you up and we'll head over there. Ibara could only smile at the screen before sending another message. Shiozaki, thank you, see you later. The freckled boy grabbed his towel and headed to the showers to wash off the lingering smell of earth. It was already night and the girls were returning to the dormitories just in time before curfew. They were barely on the stairs when one girl noticed something strange. Mina, hey, doesn't this seem strange to you? Momo, what? The girl pointed to her ear, signaling the girls to listen, and Kyoka, what? I can't hear anything. Mina, exactly. Everyone must be asleep by now. Uraraka, that's strange, especially considering the time, she said, noticing the clock read 9:00 p.m. Toru, we'd better go before Aizawa-sensei sees us. Tsuyu, I agree, Kiro. They all agreed and walked silently up the stairs to the floor where the green-haired boy's room was located, as some of them planned to give him a goodnight kiss, like Uraraka, Toru, and Tsuyu. As quietly as possible, the girls entered the green-haired boy's room since they had received a duplicate of his keys, in case they wanted to go with him any day, whether to watch a movie with a little more privacy, talk alone, or study. The three girls approached to kiss the boy's forehead, cheek, or lips. Upon receiving their affection, he unconsciously smiled, which warmed the hearts of the three girls. Just as she was about to leave, the frog girl noticed that Broccoli's phone was still on, and when she picked it up, she saw the conversation he'd had with the puzzle girl from Class B. The little frog read the chat curiously from the beginning, but seeing that the green-haired girl from B had sent some interesting photos to her boyfriend made her let out a soft sound. Tsuyu, Kier. Her friends who heard her approached. Toru, is something wrong? Uraraka took the phone in her hands and likewise read the boys' conversation until she reached an interesting part. Setsuna, Izuku-kun, let me be your girlfriend too. Reading this, the girl gave a small smile as she looked at the sleeping green-haired boy. Uraraka, you're quite the charmer. The girl started typing on the phone to send a message and then hung up. I left him to the side of the boy and they finally left. Toru, what did you write? Uraraka, well, I just told her something I'm sure will make her happy. The next day, the green-haired boy was getting out of bed, receiving the morning light that came in through the window. Irritated by this awakening, he picked up his phone to check the time when he noticed some messages in his inbox. Curious to know who it could be, he opened his phone and discovered it was Setsuna, who had sent voice messages and stickers after these. Setsuna, really? Thank you, I promise you won't regret it, I love you man. After this message, the girl had sent him every heart emoji and sticker she seemed to have, but something puzzled the boy. When did she send that confirmation? He hadn't even told the girls about it. It couldn't have been him. Hoping to tell the girls later, the green-haired boy put on a shirt and shorts and went downstairs for breakfast. In the kitchen, he found the girls eating breakfast of the cereal the boy had bought. All crispy might, with more sugar and more nutrients, to give the ultimate boost every morning. Uraraka, so what are you planning to do today? Momo, well, I was going to help Todoroki with his weekly therapy session. The poor guy is still afraid to go near the teapot. Mina, Kirishima asked me for clothing advice and I'm going to the mall with him. I don't know why he wants clothes since everything he wears is manly. Toru, I was planning to play video games. I invited Pony from B to play something. Tsuyu, I'm going with my brothers. They want to go to the park and mom and dad asked me to take them. Kiro. Midoriya, yawn. Good morning, girls, the green-haired boy greeted, rubbing his eyes. Girls, hi Hexy guy. With this title, the green-haired boy stubbed his toe on a chair leg while wearing an embarrassed expression. Midoriya, don't say that out loud again, the boy pleaded, embarrassed, trying to hide his embarrassed smile and hold his foot where it had been hit. Kyoka, why not? It's true, it's a compliment. Midoriya, WL, just because it's you guys. The green-haired boy, despite having a large number of girlfriends with whom he'd already been intimate for several months, still hadn't gotten used to the countless titles and affectionate nicknames they bestowed upon him. He blushed whenever he felt embarrassed, making the hearts of the girls who saw him race, and they couldn't help but smile at the sight. Midoriya, so what are you planning to do today? Momo, well, I'll help Todoroki-kun with his therapy. Midoriya, Momo. Well, I remembered that you usually help Todoroki with his family therapy every week, and I thought I'd help him out today so you can have the day off. Midoriya, oh thanks Mama-chan, but are you sure? I mean, dealing with Todoroki's traumas can be frustrating. Momo, hey, I'm the class mom, I'm sure she could have taken one of my classmates. Besides, you're already busy today, she said while taking a sip of her green tea. Midoriya, what are you talking about? Toru, yes, today you'll be spending the day with Setsuna. Midoriya, I don't know what you're talking about, but I think it's time. Well, coughs, I wanted to talk about that. Uraraka, oh don't worry, we already accepted her, the Machi said happily. Midoriya, what, Tsuyu? We came into your room to say goodnight and saw the messages, Kiro. Midoriya opened his eyes. Did that mean they had seen the photograph Setsuna sent him? Midoriya, you guys. Tsuyu, yes, Kiro. Toru, and to be honest, she's cute. Mina, super cute. The green-haired boy looked around at the girls, who were simply enjoying their lunch. Midoriya, so. Tsuyu, everything's okay, Kiro. Midoriya, I think I'll tell the others as soon as I can. Mina, don't worry, I already told them. Midoriya, the green-haired boy looked at the pink-skinned girl's phone, showing him that the girls had a group chat where they were all talking, telling Nejer Senpai, Hatsum, and Melissa about their new member who had just been added to the group. Midoriya, it seems they're 3 steps ahead of me. Momo, what can we say? Toru, we learned a little from you. The green-haired boy just laughed at this and sat down at the table to have breakfast with the girls. Later that day, specifically at lunchtime, the green-haired boy met up with his two-toned-haired friend and his childhood friend who were walking down the corridor towards the cafeteria. Bakugo, hey idiots, don't walk in front of me. Todoroki, okay, the boy said, slowing his pace. Hey Midoriya, we'll have our therapy session this week as usual, right? Midoriya, well, this time it won't be me, you'll take it out on Mama-san. Todoroki, I thought it was a joke, said the formerly cheerful boy, now with a surprised expression. Bakugo, you already annoyed half and half. Todoroki, Midoriya, please, I'll do anything. I'll even give you my mother, but don't leave me adrift. Midoriya, TTHAT's not necessary. TODOROKIKUN, it's just I'm going out with Setsunasan today. And Momo offered to help me with you so I can go out. Todoroki, it won't be the same. You're the only one I can tell my theories to without him getting annoyed or wanting to throw a teapot at me. The green-haired boy could only release a drop of sweat at this idea from the boy who had a paranoid look. Bakugo, idiots, hurry up. Todoroki, okay, you give me the therapy session and I'll give you my mom and my land, final offer. Midoriya, The green-haired boy was about to reply when he felt his phone vibrate in his pocket. When he took it out, he noticed that B, the religious girl, had sent him a message. Todoroki, is she one of the girls? Bakugo, I bet it's round face. Todoroki, I think it's Ashida. Midoriya, no, it's Shiazuki-san. Todoroki Ibara Shizaki. Bakugo, from those idiots in B, the green-haired boy nodded as he read the message. Shizaki, Midoriya, I already spoke with my parents and they told me the visit would be the day after tomorrow. But the requirements to join the club are to wear white, without showing any kind of tattoo or religious satire. Sorry again. Midoriya, okay, and don't worry, you don't have to apologize so much. Smiling face with smiling eyes. The green-haired boy sent this message when he felt a touch on his shoulder. He turned his head, thinking it was one of his friends or one of the girls, but he saw nothing. He received a second touch, and when he turned, something covered his lips and eyes. He felt something enter his mouth, then move away. Looking closely, he noticed it was the lower part of the face of the disassembled girl, and what she had just done was what he had read earlier as a French kiss. It wasn't long before he saw this part of the B student float to join the rest of her body and launch herself into a hug with the boy, but to add to the amusement, she was completely red-faced, avoiding eye contact with him. Setsuna, how are you feeling? Hexy and nervous, she said, trying to calm herself down, passing the embarrassment on to the boy. Midoriya, hehe, hello Setsunasan, did she really call me Hexy? The green-haired boy sat up only to see the ash-blonde boy with a notebook and the two-toned-haired boy giving a thumbs up. Bakugo Setsuna Takage, to the cattle Ibara Shizaki. Unknown Itsuka Kendo, unknown Hey half and half, what are the other B extras called? Todoroki, you really have them dead. Midoriya. Midoriya, I don't do anything, I'm just being nice to them. Setsuna, very kind, I'd say, hehe. Todoroki, I guess after all I'll have to go to therapy with Yae Yorazusen. Setsuna, therapy. Todoroki, personal stuff. Midoriya, well, did you sleep well? Setsuna, yais, very well actually. The two green-haired kids looked like they were about to start getting all lovey-dovey when a scream ruined the atmosphere. Bakugo, hurry up or recess will be over, idiots. With this reminder, the quartet headed to the cafeteria, where the ash-blonde and the two-toned separated from the green-haired duo, while the latter went to find a table for themselves. Setsuna, I found it. With that, the girl grabbed the green-haired boy by the wrist and dragged him with her to the available table. Setsuna, great, and what are you going to order? The girl asked curiously, looking at the green-haired boy with a gaze that sought any reason to embarrass him and see that embarrassed face that she loved about him. Midoriya, I don't know, maybe just a sandwich. Setsuna, nooboring, you know what? You stay here and I'll go get something for us, the girl said, getting closer to the green-haired boy's face and tapping the tip of his nose. Beep. The other girls looked at the boy at the empty table, and although they wanted to go with him, they had agreed to give him the day with Setsuna. Besides, it would only be for half an hour, and the rest of the afternoon would be. The green-haired man looked at his phone, wondering what Ibara's parents might ask him at their meeting and what he might answer. It wasn't long before I saw the disassembled girl return with a tray of food, which was a plate of fried chicken in small pieces with rice and a couple of juices. Setsuna, I hope you like fried chicken, I don't really know what you like to eat. Midoriya, oh don't worry, I like everything. Setsuna took a pair of chopsticks and the green-haired boy was about to do the same, when she took them first. Setsuna, he said as if he were a small child being scolded with those comical words. Midoriya, is something wrong? Setsuna, oh no, nothing, I was always curious to do this, the girl said, taking a piece of fried chicken and holding it up to the green-haired boy. Now open your mouth and say ah. The green-haired man no longer knew which side of Setsuna he was seeing, whether it was the side that always tried to embarrass him or the girlfriend's side he didn't know and was barely experiencing. Somewhat embarrassed, the boy opened his mouth and the girl fed him the piece she was holding. The student from Section B looked at the boy's blush of embarrassment, the boy she found so amusing, and simply smiled. She had truly made a good choice in the boy she fell in love with. Days later. The green-haired girl from Class B was typing on her cell phone in the common room, talking to a certain green-haired girl. She ignored the footsteps approaching from behind her, near where she was sitting on the sofa, until this person began the conversation. Ibara, hello Takage-san, good day, hey, have you by any chance seen my Setsuna, hello Shiasen. The nun was about to continue speaking when her friend gave a slight smile and typed on her phone, momentarily ignoring the green-haired girl behind her. Curious, Ibara leaned over to look at her friend's phone, because when she wasn't paying attention to something, it was usually something funny. I look at the contact name and asked, Ibara, I didn't know you talked to Midoriya so much. Setsuna, I'm also dating him and we talk a lot. Ibara, well. Setsuna, I know the Lord created only one partner for each person on Earth. Every time you say that, my brain melts. Ibara, actually I was going to tell you that I'm happy for you. Setsuna, who was typing on her keyboard, stopped and looked the girl up and down, noticing that she was wearing brown sandals, a long skirt that reached her ankles, a loose-fitting white shirt, a silver headband, and a bracelet with a cross in one of the beads. "Setsuna, were you going out? Who's the lucky guy?" she said jokingly, trying to embarrass the girl, which she partially succeeded in doing. "Ibara a WL, should I tell her?" I don't want her to get mad, but it would be awkward, wouldn't it? Inhale, sighs, breathe, just you'll introduce mom and dad to your boyfriend and stop them from arranging my future with some guy. It'll just be a little lie. Said Suna, wow. At this response, the young nun opened her eyes, seeing her friend lying on the sofa looking at her with a smile that screamed mockery. Ibara, what, Setsuna, did you know that lately you've been muttering your thoughts? This came as a complete shock to the nun. Had she really said all that out loud? Ibara, anyway, I wanted to ask if you've seen my charger. I wanted to talk to Midoriya about how my parents wanted to meet him today and… Setsuna, stop the train. The comedian abruptly stopped her friend, earning her a frown as she interrupted her to type on her cell phone again. Ibara, what are you going to? Setsuna, hi baby, no I'm not okay. I was just calling because Ibara wanted to talk to you about what if she's here with me, I'll put her on. The young woman handed the phone to her friend, who was somewhat embarrassed by the spontaneity of the response. Ibara, thank you. Setsuna, I'll go get some churros. Midoriya, hello, Ibara, hello Midoriya-kun. Midoriya, Setsu told me you wanted to talk about your situation. Did something happen? Ibara, yes, I received a call from my parents and they wanted me to go with them this afternoon to the club I mentioned earlier. Are you busy? Midoriya, no, don't worry, I'm free. Ibara, okay, she said with a smile. Midoriya, I'll pick you up at your building and we'll leave from there. Ibara, yes, that's fine, thank you. The hairy-haired woman handed the phone to her friend, who, with a smile, handed her the phone cable with her other hand. The girl's smile quickly faded when she noticed this other girl's smile. Ibara, you. Setsuna, you know you turn as red as a tomato when you talk to him, right? Heh. Having run out of arguments and with time running out, she decided to retire to her room. Setsuna, good luck introducing HIM to your parents. Mother. The green-haired man was in his room, buttoning the last button of a white shirt he had just bought. He wasn't a clothing expert, but he knew by pure instinct that if it had anything to do with religion, white was the obvious color. Much to her dismay, on this occasion she had to leave her bright red shoes in the closet and change into more formal ones, as she wanted to make a good impression on the nun's parents. He was finally about to brush his teeth when, upon looking in the mirror, someone stopped him. Nana, ninth waits. Midoriya, is something wrong? At that moment, the ghost of the seventh bearer appeared before the boy. Nana, don't you think it would be good to change something else? The boy looked at himself closely, going from his shoes to his pants followed by his shirt, until he reached his hair, which was straight due to the shower water. Nana, what do you think about using the hairstyle that girl did last time? Midoriya, actually that wouldn't be a bad idea, but I don't know how to do it. Nana, boy, you have at least half a dozen girlfriends, ask one of them for a favor. Midoriya, it's true, sometimes I forget my luck, said the broccoli while scratching the back of his neck. The boy headed towards the room of a pretty pink-skinned girl, hoping she would do him the favor. She was painting her nails, accompanied by the invisible girl who, for a bit of humor, was putting powder on her nose. Both were called when someone knocked on the bedroom door. Mina, no thanks, in this room we believe in evolution. Toru, wow Minachan, I didn't know you were a scientist. Mina, no, from Pokémons. The green-haired boy, amused by having overheard the joke, decided it was best to speak. He knew the girl only had 2 reasons for opening her bedroom door. 1, it was to bring food, sweets, and a movie. 2, speak to him her affectionately. And the second one was forbidden to the rest of the class, except for him. Midoriya, well, it seems my dear Acid Queen isn't in her room. I guess I'll have to see her more often. The green-haired boy had barely turned around when he heard the door abruptly open and he was pulled inside the room. Mina, muscles. The green-haired boy was happy to see the pink-haired girl as enthusiastic as ever. It didn't matter if he saw that smile and that mood 24 hours a day, 365 days a year from that moment on. They would always brighten his day and make his heart feel warmer. Toru, hey, where are you going looking so elegant? The young woman said, looking at the boy's new style. Mina, hey, it's true, you even left the red ones. Are you planning on taking us somewhere? Ashido said flirtatiously as she leaned on the young man's shoulder. Midoriya, hihi I. Loefe. Yoichi, excuse me, young man. Midoriya, I was going somewhere with my mother and she told me to dress nicely. Toru, oh, I was excited, she said with a sigh, hoping it was a date with her broccoli. Mina, okay, did you need something? Midoriya, I need help with this, he said, pointing to his head and showing the nest he was carrying over his face. Mina, haha, change of look, well, you came to the right place. Toru, we love transformations. Instantly, Mina and Toru had brought hair products to the green-haired boy. Mina, first, let's start by seeing how much hair you have. Midoriya, do you think you can handle that? Mina, please, Izuku-kun, how do you think I'm going to fix my own forest? She said, pointing to her hair and how it had changed slightly. Now let's see. The girl ran her hands through the boy's hair, feeling something strange in it. Mina, Izuku-kun, I didn't know you could do a ponytail, or was it all just an excuse to see me? She said jokingly. Midoriya, what are you talking about? Toru held a mirror up to the boy and with some effort was able to see the back of his neck and how he had a small braid there, hidden among the mass of hair he possessed. Toru, it actually looks great on you. Midoriya, thanks, but I don't remember him making any changes to me. Mina, well, if you want, we can make it look good on you. Midoriya, claro. The green-haired boy just sat there while the girls experimented with his hair, trying to style it to the side, back, tie it up, and 1,000 other ways when. Mina gel, Toru 10, Mina scissors, Toru aqui, Mina sweat, Toru ya, Mina and Muyuak exquisite. The green-haired boy hadn't seen them yet, but seeing how the girls were smiling from ear to ear, he decided to trust them. Midoriya, do I look okay? Mina, do I have to repeat myself? Midoriya, eh? Mina, of course. The pink-skinned girl and the invisible girl approached and each kissed the boy's cheeks, who could only smile and hug them both. Toru, you can go with Inko now, looking presentable. Mina, I want you to see how good we are at makeovers. The green-haired boy felt some remorse for these words because he didn't know why the first one had lied about this. He quickly left Ashido's room without saying goodbye and finally spoke. Midoriya, first, why did he do that? Yoichi, excuse me kid, but are you sure that if you told them you were going to meet your religious friend's parents, they wouldn't want to try to help you with the situation? Midoriya, what's wrong with that? Yoichi, I know your girl's intentions are the best, but what do you think would happen if, by mistake, their parents found out that you had a harem and their daughter was dating you? The boy was going to defend his girl's point, but it was true. He had barely managed to get Momo's father to accept their relationship. But now they weren't rich parents but religious ones, and if they were to find out not only that their relationship was a lie but that he had several girlfriends, the girl would surely be in serious trouble and they would try to burn him at the stake. The young man continued thinking about everything when a voice in his head stopped him. Nana, ninth, wake up, you've arrived. The man looked up and saw that it was true. He was already in front of the Class B dormitories and the young woman Ibara was coming out of the door. The boy checked his appearance, hoping to look as presentable as possible. Ibara's side looked bright. She wore a one-piece white dress that matched her skin tone. On her wrist she wore a bracelet with a silver crucifix symbol, and her hair, as always, was the most striking feature, not only for its beautiful green color but also because she wore a rose on the right side of her head. It seemed as if time stood still because, for the green-haired boy, seeing the nun at that moment gave him a feeling of serenity and purity that was simply wonderful to behold. Finally, he realized he had probably been staring for too long, when the nun in front of him looked away, hiding an embarrassed face adorned with a slight blush. He felt as if someone had hit the back of his neck, followed by speech. Daigoro, you idiot, you scared her. Idiot, don't hit the ninth one, said the remnant, also hitting the sixth one. Midoriya, excuse me, Ibarasan, I hope I didn't stand staring for too long. Ibara, do Ido I look bad, the vine-clad girl said nervously, fearfully examining her outfit. Midoriya, no. Ibara, oh, but then why were you staring at me for so long? The girl asked, wanting to know the reason. Midoriya, well, I couldn't help but notice you looked very pretty. It was only because the boy was looking away, ashamed to explain his reason for standing there like an idiot staring at the girl, that he didn't notice how the girl opened her eyes as a blush returned to her face, involuntarily bringing a smile to her face that no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't suppress. Ibara, are you serious? The girl asked with difficulty, trying not to stumble over her words. The boy just smiled and nodded. Looking anywhere else, the girl only replied, Ibara, thank you so much. Midoriya, you look handsome today too. Placing his hand on his chest, the boy looked away, because, having had several girlfriends and receiving affection and compliments from them, he still didn't know how he could fall so easily for such words. Midoriya, gracious Ibara. Ibara, we should go, my parents don't like being late. Midoriya, okay. The two young men spent several hours traveling, during which there was little silence between them. Ibara, can I ask you something? Midoriya, claro. Ibara, why did you choose your hero's name as Deku? Midoriya, oh well, I always felt that name was something bad, but someone changed its meaning and now it carries more weight for me than it did before. Ibara, it's a noble thing. Midoriya, and you, why did you choose Vine? Ibara, well, I had to choose between Vine and Maria. At first I thought of using Maria, It seemed logical since I was born on the birthday of the Virgin Mary, but it seemed blasphemous to me, so I chose Vine, which also seems more direct. Midoriya. Wow, I wasn't expecting a story like this, the boy said with a smile. Ibara, actually it's something simple, yours was more profound. A while later, both young men arrived at a private property, which had features that were not to say expensive, but screamed religious all around. Midoriya waits. Ibara, I'm sorry if it's too much. Usually my parents and their friends don't mind spending almost all their money here. Midoriya, no worries, it's just that I never expected to go into one of these places. The boy's nervous laughter had to stop when he saw the nun's uneasy look, who was just playing with her hands. Ibara, is there a list? Midoriya, inhales, come on Izuku, you can do it, no. The nun turned around in fright, imagining that the boy would run away, leaving her there alone, but she only found a smile from the boy who seemed to have been playing with her. Ibara, don't do that. Midoriya, I'm sorry. The young man extended his hand to the girl, who, being close to him, knew what he meant, causing a slight blush to rise in her cheeks. Midoriya, let's go, he said with a smile that, despite his previous answer, filled him with confidence. Ibara, let's go. The two young people walked hand in hand as they entered the property. If they wanted to pretend to be a couple, they had to act like one. They looked around the place, with Ibara explaining everything the green-haired boy asked, calming his embarrassment a little. The girl took the boy to a booth where there were some snacks and refreshments that the girl suggested to him. Ibara, Midoriya, try this one, it's white chocolate. The boy happily tried it, the food really was good. The girl was eating one when a voice behind her made them both jump. Oh, I was hoping you'd greet us first, daughter. The green-haired girl and he turned their heads to find a woman with vine-like hair who had a red flower in her hair and a white habit, with a silver cross hanging from her neck. Ibara, Mom, excuse me. The woman let that go and looked at the green-haired man, who was as stiff as a statue. Mrs. Ibara, you must be my daughter's boyfriend. Midoriya, it's a pleasure to meet you, I'm Izuku Midoriya, Shiazuki-san's boyfriend. Mrs. Ibara, I expected you to be taller, but it's definitely you. Midoriya, why do I feel like I've heard this before? Mrs. Ibara, when my daughter told me she had found someone, I admit I thought it was a lie. Ibara, she doesn't know. Midoriya, our Father who art in heavens. Mrs. Ibara, but I'm so glad to meet you, young man. Come on, let me give you a hug. The woman, who had previously had a cold and somewhat strict look, now had a look that expressed love and a smile that made her happiness clear. Before the boy could react, he was wrapped in the woman's arms and hair. Looking to his side, he saw that he also had his daughter wrapped up, leaving them very close together. Mrs. Ibara, your father must know him too, please come with me. Midoriya, SSI. The boy took a step only to look back and see the hair-haired girl sighing, clearly with relief because the lie seemed to still be standing. Ibara, don't let your guard down yet. Midoriya, why? It seems he believed what we told him. Ibara, believe me, that's his compassionate side. The boy could only swallow hard because it seemed that everything would only get worse under more pressure now. As he walked, he felt something cling to his arm. It was the nun, who wrapped her arm around the boy's, who only gave it a slight squeeze, telling him that everything would be all right. Pink. The green-haired boy and the blondie-haired girl followed the family matriarch all over the place, arriving at the woman's group of friends. Mrs. Ibara, hello everyone. Women, hello. The green-haired boy could imagine a silly assumption to himself, which he couldn't suppress, and whispered to the woman beside him. Midoriya, is there anyone named Karen? Karen, who is that young man? Ibara, congratulations, you guessed the right question, the girl said serenely, trying not to laugh at her success. Mrs. Ibara, oh yes, let me have Shigaraki introduce you. Ibara, he's Izuku Midoriya and he's MMY boyfriend. The women's eyes quickly took in the green-haired man from head to toe. Nana, damn, since when are groups of friends like this? Daigoro, in my day they were called gossips. I confirm that. Yoichi 9th, just breathe, it'll all be over soon. The first one wasn't wrong, because the women looked away to huddle together and whisper. Ibara, relax, they're usually so dramatic, Mom, I'm going to see Dad. Mrs. Ibara, yes dear, she's at the church. We'll be with you in a few minutes before it starts. The girl grabbed the green-haired boy, leaving the woman with her group of friends, while she followed the nun who was pulling her arm. Midoriya didn't usually wonder about those things, but he was curious about what the girl's father's quirk was. Midoriya, is it something related to plants or is it a different kind of quirk? Does Ibarasan have a dual quirk or a single quirk? Upon arriving at the church, he could see how the priest was, at first glance, an ordinary man, a quirkless one. Ibara, hi dads. Midoriya, he's her father, Mr. Ibara, hello daughter. The man stopped looking at the blonde woman to turn and look at the freckled boy who was trembling in front of him. Mr. Ibara, so you're my flower's boyfriend. The boy could already imagine what was coming. That gaze that inspected his style, he could see from the expressions the man made that everything seemed to look decent on him. Mr. Ibara, and what did a boy like you do to win over my flower? Midoriya, being modest WL, that's what I wondered too, but I like to imagine that it was God who put us in each other's paths. Ibara, that should work same here. Mr. Ibara, maybe so. Midoriya/Ibara, it worked. Mr. Ibara, although it is also God who put stones in our path. Ibara, I think Dad woke up in a bad mood. Midoriya, okay, ouch, I'm sorry, sir, the green-haired boy said somewhat sheepishly. Mr. Ibara, but I don't think that's your case. Midoriya, oh, thank you, sir, the boy said, slowly regaining his confidence. Mr. Ibara, because you're a burden to their feet. Midoriya, I'm sorry, sir, he said, lowering his head, embarrassed at having interpreted it as a compliment. Mr. Ibara, but either one could be a necessary burden for the other. Midoriya, thank you, sir, the boy said hesitantly. Ibara, WL, Dad, how about we go out to eat before the ceremony starts? Mr. Ibara, oh, that's right, come on, there are still things I want to talk to you about. The boy could only watch as the man walked calmly outside the church. Midoriya, okay, I don't understand anything anymore, did he like me or not? Ibara, from the way he seemed to be talking and the fact that he didn't call security, it seems like he's testing you. Midoriya, thank you very much for clarifying. The young people left the church and went to one of the tents and sat down at the table of the father and his wife. Mrs. Ibara, and tell me, young man, how did you meet my daughter? Mr. Ibara, that's right, I couldn't ask them that, how did they do it? Midoriya, well, damn it, I forgot about that. Ibara, oh, we met at the botany club, right? Midoriya, oh yes, that's right. Thank you, Shiazuki-san. Mrs. Ibara, pretty peaceful, right, love? Mr. Ibara, of course. Midoriya, yes, of course. Ibara, joining the club, and I taught him everything he needed to know about plants. Mrs. Ibara, and how long have you been dating? Ibara, 4 months. Mrs. Ibara, wow, then they have been together for a while. The woman stopped talking as she brought a piece of food from her plate to her husband's mouth, which he gladly accepted. Ibara, could that be a sign of evidence? Without being sure and hesitating a little, the hair-haired girl repeated the same thing with the green-haired boy by her side. Midoriya, A. Ibara, open your mouth and say the girl asked, embarrassed since she never imagined herself doing that. The boy, his heart melting at seeing the nun saddened by the request, gave in and did what she asked. Midoriya, And there she was, the religious pine-haired girl feeding the green-haired boy like a real couple in love. This quickened the Puritan's heart, who didn't know when her hair began to sprout flowers, leaving the green-haired man surprised not only by her beauty, but by her previous action. That's how the green-haired pair spent the afternoon. Some awkward conversations with her mother's friends, some uncomfortable comments from her father, the somewhat extreme community mass. Something the freckled boy had noticed was that the girl tightened her grip on his hand whenever her parents or her mother made a comment to the green-haired boy. The boy had no problem answering. He enjoyed meeting people, but it was strange, though he had to admit, that looking at the girl next to him made him feel a little tender. Minutes passed, turning into hours, and finally they were heading back to UA. The girl didn't have the courage to look the green-haired boy in the face, because for her it was obvious that her parents had made the boy uncomfortable. She acknowledged that her parents were somewhat intense when she met someone new. They had been like that since she was a child, not allowing her to interact much with anyone outside their immediate community. It wasn't until UA that she allowed herself to meet more people. Meanwhile, the green-haired boy wondered whether or not to question the girl. She hadn't said a word since they left. Midoriya, I should talk to her. Ibara, I should apologize. Midoriya/Ibara, Shiazuki-san/Izuku-kun. Both young people remained silent, as they wanted to avoid an awkward moment, and that's exactly what they achieved. Ibara, I'm sorry I interrupted you. Midoriya, no, I apologize, I tend to do that more than I'd really like to. What were you going to say? Ibara, I apologize for my parents' behavior and their friends. I'm sorry they made you feel uncomfortable. Midoriya, is that why you reacted like that, Shiazuki-san? The girl didn't say anything, but a faint pink color in her face said it all. Midoriya could only manage a smile that expressed understanding, and with a calm demeanor he spoke. Midoriya, relax, they didn't bother me at all, besides it worked, didn't it? Ibara, yes, about that, thanks again for helping me with that. Midoriya, what are friends for? For some reason, saying that made the girl's chest tighten. She had never been interested in finding love at school because she believed that God had someone for her with whom to share mutual feelings and build a love nest. But she didn't know exactly how she would find out, so because I was feeling those things for the freckled guy. Midoriya, thank you for joining me, see you tomorrow, club president. The girl looked ahead, only to see that she was standing in front of the Class A dormitories, and the green-haired boy was already retreating to his building while waving goodbye. I didn't know exactly what it had been. The light from the building, like a lantern casting a halo of light behind the boy's head. That sweet, innocent smile that every time I saw him seemed to chase away everyone's sadness. Or the obvious fact I wanted to deny. Thinking about it caused a sweet, mysterious warmth to spread across her face, only for her to feel something appear on her head. As she reached out to inspect it, she felt something soft and delicate. Removing it, she realized it was Ibara, and this arose. The girl didn't understand. Never in her life had any plant grown on her head besides her characteristic thorns, thanks to her quirk, but thinking about the green-haired boy had caused one to grow. Upon smelling it, he realized something. Its scent was different from that of an ordinary rose. It was intoxicating, addictive, sweet, and above all calming. Ibara, maybe it's a divine sign, isn't it? And a gentle breeze on her back was her answer. She looked at the building, where she could still see through the windows the freckled boy being greeted by the girls to say to the air, Ibara, see you tomorrow, Izuku. And so she walked to her own building, smelling the rose she had held in her hands. Class B dormitories. The girl was entering the building where most of her classmates were, but they didn't pay much attention to her arrival, except for a green-haired girl with sharp teeth and their president. Setsuna, Sue, how did it go? Ibara, well, actually, the girl said, paying more attention to her rose, turning it over and examining every detail of it. Kendo, Shiazuki-san, I didn't know you'd gone out. Where did you go? Ibara, oh well, I went with my parents. Kendo, and why didn't you tell me? I was just about to go look for you, said the older sister from Class B, worried. Ibara, well. Setsuna, yeah, why didn't you tell him? It's not like you, Shiozaki, she said mockingly. The nun and the dinosaur lover had a tiny problem. Setsuna liked to embarrass and make fun of them. She knew that this girl didn't like to lie because she would sin, and forcing her to tell the truth was a fun game for her. Kendo did not overlook this and spoke out. Kendo, Setsuna, you know something, what is it? Setsuna, I'm scared, Poncho. Kendo, what? The green-haired girl quickly disarmed herself and escaped from the kitchen, leaving the redhead and the nun alone. Kendo, then I'm going to make her tell me everything, so Shiazuki-san, what was your reason? Ibara, well, I forgot. The girl said, her tone more scared than angry at her class president friend's insistence. Furthermore, it wasn't practically a lie since he had forgotten to tell the redhead, but he didn't make much of an effort to warn everyone either. Kendo, did you forget? The president questioned, taken aback by that strange response. Ibara, yes, I'm sorry, it won't happen again. Squinting, Kendo was looking for any sign of lying but could only let out a sigh. Kendo, okay, but next time let us know, don't scare us anymore. Ibara, understood, thank you, Itsukasen. The redhead finally left the kitchen, leaving her friend behind. Ibara sighs, that was close. She turned her gaze back to the sweet rose in her hands. A small but heartfelt smile formed on her lips. Ibara, I guess I can't ignore this in the end. Finally, she returned to her room and snuggled up to sleep, while in her head there was only one memory, and it was the several times she looked at the green-haired boy and his smile, which she was sure she could now see shining brightly above all. Carefully placing the rose on her nightstand, she turned off the light and settled down to sleep, keeping the image of the boy in her mind. Ibara, good evening, Izuku. Small chain. New day at the UA. The green-haired boy was walking alongside his friends Lita and his girlfriend Achako, chatting about the usual things, hobbies, and maybe going somewhere when Aizawa, you two, Uraraka and Ida, get inside the classroom already. Midoriya, what are you doing here? Midoriya, Aizawa, sighs, I see you didn't get the notification you'll be going to classroom B. Midoriya, Aizawa, don't try to change my mind, it was a decision from above. The weekend. You could see a bar somewhere in Japan, where a game was being broadcast and two heroes and masters were watching it, drinking. Vlad, let SGO. Yes, Aizawa, could you lower your voice? There's no need to shout. Vlad, haha, don't try to hide your defeat. Shota, now keep your end of the bargain. Aizawa, okay, who do you want me to lend you for this month? Vlad, I only want one, your favorite offspring Izuku. Midoriya, and I won't accept any no. Aizawa, first, don't call them kids, nobody calls them that. Second, just because I prevented you from breaking your bones doesn't mean I'm your favorite. And third, it's all yours, the man said, taking a sip from his glass. No. The other members of the class arrived, and with that the girls found out about the last-minute change. Momo, but Izue-sensei, how long will this last? Mina, it's temporary, right? Bakugo meh, hopefully no. Aizawa sighs, it will only be for this month, which means your dorm will also be replaced. Zero replaced? How, Aizawa, Cementos is already taking care of that, but like I said, it'll only be this month, so stop crying and get your notebooks out. Midoriya, go to your classroom. Midoriya SSI. Without further discussion, the boy picked up his backpack and walked to his new classroom. Midoriya, I hope this isn't awkward. Upon opening the door to the Class B classroom, the green-haired boy was greeted with a welcome sign, with Professor Vlad King throwing confetti and the Class B students wearing party hats. Vlad, welcome to the greatest student hero course at UA Academy. Here you will truly learn how to be better. Setsuna, hello Hexy boy, the girl said, trying to embarrass her green-haired boyfriend. Monoma, what's wrong with you? Monoma asked, surprised by that choice of words. Ibara, we're glad you're in our course, Midoriya. Is it normal to feel so happy? Honuki, it was a surprise to be honest, but don't worry, everyone here is calm. Kamari, except for me. Shishida, yes, except for her. Vlad King, we'll see about that later. Okay, as a first day, I want us all to go to the beta training area. Everyone was getting into their hero costumes and walking to the changing rooms when the green-haired boy felt a weight on his shoulder. Setsuna, what a surprise, huh? Midoriya, that's true. Setsuna, don't worry, nobody bites here, well, maybe I do a little. Midoriya, Pony, friend green is red, why? Midoriya, Ibera, come on girls, don't bother him. Kamari, oh, we're not bothering him, are we? Said the little brunette, joining in the teasing. Midoriya, NNO. Tetsu, dude, do you see what I see? Shishida, yes, I don't know whether to pity him or envy him. Once everyone was in the training area, Vlad divided the group into groups of 5, including Midoriya in one of these to help him fit in and adapt to the group. Kamari, looks like we're paired together, huh, Midoriya? The little brunette said, sticking her tongue out, trying to be cute. Midoriya, it seems so. Kosei, they know we're here too, right? Manga, it's supposed to be. Midoriya, sorry. Setsuna, you're being really clingy with him, don't you think, Kamari? Kamari, I don't know, am I? He said, leaning on the green-haired boy. Midoriya, no, of course not, he said, embarrassed by instinct. Kamari, Bayan. And with a whistle, Vlad performed the test. The classes went by and the boy got along really well with Class B Midoriya. Do you need help, President? The boy asked, seeing the orange-haired girl struggling to carry some boxes of assorted items. Kendo, if you would be so kind, I would be very grateful, Midoriya, she said with a smile on her lips. Midoriya took some of the boxes and carried them, accompanying the girl. Midoriya, shouldn't the vice president accompany you on these things? Kendo, well, Monoma was the vice president, but let's just say his actions against Class A cost him the title. Midoriya, well, that makes some sense. Kendo, so far the only thing is that they help me from time to time when they can. There's no one on a permanent basis. Midoriya, and Professor Vlad King hasn't chosen anyone. Kendo sighs no, he prefers to see how we can surpass the inferior Class A. I suspect Monoma is related to him. Midoriya, don't let Todoroki hear you or he'll start a new theory. Shota theories, as I like to call them, said the bicolored-haired boy. Kendo/Midoriya W. They both shouted, startled by the calm boy. Midoriya to Todoroki-kun, what are you doing here? Kendo, are you spying on us? Todoroki, of course not, I just walk beside you even when you're unaware of my presence. Midoriya AC Iso Significa Spire. Todoroki, what do you mean? After explaining to the bicolored-haired boy for a few minutes why he couldn't spy on them and follow them, the boy left the main building and headed to the Class A dormitories. Kendo, and I thought they didn't have any problems in their class. Midoriya, not everything is perfect, but we try. The redhead was putting down what she was carrying when she felt her cell phone ring and saw a message from her master. Midoriya, is something wrong? Kendo, Midoriya, do you want to be our class vice president? The boy opened his eyes and took a small step back because a job offer had never come to him like this before. Midoriya, my class vice president. Kendo, yes, you seem like a responsible and honest person. What do you say? Midoriya, WL, it's just that just this morning I was a member of another class, and it's a bit abrupt to rush into that decision, don't you think? Kendo, not at all, you've shown in your own class that you can be trusted with things. The green-haired boy thought about it for a while, considering how he would have to change his schedule even more and how he would be able to see the girls. Midoriya, WL. Kendo, I'm glad you accepted. Besides, being vice president has certain advantages. Midoriya, what kind of advantages? Kendo, you'll find out tomorrow, my vice president, the girl said, putting her arm around the boy's back and pulling him into a friendly hug. Midoriya, B-by-N. Kendo, come on, we have to go back to the building. In the dormitories of Class B, a group of boys could be seen with a deck of cards apparently playing. Monoma, step. Honuki, step. Bondo, step. Kamari leaves a letter. Guys, HHH. Monoma, it's not possible. Bondo, this is the third time he has won. Honuki, are you cheating? Komori, gasp guys, just because I'm a master at cards doesn't mean I cheat. I'm offended that you think that, she said, offended, starting to pout. Monoma, sigh, I guess you're right, here's what you earned. Komori, hee good games. The little brunette was collecting all the money from the table when a different deck of cards fell from her sleeve, drawing the attention of all the boys. Komori, it's... At the same time, a green-haired boy was opening the door as an orange-haired girl entered in front of him. Kendo, we've arrived. Komori Kendasian, the redhead turned around and quickly saw the brunette running to take cover from her friends. Honuki Komori, come here. You can't hide with Kndosan forever. Komori, lie, I can. Kendo, what's going on here? Monoma, that she tricked us and tried to run away. Komori noticed the green-haired boy behind Kendo and, organizing his thoughts, devised a small, malevolent plan. Komori, Midori, hide me, he said innocently to let go of Kendo. The green-haired boy approached and lifted his shirt, hiding his head while hugging his torso. This only made the boy blush, because of the little brunette's lack of shame and how everyone saw this action. Kendo Komori, let go of Amidioro. You're going to embarrass him, he demanded, blushing. Komori, but it's so soft, she said as a vague excuse. After a short while, Kendo could be seen pulling on the little brunette's legs while she was still clinging to the boy, who was feeling like his bones were turning to jelly. Vlad, haha, nothing better than good motivation to inspire the class and get them to do their best. Hours later, the little brunette rubbed her head while waiting with the rest of Class B for the food, which was being prepared by Yui Kodai, Yosu Oase, and Izuku Midoriya himself. Oase, I'm glad you helped us, Midoriya, aren't you, Yui? Yui, yes. Midoriya, I'm glad to help. Oase, and sorry about Komori, she does what she wants, and we can rarely change her mind. Midoriya, and no problems. Yui looked at him for a few seconds, giving the boy a feeling of coldness down his spine. Yui, you're lying. Oase, and excuse Kodai, she always says what she thinks. Sometimes she can be a bit insensitive, but she doesn't do it out of malice. Midoriya, relax, I respect that. It only took a few more minutes before the green-haired boy was tasting his culinary masterpiece. Midoriya, what do you think? The boy asked. The dark-haired boy approached and took a sip of the green-haired boy's food, and... Oase, this is what my taste buds were craving. The boy said while crying, Kodai, you have to try this. The raven-haired woman approached calmly and without many expectations, she tasted it. For the first time at UA, the green-haired boy saw how the girl's gaze changed, from serene and expressionless to one of surprise and wonder. Yui, this is really good, she said, taking a second taste. Midoriya, are really? Oase, let me shake your hand, chef, to novice, he said, giving the green-haired man a handshake. The green-haired boy watched as, after a short while, everyone was eating their food in the common room and the kitchen, giving it a pleasant warmth. More than one of the girls was amazed by the boy's touch with food, and more than one of the boys insisted that he give them cooking lessons. Midoriya, I think I can get used to this. In the dormitories of Class A. Bakugo hey firhir, come eat already or you eat anything. Kirishima, si. Momo, sai, I miss Izuku helping us prepare dinner. Kyoyuka, I hadn't noticed that he was the only one preventing Bakugo from screaming like a maniac. Tsuyu Mazkiro. Bakugo, don't you compare me to the nerd, or you'll have no dinner too. Toru That's tyranny. Uraraka sighs, I hope this month goes by quickly. Or bees. Another day had begun at UA's. Unlike previous occasions, the green-haired boy went down to the common room. But this time his beloved black-haired girl and his esteemed class representative friend were not in the room in front of the television. Instead, he met the red-haired Itsuka Kendo, and that was it. Kendo, hello Midoriya, good day. Midoriya, yawn, good morning, Kendasan. Kendo, still sleepy. Midoriya, a little bit, yes. Kendo, you can make yourself a coffee that perks everyone up. Midoriya, I accept. The boy walked to the coffee maker and poured a cup, but... Midoriya, this is disgusting. Kendo, yeah, it's not exactly the good stuff that lifts everyone up, he said, looking at his stillful cup with a frown. Midoriya, I thought Takagi-san was the one who made jokes. Kendo, yeah, we actually took it to wake up with a bad taste in our mouths. Professor Vlad said he'd buy a new one when he had time, but he never has time with his rivalry. The girl said, bringing her cup to her lips and taking a small sip of the hot drink, only to quickly pull it away and make a face of disgust. The green-haired boy had learned something from Mina and Kyoka during the months he had spent with them. A good coffee is the best relief in the mornings. So the green-haired boy wasn't going to settle for that drink, nor for Kendo. Midoriya, let me. the boy said, taking the coffee cup and heading to the kitchen. Kendo just listened as the green-haired boy moved things around and seemed to be working. After a few minutes, and with a bit of magic from the protagonist, the green-haired boy returned to the sofa where the orange-haired girl was, now with a shiny white porcelain cup and a coffee decorated with a flower. Midoriya, here you go, President. Kendo, Midoriya, I didn't know you could make coffee like this. You look like a coffee professional. Midoriya, well, let's just say some of them taught me about etiquette. The green-haired boy said, scratching the back of his neck, remembering the little things the black-haired girl did for him and the rest of the girls. Midoriya, try it and tell me what you think. Kendo, sure. The girl didn't want to be rude, but she was somewhat wary of that coffee. She'd been trying that awful coffee for a long time now and it was hard to trust, but it was tempting with that cute little flower design and that caramel color. She could at least take a sip. Grasping the porcelain handle somewhat fearfully, she brought it to her lips, waiting to taste that bitter flavor she hated so much and… nothing. Quite the opposite, the first thing she felt was a mild taste of coffee milk. She could swear it had a slight vanilla flavor, and despite seeing the heat coming out of the cup, it was totally drinkable. There was no need to wait for it to cool down. I felt like I was in heaven itself, Kendo. Midoriya, well. Kendo, you're a prodigy, Midoriya. Midoriya, thank you very much. The green-haired man was leaving the kitchen with another cup of his magic coffee when someone else entered the kitchen. Monoma, Yonwaya, good morning, Kendo, Midoriya. The boy wiped his sleepy eyes because he thought he had seen wrong. Nobody in Class B dared to drink coffee so casually, but there he could see them, Kendo and Midoriya with cups in hand. Monoma, am I still asleep or am I seeing things? Are you guys drinking coffee? Kendo, Monoma, you have to try this. Monoma could be many things, but he knew that when something was good and his president promoted it, it was definitely good. Taking the coffee that the green-haired man offered him, he smelled it a little and it smelled sweet and mild. He expected the horrible bitter taste to reach his mouth, but it never came. Instead, a feeling of warmth and softness enveloped him. Monoma, this is a beautiful moment in my life. Soon, the green-haired boy realized that the entire Class B was already in the common room and the kitchen, all enjoying their coffee. Komori, Midori, another coffee this way, said the little girl, waving her empty cup in the… Midoriya, leaving. The boy walked across the room, seeing everyone's smiles while wearing an apron that had written on it. The coffee is here. Monoma, sit down, Midoriya, I want to hear your story, the blonde boy said, making room for him on the sofa. In the Class A building. Kirishima, bro, this got way too heavy. Kaminari, but I saw that Madabro only put 2 spoonfuls of sugar in it. Minta, this makes no sense. As the trio left the kitchen, they could see the rest of the class with coffee, but none of them were satisfied. Momo, I don't understand. I taught Izuku how to serve drinks and now I don't know how he prepares them. Toru, come on y'all, Momo, it's not that big of a deal. Aizawa, where's my coffee? Everyone was startled by their sensei's shout. During his time at UA, no one had ever heard him shout, and this was the first time they had heard him do so. Aizawa, can someone explain to MEWHY on the worst day of MY life, MY coffee tastes like crap. Everyone knew that the green-haired boy made coffee for the whole class every morning, a kind gesture and a great help to the class during the stress of the day. But it seemed that only their teacher was unaware of this. Sato, it's Midoriya who makes the coffee, sensei. Aizawa, and where is Midoriya? Uraraka, you sent him to Class B as a change this month. His sensei's face, which had been furious, changed to dismay as he remembered that small, overlooked detail. Later. The green-haired boy was in the Class A dormitories, at the request of his sensei, and practically his entire class asking him to prepare a new batch of coffee cups. The boy was pouring another cup for his sensei when he spoke. Aizawa, kid, if we had etiquette or cooking classes, you'd be in the top 3. Midoriya, thank you, Aizawa-sensei. Aizawa, I'm going to talk to Vlad so you can return to Class A today. And a door slamming in the living room caught everyone's attention. Vlad, too late, SHOTA, live with the consequences. Aizawa, you can't take my child away from his class. Vlad, you said you didn't call them that. After his teachers nearly sparked a civil war, and after calling Nezu in to restore order, the green-haired boy had to return to his dormitory in Class B. Vlad. Haha, let this be a lesson to everyone. Kendo, does that mean if we want to win something we have to use a wrestling technique on our opponent? Setsuna, do we have to cover our eyes when they throw dirt at us? Yui, so everything's legal as long as we don't get caught, she said calmly. Everyone looked at the girl who spoke, distraught. Yui, no, Vlad, all that, but I mean never give up and never let go of what is rightfully yours. Pony, that explains why your green friend is being hugged by you. Honuki, was his face red? Well, the freckled boy was being unconsciously suffocated by the teacher's arm, while the teacher could barely manage to hit him, begging him to stop choking him. Vlad, oh right, haha. The boy finally on the ground took a breath, trying to organize his thoughts after the surreal fight that the two teachers had had a while ago. Later. Honuki, okay, why are we all gathered here? Shishida, they called me while I was in a game, I hope it's important. Monoma. Monoma, of course it is, because we must convince Midoriya to stay in the magnificent Class B. Some raised an eyebrow at the reason for their meeting, looking at him with a face that said it wasn't the first stupid thing they'd heard from him. Yui, and why is that? He belongs to Class A. Monoma, first, he now belongs to the great Class B, and second, because he's perfect for us. Pony, he's not an object to be used. Monoma, I'm not referring to that. With her help, we can improve as heroes, and she's supported us even though she practically just joined the group. I don't think that can be denied. Setsuna, well, the idea of seeing him for longer appeals to me. Kendo, honestly, it sounds absurd, but he's a good vice president, to be honest. Ryuko, and he's not bad at cooking at all, she said, remembering her dish from the night before. Monoma, so you'll help me convince him. Some looked at each other when a voice spoke. Komari, yes, and so began what would be marked at UA as the Cold Class War. The green-haired boy was walking down one of the hallways, heading straight for the library when he ran into Kendo and Monoma. Midoriya, hey guys. Monoma, Midoriya. Kendo, hey, were you coming to the library too? Midoriya, yes, I need some books for today's homework. Kendo, actually we came for the same reason, how about the three of us study together? Monoma, that seems fair to me. The young people entered the library and looked for what they needed, but in one of the hallways, the green-haired boy recognized two people. Momo, hi's honey. Mina, hi muscles. Both girls said happy to see their partner. Midoriya, oh hi girls. Monoma's let the plan begin, hey Midoriya, will you help us reach that book? Midoriya, oh right. The green-haired boy climbed a ladder and began inspecting the books. Monoma, it's a blue one. Kendo, no, it's not that one. Midoriya, I think there are at least 30 of them here. The boy stayed like that for a while the girls waited for him to come down so they could chat for a bit, but... Lita, girls, have you found the book yet? Momo, oh yes, just. Lita, great, let's go, we can't waste any time. If we want to get to Ectoplasm's class, we have to hand this in to Midnight Sensei. Mina, yes. Momo, maybe we can talk to him later. Mina, I guess. Momo, goodbye Izuku-kuns. Mina, bye muscles. Midoriya, bye girls, see you later. The boy said, wishing he could have talked to them even for a little while. Kendo felt guilty. He knew the girls were his girlfriends and that they truly loved him, and having to push them away on purpose caused him conflict. Kendo, are you sure it's necessary? Monoma, of course, if we gradually distance him from Class A and his ties, he has no reason to return to them. Kendo, sigh, I wish there was another way. Monoma, but there isn't one. Midoriya, was this the book? Monoma, that's it, thank you very much Midoriya. The boy finally got downstairs, noticing the president's sad expression. Midoriya, is something wrong? Kendo, no, it's just sighs, we have to go. Midoriya was curious, but he didn't want to force her if she really didn't want to talk, so he did what he knew best. Midoriya, if anything happens, you know I can always listen to you, adding a smile as he finished speaking. Kendo, I thank you Midoriya. Midoriya, whenever you like. And so, with a dilemma from Kendo, a plan dictated by Monoma and a class, a silent war would begin. For silence always comes before the storm. Keep your friends close. A week had passed since the green-haired boy had been moved to the Class B dormitory, and not only his dormitory but his classes as well. At first it was a little strange, but he adapted quickly. She enjoyed seeing how her company and knowledge were appreciated by her new classmates. He had more time to spend with Setsuna and to go to the greenhouse with Shiozaki. Besides, he'd been elected class vice president and he wasn't doing too badly, but like everything, it had a consequence. There were days when he didn't see the girls at all, except for Hatsum, whom he visited most often for enhancements, and he would spend an hour or two with her trying out new babies. May, and with the four-nozzle ducks you can propel yourself using air shot mode. Midoriya, fascinating. May, like all my other babies, she said proudly, hey, haven't you seen any of the girls? Midoriya, sighs, to be honest, no, but not by choice, I've been busy lately. May, yes, sighs, Professor Loader told me you were assigned to Group B. They made me change you off the list so I wouldn't send your things to Building A. Midoriya, have you seen them? May, meh, they came for improvements, but nothing more than that. A clock began to chime, signaling the break and the start of recess. Midoriya, well, I'll let you continue with your babies. I'm going to eat. May, I'll go with you. Midoriya, are you sure? May, of course, I'm just washing my hands. The boy was somewhat stunned by what he heard when he saw the teacher walking towards the power loader. You really made a difference, kid. He never used to come out to eat. In fact, he didn't even come to sleep, but now he even smells good. Thank you, kid. Midoriya, I didn't do anything. Power loader, has lucky you, then don't break his heart, kid. And as expected, the girl's practically teacher father figure had threatened him, and honestly, of all the people he knew, he was the one who scared him the most. After that, the boy was walking with the pink-haired girl to the cafeteria when Setsuna, you are under arrest, a green-haired girl said, cornering the broccoli against a wall. Midoriya, WI. The mischievous girl leaned close to the green-haired boy's ear and whispered in a flirty tone. Setsuna, because he's excessively hexy, and with that she gave his ear a light bite. She must be the new one. Setsuna opened her eyes and looked at the engineer. Setsuna, she. Midoriya, yes. Setsuna, well, I didn't know your talent extended to such corners, my friend. Mei Hatsum never cared what people said about her or insulted her because she always believed she would laugh at everyone when she received the Nobel Prize. But now she had just received an insult, apparently. Was it just female instinct? That freckled boy had really changed her. Setsuna, come on, we have to go with the others. And taking his hand, I quickly led him to the table in Class B. Midoriya, see you later, MEI. He said, surprised by his quick abduction of the pink-haired girl, not wanting to make her feel bad. May, there's something here. Meanwhile, the green-haired boy was now sitting at the table with members of Class B, who were pretending everything was normal. Monoma, where were you, Midoriya? We were waiting for you to eat, said the blonde boy with a face that suggested victory. Midoriya, well, I. The freckled boy was about to explain that he planned to spend his time with his girlfriends, but a piece of fried chicken in his mouth interrupted him. Looking to see where it was coming from, I noticed that the dark-haired woman from the B-movie was feeding it, albeit without any expression. Yui, later you should eat first. Nobody said anything and they sat down to eat. What they didn't know was that someone was listening, at another table. Well, Kyoka, nothing, everything seems normal, but... Mina, what, Kyoka? One of their hearts was beating fast, much faster than it should be. Toru, do you know who? Kyoka sighs, I don't know exactly, but assuming where it came from, it was Kendo, Shiozaki, or Pony. May. They all turned to look at the pink-haired girl, who had a hand on her chin as she looked in the direction where the others were standing. Momo, is something wrong, May? May, it's nothing, it's just this gives me a bad feeling. Lunchtime passed fairly normally, with the girls eating while trying to find something to talk about, the boys talking about boy stuff, and the green-haired boy trying to follow the conversation in Class B, but the redhead couldn't help but feel some of the girls looking in her direction. Kendo, damn, have they figured it out yet? What if they get angry and refuse to speak to us again? What if Midoriya finds out and gets mad at us? The coffee is the least of our worries. He's a good friend and classmate. I wouldn't want him to feel used and get angry at us or at me. The girl had grown fond of her classmate, a little beyond their relationship as class president and vice president, but she had to push away any thoughts beyond camaraderie. Kendo, come on, Itsuka, he has a harem with prettier girls, he'd never notice us, oh god, what am I thinking? Her gaze shifted to Izuku, watching him receive a kiss on the cheek from Setsuna before mocking his shyness. Kendo, how do you do it? The hour passed and the green-haired boy had to return to his building with his new classmates, where, to his surprise, everyone seemed curiously interested in him. Honuki, Midoriya, do you want to play with us? She said as she held up a video game controller. Midoriya, sure. Later. Pony, hey Green, can you help me carry this up? Midoriya, I'm coming. Later. Yui, Midoriya, would you help us with the food? Midoriya sighs yes. At the end of the day, everyone said goodbye to the boy, but it wasn't a genuine goodbye, but rather something more robotic, programmed. Midoriya, okay, this is weird. He said this as he picked up his plate since everyone had insisted on washing his dishes for him. He headed to the kitchen and saw a message in his inbox. Upon reviewing it, I noticed it was Mina, who sent a photograph with a separate message. The photograph consisted of a plate of burnt rice, while a piece of goat, which he later recognized as fried chicken, was on top of the former. Mina, muscles, look what Kaminari did. The boy was confused about how to react. On one hand, he regretted that his beloved pink alien had to eat outside because of Kaminari and his idiocy, or that he would have to reprimand Kaminari later and teach him how not to burn the rice or the fried chicken. Midoriya, didn't Kaken cook this time? I asked in the group chat where they responded quickly. Tsuyu, she refused, she said, if you want me to cook, you'll have to eat when I say so. Kiro. Midoriya, yeah, that's something Kaken would say. Kyoka, Green, we miss you, God, how long has it been since you left? Momo, 1 week. Toru, Izuku-kun, come back. The boy was laughing a little. They really missed him, and he could imagine his return, how they would keep him busy, and how much he would be occupied doing what his friends loved about him. Outside, footsteps made him look up, and he saw Ryuko looking at him with a tired expression. Midoriya, oh hi. Ryuko, Midori. The girl walked past and grabbed a glass of water. She didn't know if it was her quirk or the nighttime atmosphere, but she felt a paranormal chill down her spine, which caused her to make a silly face. The girl noticed and commented. Ryuko, are you alright? You look like you saw a ghost. Although it seemed sarcastic, her concern was genuine, standing in front of the boy who remained motionless like a statue. Midoriya, I'm fine, Ryuko-chan, thank you for your concern. Ryuko, okay, I just wanted to make sure you're important to everyone in the class. What was supposed to be a compliment sounded more like as if she were referring to him as an object. He didn't want to be paranoid, but there was something bothering him and he didn't know what. Her gaze returned to her phone as she began to type something. Midoriya, girls, is it just me or is class B acting strange? May, I told them it was strange. Nedjir, I don't know, I saw them as normal. The girls were somewhat happy that they hadn't included Setsuna in their group romantic chat because, if anything happened, they knew from Mina that she would be aware of whatever happened. Momo, well, we can't jump to conclusions, but if you say they'll probably act strange, maybe it's to make you feel comfortable. Midoriya, maybe. Toru, maybe if you talk to them they'll tell you. Midoriya, maybe it'll work, I'll do it tomorrow. Uraraka, that's how Izuku-kun speaks. After chatting for a while longer before saying goodbye, the green-haired boy turned off the lights and returned to his room, where he found a gift bag on his doorstep. Midoriya, that's definitely strange. The boy looked at it closely. It had no label to indicate who it belonged to, it was just a box with a green wrapper and a red ribbon. I shook it a little and only heard something bouncing inside. He opened his door and entered his bedroom. He went to his desk and opened it, finding a thank you letter from the entire class. Midoriya, well, that explains the lack of an author. I noticed that among the things there were some new clothes, objects like an action figure which I already owned but appreciated the gesture, a chocolate cupcake and a sheet with a date for tomorrow. Curiously, I analyzed it. Unfortunately, I didn't know the writing style, compare it to deducing who it was, and how the box had no author. Midoriya, I don't understand anything. Dismayed but tired, he put the box and its contents inside and settled down to sleep. Midoriya, I wonder what that is. And so he went to sleep. What she didn't know was that someone would be standing on her balcony with a somewhat mischievous smile. With a toothy grin, the girl floated around the room before settling down next to the green-haired boy and stroking some of his curls. Setsuna, maybe now that you're here and it's just you and me, I can do this. Taking advantage of the boy's quick sleep, the girl held his face and began to invade his lips with kisses, although passionate and somewhat rough. It pained him a little to see the boy pushing himself to his limits in training, but he was grateful that he slept soundly because of it. Still unsatisfied, the girl slipped under her sheets and inspected the green-haired boy's body. Setsuna, right now I have you all to myself, but don't worry, I don't mind sharing. She said to herself, remembering how she had embarrassed the nun for that favor. Somehow, he never agreed with Monoma and his stupid plans, but if someone guaranteed him that he could spend more time with that nervous, green-haired guy who could make him blush when he was out, he'd be on the ship. Setsuna, I hope you don't hate me for this, friend, she said, giving him one last kiss before leaving.
Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.